until her dying breath, Wen Yao could not fathom what it was that she admired in Shen Yichuan. Was it his callous indifference that captivated her, or perhaps his self-serving nature? As his partner, she had risked her life for him over the course of 7 years, yet in moments of peril, he had unhesitatingly abandoned her. He remarked, "You have been infected with corpse poison. You cannot remain on the train." He said, "Wen Yao, I believed you were quite sensible." Upon regaining consciousness, she beheld the visage of her nemesis, Mingchen, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes and gentle demeanor were utterly breathtaking, yet he was a remorseless psychopath. The man, with blood-stained fingers, tilted her chin upward, his breath intoxicating as he inquired, "I saved you? How will you repay me?" Wen Yao felt a pang in her nose, stealing her heart. She tilted her head and pressed her lips against his. Initially, it was merely Mingchen's customary jesting, but he exclaimed. Subsequently, Shen Yichuan scoured the sea of corpses, consumed by regret day and night, and when they finally met again, he was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. His eyes reddened as he humbly pleaded, "Come back, Yao." Yet, behind Wen Yao, a man clad in white approached smoothly, affectionately placing his hand upon her shoulders and casting a smile towards the opposite side. In her ear, he tenderly whispered, "What did I teach you back then, To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself." Chapter 1. Wen Yao, I believed you were quite sensible. Those scratched by the R-type mutant are akin to ticking time bombs. They may mutate at any moment within half an hour. She cannot remain on the train. But she is our Vice Captain Wen, and she sustained her injuries to protect everyone. Do you possess no conscience in saying such things? How can I lack conscience? This mutant's corpse poison mutates rapidly, with lethality that could decimate 100 foes. Do we disregard the lives of the remaining 97 team members? Inside a train traversing the snowy plains of the North Continent, 2 factions were embroiled in a heated dispute. Meanwhile, the subject of their argument, Wen Yao, sat silently in the corner, her long lashes cast down as she used a long knife to carve away the tainted flesh from her arm. With no anesthetic or analgesics available, as the blackened blood and severed flesh fell to the ground, she let out a soft hiss, beads of sweat coalescing on her forehead, trickling down her exquisitely beautiful face, and with a thud, landed upon her leather boot. Fong Lanin could no longer bear to watch. She retrieved the last remaining bandage from the medical kit and approached, her eyes reddened as she said, "Vice Captain Wen." Wen Yao, her complexion pale, offered her a reassuring smile, replying, "I am fine." After Fong Lanin had dressed Wen Yao's wound, she turned to Shen Yichuan and asked, "Captain Shen, what is your stance on this matter?" Everyone unanimously directed their gaze towards the other side. Leaning against the train window was a man clad in a black tactical uniform, tall and slender, with sharp brows and striking eyes, his angular features exuding a cold yet composed aura imbued with a hint of ferocity and defiance. His expression was somber, remaining silent, leaving everyone uncertain of his thoughts. Many who supported Wen Yao's removal from the train felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, Shen Yichuan had long been Wen Yao's life-and-death partner, and with such profound camaraderie, it was feared he might prioritize her over the safety of the others. The train carriage descended into silence. Upon hearing Shen Yichuan's name, Wen Yao could not help but look up. Though she understood he would not show favoritism, in this moment of despair, she could not suppress a flicker of hope. However, Shen Yichuan did not glance in her direction. He discarded the bullet in his hand and, casting a cold gaze at the others, declared, "For the sake of fairness, let's vote." The glimmer of light in Wen Yao's eyes was extinguished in an instant. In this perilous apocalyptic era, who does not yearn for survival? The voting outcome was as anticipated, 89-7, with only 7 individuals consenting to her remaining inside the vehicle. Shen Yichuan approached Wen Yao and extended his hand, saying, "Wen Yao, disembark." Wen Yao met the man's gaze, attempting to discern something within, yet his eyes were as dark as the abyss, cold and desolate, devoid of any emotion. The train came to a halt, and Shen Yichuan pulled Wen Yao off the carriage. Outside, a fierce wind whipped through the falling snow, biting through to the bone. He led her to a relatively sheltered hillock and tossed her a bundle, stating, "Fire and 3 days' worth of sustenance." This region was fraught with blizzard conditions and zombie hordes. With the train severely impeded, a round trip to the base would take 3 to 5 days. Aware of her slim chances of survival, Wen Yao could not help but inquire of Shen Yichuan, "What is your opinion?" You have yet to cast your vote. Shen Yichuan discharged his firearm, eliminating several remaining zombies, his voice heavy with gravity. Does my vote hold more significance than this one? Wen Yao gazed at the familiar, handsome face of the man before her, unable to suppress her inclination to bow her head. But Shen Yichuan, it is not only Mu Xingsheng who harbors fear. In a public sense, he was compelled to abandon her. But what of the private realm? She felt that even the slightest hint of reluctance or compassion from Shen Yichuan would render her willing to await death here. Yet he did not. On the contrary, he furrowed his brow and stated, "You have already been infected with the R-type mutated zombie virus, with a 1 in 3 chance of mutation. For safety's sake, you cannot remain on the train. Stay here and wait for my return." Wen Yao took a step forward. Shen Yichuan, regarding her with lingering affection, suddenly aimed his weapon at her forehead. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within and barked, "This is an order." Wen Yao's heart grew colder as she forced herself to conceal her grievances and vulnerabilities. When the mutated zombies grasped at you, you instinctively protected others. What do I signify in your eyes? Shen Yichuan's emotions were complex, yet his tone remained frigid. In life and death situations, there is no time for romantic entanglements. Do you not comprehend that personal feelings are forbidden among base members? Mu Xingsheng is a newcomer. As her trainer, I am naturally responsible for her safety. You, seasoned by countless battles, must you truly quibble with a novice? Wen Yao, I thought you were more understanding. Wen Yao's lashes lowered. After enduring much, she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell and froze in the biting wind and snow. Time was of the essence, and Shen Yichuan spoke no further, merely murmuring, "Do your utmost to survive. You are not so easily extinguished." Wen Yao watched the man's retreating figure and called out to him one last time, "If you find my family, please ensure their safety." However, Shen Yichuan seemed not to hear her words, and his dark silhouette swiftly disappeared into the storm. 3 days later, within the northern region, a modified off-road vehicle traversed the icy expanse. The man with dark skin in the front seat rolled down the window and peered out, exclaiming, "Wow, there are so many headless zombies here." The red-haired woman driving the vehicle, annoyed by the noise, smacked him on the head. "Shut up. Have you never seen headless zombies before?" The dark-skinned man retorted, "What I meant was, who is so formidable as to slay zombies with a blade and to have done so in such numbers?" Clearly, this is the aftermath of a zombie horde being systematically dispatched. The snow has just ceased, and these corpses are not covered, indicating they are still fresh. At that moment, the man in white seated in the back opened his charming, peach blossom eyes, seemingly intrigued. He tilted his head towards the window, his tone languid. "With a blade, The dark-skinned Di Dahu, seeing his leader's response, became animated. "Indeed, in this day and age, everyone uses firearms. Who still wields a blade?" Mingchen continued to smile. He exuded an air of elegance, his skin a cool alabaster, his cheekbones exquisitely sculpted, and his features breathtakingly stunning. When he smiled, he eclipsed the gentle caress of a spring breeze, leaving all who beheld him entranced. His voice was equally enchanting, flowing like a crystalline spring. "I do recall a certain individual who is adept with a blade." The driver, Mayasha, chimed in with a smile. "You must be referring to Wen Yao from District 13 of the northern region." Di Dahu interjected, "Her swordsmanship is indeed exceptional. Under her leadership, we have lost countless resources to her in recent years." Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Mayasha delivered another slap. Di Dahu, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and exclaimed, "What did I do now?" Mayasha, indifferent to his emotional intelligence, continued to drive, yet when she glanced back, she spotted a dark figure not far ahead tumbling into her line of sight. The individual dragged a silver long knife, his garments tattered, and he appeared on the verge of collapse, as though a mere gust of wind could send him tumbling down. Dida, who also took note, "The black uniform bears a white insignia from the Beizhou district base? Hey, boss, he's still alive. Shall I deliver a finishing shot?" No sooner had he spoken than he received a heavy slap once more. Maya Shah slowed the vehicle, her expression grave. "The black uniform, that knife, the silver moon blade, is it Wen Yao?" Mingchen suddenly lifted his gaze, his smile freezing on his face, his peach blossom eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous and oppressive aura. "Stop the car." Chapter 2. What exactly does she like about Shen Yichuan? Wen Yao trudged along, dragging her familiar silver moon blade, her spirit weary and bewildered. Her complexion was pallid, her lips tinged with an ominous shade of purple from the cold. The once pristine black uniform was now tattered, her body marred with wounds, nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. Over the past 3 days, she had vanquished countless zombies, but her body had grown utterly exhausted. Now, as she beheld the ravenous horde of undead wolves charging towards her, she could do naught but stare, bereft of the strength to fight back. Shen Yichuan had not come. 3 days had elapsed, and her anticipation had turned to despair as he remained absent. A sudden wave of absurdity washed over her, and she found herself pondering what it was she had truly admired about Shen Yichuan all these years. Was it his cold-hearted indifference? His selfishness? Or perhaps that resolute and unwavering stance he had taken, the 89 votes that had safeguarded her life time and again, her comrades who had stood beside her? Faith crumbled in the face of death, and with a clatter, her long blade fell upon the icy ground. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the frozen expanse. Her exquisite, frost-kissed eyes remained wide open, the lashes glistening with frost as her consciousness began to fade. In her last fleeting moments, she caught a glimpse of the green-eyed zombie wolf barreling towards her. Despair enveloped her, and she shut her eyes, failing to see the sudden burst of flames surging towards her, incinerating the zombie wolf in an instant. Mingchen swiftly extinguished the flames in his palm and strode towards her. Mayasha and Didahu hurriedly followed, gazing at the blood-soaked figure. Didahu questioned, "Is that really Wen Yao? What is she doing here alone?" Mingchen knelt beside her, lifting her curled form, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face, gently patting her cheek as he called out, "Wen Yao?" Mayasha inspected Wen Yao's wounds, exclaiming, "She has been bitten countless times, and her blood has already congealed into ice." She felt for her pulse and pressed against her heart, her expression turning grim. In this state, she shouldn't survive. Wen Yao had yet to awaken her powers. Her constitution was akin to that of an ordinary person. That she had held on this long was a testament to her indomitable will. Didahu gazed at the darkening flesh of Wen Yao's left arm. It appears she has also been infected with the R-type mutated zombie virus. If she succumbs, she will transform into one of those R-type abominations. That's rather perilous. Isn't it? Mingchen disregarded their concerns, hoisting her into his arms and commanding, "Let us go." Mayasha and Didahu exchanged glances, having followed their leader for years. They knew he was typically jovial, smiling even in the face of danger. But today, at this moment, his lips were pressed into a thin line, his handsome visage shrouded in a brooding darkness, as if he were on the brink of madness. They dared not linger, disregarding their original mission, and hastily sped away in the vehicle. In the spacious backseat, Mingchen held Wen Yao close, his once immaculate white attire now stained with her blood, red, black, and green, a grim tapestry of chaos. He had always favored pristine garments, detesting any form of dirt upon his clothing. Yet now, covered in her sanguine stains, he exhibited no reaction. An indescribable sensation coursed through him, a mixture of anguish and something more profound, akin to a choking grip around his throat. Why must she perish? Not long ago, she had vowed to end his life. Mingchen grappled with these thoughts, tenderly stroking her hair, his fingers deftly removing the frost from her strands. "Wen Yao," he murmured, "if you dare to die, I will ensure that not a single soul in the Northern District 13 remains." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet the corners of his lips curled upward, his tone languorous. "Oh, and Shen Yichuan too. You fancy him, don't you? Would you not wish to see him tormented to the brink of despair?" As Mingchen caressed Wen Yao's delicate hair, he lifted her exquisite chin, his hand brushing against her alabaster neck. Finally, his hand fell away as he tilted his head back, staring at the dark ceiling of the vehicle. His obsidian eyes clouded with a profound melancholy, as if some light had been extinguished. The black SUV sped across the snow-laden terrain, heading eastward. Inside, Mingchen had administered a rudimentary treatment to staunch Wen Yao's bleeding, cradling her in warmth, yet remaining silent. When he sensed her breath becoming increasingly shallow, he suppressed his impatience and inquired, "How much longer?" Mayasha, drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, replied, "We're moving as fast as we can. We'll be there shortly." Didahu, stationed atop the vehicle with a machine gun, was busy fending off the encroaching zombies. Once the area was sufficiently cleared, he climbed back into the vehicle, exclaiming, "There are just too many damn zombies around here. But it seems this area used to be a bustling district. No one has ventured here yet. Next time we should bring a team to explore." As he rambled on, he noticed the sudden silence within the vehicle, prompting him to quiet down and cautiously glance at Maisha. She shot him a glare, signaling him to be silent. Dahu promptly covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. As the vehicle advanced, the blustery snow transformed into a chilling icy rain, drenching the battered road strewn with corpses. The distant growls of zombies echoed ominously, casting a foreboding atmosphere. Mingchen's gaze remained fixed on Wen Yao's face, watching her life hang in the balance. In a moment of sheer desperation, an idea surged into his mind, demanding immediate action. Without hesitation, he cradled the back of her head, tilted her chin upward, and pressed his lips against hers. Her lips, cold yet soft, ignited an instinctual response within him. He bit his tongue, prying her lips apart and driving deep into her throat. Instantly, the metallic taste of blood permeated their mouths. Wen Yao, lost in unconsciousness, felt the jolt of sensation. Not enough to awaken her, but she instinctively emitted a faint, muffled sound. It was a faint, delicate sound, like a pained whimper, stirring an array of thoughts. Dahu, catching wind of the commotion, glanced into the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in shock, yet he dared not speak, quietly tapping Maisha's shoulder. Maisha, irritated, shot him an exasperated look. When she followed his gaze, her own eyes widened in disbelief. In the center of the back seat, the man held the bloodied girl, passionately kissing her, their lips entwined in a fervent embrace. A drop of blood trickled from their pressed lips, tracing down her porcelain cheek and melding into her dark, disheveled hair. Mingchen's brows knit tightly, his grip firm on her delicate chin, his pronounced Adam's apple moving slowly, exuding an irresistible allure. The entire scene was intoxicatingly sensual, evoking a primal desire for more. However, in the next instant, Mingchen raised his long lashes, his dark gaze locking onto Maisha's through the rearview mirror, filled with a heavy malice, akin to a predator guarding its prey. Startled, Maisha quickly averted her gaze and pressed the button to raise the heavy metal divider, isolating the front from the back. Dahu, still reeling from the shock, whispered, "Do you think the boss is acting this way because he can't have her alive, and now that she's on the brink of death? He's seizing the moment?" Maisha merely shrugged, though she found the notion a bit absurd. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't entirely dismiss it. After all, their leader's thoughts often eluded comprehension, and what was deemed abnormal was sometimes the very essence of normalcy. Dahu clicked his tongue. Wow. Who would have thought our boss had such inclinations? After expressing his sentiments, he was left perplexed. Why go through all this? Initially, the boss could have simply captured her and forced her back without any fuss, couldn't he? The boss had caught her numerous times in the past. Instead of treating it like a game of cat and mouse, letting her escape each time, he even allowed her to take resources with her. Maisha shot him a glance. If you could refrain from speaking, you might live another decade. Chapter 3. I kindly request you to remove your trousers. Wen Yao had a dream. An extraordinarily vivid yet peculiar dream. In this dream, she witnessed her entire life from a third-person perspective, or more accurately, the lives of Shen Yichuan and Mingchen. It resembled a lengthy television series set in an era following the apocalypse and the awakening of supernatural abilities. In this narrative, Shen Yichuan was the male protagonist, while Mingchen played the female lead, with the plot revolving around the strategic commander Shen Yichuan and the fallen heiress Mingchen as they navigated love, hatred, and personal growth. As for her, Wen Yao, she could be succinctly summarized as a stepping stone on the male protagonist's path to power, meeting a particularly unjust demise. After years of diligent service, she was branded a traitor for allegedly colluding with the Eastern continent, enduring torment in a dark dungeon, unable to live or die, ultimately being ruthlessly gunned down by Shen Yichuan. No one acknowledged her sacrifices or remembered her contributions. In the 13th district of the Northern Continent, she was universally scorned as a traitor. At the story's conclusion, Shen Yichuan, having meticulously built his power, ascended to the position of Lord of the Northern Continent, personally exterminating the malevolent villain Mingchen and ruling over the remnants of humanity with an iron fist, becoming the sovereign of this territory, the beacon of righteousness. After enduring trials together, Mingchen finally unlocked Shen Yichuan's long-frozen heart, becoming the woman he cherished most. Mingchen left behind a final scene, a brilliantly radiant classic line. "Let me introduce myself. I am Mingchen," with Mu from wood and Xing from the flute. From that point onward, peace reigned in the world, and the two enjoyed a perfect happy ending. Wen Yao, what a cliché, melodramatic soap opera. She existed in such a tangible and vibrant world, where the morals she upheld for so many years, her steadfast beliefs, and her sincere affections were ultimately mere tools to propel the protagonist's melodramatic romance. Wen Yao awoke in a state of indignation and unwillingness, aware of the heavy rain pelting against the glass, creating a pattering sound. Inside, the atmosphere was cold and silent, permeated with the scent of alcohol, accompanied by the faint clinking of metal instruments against plates. The ambience made her feel as though she were in a hospital or a laboratory. As she struggled to open her eyes, she caught sight of a figure in white swaying before her. The blinding light prompted involuntary tears to cascade down her cheeks. A man's low, magnetic voice, laced with amusement, echoed from above. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Wen Yao gradually grasped her current situation. She had likely been rescued by a kind-hearted individual, and a doctor was presently stitching a wound on her arm. Without much thought, she nodded in compliance. "No. Doctor. May I ask?" The man chuckled lightly, his breath shallow, yet his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Doctor?" As she recalled the voice, shock jolted her awake. Mingchen? The man, clad in a pristine white coat, stood tall before her, his strikingly handsome features illuminated as he met her gaze, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. His voice languid and carefree. "It seems you are truly awake now." Mingchen donned rubber gloves with a leisurely air. "Miss Wen, you truly have a remarkable life." Wen Yao watched as he tended to her wound, her emotions a complex tangle. She had been abandoned by Shen Yichuan, yet saved by him.
Mingchen,
the commander of the 14th district of the Eastern Continent, her arch-nemesis for many years, their relationship was one of both estrangement and familiarity, marked by countless skirmishes. The 13th district of the Northern Continent bordered the 14th district of the Eastern Continent, and they frequently clashed over resources. Every previous encounter had been fraught with tension. A battle of life and death. She had repeatedly torn his suits with her knives, while he had taunted her mercilessly, igniting her fury. Previously, besides safeguarding her territory, her unwavering ambition had been to personally slay Mingchen, avenging Shen Yichuan's brother. However, now he stood as her savior. Moreover, not only now, in the fleeting images from her dream, she had witnessed her fate after death. Half a month following her tragic demise in the dungeon, Mingchen had suddenly stormed into the Northern Continent, decimating the entire 13th district base. That battle was particularly brutal, culminating in Shen Yichuan leading the charge as all the supernatural beings of the 13th district united to besiege him. Though Mingchen narrowly escaped death, he sustained severe injuries to his essence. Every supernatural being possessed an essence, resembling a vessel of energy, once damaged. The stored energy would gradually deplete until the ability was entirely lost. This led to the conclusion where, when Shen Yichuan's forces invaded the Eastern Continent, Mingchen could only expend his remaining energy, succumbing to flames. At the peak of that white chapel, he appeared utterly deranged, the fire casting an eerie glow upon his extraordinary features as he laughed maniacally, stepping into the inferno of roses, resolutely marching towards death. The scene was profoundly tragic and shocking, where distant mountains glowed in orange-red clouds and the ground blazed with towering flames, everything consumed in swirling smoke. Wen Yao, viewing it all from a third-person perspective in her dream, could not fathom why Mingchen had recklessly charged into the Northern Continent, nor why he had willingly sacrificed his life, choosing to incinerate everything. Could it be because of her? She believed their paths had diverged beyond the battlefield, questioning what merit she possessed to make him forsake everything for her. But if not for her, why the uncanny coincidence? Along with the silver bracelet he wore on his wrist before his demise, unmistakably hers? It was a gift from her grandmother at birth. one of two identical bracelets she shared with her cousin, which she had worn ever since, even amidst the apocalypse, never parting with it. Have you been spacing out? I've called you 3 times. When Wen Yao regained her senses, she suddenly noticed Mingchen leaning over her, his peach blossom eyes curving with mischief. Wen Yao. Every time she heard this devilishly charming man speak, she felt as though she could shed 1,000 goosebumps. Even though he had saved her, she couldn't suppress her anger, the urge to strike him ingrained in her very DNA. She evaded his affectionate touch, her voice somewhat awkward. What are you doing? The man leaned closer. The crisp scent of his presence mingled with a hint of blood wafting to Wen Yao's nostrils. Perhaps it was the cold air, but she could even feel his warmth enveloping her like an invisible mist. Just as she was about to say something, his deep voice slowly resonated. Miss Wen, I kindly request you to remove your trousers. Chapter 4. How will you repay me? Wen Yao immediately glared at him, her cheeks inexplicably burning with embarrassment. Mingchen remained unfazed, still exuding that languid charm. What's the matter? Aren't you going to stitch up your thigh injury? Wen Yao. She was clad in the base's standard tactical jacket, her trousers also fitted black combat pants. The wound was on the outer thigh, making it difficult to lift from the bottom up, and to treat the injury, she would have to remove them entirely from the top down. But in the presence of this solitary man, to remove her trousers, Wen Yao found it hard to accept. After all, he was her adversary for so many years, standing on opposite sides. Noticing her hesitation, Mingchen picked up a pair of scissors from nearby. Don't move. He pressed his palm firmly against Wen Yao's ankle and decisively cut open her pant leg, moving upward until her fair, delicate skin and the oozing flesh were exposed. Only then did he set down the scissors and instead took up a syringe filled with anesthetic. Although he bore no trace of lewd intent, the warmth of his fingers caressing her skin stirred an unsettling sensation within Wen Yao, causing her lips to tingle slightly. To distract herself and regain composure, she reached for the silver crescent blade beside her. Noticing her movement, Mingchen inserted the needle into her skin, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Miss Wen, while I am tending to your wounds, you are brandishing a knife behind me. Do you find this appropriate? Such cruelty towards your savior is truly disheartening. Wen Yao then lowered the blade, apologizing softly. I'm sorry. I'm just accustomed to holding a knife. I meant no harm. Watching the scene unfold, Didahu, who was stationed in the corridor, urgently tugged at Mayasha, exclaiming, Boss is in danger. Mayasha glanced back, then promptly slapped Didahu on the head, scolding. What do you know? This is called intimacy. Outside, the rain fell in a hurried patter, while inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The man was engrossed in her thigh, his technique both professional and gentle. For a fleeting moment, Wen Yao was almost convinced he was a doctor. Is this the end of the world, and you are a doctor? Mingchen, having finished cleaning her wound, began to sew it up, his lips curving in a languid smile. The apocalypse has been upon us for 7 years. I am hardly that old. Then you are. Mingchen picked up the scissors beside him, a medical student. Wen Yao nodded. He did indeed appear quite youthful, and it was only natural for him to have been a student 7 years prior. Yet, she sensed that even if he were a doctor, he did not embody the essence of a true healer. Instead, he resembled a deranged killer masquerading in a physician's guise. After tending to her right leg, Mingchen moved to cut the fabric of her left leg, initially believing the anesthetic would suffice, only to discover 2 additional wounds left untreated, one of which harbored a fragment of a zombie's broken tooth. Mingchen tossed the tools aside and called for Mayasha. Do we have more anesthetic? Mayasha shook her head. This is an abandoned base hospital. All the medical supplies have likely been looted. We could only find this half bottle. Mingchen's brow furrowed in irritation. Mayasha dared not speak further, and observing this, Wen Yao calmly said, Just proceed. I can endure it. In this chaotic world, she had witnessed countless tribulations. Once, when her bone had broken, it was hastily reset by Shen Yichuan without any anesthetic or professional tools, leaving her in excruciating pain to the point of unconsciousness. Mayasha added cautiously, These wounds should be treated promptly, and we cannot linger in this perilous area. Let us go, Mingchen replied. When he resumed his seat, his expression was devoid of humor, his demeanor exceptionally somber. Wen Yao's countenance was equally grim, Though her discomfort stemmed from the sudden absence of anesthetic, the sharp sting from the treatment overwhelming her senses until she felt numb. By the time he finished, Wen Yao had her brows tightly knitted, her eyes closed. Her silky hair clung to her sweat-dampened cheeks, and a drop of blood oozed from her split lip, rendering her already exquisite features hauntingly beautiful, akin to a blood-red rose battered by the storm. Mingchen gazed at her, his eyes darkening slightly. Unable to resist, he leaned in, his fingertip brushing the crimson droplet on her lip before gently smearing it across her cheek, leaving a vivid trail. Wen Yao fluttered her eyelashes open, her gaze clouded with pain, and after a prolonged moment, she finally extricated herself from her torment. Meeting his eyes, the man's smile was alluring. "So, I have saved you? How do you intend to repay me?" As memories of her dreams flashed through her mind, a thought suddenly struck her. In stories, supporting characters seeking to overturn the plot often resort to actions contrary to their established roles. Since Shen Yichuan and Mu Shengsheng were the destined pair, and since her fated end was a tragic demise in the dungeon, and since they were all mere puppets in a mindless melodrama, why not shatter it all? With distance diminished to mere inches, Wen Yao felt a pang in her nose, and summoning her resolve, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. The warmth and softness of her lips caught Mingchen off guard, his throat tightening as an electric thrill coursed through him, igniting something deep within. He had never anticipated this turn of events, and he froze in astonishment. Wen Yao merely brushed his lips lightly, noticing the fading amusement in his expression, and felt a twinge of panic. Was this not what he intended? Or perhaps he was merely enamored with her bracelet. Flushing, she touched her silver bangle and asked then, "How would you like me to repay you?" Mingchen's gaze remained fixed on her, his lips still tingling, as if he were grappling with the incredibility of the moment. And he remained silent. Wen Yao lowered her eyes, earnestly explaining, "This bracelet was a gift from my grandmother. My sister has one as well. I wish to find her, so I cannot give it to you. In our 13th district base, resources are communal, and team members possess little in terms of personal belongings. Aside from this bracelet, all I have left is this silver crescent blade, but it is my lifeline, so I cannot part with it." Mingchen's gaze dropped, resting on her full, glistening lips. And suddenly, he chuckled softly, as if struck by a humorous revelation, laughing heartily until he could not contain himself. Feeling increasingly embarrassed by his unabashed mirth, Wen Yao protested, "Please stop laughing." "Very well, I shall cease," Mingchen replied, though the corners of his mouth betrayed him. "Since the illustrious vice-captain one of the Northern 13 district is so woefully impoverished, let us consider this debt of gratitude for your life as temporarily outstanding." Wen Yao felt deeply offended. She wished to salvage her dignity with a retort, but before she could speak, the door was suddenly flung open, and Dahu, panting and frantic, exclaimed, "Boss, trouble. There are ghosts in this hospital building." Mingchen's expression darkened, annoyance evident. "What ghosts?" Dahu shook his head, breathless. "Not ghosts, but many mutated zombies. In the basement of this building, there are types I've never seen before, and they're incredibly lethal." The cacophony of banging grew closer, accompanied by the spine-chilling shrieks of the undead, mingling with the torrential rain outside, sending shivers down their spines. Mayasha in the corridor let out a sharp scream. "Ah, they're breaking through the iron bars." Dahu pointed frantically at the window, shouting, "Boss, behind you!" The window. Following his gaze, Wen Yao saw a completely green mutated creature pressing against the once dull glass. Its form resembled that of a human, yet it was grotesquely distorted. Oozing viscous black blood, its limbs twisted unnaturally, with two bloodshot eyes bulging out, one of which dangled precariously by a thread of bloodied sinew, an utterly horrifying sight. Wen Yao's pupils dilated in terror as she hastily grasped her silver crescent blade. Mingchen's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and as the leaping mutated creature burst through the glass, he raised his hand, summoning flames. In the next instant, a fierce blaze engulfed the creature, which emitted a horrific scream before being reduced to ashes. Staring in disbelief, Wen Yao realized Mingchen had awakened his powers long before this moment. No. Given his keen reflexes and the destructive capacity of his abilities, he must have awakened them long ago. Why, after all those years of combat, did he only resort to firearms and bladed weapons against her? She had earnestly regarded him as her adversary, yet he seemed to treat their encounters as mere child's play. Wen Yao was not oblivious to the formidable powers of those with abilities, but witnessing such destructive force for the first time was truly astonishing. This kind of agile, leaping mutation typically required a dozen individuals from their team to confront for an extended period before they could be vanquished, and yet he extinguished it in an instant? Before anyone could react, Mayasha hurriedly pulled Dahu through the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Her voice urgent as she reported to Mingchen, "Boss, dozens of various mutated entities are charging at us. Both staircases are completely blocked. There are R-type mutants among them." Wen Yao was utterly terrified. R-type mutants were a recently emerged class of advanced mutation whose weakness lay not in the head but in the entire network of veins. Even if dismembered, their severed limbs retained formidable aggression. A bite from them guaranteed a 100% mortality and mutation rate, while even a scratch could yield a mutation rate as high as 1/3, with no relevant vaccine yet developed. Dahu, his face a mask of panic, turned to Mingchen. "What do we do, boss? We're trapped." He had remarked on the abundance of resources in the vicinity, wondering why no one had come to scavenge, only to discover the terrifying presence of these mutants. Mingchen recognized the gravity of the situation, while he could certainly take on the multitude of mutants alone. It was evident that engaging them in a fight was unnecessary at this moment. Each mutant possessed its own advantages. Some had thick hides, others were incredibly swift. Some had countless long tongues, and others could spew toxic venom that caused mutations. Though he could survive a tussle with them, the three of them would undoubtedly perish. As the sounds of the approaching mutants grew louder, Mingchen wasted no time. He moved to the window and peered down, then commanded, "Out the window." Their vehicle was parked just outside. Mayasha immediately understood, leaping through the shattered window in a single bound. Upon landing on the roof of the car, she swiftly rolled inside, starting the engine while yelling, "Boss, hurry." Being on the second floor posed a risk for anyone without abilities to jump down. Dahu hesitated for 2 seconds, but before he could make up his mind, Mingchen kicked him out. "Fool, jump." The corridor was already filled with the grotesque heads of the mutants. Wen Yao sat helplessly on the hospital bed, clutching the hilt of a knife, her heart racing with dread. Logically, mutated zombies were sparse and typically appeared alone. She had no idea what kind of perilous zone she had stumbled into. With such a multitude of mutants present, having lost significant blood, she felt weak, her numerous wounds freshly stitched, making even the thought of fighting or fleeing an insurmountable challenge. In this urgent crisis, a moment's delay could cost her life. Would he truly come to her rescue? As a horde of mutants burst through the door, Wen Yao closed her eyes in despair. Just at that critical moment, she felt a cold, clammy substance brush against her arm, only to be swiftly withdrawn. In the next instant, her body was lifted into a warm, expansive embrace. In that fleeting half-second, a fiery barrier erupted, and the two of them leaped through the window. The wind howled past her ears, and the heavy raindrops pelted her face as she loosened her grip around the man's neck and opened her eyes. Finding the vehicle speeding far away, Mingchen stood atop the SUV, cradling Wen Yao, while behind them, grotesque mutated zombies spilled from the shattered hospital windows, their pus-covered bodies and fearsome visages rushing toward them with gaping maws. Above loomed dark, oppressive clouds, and below lay crumbling concrete structures, while torrential rain continued to fall, saturating the muddy ground and withered grass, cleansing the monstrous entities that roamed freely. This was the apocalypse, a seldom bright and sunny world, perpetually filled with bloodshed, peril, and death. Wen Yao gazed at the scene behind them, her heart racing furiously until Mingchen tucked her into the back seat of the car, snapping her back to reality. He soon joined her inside, drenched from the rain, his dark hair tousled, a droplet cascading from his hair tip onto his damp white robe. He casually removed the outer robe, using the warmth of his palm to dry it, creating a misty atmosphere in the back seat. Noticing Wen Yao's gaze, he smiled. "Exciting, isn't it?" Chapter 6. He savored the memory of that kiss. Wen Yao thought to herself, while others were nearly terrified to death, he found it exhilarating, truly. He was Mingchen, undeniably peculiar. She lowered her eyes, only then realizing that her pants had been torn away at some point. What was once a pair of long trousers was now reduced to shorts. Her pale, jade-like legs were exposed, marred by numerous ghastly scars and swollen beyond recognition, lacking any semblance of beauty. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had always worn long pants and sleeves, never revealing her legs. And this sudden exposure made her instinctively seek something to cover herself. However, as she scanned the back seat, she found nothing and could only futilely tug at her tactical jacket. Mingchen, catching a glimpse with the corner of his eye, casually tossed his white robe over her, the warmed fabric instantly enveloping her legs from waist to foot. The chilling sensation dissipated, and Wen Yao glanced at him gratefully. "Thank you." Without the outer robe, Mingchen was left in a wet white shirt, the fabric clinging to his skin, slightly translucent, revealing the defined lines of his abdomen, enhancing his almost otherworldly beauty with an alluring appeal. Propping his chin on his hand, he studied Wen Yao with keen interest, his mind replaying the earlier events in the hospital, including that kiss. Wen Yao felt a shiver under his unwavering gaze. About to inquire something when Mingchen raised his hand to tap on the metal partition. The barrier slowly descended, revealing Mei Yasha's voice. "Boss?"
Mingchen inquired.
"Are you familiar with the R-type mutated virus?" Mei Yasha, unsure of what the boss was implying, nonetheless responded with precision. The R-type mutated virus is a new variant of zombie virus that has only emerged in the past 3 months. It is currently the most potent among all zombie viruses. Mingchen interrupted her. "Does infection with this virus lead to cognitive impairments?"
Mei Yasha replied.
"The biological department at various bases is still researching this virus, and results remain inconclusive." Mingchen's fingers grazed his lips, his gaze still fixated on Wen Yao. Seemingly deep in thought, "I have a feeling this virus might affect brain structure." Wen Yao remained silent, thinking to herself that he was the one with a problem. Yet out of gratitude for having been saved by him twice, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead wrapping herself tighter in her clothing and turning her gaze toward the window. As she observed Wen Yao's serene yet troubled profile, Mingchen smiled softly. Reclining back into his seat, his eyes shimmering with a blend of amusement and curiosity, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, in the North Continent, Base 13, Shen Yichuan emerged from the virus laboratory holding a research report, his mind replaying the words of the researchers. The vaccine to block the R-type zombie virus is still under development, but the mutation probability of its strain has been confirmed to decrease day by day, generally reducing significantly after 10 days. However, complete safety will require a month. 10 days. From the moment the train set off again until its arrival at Base 13, Shen Yichuan's heart had been in a state of unrest. He was so anxious that he couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night. He could hardly wait another 10 days. The supplies he had left for her would only last 3 days. Without hesitation, he returned to his residence, and under the cover of darkness, summoned a few trusted team members, choosing a modified vehicle to return to the snowfield. As the vehicle was leaving the garage, a figure clad in black rushed over, prompting the driver to halt and open the door. Shen Yichuan, already agitated, glanced at the petite figure outside, furrowing his brow and speaking tersely. "What do you want?" "Go back." Mu Shengsheng, with her innocent face tilted upwards, looked at Shen Yichuan and asked, "Are you setting off to find Vice Captain Wen?" Shen Yichuan averted his gaze, his tone icy. "I command you to return." However, Mu Shengsheng stubbornly clung to the car door, her eyes reddening. "If it weren't for me, Vice Captain Wen wouldn't have been injured at all. I want to go with you." Fong Lanin in the vehicle snorted derisively. "As long as you know your liability, stop being a nuisance and hurry back to sleep." Others chimed in. "Exactly, don't let Captain Shen get busy saving you, while we suffer the consequences." Yet Mu Shengsheng remained resolute. As the vehicle was about to restart, she boldly pulled the door open and jumped in. Shen Yichuan had never encountered such defiance before and couldn't help but raise his gun. "What are you doing?" Mu Shengsheng shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I want to go. If you are truly angry, then just shoot me." As the vehicle rolled onward, Shen Yichuan, unwilling to waste more time, angrily tossed aside his handgun and turned his face away, refusing to look at her again. Mu Shengsheng and Wen Yao's were similar in height and build, their facial contours bearing a resemblance. Gazing at her stubbornly weeping expression, an unexpected pang of pain struck Shen Yichuan's heart. And he was suddenly reminded of Wen Yao's shedding tears in the wind and snow. Wen Yao's was neither Mu Shengsheng nor any of the timid and fragile team members at the base. Over the years, apart from the initial months, She had rarely shed tears in his presence. Though she appeared obedient and gentle, seemingly weak and easy to bully, in reality, she possessed an unyielding resilience that surpassed anyone else. She hadn't cried when her bones were broken, nor when she was bitten or scratched by zombies. And even when they were trapped on Zombie Mountain, nearly unable to return, she had not cried. Yet this time, he had abandoned her in the snowfield, and she had cried.
Why?
Was it because the first person he protected was Mu Xingsheng that had caused her injury? But if Mu Xingsheng had been the one injured, she would undoubtedly have perished, while Wen Yao still had a significant chance of survival. Shen Yichuan stared out at the endless snowy night, his mind replaying Wen Yao's tear-filled eyes and her trembling voice that had uttered those words. But Shen Yichuan, not just Mu Xingsheng, I am also afraid. How could she be afraid? How could it be possible? She was well-trained, skilled, perceptive, strong, and composed. What could she possibly fear in the mere icy wasteland? Yet the more he pondered and questioned, the more unsettled his heart became, as if it had been cast into a cauldron of boiling oil, an agonizing torment. In the end, he could only shut his eyes in despair, silently praying for her safety. Chapter 7. Come. Shall we play with fire? Here, have some fun. At the northern border, after traversing the most perilous abandoned urban area, they selected a relatively safe villa in the suburbs for a temporary respite. Mingchen entered first to clear the area, and after he dispatched 3 mutated zombies inside, Maisha assisted Wen Yao in entering.
Didawa.
Having injured a leg from a fall upstairs, hobbled in after them, shouldering his gun as he opened the trunk to retrieve daily supplies. This was a modest villa hidden behind mountains, showing few signs of having been looted. Anyone who had come here had likely been devoured by the mutated creatures, leaving most of the furnishings intact but covered in a thick layer of dust. In this apocalyptic world, apart from the survivor area of the base, there was no safe place. To better observe the situation outside, they decided to rest in a small hall on the second floor near the balcony. That evening, while Maisha was in the kitchen on the second floor preparing food, she emerged halfway and said to Mingchen, "All 3 lighters are broken, and the matches have gone damp. So, Captain, could I borrow a flame?" Mingchen had changed into clean and tidy clothes by then, lounging elegantly in the center of the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied the chaos of their world. Noticing Maisha approaching with 2 wooden sticks, he lazily raised his hand, and flames instantly ignited the sticks. "Thank you, Captain," Maisha exclaimed. Sitting beside the sofa, Wen Yao remarked, "Such a skillful trick."
Mingchen.
Noticing Wen Yao's gaze, smiled and extended his hand towards her. "Come. Shall we play with fire? Here, have some fun." Wen Yao averted her eyes, politely declining no. "Thank you." How could someone so handsome behave in such a peculiar manner? His erratic behavior was enough to justify her previous misunderstandings of him, prompting her to want to draw her weapon each time she saw him. Mingchen, however, seemed unfazed, his fingertips still ablaze as he reached toward Wen Yao's hand. Startled, she gasped as her finger caught the flame, instinctively retracting her hand, yet she felt no heat. "Is the flame not hot?" Wen Yao stared incredulously at her hand, while Mingchen was amused by her reaction, chuckling lightly. Wen Yao tested the flame with another finger, and after several attempts, all 10 of her delicate fingers were adorned with small flickering flames, resembling 10 candles, yet devoid of any warmth. Mingchen's smile remained. "Is it fun?" Seemingly genuinely astonished, Wen Yao extended her fiery fingers toward Mingchen's clothing, but the flames showed no signs of igniting the fabric. "Why is this?" she wondered aloud. Noticing Dahua passing by, she reached out to poke his arm. In an instant, Dahua jumped back, exclaiming, "Ow." Wen Yao quickly withdrew her hand, extinguishing the flame at her fingertips, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" Dahua glanced at the smoking mark on his arm, then at Mingchen, who was laughing heartily, and silently swallowed his grievances, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "I'm fine. My skin is tough. How could I possibly be hurt? As long as Miss Wen and the captain are happy, it's all good." Wen Yao looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry." Mingchen laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha." Taking a deep breath, Wen Yao turned to the main culprit. "What is going on?"
Mingchen replied.
"He's just having a rough time." Dahua, now quite far away, muttered under his breath. Wen Yao, however, pointedly remarked, "You can control the temperature of the fire." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Wen Yao's was genuinely surprised. In the northern regions, there had been no fire element ability users so far. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was astonishing to learn that the fire element could not only be used for attacks but could also control the temperature of the flames. 7 years into the apocalypse, as zombies and various mutated flora and fauna proliferated, it was easy to predict that they would only grow more formidable in the future. As she gazed at Mingchen, Wen Yao couldn't help but wish she could awaken her own abilities. In that dream, she had never awakened any powers before her demise, leaving her uncertain if she would ever have the chance again. Maya brought forth dinner, consisting of beef toast rolls accompanied by fresh milk-soaked cereal. In this apocalyptic world, the mere act of enjoying such sustenance transcended mere abundance. It was nothing short of a sumptuous feast. Yet, as Wen Yao felt a swell of gratitude for the meal, Mingchen regarded the porcelain bowl in his hand with palpable disdain. "Why is there cereal in it?" Maya, perplexed, responded, "But boss, you always used to have it." Mingchen simply replied, "Oh, but tonight I detest cereal." Wen Yao thought to herself, how difficult this man was to please. After enduring years of desolation, he still carried himself with the nonchalance of a young master, insisting on the perfect conditions for a meal. Wen Yao, however, found a certain delight in the milk cereal. After quietly finishing the last bite, a slender hand reached out. "Help me finish this." Bewildered by the small porcelain bowl in the man's hand, Wen Yao looked up, only to find Mingchen raising an eyebrow, his tone languid. No food waste allowed. She wondered who was truly wasting food. The bowl was not large. A few sips would suffice to empty it, and she didn't mind partaking in a second helping, so she accepted the bowl quietly. After dinner, Dahu and Maya took turns standing guard on the balcony, while Mingchen reclined on the sofa, with his eyes closed, resting. Wen Yao wandered to a nearby small study, rummaging until she unearthed an old notebook and a pen that barely functioned. Human memory is limited, and fearing she might forget the dream, she seized this opportunity to document it. Initially, Wen Yao speculated that the dream could simply be a product of her childhood obsession with melodramas, an unconscious fabrication of narrative. However, upon deeper reflection, the vivid clarity of the dream felt too profound to be mere fantasy. It was as if she had glimpsed a hidden truth during her recent peril, awakening to the realization that she was but a supporting character in a story, bound by a predetermined fate. Returning to the small hall, she sat on the carpet beside the sofa, gripping the pen as she meticulously inscribed the details she remembered. Shen Yichuan, in the future, would awaken a golden ability, possessing formidable physical prowess and the power to manipulate metal. For him, walls of copper and iron would be inconsequential, even bullets would bend to his will, embodying all the traits of a quintessential hero. Mu Shengsheng, on the other hand, would awaken a wood-based ability, capable of commanding plant growth while also acquiring healing skills, an invaluable asset for combat-oriented ability users. Additionally, various mutated flora and fauna, as well as zombie variants, would proliferate, and natural disasters would wreak havoc over the next 2 to 3 years, continuously shrinking the territory available for human survival.
Indeed.
The western continent would be engulfed by shifting sands, while the southern continent would succumb to rising waters, leaving merely a handful of survivor zones amidst the hundreds that once existed. As the night deepened, a tranquil silence enveloped her, yet Wen Yao found herself unable to sleep. Just as she decided to lay down her pen and rest, she suddenly noticed a head leaning closer to her, startling her into inhaling sharply, causing her pen to clatter to the floor. "What are you doing?" Mingchen's gaze inadvertently brushed over her notebook, fortuitously alighting on Shen Yichuan's name. With his eyes half closed, he spoke languidly, his tone both relaxed and intimate as he leaned closer. "I was curious what you were doing up so late." Wen Yao closed her notebook and whispered, "I can't sleep. I was writing a diary." Mingchen smiled, though his eyes held a dark depth. "Are you perhaps feeling disappointed?" "What?" Wen Yao looked at him in confusion, his features illuminated by the moonlight, casting a bewitching half-shadow upon his striking visage. "Disappointed? The one who saved you isn't Shen Yichuan but me." Mingchen reclined back, his voice lingering with an enigmatic resonance. Wen Yao averted her gaze, her spirit sinking. "There's nothing to be disappointed about. I'm just grateful to be alive. Mingchen raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why do you look so glum? Wen Yao gently set her notebook aside. Do I? Upon realizing the peculiarity of his question, she reflected on the stark reality of their desolate existence. In this world of despair, where survival was paramount, who had the luxury to ponder happiness or sadness? Such trivial emotions seemed inconsequential amidst the struggle for life. Never before had anyone cared about such matters, neither Shen Yichuan nor even herself. Yet now, under the quiet of night, she found the query oddly unsettling, though not unwelcome. Mingchen silently withdrew his gaze and said no more, closing his eyes once more. Outside, the rain had ceased, and a full moon emerged from behind heavy clouds, casting its cool, silvery light over the desolate earth, bestowing an eerie beauty upon the barren wasteland. Wen Yao gazed out the window, contemplating the events of the past few days. Was she saddened? If she had to articulate it, she would admit to a profound sorrow. The person she had steadfastly cherished for so many years, in a moment of crisis, had chosen to protect others over her, while her comrades, in the face of impending doom, had decisively abandoned her. Soon, she would be branded a traitor, condemned by the survivors of District 13, ultimately subjected to brutal torture, ending her life at the hands of Shen Yichuan in a dark dungeon. Perhaps she ought to empathize with their desperate actions for self-preservation, to understand that in such a world, survival was an arduous endeavor for all. Yet, the faith she had maintained for 7 years, her self-proclaimed stance on the side of righteousness, had undeniably crumbled amidst the swirling snow. What, indeed, delineates black from white in this world? Wen Yao found herself increasingly perplexed. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the global order collapsed with startling rapidity. After a year or two of turmoil, humanity hastily re-established a semblance of order amid the chaos. Based on survivor clusters and armed factions, the last habitable lands were divided into 4 continents, each containing numerous safe zones. The northeastern continents proved most conducive to human survival, while the southwestern continents, fraught with perilous weather and geography, followed closely behind. In this tumultuous era, human greed flourished. Not only were there conflicts between continents, but also fierce rivalries between districts. However, due to the rampant zombie mutations and various natural disasters, human strife was not about territory or power but primarily revolved around the competition for resources. Among these, the neighboring District 13 of the northern continent and District 14 of the eastern continent were embroiled in the fiercest of disputes, embodying 2 irreconcilable factions. Historically, the rulers of the northern continent exhibited a measure of compassion, rarely resorting to violence unless absolutely necessary, focusing instead on the rescue of as many survivors as possible. In stark contrast, the eastern continent operated under a principle of survival of the fittest, their leader believing that in the face of apocalypse, the weak should not be pitted, as their elimination merely conserved resources. One governed with empathy, the other with a ruthless pursuit of self-interest. Thus, the majority of surviving refugees felt that while the northern continent might be weaker, it would ultimately prevail, whereas the eastern continent, akin to a band of marauders, would inevitably succumb to justice. Wen Yao once shared this belief, steadfast in her convictions, adhering to the principles of her base, convinced she represented the light while her adversaries embodied the darkness. Mingchen had once chuckled, saying, in such chaotic times, where is there a clear delineation of black and white? Yet she had countered, at least in this land, I am white, and you are black. The northern continent is white, base 13 is white, just humane and a path towards the light. But what, in the end, was the reality? Those who have achieved merit are cast aside like worn-out shoes, while the wronged meet a tragic end, their pleas for justice unheard. Even Shen Yichuan, who prides himself on fairness and righteousness, eventually resorts to killing the rulers to ascend to power, sacrificing countless refugees and forcefully conquering the remaining human sanctuaries through violence. Chapter 9. Be good, close your eyes, and sleep. Wen Yao drifted into a complex slumber, her heart in turmoil. That night, she dreamt of half a year ago, when she and Mingchen found themselves trapped in the Tsongping mountain range. It was their first close encounter. At that time, she had become separated from the main force, while Mingchen was relentlessly pursuing her. In the vast expanse of the snowy mountains, both lost their way. She had pressed a blade against his neck, intending to kill him, but he, with his cunning nature, suggested that since she would never escape alone, they might as well seek a way out together. She believed his deceitful words, only for him to effortlessly find an escape route and capture her instead. Mingchen bound her hands and feet, carrying her into a pitch-black cave devoid of life. Wen Yao had heard many terrifying rumors about Mingchen, reputed for not killing swiftly, but rather relishing in torturing his victims, such as slowly peeling their skin or severing limbs only to stitch them back together. The cave was dimly lit, and faced with such a twisted and malevolent abnormality, Wen Yao felt a surge of fear. "Let me go." Dressed in white, Mingchen knelt before her, languidly repeating her earlier words. "See, this is the difference between you and me. We people of the North Continent never annihilate others completely." "How kind," he laughed, his long index finger lifting her chin in a teasing gesture. "So, did you regret not striking that knife?" Wen Yao turned her face away, gritting her teeth as she cursed, despicable and shameless. Mingchen gazed regretfully at his rejected finger before suddenly unfastening her collar buttons. A chill ran down Wen Yao's spine, and she struggled desperately. "What do you want?" Yet Mingchen leaned closer, his tone dripping with mockery. "What do you think a captor would do with a beautiful prisoner dragged into a cave?" Having been labeled shameless, he decided to be even more so. "Wen Yao, here." Seeing that her struggles were futile and her collar completely torn open, Wen Yao's pupils constricted, her expression one of shock and distress. "You might as well kill me." Mingchen, however, was unfazed, his heated breath cascading over her neck. "How could I bear to?" His fingers traced the contour of her collarbone, and as tears cascaded down her cheeks, he chuckled, wiping away her tears while delivering a cold remark. "What's wrong, Deputy Wen? Are you truly crying? Wouldn't that be quite the jest?" The deputy of the 13th district of the North Continent, reduced to tears before me. "Stop crying, I'll be gentle." Helpless and despondent, Wen Yao closed her eyes, resigned to the fate of her corporeal form, likening it to merely being bitten by a dog. Yet, she truly was bitten. His moist lips latched onto her collarbone, accompanied by the sensation of his tongue, soon followed by a sharp pain as a drop of blood trickled into her inner garments. But that was all. After taking a bite, Mingchen released her, wiping the blood from his lips with a gentle smile, a small punishment for a captive. "Is that too much to ask?" Wen Yao remained silent, and Mingchen proceeded to untie her. "Today, consider it a minor lesson. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Remember?" In the midst of a speech, Wen Yao swiftly flipped over, seizing the silver moon blade and pointing its edge at Mingchen. Unarmed, Mingchen displayed no fear. "Tsk, ungrateful little thing, truly lacking in gratitude." Wen Yao had no time to adjust her collar, gripping the hilt tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Today you spare me, and I shall momentarily spare you. But the next time we meet, I will surely kill you." Mingchen plucked the dry grass clinging to him, still smiling. "Then I shall await your arrival. In this world, there exists no black and white. At least on this land, I am white and you are black. The next time we meet, I will surely kill you." Unbeknownst to her, during that next encounter, not only was she powerless to kill him, but he also saved her, rendering her previous threats nothing more than a farce. Wen Yao, caught between dreams and reality, was awakened at dawn by the faint sound of movement. The sound of rain boots squelching in the mud indicated that many had arrived outside the dilapidated villa. Having undergone years of training, her hearing was acute, and her alertness heightened. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly opened her eyes and grasped the knife beside her. Mingchen, noticing her movements, also awakened and placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Wen Yao whispered, "Someone's coming. It seems they entered through the rear side door of the villa, and we can't see them from this balcony." Mingchen nonchalantly closed his eyes again, reaching out to stroke her hair. "Be good, close your eyes, and sleep." Wen Yao. She estimated that a team of about a dozen individuals had arrived. In the apocalypse, one must always remain vigilant, as sometimes humans could be more dangerous and terrifying than the zombies and monsters themselves. Wen Yao concealed her knife behind her back, her gaze fixed intently on the staircase, where the spiral stairs led upward. Sure enough, a sharp-faced individual cautiously poked his head around the corner, only to be startled and retreat, informing the others below. Boss. There are people up here. Meanwhile, in the first floor hall, a bearded man referred to as the boss furrowed his brow and kicked the intruder. Who are you? Speak clearly. A man and a woman. Both sleeping on the sofa. The bearded man hoisted his machete onto his shoulder, gruffly inquiring. Just two people? The spindly man nodded cautiously. Yes, just two. Others began to murmur. Just two dare to sleep in this dangerous villa? They can't possibly be from the various district bases. Someone rebutted. Impossible. Bases operate in teams. It can't just be two. That means they have firearms. We must be cautious. The bearded man pointed to several individuals. You three go ahead, and you three follow behind. Let us go up and take a look. Chapter 10. Did I scare you, Miss Wen? Upon hearing the commotion, Mayasha abruptly slapped the slumbering Di Dahu. Someone's coming. Di Dahu jolted awake, immediately training his machine gun on the balcony below. Mayasha, exasperated, smacked him again. Inside. They came through the side door. By the time they processed the situation and returned to the small lounge on the second floor, the group of men had already begun to ascend. With the two scrawny individuals in the lead, followed by an imposing lineup of robust, dark-skinned men, each wielding massive axes or machetes. Wen Yao could instantly discern their identity. Hunters in the apocalypse, they were largely bandits, not affiliated with any district nor adhering to any rules, typically operating in groups of 10 or more, scavenging across regions. Although these individuals lacked formal training, they had weathered countless dangers in their predatory pursuits, making them formidable opponents. Ordinary survivors or individual members of base teams would generally avoid encounters with such hunters. Given their audacity to defy the regulation of various continents and districts, they were utterly lawless, often engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, pillaging resources, and violating women, essentially, a band of ruthless outlaws devoid of any humanity. Fortunately, none of them were armed with firearms. If it came down to blades, she stood a chance. Upon encountering the mere four of them, the burly man with a big beard immediately relaxed his guard. However, he had no intention of taking action. Instead, he addressed them, gesturing toward the direction of the sofa. We, my brothers, have just dispatched a horde of zombies and eliminated several mutated creatures. We're weary and intend to rest here for a couple of days. If you possess any supplies, it would be wise to share some. Mingchen lowered his eyelashes, remaining silent, while Wen Yao sat up, stealthily concealing her knife, ready for combat at any moment. Mayasha rolled her eyes, twirling her gun in her hands. Indifferent to the situation, Di Dahu, meanwhile, hoisted his machine gun and, in a straightforward manner, kindly advised, the first floor is spacious. You may occupy it. But please do not disturb our leader. Seeing the four of them so composed, the group of men began to feel uneasy. Those at the back whispered among themselves, why are they not afraid? Could it be they have some backing? What backing could they possibly have? They merely rely on a couple of guns, after all. Look at that man in the center. He appears to be nothing more than a delicate, pretty boy, likely incapable of even wielding a gun. And the girl beside him, with such slender arms and legs, possessing a striking beauty, could she possibly pose a threat? As their murmurs continued, the burly man's attention shifted to Wen Yao. The girl, clad in a light gray tracksuit, sat huddled with her knees drawn to her chest, exuding both vulnerability and vigilance. At her youthful age, with her fair and tender skin and soft, lovely features, she was a rare gem in the post-apocalyptic world. A breathtaking beauty seldom seen in times of peace. Merely gazing upon her stirred the primal instincts of the men, akin to beasts beholding a delectable prey. Having not encountered a woman in quite some time, especially not one of such exquisite allure, the men exchanged glances. The burly man stepped forward, addressing Mingchen. My brothers are weary, and I can't be bothered to resort to violence. How about we make a deal? We'll share half a wild deer with you, and in return, you provide us with 2 women to entertain my brothers for a night. After which we'll return them. You won't be at a loss. Upon hearing this, Mayasha erupted in fury, brandishing her gun and cursing at the men. I see you're all seeking death. The burly man, however, dismissed her words entirely, still gazing at Mingchen, whom he perceived as the leader, the one entitled to make decisions. If that fiery one is too much, I'll take the one beside you. Mingchen raised his gaze, his peach blossom eyes curving into a gentle smile. All right. Beside him, Wen Yao was taken aback. Mayasha and Didahu exchanged glances and lowered their guns, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Noticing Mingchen's agreeable demeanor, the burly man was immensely pleased. Instructing his subordinates, "You lot, go down and fetch the deer, and you too, bring that girl here." Two men, leering with a lascivious glint in their eyes, approached. Wen Yao had her knife poised at the ready, but before she could act, both men suddenly screamed, collapsing in front of the sofa.
Fire.
Where did the fire come from? It's so hot. It burns. He's an ability user. Flames flickered from Mingchen's fingertips as he leisurely stood up, casually stepping forward to place his foot on one of the fallen men. His flaming fingers poised to jab at the man's eyes. Amidst the sizzle and rising smoke, the man's forehead pulsed with veins, letting out a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig. My eyes, my eyes. In an instant, his eyes transformed into two black voids, and before he could raise his hands to shield his face, the agony rendered him unconscious. As for the other man, Mingchen did not spare him either. He straightened up, stepping on the man's head, and in the next moment, crushed it, blood and brains splattering. In a mere 2 minutes, shock enveloped the room. The remaining dozen or so men were engulfed in panic. The two scrawny men in front even vomited on the spot. He's a fire ability user. His physical prowess has evolved to the point of crushing skulls. Run, flee. A throng of men surged down the narrow staircase, some in such haste that they leapt from the second floor. Mayasha drew her twin guns, pursuing and swiftly gunning down 2 of them. "Let us see if your feet are faster than my marksmanship." As Didahu prepared to step forward to take a few shots, Mingchen placed a hand on his shoulder. Didahu turned around. "Boss?"
Mingchen smiled, languidly stating,
"Hand me the sniper rifle."
Didahu promptly obliged.
As Mingchen made his way toward the west side balcony, Mayasha and Didahu followed closely, weapons at the ready. Wen Yao set down her knife, her gaze sweeping over the gruesome scene on the floor, quietly wiping the sweat from her palms before joining them at the balcony door. At this moment, the sky had brightened significantly. Looking out from the balcony, dark clouds loomed over the desolate grasslands, where 8 or 9 men were desperately racing. Some stumbled into the mud, others tripped over one another, and a few were just getting back on their feet, creating a comical tableau. Mingchen propped the sniper rifle on the railing, aiming at them. With a thunderous crack, the stoutest of the men collapsed to the ground. It was none other than their leader, the burly man. Upon hearing the gunshot, the remaining men sprinted even harder, and soon, the last few tumbled and rolled over a small hill. Mingchen straightened up, casually wiping his hands with a slightly regretful expression. "I missed. It'll take a while for him to die." Mayasha immediately chimed in with flattery. "Boss's marksmanship is unparalleled. At this distance, only you could hit." Didahu expressed confusion. "But why did the boss only kill him?" Mingchen turned back to meet Wen Yao's gaze. "Because he looks familiar." Mayasha, hands on her hips, remarked, "The strong wield their blades against the stronger, while the weak strike down the weaker. If we do not eliminate these scum, more survivors will fall victim in dangerous zones." "Boss, you're too merciful," Wen Yao silently observed, not uttering a word, while Mingchen leaned closer to her. His brows arched with a playful smile. "What's wrong? Did I scare you, Miss Wen? I've told you before, close your eyes and sleep soundly." Chapter 11. Why are your ears so red? After the tumult with the hunters subsided, tranquility returned to the villa. As night fell, Didahu stood guard on the balcony. Mayasha went to prepare a meal, and Wen Yao approached the door of Mingchen's room, raising her hand to knock. "May I come in?" A lazy voice soon echoed from within. "Come in." However, upon pushing the door open, Wen Yao found the room enveloped in a misty haze. As the vapor dispersed, she met the gaze of the man in the white bathtub, who smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" In the stillness of the night, the grand European-style bedroom was devoid of anything but a dusty carpet and a pristine white bathtub. Due to the villa's damaged electrical system, the room was without light, save for a few candles flickering beside the bathtub. The mist rose from the tub, where the handsome man sat, his upper body bare, revealing well-defined muscles that glowed softly in the candlelight. Between his fingers, he held an empty wine glass, from which a cluster of flames danced, reminiscent of a fiery rose. In a world beset by apocalypse, where danger lurked at every corner, This man exuded a relaxed demeanor, indulging in a bath that created an ambience akin to a vacation. Wen Yao averted her gaze, saying, "You're bathing, and you still want me to come in? Perhaps I should speak with you later."
Mingchen commanded.
"The clothes are on the cabinet by the door. Please bring them to me." Wen Yao replied, "Why don't you get them yourself?"
Mingchen responded nonchalantly.
"I just forgot a moment ago, and now my hands aren't long enough." As he spoke, he set down his wine glass and shot a sly glance at Wen Yao, reminding her, "Miss Wen, you owe me your life twice." Though somewhat speechless, Wen Yao, in a display of good humor, picked up a stack of clothes nearby. These garments were unfamiliar to her, appearing entirely new, and this marked the third outfit he had changed into today. In the morning, he had gotten blood on himself from a killing, prompting a change. At noon, he had spilled oil on his clothes during lunch, necessitating yet another switch. And earlier at the hospital, he had donned a white coat for a cosplay. She couldn't help but wonder if he possessed some spatial ability. For how else could he have so many outfits? Without uttering a word, Wen Yao placed the clothes on the cabinet beside the bathtub. Yet, before she could turn away, the man beside her raised a hand and pointed to his shoulder, saying, "Look."
"What?"
Mingchen smiled. "Do you see?" Wen Yao gazed at the two gruesome scars, her expression perplexed. "What's the matter?" Mingchen's finger playfully tapped, here. And here Wen Yao was at a loss as to what this eccentric man was trying to convey. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Mingchen looked at her with a smile, his voice low and gentle, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. "These are all the marks you've left on me. Don't you find them endearing?" Wen Yao was unsure how to respond to such a statement and frowned. "Scar removal isn't difficult. Why do you keep them?" Mingchen placed a finger on the corner of his eye, pondering seriously. "I keep them for a day, when I can show you. The opportunity has presented itself." Wen Yao was momentarily speechless. She had felt a flicker of sympathy just moments ago, but his words extinguished that sentiment instantly. To be frank, none of the many wounds he had incurred were without reason, although the flickering candlelight and the shimmering water of the bathtub obscured details. Wen Yao did not consider this a suitable environment for serious conversation, deciding to speak with him later. However, as soon as she turned away, she heard the man behind her laugh with abandon. "Did you see something? Your ears are quite red." Wen Yao could no longer endure it. Mingchen, "Where's my knife?" Outside the door, Dahu, having heard the commotion, peeked into the room, flashlight in hand. Upon seeing the boss taking a bath while Miss Wen appeared to be flirting with him, he quickly turned off the flashlight and closed the door, muttering, "You two continue." "I saw nothing." Wen Yao took a deep breath, disregarding whatever he said, and stormed out. Mingchen was amused by her flustered demeanor, and it took a while for his laughter to fade from the corners of his eyes and brows. Half an hour later, Mingchen emerged from his room, impeccably dressed, while Yasha had also prepared dinner. A candle flickered on the coffee table, and 4 plates were neatly arranged beside it, creating the ambience of a romantic dinner. As dinner concluded, as usual, Dahu and Yasha took turns standing guard, while Mingchen, with impeccable timing, asked Wen Yao, "What did you want to discuss earlier?" Chapter 12. Did the moon rise from the west tonight? Wen Yao, still fuming, hesitated before speaking. "I've come to a realization. I was abandoned by my teammates in the snowy wilderness because I was infected with the R-type zombie virus." Mingchen had anticipated this reason. While he did not press further, a slight smile graced his lips, though his gaze turned cold. Wen Yao continued to speak calmly. "If the one infected with the R-type virus were Shen Yichuan, I wouldn't he claim to handle it better, but with 7 years of partnership, I couldn't just abandon him and remain composed." Mingchen lowered his lashes. "Say something I want to hear." Wen Yao clarified, "What I mean is, I am not the same person as him. Since our paths diverge, it is best we part ways." Mingchen looked at her incredulously. "What?" Wen Yao's voice softened. "I want to return to North State District 13. In her dreams, the focus had been on Shen Yichuan and Mu Xingsheng. She could not see the events that transpired during the days Mingchen rescued her, but she knew she would not mutate, and that in a few days, Mingchen would send someone to ensure her safe return to North State District 13. After that, her demeanor towards Shen Yichuan grew increasingly indifferent. She no longer adhered to his every word, leading to numerous disagreements between them. Sometimes, she even found herself advocating for the East State, which ultimately became evidence of her being labeled a traitor. Since she was destined to be wronged, she might as well embrace her role as a traitor, choosing not to return at all. If she could not fight back, she would evade them entirely, altering the tragic conclusion from her dreams. Mingchen's gaze pierced through the dim candlelight as he scrutinized Wen Yao, his eyes filled with exploration and assessment, as if to confirm the veracity of her words. Did the moon rise from the west tonight? Has the stubborn guardian of North State District 13 suddenly gained clarity? Wen Yao lowered her lashes, her tone slightly wistful. Can I join your East State? She had indeed considered not joining any base, opting instead to become a benign nomad, yet alone and devoid of awakened abilities. The risks were too great. Not to mention the danger of encountering formidable mutated zombies. Even facing rogue hunter groups would spell disaster for her. Thus, until she awakened her powers, she needed to find an organization to cling to, and her best option at present was the East State District 14 base. Seeing that she remained silent, Wen Yao continued to explain, "You saved my life twice. It seems only natural that I offer my assistance in return." Upon hearing this, Mingchen chuckled, "I do not lack subordinates in East State District 14. I have no shortage of capable hands." Wen Yao furrowed her brow, perplexed by his words. "What I can do for the commander of North State District 13, I can do for you. The sacrifices I made for Shen Yichuan, I can equally make for you." Observing her earnest demeanor, Mingchen struggled to suppress his laughter, though the corners of his mouth curled with mischief. He tilted his head slightly, rubbing his temples. "But I am certainly not that useless Shen Yichuan, nor do I require you to do anything for me." Wen Yao fell silent. Was this his way of rejecting her? It made sense. If Shen Yichuan was deemed useless in his eyes, then her capabilities, inferior to Shen Yichuan's, were likely of little consequence. Wen Yao nodded, feeling somewhat disheartened.
All right.
Mingchen could hardly contain his amusement. "What are you agreeing to? I have no need for subordinates, but I do lack, however." Wen Yao abruptly stood, interrupting him. "They have already stood guard all night. Let me take over tonight." With that, the silver moonlight flashed as she swept aside the gauzy curtain and stepped onto the balcony. Mingchen, TSK, still such an unromantic stickler, impossible to flirt with. North State Snowfield. By the time Shen Yichuan and a few teammates returned, all traces had been concealed beneath the heavy snow. He had searched for the entire day and night, yet could only find a headless zombie. Not only had he failed to locate Wen Yao, but even a scrap of her clothing remained elusive. Report, Captain Shen. There is nothing on the west side. There is nothing on the east side either. The north side is an ice river. There is nothing. Shen Yichuan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. A chilling aura radiating from him. This is impossible. Wen Yao has always possessed exceptional physical fitness, and after years of rigorous training, the likelihood of her mutating after being infected with the R-type variant zombie toxin is actually less than 1/3, perhaps even below 1/5. Hypothetically speaking, even if she were to perish and transform into an R-type zombie, without any living targets around, she would merely wander in circles in this vicinity, resorting to feeding on the nearby corpses of other zombies. However, at present, there are no signs of the corpses on the ground having been consumed, and only a smattering of wandering zombies can be seen, indicating that no mutated entities have ever appeared to hunt here. The team members exchanged glances and Fong Lanyin approached, her face etched with disappointment and sorrow. Could it be that Deputy Captain Wen froze to death, only to be buried beneath the heavy snow? A teammate conjectured. Could she have been devoured by a horde of zombies or zombie wolves? Perhaps she fell into an icy river? What if she encountered marauding thieves and was taken away? After all, Deputy Captain Wen is remarkably beautiful. Shen Yichuan was unwilling to believe it, even afraid to entertain the thought. Who is Wen Yao? Throughout the years, regardless of how arduous or painful or unbearable the circumstances were, she had never once faltered. Nor had she ever uttered a complaint. She yearned deeply to find her sister, to reunite with her parents and family. How could she possibly die so easily? How could she not hold on until his return? The corners of Shen Yichuan's eyes turned red, his lashes laden with frost, as he stared helplessly at the snow-covered ground. His voice hoarse as he commanded, "Continue searching. We must see her alive, or at least find her remains. Even suspected severed limbs should not be overlooked. Bring them back for DNA testing." Chapter 13. Would you like to accompany me for a brief slumber? As the team members dispersed, once more, Shen Yichuan crouched before the decapitated zombie corpses, his hand gently brushing over the frozen, hardened neck. The cut was smooth and precise, indicating that the wielder of the blade was exceptionally skilled, with considerable force. It must be Wen Yao. It has to be her. She wouldn't be dead. She must be nearby, clever as she is. Perhaps she found a place to hide, patiently awaiting his arrival. Shen Yichuan's hand, chilled and swollen from the cold, suddenly recalled Wen Yao's connection to the silver moon blade. Back when the base was first established, there were few resources for firearms, and everyone relied on knives and axes. Once he acquired a suitable firearm, he had the knife he originally used forged down to her size as a gift, because he engraved a moon symbol on the hilt. She named it the Silver Moon Blade. Later, as firearms became widespread, everyone practiced shooting, yet her marksmanship was lacking. Despite his repeated admonitions, he had no choice but to allow her to reclaim the Silver Moon Blade. Over time, day after day, year after year, she became the foremost knife wielder in the northern continent, to the extent that mentioning the Silver Moon Blade would evoke thoughts of Wen Yao, and vice versa. Recalling the myriad moments of their past together, Shen Yichuan's hand trembled as he withdrew it, suddenly seizing a handful of snow from the ground. Crushing it tightly in his palm, tears brimming in his eyes uncontrollably. The following day, they departed from the villa, heading towards the East Continent's Zone 14 base. During the drive, Wen Yao pondered the reasons behind Mingchen's refusal to allow her to join the East Continent. After much contemplation, she surmised that he perhaps did not fully trust her. After all, she had sworn to defend the Northern Continent's Zone 13 for so many years. Such a sudden betrayal would seem preposterous to anyone. He might even suspect she intended to infiltrate them as a spy. Wen Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If she couldn't find an organization, wouldn't her demise come even more swiftly? Mingchen had not slept a wink the previous night while keeping vigil with Wen Yao, and now he leaned back in his seat, eyes closed in rest. Up front, Dahu, while driving, asked Maisha, "This area is urban. Surely there can't be any mutated entities here?" Maisha couldn't help but retort, "Can't you see this is a survivor zone? With so many people on the streets, if there were zombies, they would have already sensed their presence." Wen Yao glanced out the window, and as the off-road vehicle moved slowly, her gaze swept over the dilapidated city ravaged by the apocalypse. This city had once been a thriving tourist destination, situated on the plains at the border between the East and North continents. Due to its unique geographical location, it quickly became a gathering place for survivors after the apocalypse struck. However, it belonged neither to the East nor the North, standing independently as an autonomous region. Characterized by rampant lawlessness, with street murders and robberies occurring frequently. Aside from the desperate local residents, the area was predominantly populated by marauders. At that moment, outside the vehicle, the streets were alive with noise. Gangs were brawling in the open, some wielding knives to commit murder, while others were robbing supplies. Weak, frail elderly and children huddled beneath steel structures or concrete shelters, shivering in fear and despair. Wen Yao gazed on with indifference, her expression numb.
Mingchen,
Seemingly having rested enough, lifted his eyelids to glance at Wen Yao, tugging at her sleeve with a smile. "Would you like to accompany me for a brief slumber?" Wen Yao turned, ready to respond, when suddenly she spotted familiar figures outside the window behind Mingchen, causing her pupils to constrict and her expression to darken. "Stop the car." At her words, the other three occupants in the vehicle froze momentarily. Dahu quickly slowed the vehicle and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Maisha, too, was inexplicably alarmed, looking back at the rear seat in confusion. Over the past 2 days, they had come to perceive Wen Yao as calm and reserved, typically speaking in soft, gentle tones, never displaying any signs of agitation or anger. Yet now, her expression was grave, her beautiful eyes filled with a fierce intensity, as if she had suddenly become unhinged. Mingchen furrowed his brow, signaling Dahu to halt. The off-road vehicle screeched to a stop in front of a crumbling concrete building. Once the vehicle came to a standstill, Wen Yao swiftly pushed open the door, gripping the silver moon blade tightly as she dashed away. Mingchen and the other two quickly exited the vehicle to ensure her safety. The city was still draped in a light rain, the mist rendering the surroundings a dull gray. Clad in a pure white dress, Wen Yao brandished her gleaming silver blade, disregarding her wounds, as she raced through the chaotic streets. The moment she appeared, she quickly captured the attention of the majority of passers-by. In this grim, filthy, and shattered city, the sudden arrival of a fair-skinned, beautiful girl was glaringly incongruous. Look over there. Where did this stunning girl come from? Dressed in a skirt, no less. In these times, which woman fleeing would dare wear a skirt? Let us go. Let us take a look. As she moved forward swiftly, numerous pairs of eyes, filled with various expressions, fixated on Wen Yao, with some even cautiously approaching her. Yet Wen Yao paid them no heed. She ignored all the onlookers, treading upon the crumbling cement road until she reached the intersection where the off-road vehicle had passed moments before. Scanning her surroundings, she searched for the 4 individuals she had glimpsed earlier. Hey, little girl, what are you looking for? A scruffy middle-aged man stepped forward, leering as he inquired. Wen Yao lifted her gaze to meet his, and the man, who had been poised to act, suddenly froze, all coarse words caught in his throat. What's going on? Just a delicate, beautiful girl, yet why do her eyes brim with such murderous intent? Chapter 14. Her swordsmanship is extraordinary. The crowd was intrigued by Wen Yao's appearance, though they were unsure whether to find it peculiar or to be wary of the long knife in her hand. For a moment, no one dared to step forward, only gathering in small clusters to discuss her from a distance. Wen Yao was confident in her perception. She turned a corner and walked a few steps forward, ultimately locating her target. It was a group of 4 men adorned with black tattoos on their arms, appearing as though they had just emerged from a brawl, with bruises adorning their necks and arms. One was perched upon a tricycle, while 2 others were hefting a substantial sack of plundered provisions onto the vehicle, and the 4th stood guard by the roadside, vigilant against any would-be thieves. Concealing the blade behind her, Wen Yao approached cautiously. The tall, lean man on guard caught sight of her, seemingly unperturbed by the potential threat, and audaciously whistled in her direction. Wen Yao responded with a smile, her bright eyes and radiant teeth rendering her beauty akin to a flower blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, pure and captivating in the most extraordinary manner. The man, momentarily taken aback, then leered. What? Are you here to keep me company for the night, huh? Just as he finished his crude remark, a spray of blood erupted. His words were cut short as his head fell to the ground, rolling into a puddle, his eyes bulging in death, refusing to close. In that fleeting instant, all present gasped in shock. What on earth is this girl? She just killed a man like that? Did you see her draw the blade? Did she really do it? She was standing there alone. Who else could it be? TSK, one must not judge a book by its cover. She looks like a delicate girl, yet she beheads a man as easily as slicing a watermelon. As Mei Yasha rushed to the intersection, she turned back and smacked Di Dahu on the head. Hurry up. If you don't keep an eye on the boss, it'll be on your head. No sooner had she spoken than they were momentarily blinded by the glint of the silver moon blade, witnessing Wen Yao swiftly dispatch 2 more heads, her technique sharp, ruthless, and precise, devoid of any hesitation. The bystanders barely had time to react before the severed heads rolled into the gutter, the pungent scent of blood permeating the damp air, conjuring a scene both absurd and eerie. Not only the onlookers but also Mei Yasha and Di Dahu stood wide-eyed in disbelief. After a moment, Di Dahu swallowed hard and muttered, with skills like hers, how many of these men could have been her match without any powers? Mei Yasha fell silent, compelled to acknowledge the sheer brilliance of her blade work. The speed, force, and accuracy of her strikes were astonishingly flawless, severing the heads of 2 burly men in the blink of an eye. Few in the 14th district of Dongzhou possessed such prowess. Perhaps it was Wen Yao's unassuming demeanor and gentle exterior that had deceived them both into thinking she was merely a fragile girl in need of protection. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 4 men lay dead, and the one on the tricycle was now thoroughly intimidated by Wen Yao's murderous intent. He disregarded his fallen comrades and the stolen goods, wiping the sweat from his brow before frantically pedaling the tricycle away in a desperate flight. Wen Yao chased after him for a few steps but found herself unable to catch up as the distance widened. Resolutely, she raised her hand and hurled her long knife. With a whoosh, the silver moon blade sliced through the mist, tracing an arc in the air before plunging into the man's back, piercing his heart. His body fell heavily from the tricycle, which, propelled by inertia, rolled away until it crashed into a concrete wall, splintering apart. Wen Yao, her eyelashes dampened by the mist, approached to retrieve her silver moon blade, panting slightly as she surveyed the scene, now devoid of life. In mere minutes, the onlookers had come to realize her formidable nature. The initially hostile gazes had all but vanished, and as she advanced, those in her path hastily retreated, fearful of inciting her wrath and losing their heads. As Wen Yao readied to depart, she looked up to see Mingchen at the end of the road. Clad in immaculate white, his attire unblemished, he held a transparent umbrella, exuding an air of noble elegance that starkly contrasted with the desolate chaos of the gray city. Upon their meeting, Mingchen tilted his umbrella to shield Wen Yao, inquiring, "What deep-seated grudge compels you to chase down and annihilate your enemies with such fervor?" Still enveloped in her emotions, Wen Yao remained silent. Mingchen lifted a finger to wipe the blood from her cheek, noticing the hatred simmering in her gaze, and then smeared the bloodstains onto her sleeve. "It truly vexes my miss when to such an extent. Leave it to me, and I shall grant them a swift demise." Observing his actions, Wen Yao remained speechless, averting her gaze and murmuring, "Apologies for wasting your time." Once back in the vehicle, Wen Yao addressed Mingchen, "I do not kill without reason. They deserve their fate." The matter at hand dated back 2 months, when Shen Yichuan had assigned her a minor task, leading a small team of over 10 individuals to this city to procure some seeds for crops. Unfortunately, they encountered mutated zombies along the way, resulting in 2 female team members sustaining leg injuries and unable to proceed. She left a male team member to guard them, while she led the others to transport the seeds. However, upon returning with her team, she found only the corpse of the male team member in the dilapidated house, with the 2 female members missing. As dusk fell, all urged her to prioritize the mission, asserting that the area was too perilous to linger. Yet, she was unwilling to relent, searching from evening until dawn. Eventually, she discovered them beneath an aluminum shelter next to a concrete building, their bodies barely clothed, surrounded by 4 men. What had transpired that night was all too clear. She promptly incapacitated and bound the 4 men, then checked on the women's injuries. Tragically, one had already succumbed to her torment, while the other, though unconscious, bore numerous wounds and ultimately passed away on the way back to the base. Due to regulations in the north, which forbade the misuse of vigilante justice, despite her fury and hatred, she could only bring the perpetrators back for interrogation before any punishment could be administered. However, the 4 men proved cunning. During a brief respite, they managed to break free and murdered a night watchman in the process. For this, she had wallowed in regret for 2 long months, repeatedly beseeching Shen Yichuan to permit her to return for a second chance at exacting justice on the 4 men. Instead, he reproached her for her indecisiveness and emotional attachment. Shen Yichuan remarked that had she abandoned the 2 injured members from the start, the mission would not have been delayed, and the night watchman would not have lost his life. But how could she bear such a notion? Those 2 had been with her in the base for 3 years. Companions for 2, they were like sisters to her. Why should they endure such unwarranted suffering and meet tragic ends in the shadows, forgotten and unburied? What right did those beasts have to roam free without accountability? As she recounted this ordeal, Wen Yao fought back tears, unable to suppress her emotions. Turning her face toward the window to conceal her distress, her voice thick with emotion, "I apologize for causing you to witness this." Chapter 15. Be My Companion. Mingchen regarded Wen Yao's sorrowful profile, his smile fading slightly as he lowered his gaze. "What is there to laugh about? You've shed tears in front of me more than just once or twice." Wen Yao replied, "Very well, the tears are all gone." As the off-road vehicle traversed the ruins of the city, her expression returned to a calm demeanor, and she stated to the man beside her, "This is the reason I wish to leave the north." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh," Wen Yao continued, "it appears benevolent, yet is utterly merciless. A missing team member is written off without a second thought, an injured comrade is abandoned without hesitation. While those undeniably guilty must endure interrogation before facing justice, it's rigid to the point of being archaic." Listening to her words, Mingchen inquired, "So?" Wen Yao turned her head to meet his gaze, her tone resolute. "I have taken a life without permission, thus I cannot return to Beizhou. There exists a strict prohibition against killing in Beizhou. Save for self-defense, one is not permitted to take a life unilaterally. Even if someone has committed a capital offense, they must first be apprehended for questioning before any execution can take place. Violators are deemed serious offenders. Mingchen paused for a moment, then couldn't he help but chuckle. Oh, you little stickler for the rules. Who would know it was you who committed the act if you didn't say anything? Wen Yao gazed at the man's smile, falling silent. She believed she had expressed her meaning clearly. Could it be that he still did not trust her?
Mingchen,
Noticing her expression out of the corner of his eye, smiled with a delightful curve at the corners of his lips. I have already stated that in the 14th district of Dongzhou, we are not lacking in capable individuals. If you wish to join us, it is indeed possible, but your role can only be defined in one capacity. Wen Yao lifted her gaze to him. What capacity? Mingchen smiled at her, his peach blossom eyes curving like a momentary bloom of spring. As my partner. Catching a glimpse of Wen Yao's astonished expression, Mingchen's smile widened with playful abandon. He leaned closer, his melodious voice reiterating, if you wish to join Dongzhou, you must be my partner. Wen Yao felt as if this man was intoxicating. Her face flushed, and the area where his breath brushed against her ear tingled with a peculiar sensation, rendering her utterly uneasy. Is it only this way? Mingchen remained noncommittal, his smile softening into his habitual languor. Of course, you can always refuse. The off-road vehicle traversed a dilapidated road overgrown with weeds, and soon a vast expanse of ocean appeared on the horizon, flanked by towering skyscrapers. This city was significantly more modern than the derelict urban areas previously encountered. The buildings were predominantly multi-storied skyscrapers, with crumbling concrete structures being a rare sight. The gradually widening road, overpasses, and glass facades all heralded that, before the apocalypse, this was an exceptionally developed metropolis. Nearby, the greenery along the roadside had withered and decayed, with the occasional grotesque zombie peeking out, and the battered asphalt road was riddled with potholes, stained with blood, and various lacerations. From a distance, the dark blue sea mirrored the abandoned mist-laden city, enveloped in a serene stillness, making this city resemble a high-ranking warrior adorned in battle scars. This was the Dongzhou district, a prosperous economic zone before the apocalypse, which, despite 7 years of devastation, retained far more material resources and urban infrastructure than the other 3 regions. The suburbs were sparsely populated, with a few sluggish zombies trailing the vehicle until they passed through a 30-meter-high barbed wire fence, where the atmosphere began to hint at the presence of human life. Wen Yao tilted her head towards the window, observing the street vendors beside the buildings and the survivors clad in tattered clothing with despondent expressions, feeling an inexplicable sense of absurdity. It was akin to a primitive tribe residing in the heart of a city. Mingchen closed his eyes, seemingly in repose, but casually glanced at Wen Yao, catching a glimpse of her wonder, and languidly reminded her, "We are nearing the base. Have you made your decision?" Wen Yao looked out the window and nodded in response to his voice. Over the past 2 days of interaction, she had come to feel that while he might be somewhat eccentric and his thought processes unconventional, he was not as malevolent or terrifying as rumored. At least, he had treated her well. Returning to Beizhou was a dead end. With her current abilities, venturing out alone was equally perilous, but by remaining at Mingchen's side, regardless of the role she played, she could at least survive safely. And as long as she lived, there remained hope. Hope to find her lost family. All right, I agree to your terms. Although this method of joining rather than confronting felt like a betrayal of her former steadfast character, it was a necessity. Mingchen placed his fingers to his lips, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with interest before nodding. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept. I merely wish to join your ranks. I do not necessarily have to be your partner. What do you mean by reluctantly accepting? Before she could finish her sentence, Mingchen raised his hand to tousle her hair, interrupting her. Little traitor, it's time to get out. The vehicle came to a stop, and Maya and Dahua exited first. Mingchen casually pushed the door open, and Wen Yao intended to argue. But the current circumstances clearly did not allow for lengthy discussions. She decided to step out first and clarify matters later. However, as she reached for the silver moon blade in the back seat, Mingchen, standing outside, shot her a stopping glance. Wen Yao glanced outside the car. At that moment, they had parked in a spacious square, surrounded by buildings exhibiting an old European castle style, ancient yet resplendent. Many individuals stood by the off-road vehicle, most clad in black uniforms emblazoned with the Dongzhou base insignia, appearing to be members of the 14th District's combat team. Having arrived at the Dongzhou 14th District's headquarters, it would be rather impolite for an outsider to wield a weapon. Thus, Wen Yao obediently withdrew her hand. Upon seeing Ji Mingchen, a beautiful girl with chestnut curls stepped forward eagerly, inquiring, "Commander Ming, you have finally returned. How did the mission go? Did you obtain the mutant snow bear samples from Beizhou?" Ji Mingchen, with an air of nonchalance, replied with a smile, "I apologize, there were some complications. The mission was unsuccessful." Fei Kuei's radiant smile faltered as she was about to ask more, but before she could utter a word, her expression froze. For in the next moment, she saw a girl in a white dress gracefully disembark. Complications? As Wen Yao stepped out, she felt the collective gaze of everyone upon her. An overwhelming sensation of discomfort washing over her. Hearing Ji Mingchen's earlier words, she realized he had undertaken a mission in Beizhou, which seemingly had failed due to her rescue. A twinge of embarrassment washed over her. Sensing her unease, Ji Mingchen placed his hand affectionately on her head, ruffling her hair in a gesture of comfort and protection. "Is Dr. Lin present?" Observing this interaction, Fei Kuei frowned deeper. "He is in the lounge on the 3rd floor." Ji Mingchen flashed a smile at Fei Kuei before turning his gentle gaze and voice to Wen Yao, exuding an almost tender demeanor. "Shall we?" Wen Yao adjusted her disheveled hair, casting him a peculiar look. Once they departed, Fei Kuei turned her attention to Maya and Di Dahua, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? The mission disregarded, and he brings back a girl?" Maya shrugged. "You know the boss. He has never been one for logic." Di Dahua shook his head, appearing blissfully oblivious. "I only follow the boss's orders." Fei Kuei was filled with curiosity, although Commander Ming was inherently laid back. He was not known for his interest in women, nor did he surround himself with beautiful companions like other commanders. So, what had prompted him to unexpectedly return with such a lovely girl? Intrigued, she turned to follow them, under the watchful eyes of the guards. Ji Mingchen led Wen Yao into the opulently decorated main building of the villa. As they traversed the spacious and grand hall and ascended the side spiral staircase to the 2nd floor, Wen Yao couldn't help but glance around. Since the apocalypse, technology had regressed significantly, with many areas lacking even basic utilities. Even the few modern environments that remained were considerably aged and dilapidated, having suffered through the ravages of zombies and neglect. Even within their 13th district base, numerous buildings were in disrepair. The interior of this ancient castle villa, however, is strikingly pristine, a stark contrast that captivates the eye. The living room is adorned with an array of meticulously arranged artifacts that gleam with freshness. A crimson carpet stretches across the corridors and staircases, while the walls are embellished with renowned artworks from around the globe. Lush potted plants line the pathway, creating an ambience of opulence that seems utterly incongruous with the apocalyptic world outside. Most notably, in an era where electrical resources are scarce, the entire villa is brilliantly illuminated, and an elevator operates seamlessly to the upper floors. One cannot help but remark on how privileged and indulgent Commander Ji Mingchen appears to be, which may explain his less-than-stellar reputation in the outside world. Unaware of Wen Yao's thoughts, Ji Mingchen, noticing her astonished expression, inquired with a smile, "Do you like it here?" When Yao was jolted back to reality by his voice and realized the elevator had arrived, she hurriedly followed him inside, replying, "It's fine." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they entered an office where the doctor, upon seeing Ji Mingchen, promptly rose and respectfully greeted, "Commander Ming, you're back."
Ji Mingchen nodded, requesting,
"Please hand me the keys to the adjacent pharmacy." Linzern picked up the keyring from the table, asking, "What medication do you need, Commander Ming?" "I will fetch it right away." "That won't be necessary," Ji Mingchen replied, winking at Linzern, his gaze sultry, his tone laden with meaning. "It's more appropriate for me to retrieve personal items like condoms myself." At this remark, not only did Wen Yao frown at Ji Mingchen, but those in the corridor outside also paused momentarily. Linzern, momentarily taken aback by the man's playful demeanor, blushed as he realized the implication of his words. His gaze slowly shifted to the young woman beside him. She appeared to be just over 20, with fair skin and stunning beauty, exuding a gentle and obedient aura. Even in her blood-stained white dress, her breathtaking charm was undeniable, leaving him curious about where Ji Mingchen had found her. It was one thing to bring back a delicate girl, but it was another to brazenly request condoms from him. How scandalous for Commander Ming. Lin Ziren, overwhelmed by his thoughts, respectfully handed the keys to Mingchen. Mingchen took the keys and turned to leave. As Wen Yao did not recognize anyone else, she could only follow his lead, glancing around until they reached the pharmacy. Watching the man's back, her emotions were immensely complicated as she asked, "Are you sure that that's what you mean?" Mingchen rummaged through the medicine cabinet while responding dismissively. What else could it mean? Wen Yao fell silent, realizing he was indeed retrieving condoms. Thus, he intended to take her to fulfill his physical desires. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival instincts had reverted to a primal state of nature, where companionship naturally implied a physical relationship. Apart from specific bases in the North Zone that enforced celibacy among members for management purposes, elsewhere, people were quite liberal regarding matters of intimacy, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs. Rumor had it that many powerful figures in the East Zone would simply abduct anyone they fancied without regard for consent. With this in mind, her acceptance of becoming his partner seemed only logical if he intended to satisfy those primal urges. Mingchen retrieved a rectangular box and led her back into the elevator, ascending to the top floor. It was evident that this space was his private domain. As Wen Yao followed him down the narrow corridor, each step quickened her heartbeat, and soon her palms were slick with sweat, her heart racing alarmingly close to her throat. As the man pushed open a door to a chamber, she could not help but ask, "Are you really going to do this now? Can we wait a bit?" Mingchen glanced back at her, arching an eyebrow. "Are you nervous?" Wen Yao struggled to articulate her feelings. She was perplexed as to why she felt this way. In the face of adversaries, she remained unflappable. Encountering zombies did not rattle her, yet here she was, flustered by a situation that posed no threat to her life. Mingchen entered the room first, noticing her hesitation at the threshold. He raised an eyebrow and teased, "You seemed so eager earlier. Now you're having second thoughts?" Chapter 17. It turns out you've been coveting me for so long. Before Wen Yao could respond, Mingchen stepped past her, glancing back at the corridor to confirm they were alone, then returned to a serious demeanor, instructing, "Come inside. I need to give you a shot."
Huh?
The abruptness of his statement left Wen Yao momentarily bewildered, but Mingchen wasted no time, taking hold of her sleeve and pulling her into the room. The door closed gently behind them, cutting off the corridor's light, while the dimly lit, retro-decorated hall created an oddly intimate ambience. Wen Yao leaned against the door, her previous tension still palpable, causing her to stammer, "What shot?" Mingchen paused, retrieving a syringe from an aluminum medication box. Upon hearing her question, he smirked lazily. "What kind of shot do you hope it is?" Wen Yao lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson as she feigned composure. "Is it a vaccine for the virus?" Mingchen acknowledged her with a nonchalant handing her the aluminum box. With trepidation, she glanced at him before cautiously accepting it. The silver box bore a white label, inscribed with the words, "R-type zombie virus disruption vaccine sample." The East Zone base's biological department had developed a vaccine for the R-type virus? Hadn't this variant only emerged about 3 months ago? Their speed is astonishing. Wen Yao's eyes widened in shock, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. "So, you weren't just grabbing, you were retrieving the vaccine?" Mingchen shushed her. "The East Zone's biological research headquarters has just developed it, and Dr. Lin only received one sample. He's quite protective of it, so don't tell him I took it. Otherwise, he will surely curse me behind my back." Wen Yao was at a loss for words, wondering why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. Mingchen donned white gloves from the silver tray and inserted the syringe into a glass vial the size of a thumb. In the ensuing silence, Wen Yao glanced around, failing to locate any switches, and finally asked, "Why don't you turn on the lights?"
Can you see in here?
No electricity. Below, the 4 floors were aglow. Yet this room remained shrouded in darkness. To alleviate her unease, Wen Yao probed further. "Is the circuit breaker broken?"
No.
After extracting the medication, Mingchen placed the small vial on the counter and, with a flick of his fingers, conjured a small flame, igniting a nearby gilded candlestick. Instantly, the flickering candlelight illuminated the area near the door, casting elongated shadows of the 2 on the carpet. "This is where I reside, and I prefer candles over electric lights," Mingchen declared. Wen Yao was taken aback, realizing he was somewhat eccentric. Many of her previous questions suddenly made sense. Mingchen approached her with a syringe, instructing, "Unbutton your shirt." At this juncture, Wen Yao felt a sense of trust. She complied, unfastening her buttons to expose her shoulder. Mingchen leaned slightly, cleaning her skin with an alcohol swab before inserting the needle. The proximity allowed her to catch the distinct scent of him, an elusive, fresh aroma mingled with an almost ethereal fragrance. Feeling the sharp prick in her shoulder, Wen Yao asked, "Is that really a reliable sample? Are there any side effects?" Mingchen, "It remains uncertain. Why not test it on you to find out?" Wen Yao, "So I'm just a mere guinea pig, am I?" There was no time to withdraw the needle. The small amount of serum had already been administered by the man. Mingchen restrained her hand, lifting her eyelid to gaze at her as he extracted the syringe, a beguiling smile gracing his lips. Surely, even the most intense side effects are preferable to succumbing to death as a zombie, are they not? Indeed, the newly developed blocking vaccine samples are rare commodities, typically reserved for the replication and study of preventive vaccines. Yet here he was, carelessly injecting her with the entire contents of what others had painstakingly produced. If the researchers dedicated to science were to discover this, they would likely go mad. The skin on her shoulder still retained the warmth of his fingertips, and Wen Yao felt a slight numbness in her lips. After fastening her collar, she murmured a soft, "Thank you." It turned out he merely intended to administer a vaccine, but she had misconstrued it as an invitation to something else. As she watched Mingchen incinerate the syringe and the vial, Wen Yao thought the matter was settled. Yet, to her surprise, as he leisurely removed his white gloves, he teased, "So, you've been coveting me for quite some time, haven't you?" Wen Yao, perplexed, replied, "What? Isn't that so?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow, his meaningful gaze resting on her flushed cheeks. "Then what were you anticipating just now?" Wen Yao inhaled sharply. Was that anticipation? Clearly, he had led her to misinterpret the situation, and now he was turning the tables on her.
How could it not be?
"Your face is so red." As he spoke, he lowered his eyelashes and chuckled, his voice deep and magnetic, fluctuating rhythmically, as if this were some particularly amusing jest. Wen Yao could hardly endure his lewd demeanor any longer. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and seized his shirt collar. What was meant to be a mere tug turned into a rough tearing of his shirt. Gazing at the outline of his abs and the buttons that had fallen to the floor, Wen Yao felt as if she had been scalded and immediately released her grip. This is a disaster. Mingchen did not glance at her until the buttons ceased their bouncing, his eyes lifting to meet hers, a look of as expected crossing his face. Wen Yao was no longer interested in hearing this shameless man speak and promptly covered her ears. Mingchen appeared ready to say more, but a sudden knock on the door interrupted. "Commander Ming." Chapter 18. You hurt me. Mingchen cast a glance at Wen Yao, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked towards the door. "I'm getting dressed, please hold on." The person outside fell silent at this remark, and Wen Yao's attention was momentarily diverted, allowing her to lower her hands. She belatedly found it strange. She prided herself on being a composed person, rarely displaying her emotions, yet she seemed to lose control whenever she encountered him. After some contemplation, she concluded it was likely a matter of habit. After all, they had encountered one another countless times in the snowy mountains, always in such scenarios. Even now, with time past, she had yet to adapt. She composed her expression and deliberately averted her gaze from him. "So, you saying you want me to be your partner is also a lie?" "It is the truth." Mingchen, unfazed by his disheveled shirt, stepped forward to open the door, revealing a man clad in uniform. Upon seeing Mingchen, the man respectfully reported, "The situation with specimen 067 is somewhat peculiar. Director Fei requests your presence. Let us go."
Mingchen concluded,
casually pulling Wen Yao's wrist as she looked up in bewilderment. Before she could inquire, she was already being led outside. Feng, witnessing their flushed faces and disheveled attire, quickly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Wen Yao felt acutely uncomfortable, desperately trying to retract her hand. By the time the three reached the elevator, she could no longer contain her frustration and pinched Mingchen's arm. She had expected him to loosen his grip, but he not only held on tighter, but also let out a deliberate hiss of pain, lifting her hands above her head and pinning them against the wall. "You hurt me." The elevator chimed open. Feng, observing the pair's intimate predicament, awkwardly suggested, "Should I step out first, Commander Ming?" Mingchen turned his head with a smile, nodding, apologies for the inconvenience. Once the elevator doors closed again, Wen Yao could no longer bear it, exclaiming, Mingchen, are you insane? After struggling a few times, she added, let go. Mingchen held her hands firmly, unabashedly leaning closer. How ungrateful you are. Just a moment ago, I saved your life, and now you're lashing out at me. Well, that's because of you. As their faces drew nearer, nearly touching nose to nose, their breaths intertwined. Wen Yao's unfinished sentence fell silent. Her chest heaved, her cheeks flushed, and her glistening eyes met his dark, profound gaze, causing her heart to race anew. Mingchen's lips curved in a smile, his breath soft and teasing. Yet his words took on an uncommon gravity. The vaccine has been administered. The probability of mutation is now 0. You are safe. Maisha is in room 2024 on the second floor. Have her drive you back to Beizhou, and just say it was my instruction. Wen Yao regarded him with an increasingly peculiar expression as Mingchen freed one hand to press a button beside him. Of course, if you wish to stay. Then your role can only be that of my partner. Do you understand? Once the elevator returned, he released her, straightening up and stepping inside. Wen Yao followed him in, and upon reaching the second floor, she exited the elevator, her face flushed as she gazed quizzically at his retreating figure. At that moment, a few individuals from the castle corridor passed by. Judging by their attire, they were likely the team leaders from District 14 or researchers of some standing. Upon spotting her in a flowing white dress, they could not help but cast curious glances, some even daring to whisper, Hey, do you see who that is? I've encountered everyone living in the castle, but I've never seen this beautiful girl before. Let us go strike up a conversation. Just as the bold youth was about to take a step forward, a hand yanked him back. Are you tired of living? That's the girl brought back by Commander Ming. I witnessed it firsthand this afternoon. Who? Commander Ming? I thought he favored Miss Wei. What a surprise. Wen Yao paid no heed to anyone, raising her gaze to check the door number beside her, then following the number along the spacious, curved corridor towards room 2024, where Maisha was located. Along the way, she repeatedly pondered Mingchen's earlier words. It seemed that his bringing her back to the East Zhou base was not an idle matter, but rather to administer this blocking vaccine. Now that she was safe, he had indeed given her the choice to return to Beizhou or remain, leaving it entirely to her discretion, respecting all her decisions. As for why he wanted her to be his partner, it likely stemmed not from any selfish desire on his part, but rather from her identity. There may be a trivial bond between them, yet there was none between District 13 of Beizhou and District 14 of East Zhou. How could she, a vice commander of an opposing faction, smoothly integrate into the East Zhou team? Even if she could join, how could she gain their trust? The only feasible path was to first become his partner and stay by his side. After all, no one could interfere with the private life of a base commander. Could they? Perhaps this choice was the turning point of fate. In her dreams, she returned to Beizhou, yet now, she had resolved to stay. Shen Yichuan abruptly awoke from a nightmarish slumber, disoriented and uncertain of his surroundings. A piercing headache contorted his brow, prompting him to raise a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Mu Shengsheng swiftly unscrewed a bottle cap and offered it to the man. Her voice laced with concern. Captain Shen, please take a sip of water. Shen Yichuan, momentarily lost in thought, called out the name of Wen Yao before regaining clarity in his vision. He pursed his lips tightly, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes once more. Perhaps it was the events that transpired on the snowy plains that made him reluctant to confront Mu Shengsheng. If it weren't for her, Wen Yao would never have been harmed. She would not have suffered injuries from the remnants of the R-type mutant, nor would she have been hurt by him. No sign of her? Shen Yichuan inquired in a husky voice. Having endured several sleepless nights, he was utterly fatigued. Even in his faintness, he was plagued by relentless nightmares, all centering around Wen Yao. Mu Shengsheng, her expression tinged with disappointment, tightened the bottle cap and reported to the man before her. No, we've scoured every possible location. All we found was an empty package, and then the snowstorm intensified, causing Captain Shen to lose consciousness again. We didn't bring enough provisions, so we decided to return. Yet, she added, but don't be too pessimistic, Captain Shen. Perhaps Deputy Wen was rescued by a kind-hearted stranger? Though even she struggled to believe her own words. In the vast and desolate northern snowfields, where could one find another soul? Even if there were someone, in such perilous times, how could there be a benevolent individual? At this juncture, Shen Yichuan could hardly voice a rebuttal. Time had elapsed, and with no sign of her. The pragmatic course of action was to retreat for the sake of the group. After all, in this apocalyptic world, life and death were capricious. Death was a commonplace occurrence. And Wen Yao was not exceptional in that regard. He lowered his eyelashes, raising a hand to rub his temples. Perhaps it was the haunting dreams that left his typically composed heart feeling as though a piece had been hollowed out. Regret flickered within him like a flame igniting in the depths of his being. Chapter 19. The humans in the petri dish. The biological research building of District 14 in the eastern continent stood amidst the ruins on the outskirts of Port Bridge City, surrounded by dilapidated structures and rubble for miles. The perimeter was tightly encircled by a 30-meter-high electric fence. Beside the sole entrance stood a yellow warning sign, boldly proclaiming danger, keep away, accompanied by a striking red exclamation mark. As a black sedan approached, armed guards flanked the entrance, only resuming their defensive formation once the vehicle reached the central technological edifice amidst the ruins. The driver halted the car, and He Fengyan exited first. As he approached to open the door, Mingchen emerged leisurely, adjusting his rumpled sleeves as he did so, a calm demeanor that only heightened He Fengyan's anxiety. Commander Ming, you should enter sooner. The situation was already dire when I came out to notify you, and it is likely worse now. Mingchen, ever with a smile, replied. What is there to be anxious about? The laboratory has a protective system. Director Fei surely knows this. He Fengyan refrained from further comment as they entered the building, which was constructed with a distinctly modern aesthetic. The bluish floor gleamed like a mirror, and every mechanical door required both fingerprint and facial recognition for access. Upon entering the elevator, He Fengyan pressed the button for the 18th floor. As the doors opened, a cacophony of deafening bangs resonated, accompanied by eerie howls and the unsettling sound of something burrowing through the ground. He Fengyan's expression turned urgent, wishing to quicken his pace, yet Mingchen remained unfazed, occasionally glancing at the specimens in the nearby petri dishes. To the left of the long corridor were rows of metal cages housing humans, clad in prison garb, barely clinging to life as they leaned against the bars. Some had their eyes closed, heads drooping, while others stared vacantly, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. On the right side, there were petri dishes of cage-like dimensions, containing a bluish-green liquid in which humans lay in slumber. Some had developed fishtails, others wings, and some antlers. Their skin was cracked and peeling, with blood-red eyes and foul drool seeping from their mouths. They were all failed specimens, mutants bereft of cognition. At the end of the corridor, within the laboratory, several researchers appeared terrified. What should we do? The door to the research chamber seems unable to contain that mutant. The electric net at the chamber's entrance crackled ominously, imprisoning a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature with crimson eyes and green-tinged skin. Its hands resembled claws, with sharp nails, and its fingers could transform into tendrils that stretched freely. As the tendrils began to slither through the gaps, the researchers screamed in panic. The tendrils are coming out from the gaps in the fence. Director Fei, press the red button. Fei Qianzhong sat frozen, his dark pupils reflecting the advancing thorny tendrils. Just then, a burst of flames surged forth, causing the singed tendrils to retract instantly. The researchers turned to see Mingchen and He Fengyan, their eyes wide with recognition. Fei Qianzhong glanced back, fear still etched on his face. As he supported himself against a nearby lab table, adjusting his broken glasses, and spoke with trepidation, Commander Ming, you've finally arrived. The moment that mutant awoke, it was in this state, catching us completely off guard. Mingchen replied, if it is a failed specimen, why not terminate it? Fei Qianzhong countered, because I discovered it possesses some unique qualities. Unique? A researcher chimed in. Yes, it seems to be capable of speech. It cannot be entirely classified as a failure, which is why Director Fei hesitated to activate the extermination system. Mingchen regarded the creature within the electric net once more and stepped closer. The creature appeared to exhibit fear, gazing at its singed fingers and muttering in a hoarse voice. Pain, pain, pain. Upon sensing someone approaching, it recoiled slightly, its blood-red pupils pulsing with trepidation as it warily eyed the white-clad man outside the net. Mingchen smiled gently. "Hello there." His warm and benign demeanor took on a sinister and eerie quality as he greeted the creature. The creature remained still, seemingly afraid, yet it bared its teeth menacingly. Murmuring, "Kill, kill, kill." Mingchen analyzed. It is indeed different. It can feel fear. However, such a dangerous entity should be eliminated next time. Otherwise, it could escape, which would be disastrous. With that, a flicker of flame ignited from his fingertips, transforming into a fiery net that ensnared the creature. After a chilling scream, the creature dissipated into ash and smoke. Fei Qianzhang frowned, but he had reveled in this research achievement for quite some time, as the study of the wood-type mutation agent had finally shown some progress. He had intended to confine it for further research and utilize its blood for additional sample analyses. To his dismay, it had been incinerated so easily. Mingchen turned, his gaze meeting Fei Qianzhang's. "Did you hear that, Director Fei?" Fei Qianzhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, not daring to say more. Understood. Mingchen walked along the row of display screens, scrutinizing the data displayed. Half a year has passed, and there has been no progress whatsoever? Fei Qianzhang felt a twinge of embarrassment at this inquiry. Lowering his head to explain, firstly, the number of mutant samples is insufficient, and secondly, the elemental crystalline substances are merely molecular in size, volatile and exceedingly difficult to extract. Even when extracted and adjusted to a specific concentration for experimentation, the endeavor proves to be exceedingly arduous, leaving aside the question of success or failure.
Mingchen nodded gently,
smiling as he patted Fei Qianzhang's shoulder, saying, "You need not trouble yourself with the matter of the samples, Director Fei. Please focus solely on the creation of what I desire." Fei Qianzhang inexplicably shuddered, hastily nodding in eager affirmation. I understand. On their way back, Mingchen once again found himself accompanied by He Fengyan. Unlike their earlier journey, this time, as they passed a cage, a disheveled woman suddenly leaned forward.
"Vehemently cursing Mingchen.
May you suffer a most wretched fate." Chapter 20. The fire at my fingertips is warm, yet my heart is cold. He Fengyan frowned, while Mingchen slowly turned to regard the woman within the cage. She grasped the metal bars with both hands, her teeth clenched as she railed. Mingchen, you are a born evil. You have slain your brother and mother, devoid of all compassion. Now you use living beings for genetic mutation experiments. Sooner or later, divine retribution will befall you. Without a word, He Fengyan stepped beside the cage and pressed the electric shock button. The next moment, the woman screamed, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, no longer daring to touch the bars before her. Mingchen's smile remained unaltered. As if intrigued, he approached the cage and squatted down gracefully. "So you curse me?" The woman struggled weakly, unable to support her own weight, her disheveled hair obscuring half her face. With fierce black eyes, she glared at the hypocritical smile that lay beyond the bars. "You devil! God will surely punish you. You will inevitably face dire consequences." "Is that so?" Mingchen lowered his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. "Then I shall eagerly await that day." Upon exiting the research building, Mingchen turned to He Fengyan with a smile. "Captain He, do you also believe I am a born evil?" His question left He Fengyan somewhat alarmed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "They misunderstand Commander Ming. He is a kind-hearted individual, and his actions are merely for humanity's better adaptation to the apocalyptic environment." Mingchen curved his lips, his eyes cold and distant. "Is it possible that you are merely a disciple of the devil, blinded to the truth?" He Fengyan found himself at a loss for words, daunted by the man who exhibited no visible emotions yet wielded ruthlessness with ease. Mingchen, however, refrained from pressing further. He raised his head slightly, his slender, exquisite peach blossom eyes narrowing as he gazed into the remnants of twilight in the distant sky, where the deep blue-purple night was tinged with a fiery orange glow, casting a muted pink hue over the western horizon. Kind-hearted? Kind? Yet when he wielded the knife against those people, there was not a shred of compassion. Sometimes, killing was akin to warmth at one's fingertips, while the heart remained cold. Perhaps that woman spoke the truth. He was indeed a born evil, a monster birthed from countless sins and bloodshed, a creature that had transformed into madness, stepping over the bones and blood of siblings along the way. When Mingchen returned to the 5th floor of the castle villa, he encountered Maisha in the corridor. Upon seeing him, Maisha reported, "Miss Wen has chosen to stay. Currently, only the 5th floor of this villa remains unoccupied, so I have arranged for her to be in the suite next to yours." Mingchen was taken aback. "She decided to stay?" Maisha nodded. "However, she seems unwell, having developed a high fever of 40 degrees Celsius tonight. It appears quite serious. I was just about to find Dr. Lin." Mingchen furrowed his brow. "Fetch some medicine and tools."
Maisha replied, "Ah?"
"There's no need to disturb Dr. Lin. I will take care of her." Mingchen insisted. "No, I will tend to her myself." Maisha fell silent, realizing that her boss possessed medical knowledge. Though she had never witnessed him care for anyone until encountering Miss Wen, which brought forth a sudden realization of his diverse skills, not only could he inflict torment,
but he could also provide care.
The 5th floor rooms were all luxurious suites, complete with a bedroom, living room, dining area, and balcony with a view. Wen Yao was presently curled up in the bedroom, covered with a silk blanket. Due to her fever, her skin bore a faint flush, and damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, her breathing ragged from discomfort. The young woman's sleeping visage was serene and gentle, yet inexplicably alluring. Mingchen pulled down her blanket, pressing his palm against her forehead to feel the searing heat. He turned to the bathroom, retrieving a towel and a basin of cool water, then wrung the damp towel and placed it upon her brow. Maisha returned with the medical kit, asking, "Does the boss require my assistance?" Mingchen, still focused on the unconscious Wen Yao, replied without diverting his gaze, "No need." Understanding, Maisha discreetly withdrew. Mingchen approached the toolbox on the cabinet by the door. A fever of 40 degrees. Unconsciousness. It was not hard to deduce it was a side effect of the R-type zombie virus vaccine, though it seemed more severe than he had anticipated. The physical cooling was insufficient. He would need to administer an injection to reduce the fever. Once the medication was prepared, Mingchen returned to the bedside, gazing at the beautiful figure lost in pain. His eyelids lowered, and his long, fair hand moved to the buttons of her collar. One. Then another as he reached the 3rd button, when Yao unconsciously turned, her delicate skin beneath the collar brushing against his fingertips. Silky and soft, the contact was fleeting. Mingchen's gaze darkened beneath his long lashes as he gently tugged her sleeve to reveal her shoulder, softly coaxing, "Do not move." When Yao turned slightly, the blanket slipping to her waist, exposing her smooth, pale shoulder to the light. After being swabbed with alcohol, the silver needle pierced her skin. The heat of her fever made the pain even more unbearable, causing her to emit a soft whimper, her voice gentle and delicate, as if sighing in a dream. "Bear with it. A1T hurt once it's in." Mingchen initially had no ulterior motive, but the visual and tactile stimuli inexplicably tightened his throat. After administering the injection, he set the syringe aside, but just as he prepared to leave, Wen Yao, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly furrowed her brow, her lips moving as if whispering something. He couldn't quite catch what she said. "What are you saying?" Wen Yao's eyelashes fluttered, shaking her head slightly. "No. Don't leave me." Her soft voice trembled, filled with sorrow, conveying an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, her demeanor matched her delicate appearance, vulnerable and unguarded in expressing her emotions. Mingchen's smile faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he reached out his other hand to caress her fine, soft hair in a gesture of comfort. "Since you have chosen to stay, let us embrace your role as my little princess." Chapter 21. That was once the moon she gazed upon. In the tranquil night, within the private suite on the 5th floor of the castle villa, an expansive vintage bathroom was encircled by flickering candles, their warm glow dancing wildly in tandem with the splashing of cool water and the sound of the shower. The man's robust back pressed firmly against the frigid porcelain wall, droplets of water mingled with sweat cascading from the edges of his brow. He tilted his head slightly upwards, the alabaster and sensual prominence of his Adam's apple gliding slowly up and down. Finally, a deep, weary sigh escaped his throat, resonant and languid. He turned off the shower, his damp, elongated lashes fluttering as his peach blossom eyes opened. After a moment's pause, he gently tilted his head, his gaze settling on the candlestick beside him. Due to the splattering of water, the candle had been drenched, and with a faint hiss, The frail flame flickered a few times before extinguishing, leaving behind a charred wick and a wisp of delicate smoke. "How pitifully you flicker out," he mused with a smirk, the corners of his lips curling as his eyes glimmered with a hint of red. The candlelight cast dramatic shadows on his striking features, rendering his beauty both ethereal and slightly deranged. With a languid grace, he raised his hand, reigniting the extinguished candle as the flame leapt from his fingertips. The following day, within the warm decor of a suite on the 4th floor of the castle villa, a young girl sat before her vanity mirror, listening intently to the maid's report while adorning herself with pearl earrings. She possessed naturally chestnut curls, and her heart-shaped face, with its strikingly exquisite features, bore alluring fox-like eyes, a delicate nose and full, pouting lips, a visage that would draw compliments from anyone fortunate enough to gaze upon it. Clad in a pink short Chanel-style skirt suit that perfectly complemented her demeanor, she resembled a refined young lady of noble lineage. If there were any shortcoming to note, it would be that her complexion appeared unduly pale. Observing Miss Wei's pallor, the maid spoke cautiously. "From what I gathered from Captain Mei, the girl brought back by Chief Ming seems to be his companion. Upon his return yesterday, he requested contraception from Dr. Lin and directly took her to the private suite on the 5th floor. When they emerged, the girl was blushing, and Chief Ming appeared disheveled, with 2 buttons missing from his attire. Feng Kuei, frustrated as she struggled to insert the pearl earring for what felt like an eternity, finally let it slip from her grasp, shattering upon impact with a resounding crack. Another maid quickly bent down to retrieve the fragments, and the speaking maid fell silent. Standing up, Feng Kuei turned to glare at the bowed maid, her tone icy. "And then? Why have you ceased your narration?" The maid, terrified, promptly knelt, her voice trembling. "Miss Wei." Feng Kuei leaned down, gently pulling her up while forcing a somewhat amiable smile. "Fear not. This matter does not concern you. Just relay what you have discovered." The maid stole a hesitant glance at Miss Wei, reluctant to contradict her. After Chief Ming left the room, he was called away by Captain He. Upon his return, he went back to the 5th floor. Oh, right. It was Captain Mei who accommodated that girl on the 5th floor. After Chief Ming returned, he went straight to her room. It remains uncertain whether he had exhausted her to the point of fever or inflicted harm, but Captain Mei even personally fetched a medical kit. Feng Kuei felt a profound discontent, unable to articulate her emotions. That once illuminated moon, pristine and radiant, had never been sullied by the mundane. Now he had brought another girl back, casually sharing his bed with her. Had Chief Ming previously been so inclined towards women? Feng Kuei inquired of the maids. "Has he ever brought other women home before?" The maid replied, "While Chief Ming has not previously returned with other women, one might argue that no man in this world remains indifferent to the allure of women." Aunt Rong entered with a tray. Noticing the distressed expression on the young lady's face, she kindly advised, "Miss Wei, you haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Please do have something." "I won't eat. Take it away." The 2 maids stood to the side, and Aunt Rong stepped closer, urging, "Miss Wei, you should heed your father's words. If a man is truly fond of you, he will show you affection. If not, even the greatest privileges he offers will mean little. The reason Chief Ming treats you with such distinction, I believe, is because—" "Enough." Feng Kuei's irritation flared, and the words only intensified her anger as she slammed her hand onto the vanity, startling Aunt Rong. "Why are you throwing a tantrum?" A resigned, middle-aged voice drifted in from outside. Fei Qianzhong strode in, waving dismissively at the maids. Once they had exited, he casually placed a thermos on the table. "I warned you long ago not to harbor excessive expectations for that man. He is far more complex than he appears, and certainly not someone you can easily control." Feng Kuei fixed her gaze on her reflection, her eyes reddening. "Let us not forget, you're just a young girl. Even I, your father, have never fully understood him." Fei Qianzhong spoke earnestly. "With so many battle teams at our base, and countless brave young men who admire you, why must you fixate on just one? You should not be so stubborn, clinging to a single tree." Feng Kuei, indignant, curled her fingers on the vanity. "But I desire the best. Throughout my life, I have always sought the finest. Why should I lower my standards when it comes to men?" Fei Qianzhong was about to respond, but Feng Kuei, uninterested in his lecture, resolutely stood and stormed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. At the sound of the loud bang, Fei Qianzhong shook his head. letting out a deep sigh. When Wen Yao awakened, she had lost track of the time. As the fever subsided, her throat felt parched, and her body was weak, limbs heavy with fatigue. She could only recall seeing Mayasha caring for her after she had fainted from the fever, thanking her before slipping into unconsciousness, lost in a long, dream-filled slumber, unaware of how much time had passed. As she turned to open her eyes, a smooth, low voice broke through the silence. "You're awake?" Wen Yao looked up to see Mingchen seated in an elegant armchair beside her bed. The man exuded an air of refinement, his long, slender fingers delicately holding a porcelain coffee cup, one leg casually crossed over the other, a parchment scroll laid open across his knee. Dressed in a white shirt paired with a cool gray waistcoat and trousers, he had adorned his high nose with a pair of metallic silver-framed glasses, enhancing his austere yet cultured demeanor. Observing him, Wen Yao thought, could he possibly own more clothes than any woman? Mingchen set down the coffee cup, closing the book and placing it aside, regarding her with a languid expression. "Is this a firm decision? To never return to Beizhou?"
Wen Yao nodded. Yes.
"Wasn't Mayasha the one taking care of me last night? Why are you here?" Mingchen reached for a water kettle on the small table beside him, pouring a glass of warm water before handing it to her. "I returned at 9 last night." Wen Yao paused, quickly sitting up to accept the glass. Mingchen continued. "After Mayasha left, I personally administered an antipyretic injection and then took a shower and changed my clothes." Wen Yao, parched, gratefully drank the water while glancing at him, uncertain of his intentions. "To monitor your recovery, I have been seated here since then. It is now 6:30 in the evening, and twilight approaches." Though she recognized his words as a subtle boast, Wen Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of appreciation. In the past, in the 13th district of Beizhou, it was not merely a matter of being cared for tenderly during an illness or fever. She had scarcely a moment to rest alone for 2 days. She was obliged to heed Shen Yichuan's directives, fulfilling tasks both great and small, while also attending to her team members and showing concern for their daily lives. Even in the direst circumstances, when she sustained grievous injuries and was rendered immobile, she endured the solitude of the base S dormitory. Shen Yichuan would occasionally visit her, yet in most instances he remained absent. He believed that companionship held little value. In his words, even his presence could not expedite her healing, and he deemed it more worthwhile to engage in pursuits of greater significance. In his eyes, the pursuit of higher power and tangible value always eclipsed all else. Wen Yao cradled her cup, lost in reverie about a dream from the previous night, her spirits inexplicably low. It seemed she had once again dreamt of Shen Yichuan. Despite her conscious efforts to dismiss such thoughts and refrain from looking back, dreams, elusive and uncontrollable, invariably conjured his image. Mingchen observed the waning figure of Wen Yao and, reaching out, placed his hand on her forehead to confirm she was fever-free. He then rose leisurely, remarking, "The sun has set. You may rise now, little sloth. Your new clothes are in the wardrobe. Change on your own." With that, Mingchen politely exited the room. Wen Yao gazed after him, slowly getting out of bed. Curiosity piqued, she opened the wardrobe to find it no longer empty, but rather adorned with 2 full rows of clothing, predominantly in white or pastel shades of blue and pink. As she rummaged through the garments, she discovered a pure white bridal gown, a short qipao in blue floral print, a bright orange sundress adorned with a country floral pattern, and a delicate lavender princess dress embellished with rhinestones. Each piece was splendid and enchanting, exuding a youthful charm. Wen Yao found herself momentarily entranced. Was this truly the apocalypse? In a world where survival was a daily struggle, such ostentatious attire seemed excessively flamboyant. Moreover, these heavy, exquisite dresses hardly appeared suitable for battling zombies or monsters. Previously, she had donned the standard black tactical gear mandated by the base, and even on rare occasions when she wore something different, it was limited to athletic or casual wear. It was not that she disliked beautiful clothing, but rather that circumstances had never afforded her the opportunity to wear them, leading her to feel a sense of discomfort upon encountering these dresses. Furrowing her brow, she sifted through the options and ultimately settled on a simpler sky blue dress. After dressing, she stepped out of her room to find Mingchen seated on the sofa in the living room. His gaze traveled from her ankles upward, the blue fabric accentuating her ethereal beauty, her skin as fair as congealed fat. The only shortcomings were the absence of accessories and the trailing ribbons at her waist, which hung loosely at her sides, making the princess dress resemble an oversized nightgown. Mingchen could not help but say, "Come here." Wen Yao approached, asking, "What is it?" "Turn around," he instructed, lifting her hands and deftly pulling the ribbons at her back to tie them into a perfect bow. Wen Yao turned her head in confusion. "What are you doing?" Mingchen met her gaze, a playful glint in his peach blossom eyes. "How can you not even wear a dress properly?" "You're one to talk," Wen Yao replied, glancing at the mirror in the living room to see the perfectly tied bow on her back. The symmetry of the ribbons impressed even her. "I don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder." By 7:30 in the evening, mealtime had passed. Mingchen led Wen Yao to the dining room on the second floor. Upon seeing the menu beside the dining table, she was once again astonished. "We can still order?" After spending 7 years in the Beizhou training camp, her meals had consisted almost entirely of fixed nutritional substances. There were hardly any choices. And even normal food was scarce, mostly protein bars or dehydrated meals. "What would you like to eat?" Mingchen inquired. After years of the apocalypse, Wen Yao had not encountered a menu in ages, and now, staring at the colorful paper, she felt as though she had slipped into a dreamlike state. "Can I order whatever I want?" Mingchen smiled slightly and nodded. "Since mealtime has passed, everything will be freshly made. Feel free to choose as you wish." "Is the treatment this generous?" After Wen Yao placed her order, Mingchen added a few more dishes. When the steak arrived, he intercepted the small knife meant for cutting it before she could reach for it. With no choice, she withdrew her hand and instead picked up a spoon to savor a piece of cream cake. While cutting his steak, Mingchen advised, "I've put your silver moon blade away. You are no longer permitted to use it." Wen Yao paused, quickly grasping his meaning. Understood. The Beizhou 13th District Base Commander oversaw more than 300 personnel, and while she was merely a vice commander of a small team, her reputation was modest. However, in these times, the use of cold weapons was rare, and her proficiency with the blade had earned her some recognition across the 4 districts. To wield the silver moon blade openly was tantamount to flaunting her identity as a commander of Beizhou. Wen Yao took a sip of water, inadvertently smearing cream from the cake onto the rim of her cup. Mingchen noticed and cautioned, "Your face, and also your cup." Chapter 23. Don't look at me like a puppy. Wen Yao glanced at Mingchen, who had only a plate of steak before him, his movements with the knife and fork exuding elegance and poise. In stark contrast, her own plate was a chaotic arrangement of cutlery, and her eating habits were rather casual, reminiscent of a country dog venturing into the city. People are products of their environment. During her time in Beizhou, simply not starving was considered a significant achievement. And in such harsh conditions, who would concern themselves with manners at the table? When Yao discreetly composed herself, wiping her face with her hand, only to discover her sleeve was also smeared with cream. As she attempted to clean her sleeve, she found her fingers equally soiled. Mingchen paused in his cutting, observing her. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, Wen Yao hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe away the mess. "I'm so sorry." Mingchen said nothing, instead arranging her disarrayed cutlery with a calm demeanor. "I need to be away from Gangqiao City for a while." At this, Wen Yao immediately set aside the napkin, her expression earnest. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Her demeanor was one of eager readiness, as if she had successfully secured a position. Meals were certainly not to be taken for granted. In this world, resources were scarce, and no base would support idle individuals, especially not in the influential Eastern Zhou region. Mingchen had merely intended to inform her of his plans, not expecting such a reaction. He raised an eyebrow. "What can you do for me?" Wen Yao replied, "Anything within my capability. My physical condition is excellent, and this minor injury will heal in 2 days. I'm almost recovered from last night's illness. However, I'll need another cold weapon. A knife or a sword will do, as I'm not particularly skilled with firearms." Mingchen found her response amusing, looking at her with interest. The girl before him was stunning, her skin resembling the smoothness of congealed fat, her eyes bright and captivating. Dressed in a clean dress, she radiated an aura of purity and beauty, reminiscent of an innocent young lady unacquainted with the world, a stark contrast to her former self, who had fought fiercely for Shen Yichuan. "Don't look at me like a puppy," Mingchen said, placing the sliced steak before Wen Yao. "I've already told you. I'm not Shen Yichuan. You don't need to do anything for me. I'll be gone for about a month, And during that time, you have only one task. You're the one acting like a puppy. Wen Yao mentally dismissed his earlier statement, reminding herself that their relationship was no longer adversarial, but hierarchical. She needed to adjust her previous disdain towards him. Even if she found her employer disagreeable for the sake of this meal, she must endure, right? With a good-natured demeanor, she inquired, "What task is that?" Mingchen replied, "Take good care of your injuries." Wen Yao, puzzled, asked, "Does that mean I don't have to do anything?" Mingchen reclined languidly, a smile dancing in his peach blossom eyes. "Indeed, you need not lift a finger. I have already informed the steward of this villa. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command him." Wen Yao furrowed her brow deeper. "I have no needs." Mingchen added, "Furthermore, Dr. Lin will be removing your stitches in a couple of days." Although she did not quite comprehend, Wen Yao's attitude had shifted, and she obediently replied, "All right." Mingchen noticed this change and inquired with a smile, "Were you always like this? Did you listen to everything Shen Yichuan said?" Wen Yao, puzzled by the question, responded, "He is the captain, and I am the vice-captain. His rank is superior to mine, so naturally, I must follow his orders." Mingchen rested his finger against his temple, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. "Then henceforth, you shall heed only my commands." Wen Yao felt an inexplicable sense of being on a ship from which there was no return. During her time in the ancient villa, Wen Yao experienced tranquility and peace. In this post-apocalyptic world, if her prior existence in North Continent was a struggle for survival, now it felt like a leisurely retreat, a transition from hardship to ease. The room she inhabited was a luxurious suite, adorned with opulent amenities that would rival even a five-star hotel before the world fell into chaos. The only distinction was that some smart devices were inoperative. The television could be turned on, but its screen was distorted and the sound crackled, clearly lacking any signal. With the advent of the apocalypse, all broadcasting stations had been damaged and people, preoccupied with survival, had no resources to waste on repairing such trivialities. After several days, apart from her initial discomfort, Wen Yao found no further issues. During this time, two maid-like girls had visited, claiming they were sent by Mingchen to care for her. But Wen Yao politely declined, as she had no need for assistance. In District 13 of North Continent, as a vice-commander, she had to manage everything herself, overseeing the daily lives of the entire combat team. The notion of being cared for was a luxury she had not known. She was grateful if others did not burden her with their concerns. She required no assistance with any life skills. For the first time in many years, she found herself with an abundance of leisure, experiencing what it felt like to live freely, no tension, no hunger, and no constant vigilance. This sensation was akin to being released after 7 years of imprisonment. It was exceedingly comforting. One afternoon, Wen Yao moved a chair to the balcony, contemplating her future plans while admiring the view. She recalled that in her dream, East Continent was the first to develop the ability awakening agent. It was said that with this special serum, even those of ordinary aptitude could awaken their abilities with proper training. Her objective now was to remain in East Continent, the hub of advanced scientific research and abundant resources, awaiting the development of this serum and seeking any means to acquire the most potent version. The limitations of the human physique could only be transcended through genetic alteration to awaken abilities. Chapter 24. What grievance lies beneath? Wen Yao was not particularly adept at socializing. During her stay in the ancient villa, apart from Maisha and the steward, she had spoken to no one else. Others seemed to harbor a certain apprehension towards Mingchen. At most, they would steal a few glances, but would not approach her. However, each time she dined in the second-floor restaurant, she sensed a girl observing her. Her gaze sharp and scrutinizing, tinged with disdain, an unmistakable hostility. Wen Yao did not believe she had offended anyone upon her arrival. But piecing together snippets of conversation among the other diners revealed that the girl was named Fei Kuei, the daughter of the renowned biologist Fei Qianjiang from East Continent's District 14, who was also one of Mingchen's most crucial researchers. Thus, the Fei family were esteemed guests of the villa. Both his precious daughter and his inept son were entitled to reside there, even amidst the trials of the apocalypse. They continued to enjoy a lifestyle of unparalleled luxury, a privilege unattainable for ordinary survivors or refugees, let alone the esteemed commanders who had earned their accolades. The status of Professor Fei's family was clear. After processing this information, Wen Yao concluded that, regardless of the reasons behind the animosity directed at her, she could not afford to offend them. Consequently, she approached the steward, requesting that her meals be delivered to her room thrice daily. As she had no desire to descend again, the steward readily acquiesced, even expressing concern for her well-being. However, the matter was far from resolved. One day, as a maid delivered her meal, Wen Yao stared at the plates on the table, lost in thought. The food was acceptable, but the rice had been laced with a sedative. Such a ruse might deceive an ordinary person, but it would not fool her. As one of the finest candidates for command at the North Continent District 13 base, her senses had undergone rigorous training. She could feel the fine granularity, even without smelling it. To point out that the rice was tainted would undoubtedly reveal her exceptional nature. With Mingchen currently absent from Port Bridge City and not at the base, it was prudent to keep her identity concealed. After much contemplation, she resolved to eat only a few bites of the vegetables, fabricating an excuse that she was not hungry. Yet that evening, the meal consisted of pasta, which was evidently suspect as well. What on earth is going on? She muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor, Fei Kuei looked up. What did she say? She didn't eat the food? The maid timidly nodded. Fei Kuei pondered. Could she have realized something? The maid shook her head. The powder is colorless and tasteless. It should not be detectable. Fei Kuei replied, then we shall wait. I refuse to believe she will skip dinner as well. Turning to another female commander, she inquired, Captain Liu, if my plan succeeds, are you certain you can facilitate her departure?
Lulinudda.
A sudden surge of zombies has erupted in the western suburbs of Port Bridge City, mixed with hundreds of mutated zombies, making it quite challenging. For the past few days, everyone has been engaged in combat, leaving only Luo Xuanqing and myself to guard the villa. Luo Xuanqing will secure the southeast entrance while I watch the northwest side. We will exit through the northwest door, where my people are stationed. After a pause, she added, but Miss Wei, that girl is someone Commander Ming brought back. He is currently absent from the base. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Fei Kuei affirmed, as long as you do not speak of it. Lu Li quickly responded. Commander Ming is not an ordinary person. Even if I remain silent, he will discover it. After a moment of thought, Fei Kuei raised her head confidently, asserting, Commander Ming has never blamed me. Lu Li, having lived in the villa for many years, understood this well. Miss Wei had been a young girl when she first arrived with Professor Fei, spoiled and unrefined, rebellious in her teenage years. She had broken a painting beloved by Commander Ming, taken important documents from his office, and unabashedly demanded gifts from him during holidays or birthdays. The most outrageous incident involved her releasing a certain prisoner, claiming he was a childhood classmate, which ultimately led to the deaths of 2 researchers. However, despite the grave sin that warranted a death sentence, Professor Fei merely led her to acknowledge a minor fault, and no punishment was levied against her. In fact, these events became a source of her audacious pride. Naturally, this leniency from the Chief Ming was the very reason she felt emboldened to act with impunity within the villa. After all, such indulgence was reserved solely for her. Another maid, standing nearby, glanced at the calm trio and cautiously interjected, But Steward Zhou instructed us to take good care of her. This was a direct order from Chief Ming before he departed. We should not act recklessly with this girl. Lu Li, however, dismissed the concern with a wave of her hand. In this day and age, there are plenty of worthless women, akin to parasitic weeds, many of whom are discarded after being played with by men. The girl may be beautiful, but once Chief Ming brought her back and casually offered her around, neglecting her for several days, how significant could she truly be? No matter her worth, it pales in comparison to Miss Wei, and even more so to Professor Fei. After all, when weighed against tangible survival resources, what does a pretty girl count for? Merely a dessert after a meal, if you will. While Lu Li held reservations about Fei Kuei's dubious intentions, she was too indifferent to voice any opposition, merely relishing the spectacle and indulging the whims of the little sovereign. Ultimately, the outcome was predictable. Miss Wei would smile sweetly and playfully, and at worst, Professor Fei would take her to apologize. It was hardly a matter of great consequence. Listening to Lu Li's words, Fei Kuei felt a surge of anger at the thought of that girl tarnishing the image of her idol, further solidifying her intention to have her removed. You two, go check on her. See if she has fainted. Chapter 25. to pretend to faint or not to pretend. At that moment, in the small hall on the 5th floor, Wen Yao sat at the dining table, her chin resting in her palm as she pondered a grave dilemma. Should she feign unconsciousness or not? She had successfully disposed of the pasta in the bathroom, pretending to have consumed it. If she did not faint soon, her ruse would be exposed, arousing their suspicions and compelling her into an unavoidable confrontation. Alone in this foreign land of Dongzhou, devoid of allies, what could she possibly use to confront them? A flimsy acquaintance with Mingchen? Wen Yao did not consider herself of such significance. Having spent 7 years in Base 13, she was well aware of how highly researchers were esteemed across various continents and districts. Those of special professor rank held a status nearly on par with that of base commanders. If she were to engage in direct conflict with this Miss Wei, given her formidable power and influence, what would happen if they tore apart the facade and summoned her arrest? Thus, it was wiser to conceal her strength for the time being. Resolving to act on this thought, Wen Yao concealed a miniature knife in her palm and leaned back on the sofa, pretending to swoon. It was not long before 2 maids entered, binding her hands and feet with coarse rope and stuffing her into a black sack. Lacking any training, their technique was unrefined. The ropes were loose enough that with a modicum of strength, she could sever them without a knife. The maids dragged her into the corridor, where Luli straightened from her leaning position against the wall. "Leave it to me." With that, she hoisted the sack onto her shoulder. Outside the western gate of the villa, Fei Kuei awaited by the car. Surprised to see her, Luli exclaimed, "Miss Wei, why have you come down?" Fei Kuei brushed her exquisite chestnut curls and smiled at Luli. "Having stayed in the villa for too long, I felt the need for some fresh air." Yet, her true motivation was a fear of Luli's potential reversal, so she came to supervise personally, unwilling to relax until the girl was disposed of outside the city. Luli dared not oppose the whims of this little sovereign. After tossing the black sack into the car's trailer, she opened the passenger door for Fei Kuei. Once these tasks were completed, she took her seat in the driver's position and started the engine. The sky was rapidly darkening, heavy clouds rolling in, casting a somber gloom over the glass walls, adding a sense of oppression to the fallen metropolis. As the vehicle roared to life, Wen Yao, now behind the sack, deftly cut through the ropes binding her and emerged from the black bag. Her petite frame crouched at the edge of the trailer, ears perked to catch the conversation ahead. As Luli drove toward the outskirts of the city, she tentatively proposed to Fei Kuei, "Why not just abandon her in the city? She is merely a young girl. With such a vast place as Gangqiao City, she doesn't know the way, she won't make it back. Moreover, even if she tried to return, Chief Ming, with his fastidious nature, would certainly not welcome her back. Parts of the city were quite perilous. If they left a defenseless girl there, it would be a matter of days before she fell prey to those wild men." Fei Kuei, displeased by this notion, retorted, "So, Captain Liu, you're feeling sorry for a mere girl?" Luli replied, "I believe it's tough for everyone in this world. There's south no need to drive her to despair. Outside the city, there are zombies everywhere. If we abandon her out there, she likely won't survive more than half an hour." Fei Kuei, however, remained unperturbed. "Just toss her outside." She had no intention of granting her any chance of survival. It would be best if she were devoured by the zombies, she thought to herself. Having overheard this exchange, Wen Yao realized their disdain for her and their intention to cast her outside to await her demise. After finally managing to arrive in the Eastern District and gain entry into the city, she could not allow herself to be so easily discarded. As the vehicle slowed down at a crossroads, Wen Yao swiftly maneuvered to the back of the car and leaped out just as it sped away, rolling to a stop. The night had fully descended, but the city still had power. Scattered streetlights flickered to life, preventing complete darkness. Wen Yao dusted off her dress and gripped her small knife as she made her way back. This area was a survivor's zone within the city, predominantly inhabited by ordinary people lacking combat prowess, primarily the elderly, women, and children, including both native residents and refugees from other regions. Due to the proximity to Base 14 in Dongzhou, which was under the control of the combat team, a semblance of social order persisted here. Minor disputes may occur, but no one dared to cause chaos in public. Wen Yao's gaze swept over a nearby stall, set up in front of an abandoned office building. To the left, a traffic light pole lay toppled, and to the right stood a dilapidated street lamp. The stall consisted of several burlap sacks laid out on the ground, quite rudimentary. with a hodgepodge of items displayed: canned meat, shovels, clothing, salt, and pots. The stall owner appeared to be a woman in her 30s, dressed in tattered clothes, cradling a swaddled baby in her arms. The child slept fitfully while the mother tended to the stall, humming a lullaby to soothe the infant. Wen Yao approached. "Hello." The woman nodded, gesturing towards the items on display. "Take a look at what you need." Wen Yao picked up a large shovel that was about her height. "How much for this?" The woman held up her fingers. 5 silver coins. After a moment's thought, Wen Yao extended her small knife. "Can I trade you this?" In the post-apocalyptic world, bartering was still a viable option. As long as both parties agreed, the intrinsic value of the items did not matter. Although the knife Wen Yao possessed was small, it was new and exquisite, a multifunctional tool that might appeal to the woman. The woman replied, "Let me see it." Despite holding a child, Wen Yao was not concerned about the woman fleeing with her knife, and she handed it over. After a brief examination, the woman waved her hand in agreement. Wen Yao then took the large shovel in exchange for her knife. As darkness enveloped the world, she found herself devoid of a hardcore weapon, leaving her with an unsettling sense of insecurity. In that moment, acquiring a blade or an axe seemed implausible. Even a shovel would suffice. Any tool with a handle would do, as she was accustomed to wielding the silver moon blade, which afforded her a modicum of familiarity. As Wen Yao continued her journey homeward, she had barely taken a few steps when a woman called out to her, "Young lady." Turning back, Wen Yao was met with the woman's warning, "If you're alone, I advise against taking that path. Up ahead, 3 street lamps are out of order, and traversing it at night could lead to unforeseen troubles. Opt for that route instead. It is broader and frequented by passing teams and vehicles, rendering it relatively safer." "Thank you," Wen Yao replied. The woman waved her hand dismissively and returned to soothing the infant cradled in her arms. Observing this scene, Wen Yao was at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions. She recalled Shen Yichuan and his past rebukes of her charitable acts, which he deemed mere sentimentality. He was rational and strategic, yet he failed to grasp that kindness in dire circumstances is the most profound warmth. Chapter 26. You've stripped me of everything. Wen Yao had been shrouded in a sack, rendering her memory of the route unclear. Soon, dark clouds gathered overhead, and rain began to pour. By the time she managed to navigate to the vicinity of the ancient castle villa, it was already the latter half of the night. The torrential downpour blurred her vision as she gazed at the European-style street lamps in the distance. 2 black cars had halted before the grand arched gate, and several researchers clad in white emerged, accompanied by individuals in black uniforms who held umbrellas for them. Shortly thereafter, the vehicles departed, and the researchers trickled away. Wen Yao observed silently, uncertain whether it was safe to return. Having recently arrived at the Eastern Zhou district base, she felt a stranger in unfamiliar territory, unable to comprehend the intricate relationships among these influential figures. Logically, the base was heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult to smuggle out a living person. Yet Miss Wei had accomplished this feat with apparent ease, boldly declaring her intent to cast her outside the city. Such audacity suggested considerable power on her part, and returning recklessly could very well spell her doom. Ultimately, she mused, one could trust no one in this world. Raindrops clung to her eyelashes as she wrung out the water from her clothing and turned away from the castle villa area. Upon returning from the garden district with supplies, Butler Zhou overheard 2 maids discussing the situation, prompting him to hastily ascend to the 5th floor. Pushing open the door, he found the room empty. Noticing his grim countenance, one maid reported, it was Miss Wei who instructed Captain Liu to take her away. "Did you witness this?" Butler Zhou inquired. The maid nodded but quickly added, however, "They are Miss Wei's people. I dared not intervene." Butler Zhou's expression darkened. The maid timidly asked, "But if Commander Ming returns, he shouldn't hold Miss Wei accountable, right?" Butler Zhou himself was uncertain. After all, Commander Ming had entrusted him to look after the girl. Yet if it was indeed Miss Wei's doing, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Miss Wei had caused many troubles in the past, yet miraculously escaped unscathed, leading everyone to instinctively believe that as long as she took responsibility, they would be spared. They had no authority to obstruct her actions, and Commander Ming never blamed her. So it stood to reason they should not suffer for it either. Thus, it should be fine, right? In Port Bridge City, in the Northern District, the area leaned towards the outskirts. Once a university town before the apocalypse, its vast expanse had naturally been repurposed into a training camp for combat team members. Soaked to the bone, Wen Yao had inquired about directions all day and finally arrived here just before nightfall. Along the way, she had used her shovel to incapacitate a young man and had subsequently seized his backpack. It was hardly her fault to take advantage of the chaos. That blonde youth had attempted to harass her, and after she struck him, her stomach growled audibly. Consequently, not only did he injure his leg, but he also lost his food supply. At that moment, it was 5:30 in the afternoon. The rain had ceased, yet the ground was a quagmire, and the surrounding individuals were ragged, most lacking umbrellas and drenched through. Wen Yao stood in a lengthy queue, gripping a shovel in one hand and an old backpack in the other, while gnawing on a piece of dry bread. Her once immaculate white dress had transformed into a grimy gray, utterly sullied. Beside her, a young man with a pleasing demeanor pleaded, "Miss, could you kindly return my backpack?" Wen Yao ignored him, maintaining a stoic expression as she continued to move forward in the line. The young man limped alongside her. "I assure you, my bag contains nothing of value. The food inside is unappetizing, and some has even expired." Wen Yao took another bite of her bread, remaining silent. The young man fidgeted, his brow furrowing in desperation. "I've been starving for 3 days. That was my last bit of food. If you take that too, I'll be left with nothing." "Oh, dear. I swear to the heavens, I meant you no harm. I merely approached you out of concern for a young girl alone." He continued, "You could have simply brushed me off, but instead, you took my bag. Is it reasonable to act so unreasonably?" A nearby individual jostled him. "Where do you think you're standing?" "No cutting in line." The young man quickly moved back into line. "I'm not cutting. I've been following this young lady the entire time. Just ask her." When Yao finished her bread, retrieved a water bottle from her bag, took a few sips, and then put it back. The young man craned his neck, eagerly watching her, torn between the desire to snatch it and the fear of doing so. When Yao pulled out a bag of small bread rolls and handed it to him. "Are you from Portbridge City?" The young man accepted the bread, nodding earnestly yes. "My name is Qiuji. I'm a local, a native resident. I've lived here for over a decade, and since the apocalypse, I've been surviving in this area." Wen Yao inquired, "Do you know what the requirements are to join this training camp and become a trainee?" Qiuji looked taken aback. "You don't know, and yet you're here in line." Wen Yao's voice was soft yet tinged with an underlying authority. "Just answer my question." Qiuji replied, 10 gold coins." Wen Yao asked, "Do you have any gold coins?" Qiuji gaped, exasperated. "You've stripped me bare. I have nothing left. How could I possibly have gold coins?" Wen Yao stated, "Without gold coins, entry is impossible." Chapter 27. Living like you is pointless. After a moment of contemplation, Qiuji replied, "It is indeed possible. If one pays no fee, they could end up in the F camp." Recognizing her as an outsider, he warmly elaborated to secure his backpack. The Eastern Zhou District Training Camp is divided into 5 main camps, A, B, C, D, and F. Camp A is for prospective commanders, B is for advanced training, C is for intermediate training, D is for beginner training, and as for F camp, it isn't even considered a proper camp. No training occurs there, merely a chaotic survival mode. He continued, Camps A, B, and C require passing a series of rigorous assessments to gain entry. While D camp is open to the public, paying 10 gold coins grants you the status of a junior trainer. Those who join receive standardized uniforms, are guided by training officers, and are afforded basic personal safety guarantees. Conversely, F camp is purely a survival mode where individuals receive only food in exchange for labor. Not only do they miss out on professional training, but they also risk their lives going outside the city for grueling labor, like coal mining, scavenging, or being subjected to various research experiments. In layman's terms, it's a group of cannon fodder, tasked with the most arduous and exhausting work for the meagerest of rewards, all while facing the constant specter of death. However, there exists a glimmer of hope. Should one excel academically or accomplish notable feats, they may be rewarded with silver or gold coins by the overseers. Once 10 gold coins have been amassed, one can escape the dire straits and make their way to Camp D. It appears that the training camp in the Eastern continent operates similarly to that in the Northern continent, albeit with a more ruthless selection mechanism that places little value on human life. After grasping the situation, Wen Yao declared, "Let us venture together to Camp F." Ji, bewildered, retorted, if you wish to go, then go alone. Why must you drag me along? Camp F is akin to hell. One must leave the city daily. And I have no desire to meet my demise. Wen Yao replied, you have lived in Port Bridge City for over a decade. And the apocalypse has ravaged us for 7 years. Look at your predicament after all these years. You're on the brink of starvation. Do you truly believe you will achieve anything? After a moment of shock, Ji responded defiantly, sister, do you understand the state of the world? The apocalypse has descended, and the realm of human existence is ever shrinking. Who knows when we will all perish? What need is there for ambition or a way out? Merely surviving is a commendable feat. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, and despite the grime on her face, her beauty remained unblemished. And how do you intend to survive? By preying on the weak, the elderly, the ill? Ji was momentarily silenced. Wen Yao returned his backpack. If you possess even a modicum of dignity, strive to battle the zombies outside rather than wallow in this squalor. Living as you do lacks meaning. Clutching his reclaimed backpack tightly, Ji couldn't restrain his retort. What do you know, little girl? You dare lecture me at your tender age? My existence is of no concern to you. Just as he was about to utter a harsher sentiment, the girl wielding a shovel turned her gaze back, compelling him to swallow his words. The outbreak of the zombie crisis has led to widespread mutations among various flora and fauna, causing the human survival range to contract continuously while resources dwindle. Consequently, every human habitation urgently requires warriors capable of venturing beyond the city in search of resources, as well as fighters to defend their homes against the undead, giving rise to the concept of base training camps. Daily deaths occur within these camps, yet new recruits are always sought. It is a realm of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. Ascending the ranks not only signifies the attainment of glory and respect, but also ensures access to superior resources. For instance, those emerging from Camp A are entitled to reside in the luxurious castle district of Zone 14, enjoying the finest in sustenance and medical resources, as well as cutting-edge weaponry. Wen Yao's ambition is to obtain the awakening serum for supernatural abilities. To achieve this goal, she need not rely solely on Mingchen. She has already repaid him enough favors. Seeking to exploit him further for resources would be excessively greedy. It would be wiser to carve her own path to success. If she could thrive in the northern continent, she could surely do the same in the eastern continent. As night fell completely, a gentle drizzle began to descend. Inside a concrete building, a dilapidated wooden table was set, at which sat a woman in uniform, flanked by several armed guards. The woman, pen in hand, called next. Stepping into a muddy puddle, Wen Yao approached. The woman glanced up momentarily, then lifted her gaze to meet Wen Yao's. Observing the tattered, yet strikingly beautiful girl before her, the woman inquired, Camp D? Wen Yao replied, I have no coins. I intend to go to Camp F. The woman, initially reluctant to engage further, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the seemingly naive girl, whose beauty was undeniable. Camp F is quite chaotic, populated mainly by men, and even criminals reside there. Your safety as a young woman would not be guaranteed. Perhaps it would be wiser for your family to gather some coins for Camp D? Wen Yao frowned. I am a new refugee. I have no family. The woman paused, then suggested, in that case, perhaps you should head to the survivors' quarter in the city. It is relatively safer. However, the eastern continent lacks refugee shelters, and the survivors' quarter does not provide food or shelter. Survival there also requires funds. Typically, it is the family members of training camp participants who reside there, meaning that without a breadwinner, one cannot survive in the ostensibly safe quarters unless they resort to selling themselves. Wen Yao shook her head. I will go to Camp F. The woman ceased her protests and resumed her registration, asking for her name. Wen Yao pondered. Zhou Yao.
Age, 22.
What was your previous occupation? Wen Yao fabricated a backstory. I used to associate with hunters, but now my companions have perished, and I have wandered here with the refugees. The woman regarded her with pity once more, handing her a set of grimy clothing recently scavenged from the deceased. Go ahead, take a left. Gazing at the drab, corpse-scented work attire in her hands, Wen Yao asked, what about weapons? The woman responded, Camp F does not provide weapons. You'll need to procure your own. Anything you manage to seize or find will be yours. That shovel you have is quite decent. Do not lose it. Understood, thank you. Chapter 28. the Blood Sea Rose Garden. Half a month later, a gleaming black sedan entered the urban expanse of Port Bridge City as night descended, the moon rising and the stars beginning to twinkle. After dark, the city appeared dim and frigid, its towering edifices resembling mere props devoid of light, with only the cold glow of street lamps illuminating the pavement. "Is the boss returning to the castle villa?"
Didao inquired.
The man in the back seat reclined against the cushion, fingers massaging his temples as he closed his eyes. Responding lazily, "What date is it today?" "It is April 8th. Upon hearing this, Didahu paused in surprise before nodding. "Understood, boss. I will turn around and head to the rose garden." The night deepened, the indigo sky cloaked in dark clouds, a cool breeze sweeping through a rose garden that appeared like a sea of blood. As countless flowers swayed chaotically, the white curtains of the church's top floor fluttered gently, casting ghostly shadows from the flickering candles within. The spacious attic was brightly lit, and at the center of a circular altar lay a transparent ice coffin, within which slumbered a man of ordinary appearance, but possessing a gentle and warm demeanor. Outside the ice coffin, a figure rested on the jade stone steps. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his closed almond-shaped eyes narrow, lips of vivid hue that accentuated his strikingly handsome face. His features were sharply defined, and in the absence of others, he refrained from smiling, revealing a brooding and somber expression beneath the facade. Today marked the anniversary of his brother's death. Mingchen had only come to sit with his brother for a while, but unexpectedly, he dozed off and dreamt of his childhood. The images were fragmented, memories flashing before him. A young child returning home from school, his father engrossed in research in the basement, while his mother wore a perpetually indifferent expression, drinking bitter coffee and staring at the television. The vast villa was eerily quiet. Only his brother showed him kindness, caring for his well-being, assisting with homework, and imparting life lessons. His brother, with a pure heart, favored white and smiled often, always dressed in crisp white shirts and tailored trousers, embodying a small adult's responsibility in caring for his younger sibling. His brother would often crouch down before him, smiling as he said, "No parent can fail to love their child. Your father loves you, and your mother loves you too. Your father is merely busy with work, and your mother is simply having a quarrel with him. They both love you dearly, little Aiken. Do not overthink it." However, the well-meaning lies shattered like glass, transforming into cold corpses and the cruel, bloody edge of a blade. His brother was dead, slain upon the table in their father's research room. The mother had gone mad, stabbing him with a dagger until his body was riddled with holes. "You little bastard, you vile brat. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed your brother. Do you even have a heart? He treated you so well. Do you even have a heart?" The room was dim. A faint sliver of light seeped through the gap in the curtains. The crazed woman gripped the little boy's throat and stabbed down again and again. Blood splattered across her twisted face, blurring her features beyond recognition. Pinned against the icy floor tiles, the little boy coughed up blood. Crimson droplets clung to his long, delicate eyelashes. His small face was pale as paper. His lips trembled as he moved them, calling out in sorrow and pain.
"Mom."
When Mingchen woke from the nightmare, every candle in the church attic had been blown out. Outside the window, purple lightning tore across the sky, its blinding flash illuminating the garden full of roses. "Mingchen." The distant rumble of thunder slowly rolled in. Because of the rain, the sky was murky and indistinct, making it hard to tell whether it was dawn or dusk. A splitting headache throbbed through his skull. He rose, picked up the transparent umbrella beside the desk, and went downstairs. As he stepped out from the rose garden, the violent wind whipped the branches and leaves into chaos. Thorny vines swayed wildly, scratching the back of the man's pale, cold hand. Watching the bead of bright red blood well up, Mingchen's eyes flickered slightly. His long, well-defined fingers stretched out beneath the transparent umbrella dotted with raindrops and plucked a rose. When he returned to the castle villa and stepped out of the car, Mingchen smiled and asked Butler Zhou, who stood nearby hesitating to speak, "So, how is Miss Yao recovering from her injuries?" Butler Zhou had never expected Commander Ming to ask about that the moment he returned. He froze for a moment. After a long silence without an answer, Mingchen turned his head. Butler Zhou lowered his head and answered honestly, "Miss Yao is missing. That day I went to the garden to supervise the delivery. By the time I returned, she was gone. Later I learned that Miss Wei had taken her away. Mingchen continued to look at him with the same smile, saying nothing. Butler Zhou felt inexplicably nervous. He had already wrinkled his suit sleeves from gripping them too tightly. Miss Wei originally intended to send her out of the city. He continued, but somehow lost her halfway. So, I asked Captain He to take people to search for her. We checked every district in Harbor Bridge City, but couldn't he find her. After finishing, Butler Zhou secretly raised his eyes, trying to read the man's expression. But he had forgotten, most of the time. Commander Ming's emotions could never be discerned from his face. Mingchen's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked softly, "When did this happen?" Chapter 29. As if possessed by the devil half a month ago. Captain He searched all the districts but found nothing. I was worried Miss Wei might object. So, I told them to stop searching. After asking that question, Mingchen went upstairs. Butler Zhou felt uneasy. He didn't know whether he should feel relieved or even more anxious. After thinking it over, he quietly followed to see what would happen. Mingchen arrived at the 4th floor of the villa. Before entering the office, he saw Fei Kuei standing outside the door. The girl had a pretty face and a bright smile. "Commander Ming, you're back?" Mingchen smiled as well and handed her the rose in his hand. "What are you waiting here for?" Fei Kuei froze for a moment. She knew that every time Commander Ming returned from the rose garden, he would pick a rose to bring back for the vase. But never once had he given the rose in his hand to her. The gesture left her pleasantly surprised. Blushing, she quickly accepted it. "I came to apologize to you, Commander Ming. While you were away, I made another mistake." Mingchen didn't ask further. He simply pushed open the office door on the 4th floor.
Come in and talk.
Fei Kuei had been here before, so she hurried in after him, chatting cheerfully. "Commander Ming, did you go collect live Mune specimens again this time?" Mingchen gave a quiet hum. Walking to the desk, he placed a box down and gently opened it. Inside lay a brand new silver handgun. Small, exquisite, and beautiful. He took it out and played with it in his hand. "I just brought this back from the weapon factory in Eastern Continent District 1. Want to try it?" Fei Kuei's eyes lit up.
Sure.
"Let me try." Her face was full of excitement as she stepped forward lightly. But before she could get close, the man lowered the gun and fired at her.
Bang. Ah.
The gunshot and scream rang out at the same time. The bullet tore through the girl's thigh. Bright red blood bloomed like a flower upon the pink hem of her dress. Caught completely off guard, Fei Kuei cried out in agony and collapsed to her knees. The intense pain twisted her pretty face as tears poured down instantly. "See Commander Ming," her voice trembled and choked. The earlier joy had vanished, leaving only pain. Mingchen, however, remained focused on the gun in his hand. He nodded in satisfaction. "Nice feel. What do you think, Miss Wei?" Fei Kuei lay on the ground, unable even to crawl. She could only open her mouth helplessly, propping herself up with her elbows as tears streamed down her face. Mingchen walked toward her, the sound of his leather shoes tapping rhythmically on the floor. Seeing him approach, terror filled Fei Kuei's eyes. She tried to retreat, but she couldn't move at all. She could only shake her head slightly, tears brimming. "No, please," still smiling. The man crouched elegantly before her. But his actions showed no mercy. His pale, slender hand fell upon her beautiful chestnut curls. Suddenly, he grabbed her head and yanked it up brutally, showing not the slightest trace of gentleness.
Ah.
Now not only did her leg throb with pain, but her scalp felt as if needles were piercing it. Fei Kuei had never seen this side of Commander Ming. Shock, disbelief, and bone-deep fear filled her eyes. All this time, he had been gentle, polite, and courteous. No matter what mistakes she made or disasters she caused, he would always laugh them off and even comfort her kindly, like an older brother. He had never even spoken harshly to her. And yet now, in an instant, he was like a completely different person, as if possessed by a devil. Fei Kuei couldn't stop crying. Her eyes and nose were red, her whole body trembling like a frightened rabbit. Mingchen gripped her hair, forcing her to raise her head. The corner of his lips curved upward, but his eyes were filled with cold disgust. "What are you exactly? Since when did you think you could make decisions about my people on your own?" As he spoke in that gentle tone, flames flickered from his fingertips, burning several strands of her hair into black smoke. Fei Kuei had been pampered since childhood. She had never suffered such abuse. Her whole body shook violently, tears falling like broken pearls. Overwhelming terror made her words incoherent. "Please don't, Butler Zhou," and several maids rushed over after hearing the gunshot. One look, and they all sucked in cold breaths, barely daring to breathe. Wasn't Commander Ming always extremely indulgent toward Miss Wei? But now he had not only shot her, but was also grabbing her hair so brutally.
It was terrifying. Truly terrifying.
Fei Kuei glanced toward the door with desperate eyes, silently pleading for help. But she had forgotten something. The person abusing her right now was not some criminal. He was the master of this castle villa. Who would dare to save her? Mingchen ignored everyone outside the door. As if feeling disgusted, he withdrew his smile and casually threw her back onto the ground before slowly standing up. Her head slammed against the tiles. Blood spilled from her forehead, and she fainted. The rose slipped from her hand. Now it lay in the pool of blood. A petal drifted down, trembling lightly as it floated upon the flowing crimson, before being crushed beneath the sole of the man's leather shoe. Mingchen returned to the desk and leisurely wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Butler Zhou's face was pale with terror, cold sweat dripping down. "See Commander Ming, what are your orders?" Chapter 30. If that is the case, just how badly must she have been bullied? Mingchen, having finished drying his hands, meticulously wiped down the silver handgun before returning it to its rightful place. "Drag him down, and let Dr. Lin take a look. We must ensure he isn't truly injured," he instructed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he turned to Butler Zhou. "Otherwise, if Director Fei finds out, he might hold me accountable." His tone was affable and tender, imbued with concern, as though the wrongdoing was not his doing at all. "Yes, sir," Butler Zhou replied, while the maids standing behind him trembled in fear, nearly losing their footing had they not been pressed against the corridor wall. As Mingchen exited, he encountered He Fengyan, who, not on duty today, happened to be within the villa, having rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Upon witnessing the maids carry someone away, even his typically composed demeanor was marred by shock. Why would Commander Ming resort to violence against a young girl? He questioned, concern lacing his voice. "If Director Fei learns of this..." "Apologies, but I was merely a tad upset," Mingchen replied with a smile. Yet the calmness of his expression betrayed no hint of remorse. He Fengyan fell silent, inwardly acknowledging the ruthlessness and madness of Commander Ming. It seemed nothing was beyond his reach. Mingchen turned to He Fengyan, his lips curving into a smile. "Since you're here, Captain He, would you be so kind as to assist me?" The request sent a shiver down He Fengyan's spine. As a subordinate, he had no grounds to refuse. "Of course. Commander Ming, just give your orders. Bring a few more teams and accompany me to locate someone," Mingchen instructed. With an impassive expression, He Fengyan nodded. "Understood. I'll head out immediately." As He Fengyan turned to leave, Mingchen's smile faded, his eyes resembling cold, dark pools, revealing an unrestrained chill and murderous intent. With Wen Yao's capabilities, she would not be easily taken away. Her compliance in leaving the castle was likely due to her feeling isolated and apprehensive about confronting those within the villa, having not returned in several days. It was apparent that her absence was not due to being lost, but rather a response to the hostility she sensed, leading her to decide against returning. A sleek black car sped through the city's nocturnal embrace. The man in the back seat lowered the window, using the faint light to scrutinize the cold, abandoned structures through the gaps between his fingers. In the passenger seat, He Fengyan expressed his concern. "Commander Ming, where should we begin our search?" Port Bridge City, once an international metropolis before the apocalypse, was divided into 4 districts, each filled with numerous streets and alleys. On the day Miss Yao went missing, he had already scoured all possible locations, but the task was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Several teams had searched for 2 days and nights without even a scrap of clothing in sight. Now, with half a month elapsed, if she were dead, her body would have decayed in this humid environment. Where could they possibly find anything? Initially thinking Commander Ming would have no answers, He Fengyan felt a twinge of guilt for asking, but was taken aback when the man in the back seat, adjusting his collar with conviction, declared, "North District. We shall search the training camp."
"What?"
"The North District is the most chaotic area, and the training camp is a brutal battleground. A defenseless young girl would only meet a quicker demise there. Yet, Rather than clarifying, Mingchen added, F camp. It would be best if the camp commander could provide me with the recruitment list from the past 2 weeks. Feng Yan remained perplexed. It seemed improbable for the young girl to even appear at the training camp, let alone in the hellish F camp. It was akin to casting a little lamb into a den of tigers. Realizing this, a chill ran down his spine as he thought of the consequences. A gentle, introverted girl with such beauty was already in grave danger wandering the district. If she ended up in F camp, what fate awaited her? When Commander Ming had first brought Miss Yao back to settle on the 5th floor, everyone understood that she was someone he cherished. Now that she had vanished and possibly fallen into the inferno of F camp, Feng Yan, having safeguarded the 14th district base for many years, was well aware of Commander Ming's true nature. Though he appeared gentle and benevolent, he was far from virtuous at heart, known for his vengeful tendencies. Whether or not the girl was found, tonight would undoubtedly turn into a night of bloodshed. With a sense of foreboding, Feng Yan instructed the driver to head towards the North District and fell silent. Meanwhile, Mingchen lowered his gaze, deep in contemplation. Given the dangers outside the city, Wen Yao would not have chosen to drive back alone. She remained within Port Bridge City, her resilient spirit likely leading her to the training camp. While it was unlikely she would be bullied, the conditions in those arenas were dire, with poor living standards and inadequate food. Venturing outside posed further risks from mutated zombies. He wondered where that unfortunate girl might be now, and if she had sustained any injuries. As Mingchen pondered, his mood oscillated between anxiety and irritation, his fingers pressing against his temples. Chapter 31. Then let us eliminate it. The F camp, established from several abandoned factories, lacked training facilities, housing only dormitories and a dining hall, where meals were served twice daily, breakfast and dinner, with a particularly meager menu. The inhabitants either departed the city at 7 a.m. and returned by 5 p.m., scavenging throughout the day, or joined larger groups on buses to search farther afield, sometimes remaining outside for several days. Wen Yao, once the most outstanding commander trainee of the 13th district, found herself in this camp akin to a seasoned veteran returning to a novice village, navigating through it with ease. In just half a month, she had transformed from the object of envious scrutiny to a figure of intimidation. During this time, she had commandeered an industrial garage, creating a rudimentary yet secure abode within the camp, while also befriending 3 companions, who could more accurately be described as followers. Together, they formed a makeshift team. One evening, due to delays in searching for a missing tricycle, Wen Yao and her companions arrived late, finding the city gates closed for the night. They were left with no choice but to seek refuge in a small, dilapidated building by the roadside. Inside the dust-laden structure, a crackling fire provided warmth. Qiji pointed to a pile of scrap metal on the tricycle outside and asked Wen Yao, Boss Yao, "How many silver coins do you think we could get for this junk?" Seated by the fire, Wen Yao poked at the flames with a poker. "Regardless of how much. I'll take 7, and you 3 can split the rest." "Hey, why are you being even stingier than yesterday?" Qiji retorted. Beside him, Jin Yuan tugged at Qiji. "Zhiga, don't argue with the boss. She was the one who fought off all those zombies today while we merely stood guard." Another girl, Bei Xiaoduo, chimed in softly, "If it weren't for the boss, we would have perished long ago. We wouldn't be alive now." Seeing the 3 girls band together, Qiji could only concede with a sigh. "Fine, just wait. I'll definitely kill a few more zombies for you to see next time." Wen Yao paid no heed to their banter, setting the poker aside to count her silver coins. After tallying, she found she had amassed only a handful over the past month. It took 100 silver coins to exchange for a single gold coin. To gather 10 coins would require an inordinate amount of time. It was clear that this cheap labor was indeed undervalued and scarcely worth the effort. As Wen Yao pondered her plight, she suddenly heard rustling from the grass outside. Grabbing an iron knife, she stepped out to investigate and discovered a slow-moving, limping zombie. The creature, drawn by the scent, approached the door. Recognizing its sluggish pace, Wen Yao called for Bei Xiaoduo and handed her a shovel from the ground. "You handle this zombie, it's good practice." The shovel was originally her weapon, but once she seized a more convenient iron knife, she relinquished the shovel to Bei Xiaoduo. As Bei Xiaoduo gazed at the horrifying form of the zombie, her hands trembled around the shovel. I still can't. This zombie was merely a limping, ordinary creature, one of the earliest to appear, characterized by its grotesque appearance, yet possessing a surprisingly weak attack power. Wen Yao could not fathom what there was to fear. Just strike its head with the shovel, and it will be done in a single blow.
Qiuji,
Unable to bear the sight, offered, "Shall I take over?" Wen Yao declined. No, let her do it. Bei Xiaoduo had initially arrived at Camp F with her boyfriend, relying on him for sustenance over the past 2 years. However, 3 months ago, her boyfriend met with an untimely death, leaving her as a mere plaything for a certain gang, subjected to daily beatings and unrestrained humiliation. Wen Yao intervened, dispatching those men and rescuing Bei Xiaoduo, with the hope of guiding her towards personal growth. Yet, Bei Xiaoduo remained timid, cowering behind others at the sight of zombies, never once displaying courage. As the zombie approached, Bei Xiaoduo, in a fit of panic, dropped the shovel and recoiled, tears welling in her eyes. "I am truly sorry, I cannot." Wen Yao sighed and tossed aside the iron knife to retrieve the shovel, yet instead of slaying the zombie, she nimbly maneuvered behind it, grasped its neck, and dragged it into the room, throwing it to the ground before stepping on the back of its head. The zombie screeched in a chilling roar, thrashing about, its body oozing with putrid pus, contorting in an eerily grotesque manner. Bei Xiaoduo screamed in terror, and Shen Yichuan rose, bewildered by Wen Yao's actions. With her foot pressing down on the zombie, Wen Yao addressed Bei Xiaoduo. "I won't be with you for long. If you cannot learn to conquer your fear with my assistance, you will inevitably return to being a plaything for those men." Tears streamed down Bei Xiaoduo's face. "No, I don't want to go back." Wen Yao handed her the shovel and kicked the zombie closer to her. "Then kill it." As the zombie flipped over and lunged at Bei Xiaoduo, she exclaimed in fright, closing her eyes and striking its head in a desperate flurry. Only when the zombie lay still, its brain splattered, did Bei Xiaoduo lean against the wall, weakly collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Wen Yao silently observed, kicking the zombie aside. Was that difficult? Chapter 32. If I looked like you, I would rely on my looks for a living.
Bei Xiaoduo initially nodded,
Then shook her head. She looked up at Wen Yao, her eyes still filled with fear, yet she grasped the intent behind Wen Yao's words. "Thank you. I am not so afraid anymore." Once they settled down again, uncertainty about their safety prevented them from sleeping. Qiuji glanced at Wen Yao, pondering something, and asked, "Boss, what exactly were you before? Your skills are not those of an ordinary refugee." "Not important," Wen Yao replied, curling up with her knees hugged, tracing circles in the dirt with a stick. She appeared small and delicate. Had one not witnessed her ruthless efficiency in dispatching zombies, it would be hard to imagine she was a formidable figure. Qiuji hesitated before continuing. "By the way, did the camp leader from Camp D seem interested in you?" He asked, tall and handsome. "Why didn't you pursue him? If you had gotten close to him, it would have been just a matter of his word for you to go to Camp D, rather than toiling away for coins like this." Shen Yichuan chimed in. "It seems it's not just Camp D. The camp leader from F and the one from Camp C also appear to have an interest in our boss." Qiuji waved his hand. "Camp F is a no-go. He's over 30, too old. The Camp C leader is no good either. He's too frivolous, rumored to have been with many women. They don't deserve our boss." By now, Bei Xiaoduo had regained her composure and joined the conversation. "What about Captain He, who guards the city? He is young and capable."
Qiuji replied,
"Let me think. I heard he is the commander from the Castle Villa area." "Oh, that's quite impressive. He must have wealth and resources." Given Wen Yao's recent influx of admirers, they unanimously concluded that her stunning beauty surely meant she could rely on her looks for sustenance, and she would not languish for long in the impoverished conditions of Camp F. Wen Yao turned her gaze toward Qiuji. He spoke earnestly. "I'm serious. With a face like yours, it's a gift from heaven. Why endure such hardship here? If I looked like you, I would rely on my looks." These valiant warriors could easily be won over by a loyal suitor, allowing one to live comfortably without worry. Wen Yao ignored him, returning to her scribbles in the dirt. Just then, her stick paused, and her expression turned grave. "Listen." Qiuji raised his head. "Listen to what?" Bei Xiaoduo and Shen Yichuan exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Yao snapped the stick in her hand, stood up, and seized the iron knife. A horde of zombies is approaching, numbering at least in the hundreds, possibly thousands. At this proclamation, all three were stricken with fear. Bei Xiaoduo and Shen Yichuan's faces were etched with terror. "Qiuji, incredulous, exclaimed, "What? No way, boss. Don't scare me." Yet, the sounds from nearby were unmistakable, a chilling wind howling through the foliage, accompanied by the ominous crack of a breaking stick, while distant zombie shrieks and slithering noises echoed. Wen Yao regarded the iron knife in her hand, troubled. If only she had the silver moon blade. She could handle hundreds of zombies, but with this clumsy, dull iron knife, she could only dispatch one or two at a time. Even if she could barely protect herself, the three of them would surely perish. This was a conservative estimate. If there were any formidable mutated creatures within the horde, she would be doomed as well. Considering her injuries had yet to fully heal, Bei Xiaoduo, panicking, hurriedly closed the windows. What if we shut the windows tightly and barricade the door? We could hide inside. Wen Yao replied, "That's futile. They are exceedingly strong and will smash through. A mere glass window would shatter with a single blow." From a distance came the eerie, chilling wail of the zombie horde, causing Bei Xiaoduo to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. What should we do? Wen Yao had no time to contemplate. She swiftly opened the door and instructed the three of them. "Qiu Ji, you ride the tricycle with the two of them and head in the opposite direction of the zombie horde." Qiu Ji promptly mounted the dilapidated tricycle at the door, while Jin Yuan disregarded the heap of scrap metal and hastily climbed on to assist Bei Xiaoduo. Once the three of them were moving away from the horde, Wen Yao followed behind with the iron knife in hand. Unfortunately, the opposite direction was not devoid of danger. Even if the horde was not present, there were still scattered lone zombies. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a full moon casting a silvery sheen over the boundless grassland, which should have been a picturesque night scene. However, grotesque zombies emerged from the underbrush, shattering the serene beauty with their horrifying and repulsive presence. Bei Xiaoduo screamed and cried incessantly, while Jin Yuan clung tightly to her. Qiu Ji gripped the tricycle handle with both hands, frantically swaying left and right. "Boss, help!" Wen Yao kept pace alongside the tricycle, swiftly severing a zombie's head with her knife. "Watch out!" Qiu Ji shouted, panic evident on his face, prompting Wen Yao to quickly strike again. After dispatching the surrounding zombies, she glanced back. "At this speed, you won't outrun the horde." Qiu Ji protested. "It's not me. They're too heavy." Jin Yuan retorted. "How heavy can we be? It's the pile of scrap metal weighing us down." Bei Xiaoduo, at a loss for words, could only sob against Jin Yuan. Qiu Ji added, "It rained a couple of days ago. The ground is all muddy and the wheels are sinking. Wen Yao, leave the vehicle behind. You three run ahead. Just evade any approaching zombies." Bei Xiaoduo clung tightly to Jin Yuan, sobbing, "I'm too scared." Jin Yuan, wielding a pair of iron pliers, although not as frantic as Bei Xiaoduo, mirrored her trepidation. "It's so dark. I'm scared too." Qiu Ji glanced at the two of them, picked up his trusty iron rod from the tricycle, and asked eagerly, "Should we run?" Without a moment's pause, Wen Yao exclaimed, "How could I have such incompetent teammates?" Chapter 33. This garment hasn't been washed. As they hesitated, a red-eyed zombie suddenly lunged at Bei Xiaoduo's back. Instinctively, Wen Yao reached out to defend her, only to feel her clothing tear apart as the zombie's sharp claws ripped through her flesh, the metallic scent of blood saturating the air. Wincing in pain, she summoned all her strength to eliminate the clawed creature. Bei Xiaoduo's cries grew louder, while Qiu Ji's eyes reflected Wen Yao's agile movements. And Jin Yuan kept her eyes tightly shut. The horde of zombies drew nearer, their growls echoing ominously, the collective sound of their heavy footsteps resonating like the march of a giant, shaking the very ground beneath them. Cold sweat trickled down Wen Yao's forehead, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with anger. Her typically gentle demeanor was fracturing. "If you want to run, then just wait here to die. I'm no longer responsible for you." Qiu Ji, uncertain of what to do, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. "Car lights. Over there. Someone is coming." Hearing Wen Yao declare her disregard for them, Jin Yuan pulled Bei Xiaoduo from the vehicle, and upon hearing Qiu Ji's words, the two girls hurriedly ran toward the lights. Qiu Ji had already taken a few steps but turned back, concerned for Wen Yao's injury, and reached out. "Can you make it? Should I help you?" Before Wen Yao could respond, another zombie, hunched and grotesque, sprang from the bushes, this one a long-tongued variant, its foul, red tongue lunging at Qiu Ji. Quick as lightning, Wen Yao swung her iron knife, but its dullness failed to sever the tongue, instead becoming ensnared by it. Wanting to cast the knife aside, she discovered her ankle ensnared by something wet. Looking down, she saw the head of a long-tongued zombie lying on the ground, though devoid of a body or limbs. It was very much alive. In the midst of the struggle, Bei Xiaoduo, now far off, turned back in terror. It seems our leader can't run anymore. Shen Yichuan, not slowing her pace, retorted, "What do we care? She's so capable. Returning now would only mean our demise." With his iron rod in hand, Qiuji, tense and conflicted, observed the struggle between Wen Yao and the long-tongued zombie leader. Just then, the sound of an approaching engine filled the air. Blinding white light illuminating the scene, followed by a cacophony of gunfire as zombies fell in droves. The long-tongued creature beside Wen Yao suddenly exploded into a mass of gore. Qiuji shielded his eyes, squinting to see. A dozen military vehicles surrounded their location, encircling them in a formidable ring. Men clad in black uniforms disembarked, guns in hand. And within moments, they formed orderly ranks, their presence imposing and formidable. Staring at the insignia on the vehicles, Qiuji was momentarily taken aback. Goodness! Is this the 14th District S Battle Team headquarters? Shen Yichuan and Bei Xiaoduo, having returned with the military vehicles, were equally stunned by the grandeur of the scene. Bei Xiaoduo whispered, "Are they from the battle team?" Shen Yichuan, witnessing so many battle team members for the first time, could barely conceal her excitement. "They must be here to rescue us. We are saved." After dispatching the zombie head at her feet, Wen Yao finally raised her gaze. Taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the scene, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, as if they were the notorious criminals whose capture had summoned such a formidable force. The armed ranks pointed towards Wen Yao's location, parting to create a path leading to a black modified SUV. He Fengyan was the first to step out. Observing the two tattered figures with an expressionless face as he reported, "Commander Ming, we have located the subjects." Following him, another man emerged, strikingly handsome in a white outfit, standing out vividly amidst the sea of black-clad soldiers, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Qiuji and the others, unaccustomed to such high-ranking figures, were momentarily at a loss as to who he was, but they could sense the man's immaculate elegance and poise, a stark contrast to the grimy surroundings. In this world where survival was a daily struggle, his pristine appearance marked him as someone of immense importance. Mingchen furrowed his brow slightly, ignoring everyone else as he strode towards the girl with the iron knife and disheveled clothing. Upon seeing Mingchen approach her, Wen Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you here? Who else would it be?" Mingchen said, lowering his gaze to remove the weeds from her hair and wiping the blood from her face. As he noticed the zombie's viscous residue on his fingers, he intended to brush it off, only to find his hand smeared with dark stains instead. Realizing that his pristine hand had been soiled by her filth, Wen Yao felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment. "I apologize. I spent all day digging coal yesterday, and this outfit hasn't even washed." Mingchen then lowered his hand, suppressing his disgust. "Let us go." Chapter 34. Is coal mining enjoyable? Mingchen walked ahead, while Wen Yao, gripping her iron knife, followed closely behind. The stark contrast in their appearances creating a surreal tableau. Not only were Qiuji and the others left in awe, but he Fengyan also frowned in bewilderment. He had initially assumed this girl was merely a pretty face brought back by Commander Ming for companionship, but it seemed she was much more formidable than that. After getting lost in Gangqiao City, she had independently ventured into Camp F, and now, in the dead of night, she was battling a long-tongued mutant with a mere iron knife, remaining calm and resolute, devoid of any fear. She could even wield that old iron knife to smash the mutant's skull. This girl was indeed impressive. Mingchen took several slow steps. Yet even at this deliberate pace, Wen Yao struggled to keep up. She too felt perplexed. Typically, long-tongued zombies were not venomous, so why was her ankle numb? Had it become entangled? Or were the long-tongued zombies in the eastern continent of a different breed from those in the northern continent? Wen Yao, iron knife in hand, gazed quizzically at her ankle, bending down to thump it and pinch it, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Her wound was still bleeding, her tattered clothing revealing flesh that hung outward, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, focusing solely on why her ankle felt numb. Mingchen observed Wen Yao's condition with a complicated expression, unable to suppress the urge to softly call her name, Wen Yao. He had always enjoyed teasing her, switching up her name frequently, yet he had never called her by her full name. Wen Yao paused momentarily, then, balancing on her iron knife, hopped over. "I'm here." Unexpectedly, the man stepped closer, swiftly snatching the iron knife from her grasp and tossing it aside before bending down to lift her into his arms. In a gentle tone, his voice slightly husky, he asked, "Do you not feel any pain?" Wen Yao found herself utterly taken by surprise. By the time she gathered her senses, she had already been swept into the embrace of a broad chest. In stark contrast to her own filthy and malodorous state, the man emanated warmth and comfort. His breath crisp and clean, imbued with a faint scent of grass and wood. Instinctively, her palm pressed against his shoulder, and when she withdrew it, she was startled to see a dark five-fingered imprint starkly contrasting against the white fabric. Mingchen cast a glance at the claw mark on his shoulder, and Wen Yao quickly retracted her hand, apologizing, "I am sorry, it was unintentional." Mingchen smiled. "Is coal mining enjoyable?" Wen Yao was at a loss for words. It was a peculiar question. Mining coal was hardly her choice. The F camp was responsible for scouring the outside for various useful resources. With the apocalypse having lingered for so long, food and other necessities had certainly expired, thus they were in search of coal mines, iron mines, and similar resources, making coal mining inevitable. It was not that she relished it, but rather a necessity born of survival. Mingchen remained silent as he carried her towards a vehicle, amidst a sea of astonished gazes. Once she was gently placed in the seat, Wen Yao hastily turned her gaze to the window, where Ji wore an expression of incredulity as he observed her vehicle. Jin Yuan and Bei Xiaoduo approached, with Jin Yuan inquiring of Ji. Did they take the leader away? Why would they take the leader? Ji, still in a daze, corrected, to be precise, they didn't take her away. They carried her off. Moreover, the man who did so appears to be the commander of our East Continent's District 14, a figure whose reputation reverberates throughout the East Continent and indeed the entire four-continent realm. Ji turned his neck rigidly and remarked, "So that's why the leader has such high standards. Turns out she's the runaway little wife of Commander Ming. I underestimated her. I always sensed there was something extraordinary about the leader, but I never imagined it was to this extent. Incredible. Damn, this is too incredible. The leader is amazing." Jin Yuan then realized that everyone else had boarded the vehicle. Although the horde of zombies had been substantially dealt with, they had been left behind. She quickly addressed Ji. "What should we do? It seems they have no intention of taking us along." Ji also recognized the predicament. It seemed that such a grand display was solely for Commander Ming to retrieve his little wife, and they, mere insignificant figures, were not worth the attention. As the vehicle was about to depart, Ji hastily waved his hand, calling out, "Hey!
Wait.
Leader!"
Yao Mei.
Lauda. Mingchen had rushed out without bringing a medical kit, and was now tearing fabric to temporarily bandage Wen Yao's injured right arm. Upon hearing the commotion, he casually inquired, "That yellow-haired kid seems to call you quite affectionately. What is your relationship?" Wen Yao pressed her palm against the glass window, gazing outside at them. Three useless individuals. Mingchen raised an eyebrow. Wen Yao turned her gaze back to him. "If possible, could we give them a ride too? After all, they followed me out, and without them, they would surely meet their demise." Chapter 35. Upon further reflection, Mingchen looked at Wen Yao, though her face was dirty. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and hope. He then turned to Fengyan in the front seat. "Go." "Understood." Fengyan replied before exiting the vehicle and gesturing towards a car. "Commander Ming has instructed to take those three into the city." Watching as Ji and the others boarded the vehicle behind them, Wen Yao's attention returned to her own hand. Her arm was crudely bandaged with white fabric, yet the cloth was already soaked with vivid red blood. She glanced at her injury, then raised her eyes to Mingchen beside her. His white clothing had become disheveled from carrying her, and a piece of sleeve had been torn away in the absence of anything to properly bandage her. Seemingly uncomfortable with the situation, he furrowed his handsome brow and rubbed his temples in mild distress. This man, who was even more fastidious than a woman, cherished cleanliness above all and loathed having his clothes soiled. His living quarters were immaculate, his obsession with hygiene bordering on the extreme. Yet now, He had become disheveled because of her. Wen Yao was at a loss to articulate her feelings. Since the moment she had seen him that evening, it all felt surreal. Even now, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Why had Mingchen come to find her? Why had it caused such a stir? Given the commotion earlier, it seemed as though half the members of the District 14 base had been mobilized. She had never considered herself an important character. She had encountered countless dangers while on missions alone and had always managed to find solutions herself. Even the slightest concern from Shen Yichuan would not evoke such reckless abandon solely for her sake. Wen Yao observed Mingchen's disheveled appearance, and a part of her wished to help clean him up. However, upon glancing at her own grimy hands, she thought better of it. Perhaps it was the result of soiling his clothing that soured her mood, for throughout the journey back, Mingchen remained silent, and Wen Yao felt anxious, uncertain if she had caused him any trouble. Once their convoy entered the enclosed barbed wire perimeter, Wen Yao finally spoke. "Thank you for bringing me back. The F Camp South Gate is nearby. You can just stop here. I can return to the training camp on my own." Mingchen leaned his elbow against the car window, resting his chin on his hand, and turned to look at her. Upon meeting his incredulous gaze, as if he were regarding a fool, Wen Yao felt puzzled. What is it?" Mingchen's eyelashes lowered. "I searched for you tirelessly with so many others for an entire day and night, and now you want me to let you go. Do you think that is appropriate?" It seemed, indeed, rather inappropriate. After expending so much effort to locate her, it was hardly for the purpose of letting her leave. Wen Yao resigned herself to the situation, believing herself to be of no significant importance. After some deliberation, she finally asked, "Then why did you come to find me?" Mingchen replied, "What sort of question is that? Wouldn't your partner search for you if you went missing?" Wen Yao's expression turned quizzical as she subtly glanced at the driver. Leaning closer to Mingchen to whisper, "Didn't you say we were merely pretending to be partners?" Mingchen unconsciously leaned away, creating distance between them. Sensing his distaste for her proximity, Wen Yao felt a bit embarrassed and refrained from drawing closer, instead recalling, "That day, the day you brought me back. You told me I had a choice." Mingchen closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. "Think more carefully about it." Wen Yao then meticulously revisited their conversation from that day. "So, when you said to be your partner, it was a lie?" "It is genuine," he replied. "Let Maya drive you back to Beizhou. Of course, if you choose to stay, your identity can only be that of my partner. Understood? It is genuine. You can only be my partner." Throughout their exchange, it appeared that no mention had been made of pretense. "Wasn't it because of my identity that you deliberately said so?" Wen Yao whispered. Before Mingchen could respond, the vehicle slowed, and someone from the adjacent car queried He Fengyan, "Captain He, how should we handle these three individuals?" He Fengyan then turned his gaze towards Mingchen, who, after glancing at Wen Yao, replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "Send them to Camp D." He Fengyan paused momentarily before nodding, "Understood." Chapter 36, I will handle it. Upon returning to the castle villa, Mingchen carried her up to the 5th floor before hastily departing. Shortly thereafter, Steward Zhou arrived with several maids, followed closely by Dr. Lin, who rushed in without delay. Dr. Lin respectfully tended to her wounds, while Steward Zhou stood in the living room, directing the maids as they busied themselves fetching towels, medicine, and basins of water. An hour later, Wen Yao's wound on her right arm was meticulously bandaged, and the bruises on her leg, caused by the zombie's long tongue, were patiently treated by the maid. Mingchen returned after changing into a clean outfit, droplets of water trickling down his neck and the tips of his damp hair still glistening. It was evident that he had just emerged from a bath. The man leaned languidly against the door frame, his peach blossom eyes slightly arched, and inquired of Linzeren, "Is the injury treated?" Linzeren nodded. "Although the arm scratch appears severe, it is merely superficial. The bleeding has been controlled and bandaged. As for the ankle, it was entangled by a D-type long-tongue mutant. This particular breed of zombie has recently evolved, and the slime from its tongue possesses mild toxicity, causing numbness in the affected area. However, it is not serious. With regular application of medicine, recovery should occur within 3 to 5 days." Mingchen straightened up and smiled at Linzeren. "Thank you for your efforts." Linzeren felt a chill run down his spine from the smile and could only respond with an awkward grin. "It's nothing." Mingchen commanded several maids, "Assist her in taking a bath." Upon hearing this, Wen Yao quickly shook her head. I do not require assistance. I can bathe myself. Mingchen replied, you have injuries. It would be inconvenient to bathe alone. He then turned to Lin Ziren. What do you think, Dr. Lin? Lin Ziren was at a loss for words, thinking, why is this my concern? After a moment, he reluctantly acquiesced to Mingchen's suggestion. Commander Ming has a point. Miss Yao, given your injuries, you do need someone to attend to you. Seeing Wen Yao still resisting with her gaze, Mingchen's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Then perhaps you all may leave. I shall attend to her myself. Wen Yao exclaimed. You? To personally assist me in bathing? Are you serious? As the maids began to leave, she clutched her clothes anxiously, her voice tinged with urgency. No need to trouble you. Let them help me instead. After all, she was still a girl. Mingchen was amused by her flustered demeanor and eventually relented with a benevolent nod. Very well, but ensure the wound does not come into contact with water. His intention was not truly to bathe her but to acknowledge her independent nature, knowing that if left to her own devices, she might worsen her injuries. Mingchen exited with Lin Ziren, and in the castle corridor, he cheerfully asked, by the way, how is Miss Wei's injury? His tone was filled with concern, as if he had not been the one to fire the gun. Lin Ziren, accustomed to the man's hypocritical demeanor, wiped the sweat from his brow and played along. The bullet penetrated her thigh, but did not damage the bone. She underwent a minor surgery, and the wound has been bandaged. With our medical technology, recovery is only a matter of time. Additionally, she has a minor bruise on her forehead, but it is merely superficial. A little ointment will suffice. Mingchen maintained his habitual smile. That is good to hear. It truly is a cause for concern. Lin Ziren murmured, one cannot discern where your concern lies. Mingchen patted Lin Ziren's shoulder, his smile gentle. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, Dr. Lin. Lin Ziren wiped the sweat from his forehead once more. It is, my duty. In the medical room on the third floor of the villa, Fei Kawai sat idly on the hospital bed. The girl wore a blue and white striped hospital gown, her chestnut curls tousled and unkempt, with a bandage plastered on her forehead. Her expression was dazed, her reddened eyes brimming with tears, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. News from the research building had been sparse, and it was only this evening that Fei Qianzhang learned of the incident. He hurried back from the research facility. Now he sat at the edge of the bed, hand pressed against his forehead, unable to contain his reproach. I see you have become utterly reckless. Do you truly believe yourself the mistress of this castle villa? Commander Ming personally brought back someone, and he instructed Captain Mei to settle her on the 5th floor, even directing butler Zhou to take care of her. How dare you meddle? What possessed you to wade into such murky waters? Previously, Commander Ming had shown considerable leniency towards his pampered daughter, primarily due to the valuable data he possessed and the numerous successful experiments he had conducted. However, with no progress on the research for the ability awakening agent for half a year, even he found himself bowing to that man, while his oblivious daughter recklessly threw herself into danger. Fei Kawai hung her head in silence, tears dripping onto the bedding. Beside her, Fei Bukai toyed with an airplane model, his demeanor nonchalant. Upon seeing his sister's state, he scoffed. What else could it be but jealousy? Our dear sister once considered herself the lady of this villa, only to find Commander Ming suddenly bringing back another girl. TSK, dream shattered. Fei Qianzhang, observing his daughter's dismal state, felt a pang in his heart and pointed at Fei Bukai. Out. I brought you here to see your sister, not to make snide remarks. Chapter 37. Perfectly almost false. Fei Bukai was unperturbed by his father's bias toward his sister. He rolled his eyes and casually tossed aside the model. Fine, I'll leave. As if I were eager to see her. The door slammed shut behind him. Fei Qianzhang turned his gaze back to his daughter on the hospital bed, his tone filled with exasperation. Let this serve as a lesson for you, to awaken your understanding. You are too young to grasp that the most terrifying individuals in this world are not those who appear cold and unapproachable, nor those with tempestuous tempers, but rather those devoid of emotion. Neither cold expressions nor outbursts reveal weakness. They allow one to speculate on their thoughts. But Commander Ming does not do so. He always smiles, always exudes gentleness, as if intimately acquainted with everyone. Yet in truth, he kills in the same manner, extracting flesh and bones from living beings. With that same smile, it is a facade, making him appear noble and flawless, perfectly near to the realm of falsehood. After her bath, Wen Yao donned a pure white lace nightgown. Once her damp hair was dried, it was combed into a sleek, glossy state. Her stunningly beautiful face resembled a pearl that had been polished free of dust, completely transformed from the disheveled state she had returned in. When Mingchen returned from his outing, he found Wen Yao seated at the desk by the bed, pen in hand, writing. Hearing his footsteps, she hastily set down her pen and looked up. "Why are you here so late?" Given that it was already the early hours of the morning, following all the commotion, she had not expected him to come back. Mingchen approached the desk, leaning against its edge, and nodded in response to her question. "Give me your hand." When Yao looked up, puzzled, though she didn't quite understand, she extended her left hand nonetheless. Mingchen raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Let us use the other hand." When Yao took a breath and retracted her left hand, extending her right instead. Mingchen fell silent, bending down to grasp the delicate silver bracelet on her slender wrist. As he approached, Wen Yao felt an inexplicable tension, unable to resist stealing a glance at him, which only served to fluster her further. Unlike his usual impeccably dressed self, Mingchen was dressed quite casually this evening, his shirt loosely fitting, with only 2 buttons fastened, the neckline forming a deep V that revealed glimpses of his alabaster skin and defined abdominal muscles through the wrinkled gap. Looking upwards, one beheld his strikingly handsome face. With elongated brows and eyes, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle arc, his peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, exuding an air of lazy elegance reminiscent of a beguiling white cat spirit. Even someone as resolute as Wen Yao, who prides herself on her unwavering judgment, felt her heart inexplicably quicken for a few beats. However, during her brief moment of distraction, the silver bracelet on her wrist was deftly snatched away by the man. This left Wen Yao in a state of bewilderment. The silver moon blade had already been confiscated by him, and this bracelet bore no significant distinguishing features. What could he possibly want it for? Mingchen remained silent, lowering his gaze as he adjusted the size of the sliding silver bracelet before adorning it on his left wrist. The coolness of the silver, combined with his fair skin, rendered even a bracelet that leaned towards the feminine not only harmonious, but also imbued with an exquisite, aloof beauty. Unable to contain herself, Wen Yao exclaimed, "This is my grandmother's silver bracelet. It is a cherished memento." So, he truly is interested in her bracelet, isn't he? At that moment, she genuinely questioned the man's sanity. With his wealth, would it be so difficult to craft a gold or silver bracelet? Was it worth the trouble to steal this old trinket from her? The crucial point was that he not only brazenly took it, but also flaunted it by waving his bony hand in front of her, almost boastfully asking, "Isn't it beautiful?" Wen Yao's expression was exceedingly complex. She had no desire to engage with him. Mingchen's lips curled into a smirk. "What's the matter, Miss Wen? Just look at how many times I've saved you." Wen Yao inhaled sharply. "I can repay your kindness in other ways."
Mingchen,
perceiving her subtle displeasure, wisely softened his tone, saying, "For now, let me keep it safe. I will return it to you later. You see, I travel to places more frequently than you do. If one day I encounter your sister, I will ensure she returns safely." Upon hearing this, any remnants of her indignation dissipated, and her shimmering eyes lifted to regard him with a hint of curiosity. She had merely mentioned it in passing, yet he remembered it. Mingchen slowly lowered his hand and retrieved a red velvet gift box he had casually placed on the nearby table, gently opening it. Inside lay a crystal bracelet, crafted from interwoven blue and white crystal beads, with a slightly larger blue crystal gem set upon a platinum base, exquisitely made and undeniably valuable. Mingchen picked up the bracelet and took hold of Wen Yao's left hand, patiently and attentively fastening it onto her wrist. Wen Yao felt a bit uneasy at his touch. "What is this?" "A gift," he replied. After securing the bracelet, Mingchen instructed, "Wear it at all times. Do not remove it unnecessarily." He elaborated patiently, "The platinum base is embedded with a positioning chip, allowing me to know your whereabouts. You are quite the wanderer. If you go missing again, it will make it easier for me to find you." Wen Yao looked down, her fingers brushing over the crystal beads on her wrist. Such a slender metal base can house a positioning chip? How does it feel as though the technology in the eastern continent surpasses that of the northern continent? After Mingchen straightened up, He suddenly recalled something and addressed her. I may not have much time to accompany you in the next few days. Remain in the villa to recuperate, and if you need anything, contact Butler Zhou. Wen Yao felt a bit dazed upon hearing this. After a moment of stunned silence,
She nodded, all right.
watching the man's tall, leisurely figure depart, she furrowed her brow. What did he mean by not having time to accompany her? Did she not need his presence? Upon returning to the elegantly decorated living room, Mingchen settled onto a classic European-style armchair. He ignited the candle beside him with the tip of his finger, then raised his alabaster wrist to scrutinize the silver bracelet in the dim glow of the flickering candlelight. Though the bracelet was somewhat dull and aged, it possessed a nostalgic beauty under the warm hue. Leaning against the sofa, the man gazed at the bracelet for a while, then lowered his hand, twisting the bracelet as he reminisced about their first encounter amidst the snowy mountains when he saw Wen Yao. At that time, she wore this very silver bracelet while wielding the silver moon blade. Under the blustery snow and wind, the frost clung to her eyelashes, and as she swung the blade, the bracelet chimed melodiously against the hilt, an enchanting sound amidst the howling northern winds. Recalling that breathtakingly ethereal scene, Mingchen's eyelashes fluttered down, and his lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Chapter 38. Director Fei need not stand on ceremony. The following evening, Mingchen returned to the castle villa from the biology research building and coincidentally encountered Lin Zurin in the elevator. Mingchen greeted him with a smile. Dr. Lin, where are you headed? Lin Zurin, upon seeing him, felt a surge of nervousness and forced a smile. To the third-floor ward.
Mingchen inquired.
Is Director Fei still on the third floor? Lin Zurin nodded. He was still there when I left. Miss Fei's injury is not serious, but her mental state has been quite off. She's been plagued by nightmares at night and appears dazed during the day. Professor Fei is quite worried and has been keeping watch over her. I see. Mingchen replied with a smile. Then I shall accompany you to take a look. Lin Zurin hesitated. Although he wanted to express that his presence might exacerbate Miss Fei's condition, he dared not voice it, considering Mingchen's status. The two arrived at the third-floor ward together. Fei Kuei was sitting on the bed, dressed in a hospital gown, clutching a teddy bear. Upon catching sight of the man following Dr. Lin into the room, her pupils constricted, and she instinctively shrank back, as if confronted not by a handsome, aloof man but by a demon rising from the depths of hell. At the bedside, Fei Qianzhong quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to the man, Commander Ming. Mingchen smiled and nodded, his demeanor amicable. Director Fei, there is no need for such formality. We are all on the same side. Please sit and converse. Fei Qianzhong dared not take a seat and, with a stiff expression, asked, Commander Ming, what brings you here? Mingchen's lips curved into a gentle smile. I heard from Dr. Lin that Miss Fei's condition is not well, and since Director Fei has been here, I couldn't help but feel concerned. So, I came to check in. Fei Qianzhong glanced at his terrified daughter, and with trepidation, he said, It's all my unworthy daughter's fault for causing trouble. How can I allow Commander Ming to worry so? Clutching her teddy bear tightly, Fei Kuei occasionally glanced up at their conversation, unexpectedly locking eyes with those deep, peach blossom-colored irises. The man, clad in a simple white shirt paired with black trousers, possessed an impressive stature and striking looks. Though the smile on his lips was meant to be gentle and kind, the depths of his dark eyes held a chilling coldness. Just one glance sent a shiver down Fei Kuei's spine, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze and nervously look at her father, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, Dad. Yet that devilish figure continued to smile at Fei Qianzhong, his demeanor elegant and his tone filled with concern. Your complexion seems a bit off, Dr. Lin. Would you please check on her again? Moreover, if Miss Fei needs anything, do not hesitate to instruct Butler Zhou. Others might not grasp the underlying meaning. But Fei Qianzhong understood immediately and hurriedly replied, No need for that. My daughter is just throwing a little tantrum. There is nothing serious. I will return to the research building early tomorrow. Mingchen smiled politely at Fei Qianzhong. That evening, as Fei Qianzhong felt reassured about returning to the research base, Mingchen ordered for Fei Kuei to be taken away. The girl, still dressed in her hospital gown, with her beautiful chestnut curls cascading behind her, looked pitiful with tears in her eyes. Two maids assisted her into a black van, and she anxiously glanced at the white-clad man in the passenger seat, her voice trembling. See Commander Ming. Where are you taking me? Mingchen playfully rested his finger against his chin, his eyelashes lowered, and his smile radiated warmth. Miss Fei, aren't you feeling a bit down? I'm simply taking you out for a little fresh air. After enduring that gunshot and being cruelly yanked by her hair, Fei Kuei could hardly believe that this devilish man would have the benevolence to take her out for a leisurely stroll. Tears streamed down her face, her heart racing uncontrollably with fear. What if Dad returns and finds me missing? He would be terribly worried.
Mingchen chuckled lightly,
Lowering his hand in a gesture of reassurance. Fear not. When Director Fei returns, they shall ensure your safe return as well. As the van doors closed and they drove into the encroaching darkness of the night, they soon arrived at a low, flat building. Mingchen led the way, while he Fengyan instructed the maids to assist Fei Kuei inside. The group traversed the dimly lit concrete corridor. The legs of the two maids trembled, yet they dared not utter a sound, while Fei Kuei wept profusely. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, he Fengyan glanced at the two guards, who quickly understood, and one hastily pushed open the rolling shutter door. As the door slowly ascended, a woman, suspended and mercilessly beaten, her body marred with scars, came into view. A large light bulb hung from the ceiling of the concrete building, casting a dim, yellowish glow that illuminated the woman's disheveled form, rendering her a ghastly apparition, reminiscent of a creature clawing its way out of hell. Her tattered garments were soaked in blood, and not a single inch of her flesh remained unscathed. Thick clots of blood oozed down the fabric, eventually pooling on the ground with a faint dripping sound. This grotesque, bloody, and brutal scene sent the two maids into a frenzy of screams, while Fei Kuei turned pale, her features contorted in horror, nearly collapsing to the floor. Mingchen turned back to relish their expressions, his smile unwavering. Do you recognize her, Miss Wei? With tears flowing unabated, her voice choked with anguish and despair, Fei Kuei stammered. Why yes, it's Captain Liu. Satisfied, Mingchen curved his lips and offered her a stem of roses, reminiscent of their encounter at the castle villa. However, having learned from her previous encounter, Fei Kuei dared not accept this deadly rose. She shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with terror, her trembling body recoiling further away. From now on, you shall come daily to oversee her punishment. Mingchen disregarded Fei Kuei's reaction, lightly tapping the rose against her shoulder. The soft petals brushed against her fabric and were discarded on the ground, crushed beneath foot. The man chuckled softly, his gaze lowered. After all, this Captain Liu has become this wretched form because of you, has she not? Chapter 39. A Rose for Her. Mingchen truly vanished for 2 days as he had promised, not even appearing in the castle villa area. Wen Yao learned from Butler Gu that Mingchen spent very few days at the villa each month. The Eastern District 14, with Hongqiao City as its primary base, occupies a vast expanse, several times larger than Northern District 13. In today's world, each human settlement is akin to an ecosystem. And as the ruler of this substantial area, maintaining the normal operation of this ecosystem keeps him quite busy. Not only must he formulate battle plans to contend with the hordes of mutated zombies outside the city, but he must also concern himself with the survival infrastructure within the city and the progress of various scientific research endeavors. An overwhelming number of matters demanded his supervision and decision-making. This revelation surprised Wen Yao. Previously, when she encountered Mingchen on the border of Northern District, he always appeared as a carefree madman, treating zombies with casual blows, utterly disinterested in competing for resources, which led her to believe that as the son of the Eastern District Lord, he was merely playing at governance, lacking commitment and diligence. Little did she expect that the area he governed was not only technologically advanced but also remarkably orderly. During Mingchen's absence over the past 2 days, Wen Yao remained industrious. Aside from recuperating, she reviewed her recorded dream memories and then ventured to the downstairs dining hall to glean information about the ability awakening serum from the commanders. This classified matter was too sensitive to inquire directly, so she resorted to discreetly eavesdropping. Through fragmented conversations, she discovered that the ability awakening serum was still in its early research stages, with only a scarce number of finished products, none of which circulated in the market. Currently stored in the Biological Research Building of Eastern District 14, distributed solely to the elite commanders of top-tier combat teams. In simpler terms, the research of this serum is challenging, and the finished products are precious. among thousands of distinguished commanders and over 100,000 combat team members. Only a handful are fortunate enough to receive it. In a world where survival is arduous and resources are limited, awakening abilities as early as possible is paramount. Abilities can evolve, and the sooner one awakens them, the greater the advantage and the chance of survival until the end. Having grasped this information, Wen Yao concluded that returning to the training camp was imperative. Given the rarity of the serum, she doubted Mingchen would casually bestow it upon her. Although he wielded considerable power, in critical decision-making moments, he would undoubtedly prioritize the larger picture. After 2 days of rest, her previously numb leg, as Dr. Lin had predicted, recovered well enough for walking, though it still felt somewhat tingly. After breakfast one day, Wen Yao decided to take a stroll. But as she exited the elevator on the second floor, she unexpectedly collided with Mingchen. The man, tall and slender, remained clad in a white shirt and black trousers. His attire unchanged from usual, with the only distinction being a rose in his hand. The green leaves and vibrant blossoms accentuated his pale skin, enhancing his already handsome features. Wen Yao had never thought that words such as beautiful, stunning, or exquisite could be used to describe a man until she encountered Mingchen. Moreover, his captivating aura harmonized perfectly with his masculine vigor. His flawless face would remain strikingly beautiful even if he were of a different gender, rendering him mesmerizingly androgynous. As she stepped out of the elevator, she found herself momentarily entranced by the man holding the rose. Noticing Wen Yao, Mingchen appeared slightly surprised, bending slightly at the waist with a smile as he extended the rose toward her. "Where are you off to?" Instinctively, Wen Yao accepted the flower. "Just going for a walk," Mingchen replied. "Then let us go." Wen Yao looked up. "Where to?" Mingchen smiled and leaned slightly. "Did you not say you were feeling cooped up and wanted to take a breather? I shall accompany you." As they drew closer, the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Not only the scent of greenery, but also the rich aroma of roses mingled together, unexpectedly enchanting. Wen Yao felt inexplicably nervous. As if bewitched, her thoughts abruptly halted. To divert her attention, she asked him, "Aren't you quite busy? How come you have time today?" Mingchen responded lazily. "As luck would have it, I happen to be free today." Exiting the spacious hall of the castle villa, Mingchen and Wen Yao approached a black sedan. Standing beside the car, he Fengyan glanced at his watch, then met the approaching Mingchen's gaze. "Commander Ming, have you obtained the research materials?" Before he could finish his question, Mingchen winked at him. "Captain He, the weather is delightful today. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" Fengyan's gaze fell upon Wen Yao, the serene and enchanting girl beside Mingchen. Dressed in a flowing white dress and holding a rose, her demeanor exuding a gentle purity. Alas! It seemed that the day's serious matters were destined to be sidestepped once again. He glanced at the ominous, rolling clouds overhead. Uncertain of what might be deemed favorable about such weather, yet due to the presence of Commander Ming, he could only bow his head and respectfully state, "Commander Ming, please feel free to issue your orders." Mingchen smiled tenderly. "Then let us take a stroll together, Captain He." Once settled in the spacious backseat, Mingchen inquired of Wen Yao, "Where would you like to go?" Chapter 40. A Distinct Preference. Initially, Wen Yao had only intended to take a leisurely walk in the villa district of the ancient castle, never anticipating that Mingchen would drive her out for a joyride. Accompanied by a chauffeur and an assistant, she had no objections, for she had no pressing matters to attend to. In the sprawling districts of Gangqiao City, she had only scratched the surface of the myriad places to explore. Venturing out to broaden her horizons was certainly welcome. Of course, her primary interest lay in supernatural abilities, and witnessing various practitioners of such powers could only occur on the battlefield. During the early days of the apocalypse, when abilities first awakened, practitioners were exceedingly rare, making them a precious find throughout the 4 continents. Aside from the future seen in her dreams, she had encountered only 2 practitioners thus far. One was a wood element practitioner from the northern continent, and the other was Mingchen himself. With this in mind, she proposed, "Could we perhaps visit the southwestern city wall?" Gangqiao City is not only an international metropolis, but also an ancient capital. The southwestern city wall, constructed as a defensive stronghold over 3 millennia ago, served as a battleground in ancient times. Before the apocalypse, it was a renowned tourist attraction. However, following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, Its robust structure made it the first line of defense for Gangqiao City. Later, as electrical fences were erected, many zombie hordes were deliberately lured here for extermination due to the wall's formidable strength. Today, the southwestern city wall has earned the grim title of Zombie Slaughterhouse, with numerous elite teams stationed here daily to eliminate the relentless tide of mutated zombies. Wen Yao had learned about the southwestern city wall from Camp F and had long wished to see it, but time and opportunity had eluded her. As her light-hearted suggestion floated through the air, Mingchen looked at her in disbelief, and even the driver and Fengyan turned to cast her a glance. It was abundantly clear that Commander Ming intended to take this girl on a date, asking her where she wished to go for entertainment, only for her to respond with a desire to visit the southwestern city wall. That location was a veritable slaughterhouse for zombies. A gruesome battlefield rife with bloodshed and danger, a place that normal individuals would instinctively avoid. Yet, here was a young girl expressing an interest in such a place, a rather peculiar preference, indeed. Fengyan silently withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, "No wonder Commander Ming has taken a liking to her. She is truly exceptional." Noticing the varied expressions of those around her, Wen Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. She only knew that the southwestern city wall was an important battleground defended by the 14th District space teams, yet she was uncertain whether it was a place she was permitted to visit. If it were not possible, she would simply let it go. With a gentle utterance, Mingchen turned to the driver and ordered, "Then let us proceed to the southwestern city wall." The driver replied, "Understood." The southwestern city wall lay on the outskirts of the city, and it took a full 3 hours of travel to arrive. Upon disembarking, Wen Yao was immediately met with the overwhelming stench of blood, accompanied by the distant, chilling howls of zombies, and the cacophony of gunfire mixed with the splattering of thick blood. There was a small gap in the electrical fence of Gangqiao City here, and the arched city wall was besieged by countless zombies surging forth, creating a dark, billowing mass that seemed to overflow like a viscous black-green tide. The members of the station teams atop the wall were tasked with shooting them down, followed by incinerating the corpses with oil and fire to prevent any potential infections that could lead to further mutations. Above, the sky was overcast, and the low rumble of thunder echoed in the distance, while the zombies piled up below, the sounds of gunfire ringing deafeningly in the air. Occasionally, agile mutated creatures would peek over the edge of the wall, prompting the soldiers to swiftly aim their machine guns at them. "Damn it! Captain Lee, keep an eye out. I'm watching, but it's too fast. I've missed several shots. What is that thing? Has it mutated again?" The dangers of the apocalypse were ever present, and the tranquility within the city relied entirely on the sacrifices made by these elite teams on the front lines. They lured the zombie hordes here for execution, allowing the occasional search parties venturing outside the city to enjoy a brief respite, and granting the survivors within the city a chance to live in a semblance of peace, far from the horrors of the undead. In this grim and tragic world, it was these individuals who bore the burden for the few remaining survivors of humanity. Observing the team members laboring tirelessly atop the wall, Wen Yao felt a sense of familiarity. Once upon a time, she had been one of them. Although the 13th district of the northern continent did not boast walls as towering as the southwestern city wall, it had its own river embankment that served as a defensive stronghold. For a time, Shen Yichuan's team had been stationed at that outpost, and during those days, when resources for firearms were scarce, she had been among those wielding cold weapons. With the high risks of close combat, she often found herself injured. Even now, she could vividly recall the scenes from that time. The river beneath the embankment frozen solid, zombies advancing across the thick ice, the sky shrouded in gray, and countless snowflakes drifting down. She would sit in the back, enduring the cold and pain, watching the teams come and go. Each time Shen Yichuan passed by, she hoped he would spare a moment to show her some concern, or at least glance her way. Yet, throughout those long 6 months, despite her numerous injuries, he had rarely checked on her, always believing she was strong enough to endure. Reflecting on it now still brought a pang of sadness. Was she tired then? Did she feel pain? Was she cold? The biting north wind, her wounds freezing over, she was in agony, yet she had grown accustomed to it. Humans are creatures of habit. During those years, she had become accustomed to the cold, the pain, and the countless longing glances that never garnered the attention of that man. Chapter 41. A Spectator's Delight. Lost in her thoughts, Wen Yao instinctively turned her head. Mingchen noticed her movement and raised an eyebrow slightly. What is the matter? Wen Yao shook her head. Nothing. As Captain Li approached for a drink, he inadvertently caught sight of the two stark figures in white. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he quietly inquired of He Fengyan, Captain He, why is Commander Ming here? Before He Fengyan could respond, the man in white turned slowly, offering a smile. I'm here to enjoy the spectacle. Wen Yao found herself rather impressed by this reply. For the remainder of their time, wherever Wen Yao chose to walk, Mingchen followed suit, allowing her to lead the way. If any zombies came too close, He Fengyan was quick to neutralize them with his firearm. Not only did Wen Yao refrain from taking action, but Mingchen remained composed and unperturbed, entirely unaffected by the surrounding dangers, their presence starkly contrasting with the grim battlefield. As if they were merely on a leisurely outing. Wen Yao's gaze drifted over the soldiers guarding the city wall. She had initially expected to witness practitioners battling zombies. Yet after traversing a significant distance along the lengthy wall, she had not encountered a single practitioner. Their weapons consisted solely of firearms, each one advanced and sophisticated. Was there truly no practitioner among them? Hadn't the Eastern continent successfully developed the ability awakening serum? If such a phenomenon exists, then it is certain that within this elite city defense team, there must be individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, even if only a few. Upon realizing this, she felt a twinge of disappointment and turned her gaze towards Mingchen. She understood that as the apex of the food chain in the Eastern Continent's 14th district, he undoubtedly held absolute access to information. Yet, she was uncertain whether, given her position, she could inquire about such matters. Having previously been a member of the 13th District's base team in the Northern Continent, her identity was already sensitive. If she were to probe into the secrets of the opposing base upon her arrival, it might arouse suspicion of espionage. After weighing her options, she decided to stifle her curiosity. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by the patter of raindrops cascading down. He Fengyan, noticing this, hurriedly offered her a transparent umbrella that he had casually picked up. Mingchen, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly leaned down and said to Wen Yao, I have a small task for you. Please hold the umbrella for me. Accustomed to the various eccentricities of this privileged young master, Wen Yao accepted the umbrella with a stoic expression and opened it, replying, all right. The cold wind howled atop the city wall as raindrops splashed upon the puddles, creating ripples. Holding the umbrella beside Mingchen, Wen Yao walked for quite some time. Just as she prepared to return, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of discoveries, she caught sight of a few individuals not far away, collecting rainwater. They were not merely catching the rain in buckets. Rather, the rain around them seemed to be under their control, converging into streams that flowed directly into the containers. Water elemental abilities. Wen Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. But in her rapt fascination, she failed to notice that the umbrella had shifted, leaving Mingchen exposed to the gentle rain. He glanced at the focused girl beside him, followed her line of sight momentarily, then turned back to her, his lips parting slightly. Darling. Hearing this tender and affectionate address, Wen Yao turned her head, asking, what is it? Initially a bit bewildered, upon turning around, she noticed that rain droplets adorned his hair and cheeks, the water glistening against his flawless visage. Combined with his deep, magnetic voice, it exuded an inexplicable allure. You've gotten me wet. Wen Yao felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly adjusted the umbrella back.
I'm sorry.
Mingchen lowered his lashes, raindrops tracing down from his brow. It's fine, just give me the umbrella. I truly didn't mean to. Thus, Wen Yao handed the umbrella to him. Mingchen smiled at her as he took it, but noticing that she was about to step out into the rain again, he swiftly pulled her back, tilting the umbrella towards her. Come closer. Wen Yao looked at the edge of the umbrella, now shielding her. I can manage without it. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her with a firm tone. No getting wet, and your dress must not get dirty.
Well,
it seemed this man was not only fastidious about his own cleanliness, but also imposed his obsession on her. Chapter 42. Not a bedmate, but a playmate. Descending from the city wall, Wen Yao found herself lost in thought, reflecting on what she had just witnessed. The existence of individuals with extraordinary abilities within the elite team was evident. However, she had only observed a water elemental user, and their abilities did not appear to be utilized for combat, seemingly lacking lethality. Why was that? Was it because the initial stage of research had only yielded this relatively harmless awakening agent? When Yao bore various injuries, and in the days that followed, Mingchen insisted that she do nothing but focus on her recovery. The difference was that during this time, Mingchen remained within the confines of the base. Initially, Wen Yao had begun to view him in a more favorable light, believing him to be a responsible base commander who, even while not on missions, would have many tasks to attend to. However, after a week, she realized that this was not the case. He seemed particularly idle, not only leisurely but also indulging in numerous hobbies. He cultivated a variety of flowers on the castle terrace and kept a large flock of white doves and different species of birds. His daily routine consisted of watering the plants, feeding the birds, and sleeping. He could sleep for over 10 hours a day, leading a life of comfort and leisure. Every time when Yao observed his languid demeanor, she was left in awe and contemplation. In a world ravaged by apocalypse for so many years, how could someone still live so leisurely and at ease? Though he, as the ruler of District 1, possessed the power and resources to do so, it seemed unnecessary to waste time on such trivial pursuits. Most notably, he not only indulged himself, but also dragged her into this leisurely lifestyle, compelling her to partake in these seemingly pointless activities. He had her assist in watering the flowers, feeding the doves, accompanying him on the terrace to watch the sunset, playing chess in the game room, and even stacking blocks. Speaking of stacking blocks, Wen Yao found it difficult to articulate her astonishment upon discovering the toy room. Indeed, Mingchen, this high-ranking, extraordinarily powerful individual, had a children's toy room within his luxurious castle suite. It was a genuine toy room filled with the kinds of toys that children played with before the apocalypse. After so many years, Wen Yao could hardly recall their names, but they were vibrantly colorful and whimsical. At the center of the toy room was a long table piled high with blocks, an entire tabletop filled with various colored geometric shapes that could be freely combined to create different objects. Albeit rather simplistic, children over the age of 5 would likely find them dull. One afternoon, Mingchen announced that he would take her to visit his secret base. And then she witnessed the elegantly dressed man in a white shirt flattening and stacking these blocks, gleefully engrossed for 3 whole hours. By the end, Wen Yao's gaze towards him had shifted, and he finally laughed heartily, bringing the session to a close. Mingchen might not possess many distinguishing characteristics, but he was cheerful and adept at flirting. Initially, Wen Yao speculated that he desired her company due to her beauty. Yet, as the days passed, she discovered that her role was not that of a bedmate, but rather a playmate. Furthermore, it became increasingly evident that Mingchen's mental state was somewhat peculiar. On yet another sunny day, Wen Yao, clad in a pure white long dress, stood beside the stone railing at the top of the castle, feeding the white doves. Once the doves fluttered away, she clapped her hands, resting against the railing as she gazed into the distance. The view from the highest point of the castle was particularly splendid, showcasing a unique landscape that juxtaposed 2 distinct architectural styles. On one side stood the crumbling high-tech skyscrapers, remnants of a fallen modern metropolis, while on the other, ancient castles rose from the ruins, surrounded by rose-filled estates and an old clock tower church. The 2 scenes were starkly different, resembling 2 separate worlds divided by time, creating an extraordinary dissonance. At that moment, the distant mountains were bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, enveloping the swaying crimson roses in a delicate veil of light. The clock tower church was adorned with lush vines, some of which entwined around the black Roman numerals on the clock face. The sunset reflected upon the ground, casting hues of blood red and emerald green, while the church's ancient walls were mottled, rendering the entire scene dreamlike, akin to a beautiful painting. Wen Yao felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with the scene. Upon deeper reflection, she realized it mirrored the inferno from her dreams, the one in which Mingchen, adorned with a silver bracelet, was engulfed in flames. She couldn't help but glance back at the languid figure of the man in white reclining on a nearby chaise. Mingchen, sensing her gaze, lifted his eyelids to meet hers, a smile gracing his lips. "Have you fed them well?" Regarding the dream that seemed to foreshadow events, her memories had largely faded, and now she felt uncertain about the truth within them. Remembering his tragic fate in the dream, she moved to sit beside Mingchen on the chair, unable to resist saying, "With all this time, we could actually be doing something meaningful." Ji Mingchen languidly rubbed his temples, his eyebrows arching in curiosity. For example? Chapter 43. I believe it is faith, responded Wen Yao after a moment of contemplation. For instance, becoming stronger and more formidable, slaying more zombies, and ensuring that the human survivors in the city can thrive. Ji Mingchen chuckled softly first. I have no need to become stronger. Wen Yao paused, taken aback by his assertion. No need to grow stronger? She was aware that abilities among those with powers were ranked, yet given the current scarcity of such individuals, her understanding of their levels was limited, leaving her unable to gauge his prowess. It seemed that the hierarchy of abilities could only be viewed from above. Was it possible that his powers had reached their zenith? With a tone steeped in casual certainty, Ji Mingchen continued, Second, without me, they would all perish. I need not do more for them. Wen Yao could only marvel at his audacity, unable to mount a rebuttal. Third, if this world is destined for destruction, we should indulge in pleasure and engage in meaningful pursuits, should we not? As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly. Wen Yao met his deep, dark gaze, which was perpetually adorned with a smile, his enchanting peach blossom eyes curving, reflecting her figure alongside the fading twilight behind her. Despite the apparent joy in his expression, she sensed an unusual sentiment lurking in his eyes, a tinge of pessimism, perhaps, or a sense of hopelessness. Why did she perceive such sorrow in the gaze of a man who seemed to revel in laughter and playfulness? Wen Yao contemplated voicing her thoughts, but Ji Mingchen had already closed his eyes again. After a moment of silence, she remarked, You may not wish to, but I certainly do. What do you wish for? Ji Mingchen inquired. Perhaps due to the relaxation of recent days, she had momentarily forgotten his identity and voiced her desires. I want to grow stronger, to become more formidable. Ji Mingchen reached out, tousling her hair playfully. You, a little girl, why do you always yearn for combat? Wen Yao brushed aside his playful gesture. It is not that I relish conflict. Rather, this world cannot rest easy. Over the past 7 years, humanity's territory has continually shrunk, and mutations occur nearly every day. If we do not become stronger, we will inevitably confront death, won't we? Even without the apocalypse, death is an eventual certainty.
Mingchen licked lightly.
But that is not the same. What is the difference? He countered nonchalantly. Isn't it all death? Today, Ji Mingchen's thoughts were unusually coherent, and Wen Yao seized the rare opportunity to engage him in a gentle conversation. Natural death is beyond human control. Yet the duration of our lives amidst this cataclysm is something we can strive to influence. Ji Mingchen fell silent, then languidly propped himself up, turning to face her with a curious expression. I have always been intrigued. What do you truly live for? Wen Yao was taken aback by the question. For so many years, what had she lived for? When the apocalypse struck, she had only been 15, still in her second year of high school. Initially, her sole desire had been to find her lost family, to reunite with her sister, who had gone missing during their escape. When her sister remained elusive, she fortuitously encountered Shen Yichuan, and together they managed to escape to the safety of the Linhe city base. As time passed, her admiration for Shen Yichuan inspired her to train alongside him daily, striving to earn his approval and eventually becoming a standout in the base's training camp. Throughout those years, her allegiance to Shen Yichuan gradually evolved into a commitment to protect her teammates and safeguard the North District's 13th area. If I must articulate it, I would say it is faith. Ji Mingchen raised an eyebrow, as if finding the term peculiar. Faith? Wen Yao nodded earnestly. Yes, faith. Ji Mingchen smiled, reclining back into his previous position. And what is the object of your faith? Shen Yichuan? Wen Yao abruptly sat up, indignation in her voice. Could you refrain from belittling others? Ji Mingchen dismissed her concern with a nonchalant chuckle. Fine, it is not Shen Yichuan. His words bore little persuasive weight. She recalled that in their past encounters, she had always been by Shen Yichuan's side, obediently following his orders. She had been like a little shadow, never straying far from him, and in any situation, her first thought was to seek him out. Wen Yao's expression darkened as she fell into silence for a few moments. You may not be entirely wrong. I have indeed looked up to him as a role model and a symbol of faith. I wish to stand beside him, to have him see me. Ji Mingchen lowered his lashes, listening quietly, his tone drifting into a more reflective cadence. How regrettable it is. It seems he has never acknowledged your feelings. Wen Yao replied, Do you take pleasure in this? It was curious how he always seemed to have nothing but disparaging remarks about Shen Yichuan. In the past, she could vent her frustrations with a blade, but now she found herself unable to do so. As the conversation waned, she suddenly lost the desire to speak further with him and rose to depart. Night had fallen, the twilight reduced to a faint red glow against the deep blue sky, where scattered stars twinkled. If this were not the apocalypse, and if one could overlook the devastation below, the scenery was vast, breathtakingly beautiful. Mingchen's gaze shifted from the girl's retreating figure, and upon spotting a fluttering white dove, he languidly raised his hand. The dove, seemingly captivated by the striking figure of the man beneath, obediently landed on his elongated, pale finger, tilting its head and cooing softly. Mingchen withdrew his hand, stroking the dove's feathers as he addressed it. Shen Yichuan is a fool, isn't he? The dove cooed in response. Upon hearing the sound, Mingchen's hand abruptly closed around the dove's neck, his enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, yet his breath remained soft. I am asking you a question. The dove quivered. Feathers ruffled. Coo. Satisfied, Mingchen grinned. Good. Once he released his grip, the startled dove flapped its wings and took flight. Its departure a frantic contrast to its earlier ease, nearly colliding with a nearby glass skyscraper. This beautiful man was not merely a stunning rose, but a dangerously alluring poppy. Chapter 44. She truly was an exceptional person. In the North District, the northern line of defense in Linha City was nearly breached, as waves of zombies surged forth. Several squads battled fiercely for 3 consecutive days and nights, until at last, Shen Yichuan, armed with a sniper rifle, decisively obliterated the final mutated creature, signaling the end of this harrowing battle. The man possessed a strikingly handsome countenance, his brow furrowed and glistening with beads of sweat. He gazed out at the heap of corpses beyond the city walls, rising swiftly from his cover and instructing those nearby, ignite the fire, quickly. Mu Xingxing nodded and hurried away, only to return shortly, anxiety etched across her face, as she inquired, the lighter is frozen. Do you have a spare? At this foolish question, Shen Yichuan's brow twitched, a flicker of irritation surfacing within him. How could I possibly have one? Go to logistics, he retorted. It seemed Mu Xingxing finally comprehended, dashing towards the tents at the rear. As Shen Yichuan watched her retreating figure, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Clad in black work attire with her hair tied in a high ponytail, she bore a striking resemblance to Wen Yao, who had once donned similar garments. Yet, while Wen Yao wielded the silver crescent blade with calm precision, her movements were always decisive and swift, never exhibiting the flustered demeanor of Mu Xingxing, nor committing such elementary blunders repeatedly. What kind of person was Wen Yao? This was a question Shen Yichuan had never bothered to ponder, yet in recent days, memories of her had taken residence in his dreams. Reflecting on those fragments, he suddenly realized what an extraordinary individual she truly was. Wen Yao was not as extroverted as Mu Xingxing, nor was she eloquent. Rather, her nature was profoundly introverted and taciturn. She often acted silently, never voicing her intentions. In their past partnership, he needed only a glance for her to understand him, a gesture for her to swiftly respond with the appropriate action. She was gentle and meticulous, yet possessed a calm composure, always contributing quietly to the team. It was only in her absence that everyone recognized the myriad tasks she accomplished that others could scarcely manage. At that moment, Fang Lanin approached, gun in hand, trudging through the snow. Captain Shen, it's time to go. Shen Yichuan snapped out of his reverie and nodded curtly. Fang Lanin had never particularly liked Shen Yichuan, and upon witnessing the flicker of disappointment in his eyes, she feigned indifference and quipped, Captain Shen, are you reminiscing about Vice Captain Wen? She continued, you're not alone. Everyone has been thinking about her lately. I always thought she was too reticent, too reluctant to seek recognition. There's a saying, the crying child gets the candy, but she was the one who never cried. In truth, Shen Yichuan should not have acted as he did that day. Everyone had been in poor spirits while striving to complete the mission, and if Wen Yao had survived, her heart would have surely been shattered. Shen Yichuan had no desire to hear such remarks and closed his eyes, interrupting coldly, how long has it been? What purpose does discussing this serve now? Was there a better solution back then? If given the chance to relive that moment, I would not regret my decision. Fang Lanin observed his resolute silhouette, pursing her lips into silence. The The mere mention of the past brought forth the haunting image of Wen Yao weeping amidst the snowstorm, a memory that refused to fade. Countless nights had passed where she visited his dreams, her beautiful eyelashes coated in frost. Her spirits at a low ebb as she tentatively took a step forward, yet hesitated to ask for too much, merely gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. At that time, he had deemed her overly sentimental and immature, but in retrospect, how could she be selfish and oblivious to the bigger picture? She had endured numerous battles and possessed unparalleled swordsmanship, yet she was still a young girl, inevitably harboring some dependence on him. What she sought then may have been less about him rescuing her, and more about a gesture of reassurance, a sign of his care. As night descended, the sky once again began to sprinkle with large, feather-like snowflakes. Shen Yichuan glanced skyward, and a sudden pain gripped his heart. In Dongzhou, during dinner that evening, Mingchen entered, his gaze sweeping over the table laden with an array of dishes. He turned to Wen Yao and inquired, "Why aren't you eating? Are you not fond of today's offerings?" Wen Yao replied, "No, not at all. In a world on the brink of collapse, who can afford to be picky? Having food at all is a blessing." Noticing her subtle discontent, Mingchen raised an eyebrow. "Are you truly upset?" Wen Yao found herself at a loss. Typically amiable and patient, she often unleashed her frustrations on this man. Previously, she had perceived her irritation as stemming from their adversarial relationship, fueled by Shen Yichuan's animosity towards him. However, now they were no longer foes, but rather in a relationship that demanded mutual respect. Yet, she sometimes found herself inexplicably angry with him. Confused by these natural yet inexplicable emotions, Wen Yao stammered, "Not really." Mingchen pondered for a moment, choosing not to press further. The two dined quietly in the opulent dining room of the manor, and when they had nearly finished, a figure appeared at the door. Fengyan knocked lightly, announcing, "Commander Ming, we have a situation." Wen Yao and Mingchen both looked up. Mingchen asked, "What is it?" Chapter 45, Fire 10 shots. 9 will miss. Fengyan, having caught sight of Wen Yao, continued, "It concerns the research base." Wen Yao put down her chopsticks, initially prepared to excuse herself. But in the next instant, Mingchen placed a hand on her shoulder, halting her movement, and turned to Fengyan, "Speak." Fengyan lowered his head to report, "The system protocols of the research building have been secretly tampered with. The engineers are investigating, but the extent of the alterations is significant. It may take 1 to 2 days to restore. This situation seems rather suspicious. I suspect it to be the work of an insider. We have already begun individual interrogations, but so far, there are no results. The ability to silently alter the security systems of the research facility indicates they are quite formidable, and I am concerned." Mingchen raised an eyebrow. "What protocols were altered?" Fengyan reflected briefly before responding. "Most of them pertain to the security doors." Mingchen chuckled softly. "How intriguing. It appears there are indeed individuals oblivious to their own peril." Fengyan then asked, "What should we do now?" Mingchen regarded Fengyan, a smirk gracing his lips. "Nothing at all. What they desire is merely the awakened ability serum. Let them steal it." Fengyan understood that this would expose those involved. But the serum was exceedingly precious, and allowing it to be wasted seemed a grave miscalculation. Nevertheless, seeing that Commander Ming had no further commentary, he bowed his head into silence. Mingchen inquired, "Did you just return from the research building?" Fengyan nodded, "Yes, for safety. Director Fei and the others have also returned." Mingchen contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Understood, you may leave." After Fengyan departed, Mingchen's gaze returned to Wen Yao, whose clear eyes were fixed on him with an almost innocent curiosity. He smiled, "I must visit the research building." Wen Yao was puzzled as to why he felt the need to inform her of his plans every time he left, but upon hearing his words, she could only nod.
All right.
Mingchen added, "What do you mean by all right?" "You're coming with me." Wen Yao, who had just relaxed and was preparing for bed, responded, "Isn't it inappropriate to bring me to the biological research facility? It is a sensitive area." Yet this man remained unperturbed, his tone languid, yet gentle. "Aren't you interested in the awakened ability serum? I'll personally take you to see it." His perceptive nature rendered her intentions utterly transparent. Upon returning from the southwestern city wall, he had discerned her desires. In the days that followed, he patiently awaited her inquiry, ready to divulge what she sought and fulfill her wishes. Yet, Wen Yao was not one to be easily swayed or overly inquisitive. Her discretion bordered on excessive cleverness. Mingchen contemplated this as he retrieved a small box from the nearby cabinet, extracting a silver handgun and nonchalantly offering it to her.
Take this.
Wen Yao, still in a daze, gazed at the silver firearm being handed to her, instinctively reaching out. What do you want me to do with this? What else could it be for? To ensure my protection, of course. Mingchen straightened with elegant poise, his long, pale fingers lightly tapping the girl's forehead. I shall overlook your previous attempts to strike at me. However, this gun is a gift, and you are not to use it against me again, understood? His words suggested that she was a reckless villain, indiscriminately brandishing weapons. Wen Yao pressed her lips together, an unwarranted guilt rising within her. We were foes once.
But we are not now.
I would never harm you. Mingchen inclined slightly towards her, his handsome visage enchanting under the moonlight, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. With Miss Wen's assurance, I feel at ease. The gentle warmth of his fingertip lingered on her forehead longer than expected, leaving an unexpected tingling sensation that spread to her lips. Wen Yao's thoughts were in disarray as she followed Mingchen downstairs in silence. Only when they exited the ancient villa and felt the cool night breeze did she regain her senses, explaining, but my marksmanship is atrocious. I may not be able to protect you well. Mingchen opened the car door, allowing her to enter the passenger seat before he settled into the driver's seat. Is that so? How poor is it? Wen Yao pondered for a moment, responding honestly, out of 10 shots, I would miss 9. This inadequacy had led to numerous reprimands from Shen Yichuan during her training sessions, where she was often berated and ultimately deemed a waste of resources, relegated to wielding the silver moon blade instead. Nonetheless, this had honed her exceptional swordsmanship. Mingchen placed his long, pale hand on the steering wheel and started the car. No worries, practice makes perfect. Wen Yao harbored a dislike for shooting practice, uncertain if it stemmed from repeated failures or the harsh scoldings that instilled a sense of aversion and fear. However, now that she was in Dongzhou, she resolved to practice diligently if the opportunity arose. After all, it never hurt to have additional skills. The sleek black car meandered through the villa district, soon halting near the rose garden. Confused, Wen Yao gazed out at the sea of roses illuminated by the moonlight. Aren't we supposed to go to the research building? Wait for me in the car, Mingchen instructed before stepping out. Initially believing he had urgent business, Wen Yao waited quietly for a few minutes, only to see him return with a branch of roses. The thorns of the roses pricked his fingers, causing crimson droplets to fall onto his pristine white shirt, creating a strikingly beautiful contrast. I've made a mess, Mingchen remarked, glancing regretfully at his sleeve before patiently removing the thorns from the branch. Once the branch was stripped down to harmless leaves, he extended it toward her. Wen Yao sighed inwardly, accustomed to such occurrences. As she relinquished the handgun to accept the flowers, Mingchen explained, I may have inadvertently upset you today. I present this midnight rose as an apology. Do you like it? I'm not upset, Wen Yao replied, grasping the rose branch. She initially intended to say it was unnecessary, but noticing his bleeding fingers, she felt it inappropriate and instead asked, Is your hand all right? Mingchen glanced down, nodding. It hurts a bit. Wen Yao regretted her inquiry. He was far too adept at leveraging the situation, displaying no humility whatsoever. Yet, having already accepted the rose, ignoring it now would seem ungracious. With a resigned sigh, she placed the rose in the car window and reached for a cloth to tend to his injured finger. Mingchen smiled at her, extending his right hand toward her. Their vehicle was parked beside an ornate street lamp, the warm glow filtering through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows across the car's front window. His long, elegant hand rested within this enchanting light, its alabaster hue and distinct bone structure resembling a work of art, even the bloodstains adding a touch of allure to this masterpiece. Avoiding Mingchen's gaze, Wen Yao focused intently on his hand, realizing that even his hands possessed a captivating charm. While cleaning the blood from his fingertips, their skin brushed against one another, warmth exchanged in the solitude of the night, creating an inexplicable allure. Just as Wen Yao set down the cloth, Mingchen suddenly tugged gently at her sleeve. She looked up to find his strikingly handsome face mere inches away, her heart skipping a beat. With his long lashes casting shadows, he pointed to the bloodstain on his wrist. His soft, magnetic voice urged, Be careful. You've missed a spot. Wen Yao's mind blinked momentarily, and she quickly reached out to clean it.
All right.
The journey from the car's restart to the arrival at the biological research building took approximately half an hour. Though she had never suffered from motion sickness, Wen Yao felt a strange sensation of nausea, as if she could not catch her breath. Eventually, Mingchen noticed her discomfort and kindly rolled down the window, providing her with a measure of relief. At the stroke of midnight, the exterior of the research building remained heavily guarded, yet inside, there were few personnel present. Wen Yao, holding the silver handgun closely, trailed Mingchen. Despite his request for her protection, the area appeared secure, rendering her role unnecessary. They traversed a high-tech blue corridor, ascending to the 9th floor via the elevator. Entering a room resembling a control center, they were greeted by walls lined with numerous screens, though it was evident that 6 of them were malfunctioning and dark. Wen Yao, unsure of Mingchen's intentions, refrained from looking around or moving about, instead observing him as he manipulated the computers. His tall figure leaned over the keyboard, his long, pale fingers dancing across the keys, the screen flickering with letters. Before long, one of the broken screens crackled to life. Impressive, Wen Yao remarked, awestruck. After years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, she had forgotten much of what she had learned prior, rendering her unable to comprehend the advanced programming displayed before her. Such complex monitoring and repair work could only be accomplished by specialized engineers in the 13th district of Beizhou. To her astonishment, Mingchen was capable of this as well. He possessed knowledge in medicine, computer programming, marksmanship, and even an elemental fire ability that he rarely utilized. What kind of genius was he? And what could he possibly not excel at? Wen Yao silently observed, her feelings of inadequacy growing as the screens illuminated one after another. In contrast to the refined and elegant man that is Mingchen, she has lived over the years like a rough and uncouth brute, apart from her exceptional knife skills. She possesses no other talents. As all the screens illuminated, Mingchen straightened up, casually grabbed a disposable cup, filled it with water from the nearby dispenser, and offered it to Wen Yao, asking, "Would you like some water?" Still immersed in her astonishment, Wen Yao instinctively accepted the cup and took a small sip. However, when she placed the cup back on the table, Mingchen picked it up again, twirling the rim with his fingertips, and took a sip himself. Wen Yao's face flushed slightly in confusion as she reminded him, "That's the cup I've used." Wasn't he supposed to be somewhat of a germaphobe? Leaning against the office desk, Mingchen tilted his head back, gazing at the screen ahead, and responded with a nonchalant as if such an act were utterly commonplace between partners. There's no need for formality. Thus, he had done it intentionally. At a loss for words, Wen Yao redirected her attention to the surveillance monitors. Most of the footage displayed empty scenes, with the few moving figures being researchers clad in white lab coats. Nothing appeared amiss. In the quiet monitoring room, Mingchen suddenly inquired, "Do you know what the raw materials for the ability awakening agent are?" Taken aback, Wen Yao wondered why he was asking such a question. After a moment of hesitation, she honestly shook her head, "I don't know." How could she? This agent seemed to have been initially developed in the Dongzhou district, with the other 3 regions gradually replicating it thereafter. Mingchen supported himself against the desk, his posture languid as he gazed at the monitors. His beautiful peach blossom eyes illuminated by the screen's glow. "They are those uniquely mutated entities," he explained. Wen Yao looked at him in bewilderment. These were not the zombie mutations. The zombie mutations were lifeless, whereas the infected mutated plants and animals were very much alive. In the past 2 years, Director Fei had discovered a substance within them capable of inducing genetic mutations in humans. We named it elemental crystallization. And these crystallizations are the raw materials for the ability awakening agent. Chapter 47. Do you wish to awaken your powers? Mingchen said this, while smiling at the astonished Wen Yao, his face bathed in the cold white light of the screen, his handsome features sharply defined, and his peach blossom eyes glinting with intrigue. Wen Yao tightened her fingers, perplexed. "Why are you suddenly telling me this?" She had encountered mutated plants and animals before. They existed in all regions and could be aggressive towards humans, but their numbers were limited, nowhere near the rampant spread of zombie mutations. And thus they had not garnered significant attention from the bases. What Mingchen spoke of was undoubtedly classified information, vital secrets. If this knowledge were to be harnessed early for research, it would undoubtedly position the base to have the highest number of ability users, which directly influenced combat strength. The fact that he casually divulged such monumental secrets to her was shocking. Mingchen, however, merely smiled dismissively. Isn't it because I see you are interested? If you wish to know something, feel free to ask me directly. As he spoke, he straightened up and stepped forward, using the mouse to enlarge the surveillance footage. On the enlarged screen were 3 researchers, 2 men and 1 woman, seemingly conducting experiments in a laboratory, accompanied by 2 cleaning staff in blue uniforms. The footage still showed nothing unusual. Wen Yao glanced at the enlarged monitor before looking back at Mingchen's silhouette, contemplating his words, and she suddenly found herself in a daze. Mingchen had mentioned this more than once. Even during their car ride back from a stroll at the Southwest City Wall, he had casually brought it up. Yet, she had dismissed it, not only disregarding it but also remaining particularly vigilant, out of respect for his status. She had never dared to probe into matters regarding the ability awakening agent. After all, this was a top-secret issue within Dongzhou's 14th district. Little did she expect that he had already discerned her intentions at that time. Even when he saw her reluctance to inquire further, he did not bluntly confront her. Instead, he found an opportunity to bring her to the research base for the ability awakening agent, personally enlightening her. His thoughts were indeed as intricate as silk. Upon returning, Mingchen noted Wen Yao's stunned expression and took another sip from the cup. What I have shared with you today is crucial information that only the Dongzhou 14th District base is privy to. I can easily tell you this because I see your curiosity, but you must not share it with anyone outside, understood? Wen Yao quickly nodded, her face serious. I absolutely will not speak of it. Mingchen's gaze remained fixed on the screen as he casually asked, "Do you wish to awaken your powers?" In the past, Wen Yao would have hesitated to nod, fearing that revealing her ambitions would bring unnecessary calamity upon herself. Yet, given the trust he had shown, to continue hiding her desires would only seem hypocritical. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, "If possible, of course I would like to." Mingchen nodded casually. "All right. I'll take you to the laboratory shortly." This implied he was willing to provide her with the ability awakening agent, such a rare treasure, for which countless team members and commanders would vie, and he was so casually offering it to her. Was he serious? Wen Yao had initially thought he would agree to let her return to the training camp, but now she was utterly astonished, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. "This is an exceedingly precious item in your base. With my current abilities, I am unworthy of possessing it." To simply grant it to her would surely attract scrutiny. While she might not fully grasp the situation in the Dongzhou regions, she knew that in the Northern District, although base commanders wielded significant power, they were not omnipotent. Reckless decisions could lead to their dismissal by vote. Mingchen chuckled softly. "This is the Dongzhou 14th District, not your Northern District 13th. Many matters are solely at my discretion." Wen Yao. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Mingchen seems different from the other base commanders. He is the sole heir of the Dongzhou Lord. If the Lord is akin to a king, he is the prince, an unequivocal second-generation official. Not only does he possess strength, but he also has formidable backing, indeed affording him the audacity to be somewhat arrogant." The two remained in the monitoring room for approximately 10 more minutes. Mingchen finally glanced at the surveillance footage, checked the time, and stood up. "Let us go to the 12th floor laboratory." Upon arriving at the 12th floor, they found it quite empty, with only a desolate corridor and numerous office doors. The structure of this research building was quite intricate. The corridors all looked alike, and the doors were indistinguishable, with polished floors and metallic silver doors lacking even numbers. Without a guide, one could easily become hopelessly lost. In the empty corridor, their footsteps echoed sharply against the floor as Mingchen spoke while walking. "The probability of natural ability awakening is negligible. Outsiders claim that the ability awakening agent is the only shortcut to awakening powers, but even if they receive the agent, they may still fail to awaken their abilities." Confused, Wen Yao looked up. "Why?" Mingchen smiled, his voice melodious. "You'll find out shortly. We are about to witness a spectacle." He effortlessly pushed open a certain door and switched on the lights inside. It appeared to be a laboratory, equipped with computers and experimental tables adorned with various potions and petri dishes, alongside a wall lined with cabinets filled with more substances. However, Mingchen paid little attention to the experimental table. Instead, he led Wen Yao through a small door within the lab, which seemed to serve as a storage area filled with towering stacks of cardboard boxes. Once the small door closed behind them, the light dimmed, with only a faint glimmer filtering in through the small window on the door. Wen Yao felt as though she were engaged in some clandestine act. A sense of bewilderment washing over her. What are we hiding from? In the shadows, Mingchen's gaze was profound, and he silenced her with a gesture. Sure. They are coming. Wen Yao gazed at the man's slightly curled lips, perplexed by the enigmatic game he seemed to be playing, likely one he found amusing. After speaking, Mingchen straightened up, peering through the glass window at the door outside. Furrowing her brow, Wen Yao followed suit and listened intently. She could discern footsteps approaching. 3 individuals traversing the corridor. Observing the laboratory illuminated by a blue glow, Wen Yao whispered, "If we spy from here, will they be able to see us?"
No.
Understanding dawned upon her. It was one-way reflective glass. Moments later, the metallic door swung open, revealing 3 researchers clad in white coats, individuals Wen Yao vaguely recognized from the surveillance footage Mingchen had enlarged. She perceived nothing amiss. Yet, as her confusion deepened, the last researcher to enter locked the door behind them. The tall researcher removed his white rubber gloves, tossing them onto the lab table, and exclaimed with delight, "After lying in wait for an entire month, we've finally located this place." The female researcher behind him cautiously advised, "Keep your voice down. Be wary of surveillance." The bespectacled researcher who entered last confidently declared, "No need to worry. I've disabled the monitoring system here." The tall researcher patted the glasses wearer on the back, expressing gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, the top scholar of the electronics department from the leading university before the apocalypse. I doubt anyone else across the 4 continents could breach so many security systems." The bespectacled man replied, "I owe it to both you and Xia. Without you too, I wouldn't have made it in." The female researcher interjected, "Enough chit-chat. We must focus on the task at hand, find the awakening agents." She scanned the area and raised her gaze to the rows of reagent cabinets, which bore fingerprint locks. As she regarded the locks, she produced a severed arm from her voluminous sleeve. Indeed, it was a severed arm, gruesomely bloodied, yet contained within a transparent nylon bag that prevented the blood from spilling. Wen Yao inhaled sharply at the sight of the mangled limb. They were not researchers from the biological research building, but mere imposters who had murdered the genuine researchers. Realizing this, Wen Yao turned to Mingchen, yet he maintained his enigmatic smile, as if he were savoring the unfolding drama. Uncertain of what he awaited, she averted her gaze and peered once more outside the small window. The woman pressed the severed thumb against the lock, and with a click, the cabinet door swung open. To her delight, she quickly retrieved a labeled box. It was the water-type ability awakening agent. The tall researcher opened another cabinet door, exclaiming, "And here's the earth-type awakening agent." They rummaged through the cabinets for a while, but only found these 2 types of agents, leaving them disheartened. "Why are there only these 2? Surely there must be more," the woman lamented. "If I recall correctly, Mingchen oversees the base in District 14 of the Eastern Continent, and he is a fire-type ability user." The 3 exchanged glances before the woman asserted, "Since we're here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Even the most rudimentary ability is far superior to that of an ordinary human. Not only does it involve genetic mutation and physical evolution, but it also has the potential for future upgrades." Upon finishing her statement, they each selected an ability awakening agent. There's no time to lose. Let us inject ourselves before it's too late. Getting in was easy. Getting out will likely prove challenging. The woman glanced at her watch as she produced the syringe. 2 hours had passed since the security door was compromised, and it was uncertain how long it would take for them to discover the malfunction. "We must hurry." The woman injected herself with the water-type awakening agent, and the tall researcher followed suit with the earth-type agent. Inside the glass enclosure, Mingchen watched this spectacle with a soft, almost tender smile. Fools. Wen Yao shot him a glance, feeling inexplicably that he resembled a villain at that moment, the kind that relishes in the demise of others. Grinning with a disturbingly twisted glee, the voice of disdain was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it immediately heightened the vigilance of the 3 outside. The quick-witted woman advanced towards the small door. "Who's there?" As she did, a handgun slipped from her sleeve, which she deftly grasped. Observing this, Wen Yao tightened her grip on her own silver pistol, and a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. The three appeared formidable, likely at least of A-grade commander status. And judging by their professional demeanor, perhaps even S-grade. Confronting them, Wen Yao, with her limited proficiency with firearms, felt uncertain of her chances. However, the woman halted abruptly, and the tall man called out to her, "Enough. We must leave quickly." Though the woman sensed someone might be present, she seemed to deem it unnecessary to investigate further, merely casting a glance before turning back. Yet, Wen Yao still felt a knot in her stomach as she noticed the woman's hand. It had turned blue and was shrinking. The tall man, oblivious to the commotion behind him, glanced back, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in horror. Awe. The bespectacled man, initially at the door, turned and, in a panic, collapsed onto the ground. Your face. What's wrong with my face?" The woman responded, bewildered, as she instinctively reached to touch her face, only to discover she had no hand. Where was her hand? Before she could ponder further, she toppled forward, not only losing her hand but her feet transforming into a massive fishtail that burst through her trousers. Smooth, blue-black scales spread like a fan at the tail's end. It was indeed a fishtail, a real fishtail. Simultaneously, blue-black scales began to cover her face, her eyes morphing from bloodshot to crimson, and then to a deep scarlet. Her blood-red irises suddenly swelled and ruptured, two dark spots embedded within the blood red, creating a terrifying visage. She clearly wished to speak, yet only a strange rustling sound escaped her lips. The entire transformation transpired in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. "Ah, don't come any closer." The tall man was evidently terrified, continuously retreating. The astute bespectacled man reacted first, hastily pulling his companion aside. He attempted to grasp the tall man's hand but instead seized a handful of hair, turning to discover the tall man had also transformed. However, unlike the woman, his metamorphosis was into a grotesque rodent-like creature with a mouse-like face, elongated snout, and arms covered in coarse brown fur, his hands morphing into sharp claws. His eyes, too, glowed crimson, and within mere minutes, he had lost all semblance of humanity, devolving into a true monster. Wen Yao stood aghast at the scene of these living beings transforming into grotesque monsters. Even her robust mental fortitude faltered. What was happening? Was the ability awakening agent a deception, or had they simply chosen the wrong serum? The once tranquil and spacious laboratory now teemed with two bizarre, horrifying creatures. The last remaining bespectacled man, paralyzed with fear, fumbled with the door for what felt like an eternity, only to find it unyielding. As the two monsters lunged toward him, he desperately rolled aside, firing his weapon. Bang. Alas, it was too late. One of the rodent-like creature's jaws clamped down on his leg, producing a sickening crunch. The bespectacled man screamed in agony, sweat beading on his forehead, bloodshot eyes wide with despair and terror as he leaned against the wall. Mingchen smiled as he watched the scene unfold, then lowered his gaze to the astonished Wen Yao and asked, "Would you prefer to see him devoured alive? Or would you rather spare his life?" Wen Yao raised her eyes to meet Mingchen's, and for the first time, she deeply understood why he was cast as the antagonist in that dream, and she comprehended the terrifying rumors surrounding him in the four regions. It seemed that he truly was far from a benevolent figure, exhibiting a disturbing and chilling kind of perversion. He admired both beautiful flowers and the dying struggles of men with the same serene smile. In Chapter 49, Elemental Carriers, he was a top student from a prestigious university, majoring in electronics, destined to be an exceptional engineer, as Wen Yao remarked. "I trust your judgment," Mingchen replied, thus opening the door. Just as the aquatic monster was about to engulf the bespectacled man within its gaping maw, a burst of brilliant flames erupted, instantly reducing the creature to drifting ashes. The rodent-like monster, which had been shot but not yet expired, met a similar fate. The bespectacled man looked on in terror at the man in the white shirt, shrinking back further, revealing the grisly bloodstain trailing from the severed leg bone on the ground. Mingchen clapped his hands and leisurely approached him, crouching down with a smile, and inquired, "Sir, did you find the recent performance from the animal kingdom to be riveting?" Gazing upon the extraordinarily handsome man with a gentle smile, the bespectacled man's expression turned more fearful than when confronted by the monster. "Mingchen," Ji Mingchen chuckled softly, his tone gentle and courteous. Ah,
So you recognize me.
may I ask for your esteemed name? Wen Yao, now armed and stepping forward, thought the antagonist persona is unmistakable. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, the bespectacled man broke into a cold sweat, his forehead bulging with veins, his entire being tense as if he might faint at any moment. Don't come closer. Please spare me. Before Ji Mingchen could respond, the alarm in the research building suddenly blared, the blue and white ceiling lights flickering to red. Chaos erupting in the corridor. Hurry. 12th floor, Laboratory 036. Moments later, several researchers, accompanied by a squad of armed guards, burst through the door in unison, encircling everyone in the laboratory. The leading researcher, upon spotting Ji Mingchen, raised a hand, prompting the weapons to be aimed at the feeble, bespectacled man on the floor. The on-duty researcher asked, Commander Ji, what brings you here? Ji Mingchen did not answer the question but remarked, Isn't your response rather sluggish? The researcher quickly bowed his head. Forgive my oversight, Commander. The alarm on the 12th floor sounded first, and when I arrived, I discovered that our research building's alarm system had been tampered with, causing a misalignment in the protocols. Ji Mingchen gazed down at the man on the floor, a smile gracing his lips. Quite clever, employing a diversion. He rose slowly, gesturing toward the man on the ground, commanding, He is an exceptional engineer. Take him away for medical treatment. 2 armed guards promptly lifted the man from the floor. Ji Mingchen continued, If he is willing to cooperate, provide him with a wheelchair and let him assist in upgrading our security system. However, should he refuse to cooperate, he chuckled joyfully, as if sharing a delightful jest, then escort him to the 18th floor. I am most curious about what intriguing transformations a high-intellect genius might undergo. The researcher paused momentarily before swiftly regaining composure. Understood. The unconscious, bespectacled man was carried away, and the crime scene was rapidly cleaned by arriving personnel, restoring everything to its original order, even sweeping away the ashes on the ground. Once the laboratory door was closed again, Ji Mingchen turned to Wen Yao. Why the silence? Are you frightened? Wen Yao gently shook her head. In the past, during such moments, she would have condemned him for his cold-heartedness. But now she comprehended that the lines between good and evil are not absolute. These 3 individuals were far from ordinary. They had managed to lurk within the heavily guarded biological research base, likely having assassinated numerous researchers to reach this point. Why did they transform into monsters? Wen Yao inquired. They are not monsters. They are deviants. All those whose abilities awaken unsuccessfully become deviants, devoid of intellect, rather than becoming ability users. Wen Yao glanced at the experimental table, where a forgotten vial of reagent lay. She picked it up and examined it closely. So, using the ability awakening agent to awaken powers indeed carries significant risks? Ji Mingchen casually powered on the nearby computer. It wouldn't be accurate to say that. The risks associated with the currently studied ability awakening agents are minimal. The reason they transformed is simply due to elemental incompatibility. Elemental incompatibility.
Yes.
The type of abilities a human can awaken is determined from birth. Elemental crystals possess attributes, and corresponding to these elemental crystals are elemental carriers, which are inherently present in the human body and also possess attributes. Only by combining matching elemental crystals and elemental carriers can one induce a genetic mutation, thus evolving into an ability user rather than a deviant. Wen Yao listened, partially grasping the concept. This was entirely new knowledge. She looked at the exceptionally handsome man and felt a fleeting sensation of being guided by a great leader. He not only personally brought her to the heavily guarded biological research building in the East Continent's 14th district, divulging such significant secrets, but also patiently elucidated their latest research advancements and the principles behind the ability awakening agents, things she had never dared to even imagine before. Faced with such openness and trust, Wen Yao decided to unmask her curiosity, asking, Is the elemental carrier some kind of substance? Before the apocalypse, science was already quite advanced. It had thoroughly clarified the human body structure and the trace elements it contained. What exactly is the elemental carrier? If it is something inherently present in everyone, why has no one in the scientific community discovered it before? Ji Mingchen appeared amused by her question, chuckling softly with a light breath. If it were a substance, it would have been discovered long ago. The elemental carrier is not a substance and cannot be extracted, As for what it is quite challenging to explain, somewhat akin to a magnetic field. However, you may simply understand it as attributes. As the computer booted up, Mingchen's information began to display on the electronic screen like a 3D animation, concepts that were abstract yet vividly illustrated for clarity. Elemental crystals are natural substances, and elemental carriers are inherently present in the human body. There are 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Everyone is born with elemental carriers, which represent their primal attributes, and the role of the ability awakening agent is to combine specific concentrations of elemental crystals with these carriers to activate primal attributes, thereby achieving genetic mutation and resulting in comprehensive evolution. How fascinating! Due to perspective issues, Wen Yao had not encountered such detailed knowledge in that dream. She only vaguely understood that in the later stages of the story, the widespread use of ability awakening agents would conclude the era of awakening, ushering in the era of ability users. In this new epoch, all surviving humans would be endowed with abilities, and the originally ordinary populace would either evolve or be entirely eliminated. Wen Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. So, if we can detect the primal attribute, we can inject the corresponding ability awakening agent to awaken that type of ability. Chapter 50. She must be mad. Mingchen retrieved a clean, single-use syringe from a drawer at the side of the experimental table. Precisely. Wen Yao inquired. If the elemental carrier is not a substance and has never been discovered by previous science, how can we test for it? Mingchen replied, "Give me your hand." Wen Yao was momentarily taken aback before obediently extending her hand. Mingchen, tall and graceful, leaned against the laboratory table, grasped her wrist, and rolled up her sleeve until her fair elbow was exposed. His palm radiated warmth as it enveloped her delicate, cool wrist, an intimate exchange that inevitably sparked a hint of suggestive thoughts. His hands were strikingly beautiful, with pronounced knuckles and slender fingers. The pale skin revealed a faint pink at the joints, with subtle veins visible on the back of his hand. Moreover, as he slightly bent down, the crisp fragrance emanating from him surrounded her, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere in the deserted, enclosed lab at the witching hour. Wen Yao struggled to suppress her wandering thoughts, but the man's presence was overwhelmingly palpable, drawing her gaze to his long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and then down to the collar of his shirt. His skin resembling white jade, and his slender waist, a perfect blend of elegance and strength. This was madness. She must have lost her mind to entertain such disarrayed thoughts. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a soft gasp. Mingchen, please don't. However, the culprit remained unfazed, looking at her with earnestness in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Noticing her discomfort, he withdrew the syringe from the crook of her elbow and released her wrist. It's just a blood draw. What's the matter? Wen Yao, already slightly breathless, found herself blushing as she shook her head. Nothing. It wasn't until the man turned away that she extricated herself from the disconcerting sensations. As her rationality returned, she found it hard to believe how she could harbor such inappropriate notions about him. Was their previous interaction always like this? No, it had never been so. They had met on the battlefield, where life and death hung in the balance, and she had only wielded a knife against him, with no time for such frivolous thoughts. What about others? Dr. Lin had previously held her ankle, and she felt nothing. Shen Yichuan had treated her injuries, and she was indifferent then too. Why did she react so strongly to Mingchen? For a moment, Wen Yao was torn between acknowledging his overwhelming allure or accepting that she too possessed a peculiar side. After Mingchen deposited the blood sample into the testing apparatus, he turned and handed her a cotton ball. Here, for the pain. Perhaps sensing her unease, he did not approach this time, merely extending his hand. Having clawed her way out of a horde of zombies, she wasn't afraid of a little pain. She intended to say that it didn't hurt, but such a statement would only amplify the inexplicability of her reaction. Reluctantly, she accepted the cotton ball, pressing it against the injection site, and redirected the conversation. Can a blood test reveal the attributes of elemental carriers? The testing apparatus was sophisticated, far beyond her previous experiences, its black screen displaying a myriad of fluctuating indices that she could hardly comprehend. Mingchen focused on the computer screen beside the apparatus, straightening up with a smile after a moment. Congratulations. Wen Yao was taken aback. What? Is my elemental carrier remarkable? Yet before she could voice her inquiry, Mingchen's next words doused her anticipation with cold water. You possess the water element. Water abilities are considered weak in the early stages, but elemental crystals are easily extracted. Currently, the base has no shortage of water element awakening agents. Thus, you can become an ability user now. Wen Yao was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or disappointed. Why water element? She remembered from her dream that water abilities were notoriously weak, lacking advantages in early upgrades, which resulted in few formidable water users in the later epochs of ability users. When speaking of strong users, one immediately thought of fire, lightning, darkness, and other impressively powerful elements. Wait, if there were only 5 types of elemental crystals, did that imply that there were only 5 kinds of abilities in this world? If so, where did the lightning, darkness, and light abilities from her dream originate? Mingchen interjected. Elemental crystals are natural substances, and indeed, there are only 5, corresponding to 5 primary abilities. However, that does not mean there are only 5 abilities in total. Wen Yao looked up at him, contemplating his words. So, primary corresponds to secondary, which means one can also awaken secondary abilities. Quite perceptive, Mingchen remarked, retrieving a thumb-sized vial of potion from a nearby cabinet. However, an ordinary person can only awaken one ability in their lifetime. Dual ability users require innate talent. So far, I have only encountered 2. Wen Yao couldn't help but ask, what about you? From the earlier conversation among the 3, it seemed that only earth and water awakening agents had been developed. Yet Mingchen was a formidable fire user. How had his abilities awakened? Was it a natural awakening with negligible odds? At her inquiry, Mingchen's gaze momentarily faltered. Then he lowered his eyelashes and smiled. I am unlike anyone else. When Yao gazed up at him, he leaned casually against the lab table, his head bowed. The corners of his beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, though the depths of his dark irises seemed shrouded in mystery. For some reason, in that fleeting moment when he smiled while bowing his head, she thought she detected a hint of sorrow in his expression. Was it merely an illusion? Mingchen said nothing further, proceeding to open the syringe and drawing Wen Yao's hand closer to administer the water element awakening agent. Wen Yao wasn't too distrustful of him. It was just that the earlier scene had been too alarming, leading her to instinctively retract her hand as the needle approached. Does this potion have any side effects? Will I turn into a monster fish, as you mentioned about the failed awakeners? Mingchen lifted his eyelids to regard her. Wen Yao quickly extended her hand again. I'm sorry, I don't doubt you. I'm just a bit. Mingchen laughed softly as he took her hand. Do not fear. Just as the needle pierced her skin, he smirked teasingly. If you turn into a monster fish. When Yao watched the transparent blue potion gradually injected into her skin, her nerves still taut as she hastily asked, what if I become a monster fish? Is there any hope for recovery? Once the injection was complete, Mingchen withdrew the syringe and pressed an alcohol swab against the site. No hope. Wen Yao. Chapter 51. Seeking to take advantage of me? Mingchen turned to tidy up the debris on the laboratory table, while Wen Yao hurriedly followed beside him. Her fear palpable. What is the probability of this awakening agent turning someone into a monster? About 0.05%. When Yao let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, thankfully, that probability seemed minuscule. Mingchen observed her furrowed brow, intrigued, and lazily asked, do you remember the lotus pond behind the Rose Garden Cathedral? When Yao recalled, what about it? The beautiful water pool behind the Rose Garden Cathedral was visible from the terrace atop the castle, but what was his purpose in bringing it up? Mingchen could hardly suppress his laughter. I hadn't finished my earlier thought. If you become a monster fish, I shall keep you in that pond, allowing you to be the happiest monster fish in the world. What do you think? Wen Yao. Well, I truly appreciate that. The tense atmosphere lightened somewhat with his jest. And as Wen Yao observed Mingchen's relaxed demeanor, she deduced that perhaps she would be just fine. Although others may not be inherently good, their sincerity towards her is undeniable. They have rescued her on numerous occasions, provided her with thoughtful care, and now brought her to the scientific hub of District 14 in Dongzhou, where they meticulously educated her about the awakening agent for extraordinary abilities. With so much invested, it is hardly conceivable that their intent was to transform her into a monstrous aberration. In order to observe any further anomalies, The two lingered in the laboratory for an additional half-hour before descending. By the time they returned to the castle villa, it was quite late. Apart from a few armed guards stationed here and there, the dimly lit villa district was deserted. The night was somber, and the tree-lined path, illuminated by European-style street lamps, cast dappled shadows of the sycamore leaves. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whisper as Wen Yao walked alongside Mingchen. Throughout their journey back, Mingchen remained silent, while she, enveloped in the tranquil atmosphere, found her thoughts drifting to many memories, those remnants she had never truly locked away. Had Mingchen only begun to treat her kindly since her arrival in Dongzhou? It seemed not, even in their adversarial encounters in the past. He had treated her with a certain degree of consideration, often feigning hostility while allowing her to escape, akin to a game of cat and mouse, merely toying with her. He had never genuinely harmed her, yet she harbored deep resentment towards him. Even his acts of leniency were perceived by her as mockery and derision. She viewed him as perverse, shirking responsibilities and indulging in idleness, which ignited her anger and disdain, leading her to respond to him with hostility. Even now, after he had saved her and she found herself on his turf, she often couldn't suppress her ire towards him, feeling inexplicably vexed. Wen Yao had previously struggled to comprehend the origins of this emotion, but upon reflection, she recognized it as a manifestation of embarrassment and anger. It stemmed from her subconscious unwillingness to confront the collapse of her beliefs and to accept her own mistakes and failures, resulting in her projecting this anger onto her former enemy, choosing to overlook his kindness while harboring mistrust, convinced of his ulterior motives. Even when he casually expressed regret, it was interpreted by her as a sign of schadenfreude, culminating in his offering her an apology with a rose. It seemed he was indeed correct in his assessment. She appeared rather ungrateful. As they neared the entrance of the castle villa, Wen Yao suddenly reached out and tugged at the immaculate sleeve of his white shirt. Mingchen paused, turning to her with a quizzical expression. "What is it?" Beneath the sycamore shadows, her eyes shimmered, the soft glow of the street lamp cascading over her delicate hair and pristine dress, casting her in a faint luminescence. Wen Yao longed to express her apologies and gratitude, yet the words felt incongruous and ill-timed, leaving her merely gazing at him, her thoughts trapped in her throat, silent. After a moment of waiting, Mingchen's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Why do you look at me like that? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" His light-hearted banter effectively dispelled any residual feelings of guilt. Wen Yao pointed to the silver bracelet on his wrist. Her unspoken thoughts condensed into a single inquiry. "When can you return the bracelet to me?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow, casually slipping his hand into his pocket, straightening his posture. His exquisite peach blossom eyes narrowed, exuding an air of noble grace, as his magnetic voice resonated in the stillness of the moonlit night. "We shall see." Upon reaching the 5th floor of the castle villa, just before parting at the elevator, Mingchen inquired, "By the way, do you have a headache now?" Wen Yao turned. Mingchen explained. After the injection of the awakening agent, various pathological reactions may occur, differing from person to person. The most common are headaches, fever, or prolonged drowsiness, lasting approximately 3 to 7 days, depending on the individual. "Do you require me to stay and accompany you?" Wen Yao paused, quickly grasping the implication behind his words. He had relaxed for several days, and now he was likely preparing to leave again, hence the inquiry. She had a rudimentary understanding of the bodily reactions to the awakening process. It was merely a brief illness, hardly warranting the presence of someone as busy as him to accompany her. If he, the overseer of such a vast survivor zone, were to remain by her side during her illness, it would be an undue burden on her. "No need, I can manage on my own," Wen Yao replied. Mingchen said nothing further, only smiled down at her. "Very well, if you need anything, seek out Dr. Lin." Once in her room, Wen Yao settled onto the sofa in the small hall, placing the silver handgun and the rose branch aside. Initially, she merely set them down casually, however. The juxtaposition of the gun and the rose on the transparent glass coffee table resulted in an unexpected aesthetic beauty. With her lashes gently lowered, Wen Yao picked up the handgun. While not particularly knowledgeable about weapons, she could discern that it was a pristine, high-end firearm. Although compact and exquisitely designed, it could accommodate a significant number of rounds. The grip felt comfortable, perfectly suited for a woman as hand. As she toyed with it, She suddenly noticed intricate engravings on the gun. On one side was a rose, and on the other, a small sun. Truly, it was a testament to Mingchen's exquisite taste. After setting the gun down, she rolled up her sleeves to inspect the injection mark at her elbow. Water-based abilities. She was on the verge of becoming a water element ability user. This thought inexplicably reminded her of when she was 5, accompanying her grandmother to a mountain seer who foretold her future, stating that this little girl was destined for greatness, blessed with an affinity for water. Her grandmother had beamed with joy at those words. Little did she know that over a decade later, she would indeed be awakening her water abilities. Mingchen had mentioned that the attributes of elemental carriers were predetermined at birth, suggesting that she was inherently water-aligned. Did this correlate with her grandmother's prophetic words? Could it truly validate the notion that the endpoint of science is metaphysics, and the endpoint of metaphysics is theology? Chapter 52. What are you chasing me for? The day following the injection of the awakening agent, she indeed experienced severe pathological reactions. Initially, it was merely a headache, but soon it escalated to feverish heat, ultimately leaving her in excruciating pain, completely weakened, unable to rise from her bed. Wen Yao had never been so ill. There were moments when she truly believed she might perish. Of course, her suffering was not solitary. The 2 maids attending her were equally alarmed. Following the Miss Wei incident, they were acutely aware of Wen Yao's significance in Commander Ming's eyes, and thus they dared not slacken their vigilance. During her delirious fever, the maids repeatedly summoned Dr. Lin. Lin Zuren, exasperated by their incessant requests, found himself overwhelmed, yet he could not refuse to tend to the commander's woman. Thus he was dragged up to the 5th floor time and again. By the 8th time, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I told you it's nothing. It truly is nothing. Are you the doctor here, or am I?" The maid, chastised into silence, took a moment before responding. "Dr. Lin, it seems you have a nosebleed." Lin Zuren, taken aback, raised a hand to wipe his nose and was dismayed to find it smeared with blood. Panic flashed across his face as he hurriedly dabbed at the blood, explaining, "I'm just feeling unwell. Please don't overthink it. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he fled the small hall, almost in a panic. As they watched Dr. Lin's hasty retreat, the maid initially felt bewildered. However, upon returning indoors to see the feverish and unconscious Wen Yao on the bed, realization dawned upon her. In the warmly decorated bedroom, the stunning beauty writhed in agony. Her cheeks flushed and forehead slick with sweat, intermittently clutching the wrinkled sheets, emitting soft cries of distress. The scene was such that any man would likely experience a nosebleed, and indeed, even a woman could feel the impulse to succumb to such an effect. The maid, who was diligently wiping away sweat from Wen Yao's brow, raised her head and inquired, "What did Dr. Lin say?" The maid standing at the doorway appeared pensive as she replied, "Dr. Lin stated that there is nothing to worry about, and we need not seek him further." In Beizhou, at the foot of Tsongping Mountain, a relentless snowfall blanketed the plains. Countless emerald green vines suddenly burst forth from the heavy snow, surging upward with astonishing speed to attack the intruders.
Mingchen,
unfazed by the encroaching vines that threatened to envelop him, raised his hand slightly, igniting the tendrils around him in flames. The vines emitted a peculiar, sharp hissing sound as if they could sense the searing pain and began to recoil back into the snow. Seizing a moment, Mingchen swiftly grasped the thickest vine, yanking it forcefully from the ground. This commotion startled Dahu, who immediately aimed his machine gun at the billowing mist, while Maisha furrowed her brow and stepped forward. As the mist dissipated, a colossal green mantis emerged, its size several times that of a human, with blood-red eyes and 6 limbs adorned with retractable thorny vines. These bizarre mutated flora and fauna lacked the horror associated with zombies, yet their rarity and enormous stature rendered them eerily unsettling. Seeing that the vine mantis had been incapacitated, Maisha approached and sprayed it with a freezing mist, subsequently collecting it into her space. Mingchen, his eyelashes glistening with frost and snow, carelessly removed his white gloves, seemingly content with today's harvest as a smile played on his lips. "Let us go," he said. Once inside the off-road vehicle, Mingchen reclined lazily in the back seat, tilting his head slightly to catch the falling snowflakes outside the window. Today's snowfall in Beizhou was particularly heavy, and gazing at the familiar flurry of white, he thought of Wen Yao. In the past, he would have sought opportunities to visit her around this time, but it now seemed unnecessary. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief nap, Di Dahu, who was driving, suddenly remarked, "There's a vehicle on the bridge ahead." He turned back to Mingchen. Could it be someone from the 13th base of Beizhou? Perhaps we should wait before proceeding? Mingchen lifted his eyelids and glanced out the windshield. The shattered blue and white ice river stretched endlessly, and on the lone bridge above, a military green modified off-road vehicle was moving slowly. His interest piqued. He raised an eyebrow and said, "No, let us pursue it." Di Dahu, following his leader's command, vaguely recalled the owner of the vehicle. In the past, Mingchen had always targeted this group for Wen Yao's sake. But now that Wen Yao had been brought back to Dongzhou district, what was the purpose of seeking trouble with them? Despite his confusion, he dared not inquire further and accelerated to chase the vehicle. Shen Yichuan had no tasks for the day. Whenever he found a moment of free time, he would return with a few people to this area to clear out zombies. He was uncertain of what he was hoping for, perhaps a glimmer of hope, or perhaps a longing for the familiarity that came with Wen Yao's presence. After all, the Songping mountain area bore too many traces of her existence. Today, they had the misfortune of encountering a formidable horde of zombies, and they had driven for 5 exhausting hours before managing to escape. Now, everyone was somewhat drained. Shen Yichuan had taken over the shift from Fong Lanin and was sitting in the driver's seat with a grim expression. His eyes, deep and dark, reflected his weariness as he gazed at the dimming sky, a hint of disappointment flickering within. The remaining team members remained silent, the vehicle enveloped in a heavy stillness. It was not until Fong Lanin, drowsy in the passenger seat, caught sight of the modified off-road vehicle through the rearview mirror that she jolted awake. Gripping her gun tightly and alerting the others, "There's a vehicle pursuing us." The others in the back quickly trained their weapons backward. And as the distance between the two vehicles closed, someone recognized the pursuing vehicle and exclaimed in fear, "Oh no, it's Mingchen's car." The previously listless group immediately heightened their vigilance, aiming their guns at the vehicle behind them. However, since the other party had yet to make a move, they refrained from firing prematurely. After all, it was Mingchen. The 2 men beside him were exceptional marksmen, nearly guaranteed to hit their targets. When they had once faced off against those 3, even with 100 men, victory had been questionable, let alone today with just a few of them. They were uncertain of Mingchen's intentions in pursuing them. Given that this was not the border between Dongzhou's 14th district and Beizhou's 13th district, and they were not here to claim territory or scavenge for resources, there was no immediate reason to engage in hostilities. In these trying times, conserving energy was in everyone's best interest. As the 2 modified off-road vehicles drew nearer, the crew in the military green vehicle remained on high alert, while the occupants of the black vehicle appeared far more relaxed. When Mingchen rolled down the window, he did not even reach for a gun. Shen Yichuan, already irritable, felt his frustration rise upon glimpsing the grinning man in the adjacent vehicle. He loathed him deeply, but recognized that this was not the ideal moment for confrontation. He could only suppress his anger and inquire tersely, "What do you want?" "Captain Shen, do you think my new bracelet is beautiful?" Mingchen's peach blossom eyes curved slightly, his visage as warm as blooming peach blossoms. His voice was magnetic, clear, and melodious. "Why do you still dislike me so, Captain Shen?"
Today,
I happened upon a familiar face and thought to extend a greeting. Shen Yichuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel with one hand while firmly clutching his gun with the other, suppressing his temper as he replied, "Save your greetings. It's getting late. If you have no pressing matters, let us all conserve our energy." Mingchen chuckled lightly, suddenly extending his hand out of the window. The occupants of the opposing vehicle, noticing the gesture, swiftly aimed their guns at him, tension thickening in the air. However, Mingchen held nothing in his hands. His long, pale fingers naturally hung down, revealing a silver bracelet that slipped from the cuff of his pristine white shirt, gently swaying at his wrist. Snowflakes settled upon his cool, pale skin, and the contrast with the silver bracelet lent an alluring beauty to his already exquisite hand. The armed team members in the back seat of the military green vehicle were momentarily taken aback by his display. Mingchen raised an eyebrow at Shen Yichuan, his tone languid as he inquired, "Captain Shen, Do you think my new bracelet is beautiful? The others were momentarily at a loss for words. Dahu and Mayasha exchanged glances, realizing that their leader had come merely to flaunt his new acquisition and had done so with intention. Shen Yichuan averted his gaze, struggling to contain his ire as he retorted, Mingchen, if you're unwell, seek treatment for your mind and don't obstruct me. Before he could finish, his expression shifted, and he slowly turned his head back, his cool gaze locking onto Mingchen's distinctly knotted hand. The bracelet on that wrist appeared somewhat aged and unremarkable, yet he recognized it all too well. That was Wen Yao's cherished item. He recalled a time during a mission when Wen Yao had lost this silver bracelet in her frantic escape. Her spirits dampened throughout the journey as she repeatedly pleaded with him to return and search for it. In the end, he had been the one to find it, making the memory all the more vivid. Shen Yichuan's gaze fixated on the bracelet, and after a moment, he lifted his head, his eyes wide with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. Where did you get that bracelet? Fong Lanin, startled by the vehicle nearly colliding with the bridge railing, hurriedly called out, "Hey, Captain Shen! Watch out!" The car. Shen Yichuan decisively slammed on the brakes, bringing both vehicles to a gradual halt after gliding parallel for a stretch across the long bridge. The wind and snow howled around them, while distant, scattered zombies emitted low growls. Mingchen, with frost and snow clinging to his eyelashes, lowered his gaze and smiled gently, saying, "Tsk, I told you, but you wouldn't believe me." Shen Yichuan looked at Mingchen, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him, akin to grasping a lifeline amidst a sea of despair. Faced with this man whom he loathed with a passion, he found himself immobilized, even the desire to kill diminishing significantly. Mingchen's deep, dark eyes locked onto his, as Shen Yichuan silently yearned to uncover the whereabouts of Wen Yao. She was alive. Wasn't she? The words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. His voice, already deep and rich, resonated heavily as he inquired, suppressing the glimmer of hope buried beneath layers of sorrow and despair that had accumulated over the days. The passengers in the back seat exchanged glances, their eyes darting nervously to the window, resembling a group of armed onlookers. In contrast to Shen Yichuan's tense demeanor, Mingchen exuded an air of relaxed confidence. He first smiled softly, then raised a hand adorned with a silver bracelet, his long, pale fingers lightly resting against his chin.
Guess he teased.
Dahu glanced at his leader, gripping his gun tighter. He couldn't help but acknowledge the old man's remarkable talent for provocation, even as Shen Yichuan's eyes nearly bulged. Mingchen remained unfazed, like a gentle breeze on a spring day. Shen Yichuan, after enduring much, could no longer contain himself and aimed his gun at Mingchen's forehead, his voice erupting, Mingchen. As he drew his weapon, Mayasha swiftly trained her two guns on Shen Yichuan's head. Her movements were sharp, her voice rapid and unequivocal. "If you dare to fire, none of you will leave here alive." Fong Lanin, sensing the escalating tension, quickly grasped Shen Yichuan's arm and whispered, "Captain Shen, please, be rational. They have shown no intention of attacking us. We must not act recklessly." The three adversaries were formidable. Mingchen had barely lifted a finger, his skills unknown, while the other two were undoubtedly S-class commanders, agile and unmatched in marksmanship. Even if they were outnumbered, they might still not stand a chance. Mingchen observed the tense atmosphere from the opposing vehicle with evident amusement, and it was only when Fong Lanin pressed down on Shen Yichuan's gun that he elongated his response. "Yes, she is still alive. I saved her life. She wished to repay me and, having nothing else to offer, gifted me the commemorative silver bracelet given to her by her grandmother." He raised an eyebrow, smiling at Shen Yichuan, consider it a token of affection. As he witnessed the myriad expressions among the adversaries, who could not suppress a chuckle, which he swiftly stifled when Mayasha turned to glare at him. Shen Yichuan lowered his weapon, yet his tone remained charged. "You're lying. What kind of person is Wen Yao? She spent 7 years by my side. How could I not know her? You are the very person she despises most." Perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of the silver bracelet, Shen Yichuan's usually composed demeanor faltered, his eyes reddening, and the hand gripping the edge of the window betrayed a telltale tension. "If she is suffering under your coercion, it is undoubtedly your doing. It is you who has forced her." Fong Lanin, observing the standoff, felt a surge of anxiety and tugged at Shen Yichuan's sleeve, only to be violently shaken off. Where is she now? Tell me. The other team members in the back seat murmured in concern. Captain Shen, please don't be agitated. We are outnumbered and fatigued. If you provoke them, it could spell our doom. Mingchen maintained his calm gaze, relishing the sight of Shen Yichuan's distress, an unspoken taunt lingering in the air. Shen Yichuan struggled to rein in his fury, attempting to untangle the convoluted web of this situation. Mingchen was indeed a monstrous sadist, reveling in chaos. He was capable of unspeakable acts. Shen Yichuan recalled a time when Wen Yao had gone missing in the Tsamping Mountains, nearly falling victim to him. His emergence in the Beizhou region to rescue Wen Yao was conceivable, but it would never stem from benevolence. He had long coveted her. The implications of her falling into his clutches were all too clear. Chapter 54. I thought you never cared for her. Shen Yichuan took a moment to steady himself. Lowering his voice, Mingchen, listen to me. Release her. You will not win her over this way. She is strong-willed, and your forceful approach will only backfire. Name your conditions. Consider it my plea to return her. Mingchen, still resting his fingers against his chin, regarded him with a steady gaze, observing the once composed man now displaying an almost desperate insanity. Finally, he smiled slightly. Shen Yichuan, I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised. This time, he refrained from playfully addressing him as Captain Shen, instead calling him by his full name, his smile waning, as if genuinely taken aback. Shen Yichuan was at a loss for what this deranged man intended to convey, disregarding the darkening sky and the ceasing snowfall. The skies of Beizhou were perpetually overcast, and as daylight faded into dusk, the desolation and chill enveloped them. In the dim light, Mingchen met Shen Yichuan's gaze, his previously mocking expression now tinged with sincerity. I thought you never cared for her. Shen Yichuan was astounded. Upon hearing those words, a wave of panic washed over him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Mingchen continued, what kind of person is Wen Yao? Yes, you know her and so do I. She is intelligent, perceptive, resilient, and knows when to adapt. No matter the circumstance, she always cooperates with you. In times of danger, she looks to you first. She trusts you, relies on you, and would go to great lengths to protect you. But how have you treated her? Mingchen chuckled, as if sharing a jest. Oh, you left her in the snowfield. In the frigid, desolate expanse, during the long, lonely night, surrounded by hundreds of terrifying zombies, you abandoned her to fend for herself, leaving her battered and bruised, with nary a piece of unmarred flesh remaining, nearly torn apart by a mutated wolf. Shen Yichuan froze, his pupils constricting. She was injured? He averted his gaze. No. That's impossible. She is skilled. She could handle those zombies. Mingchen's words stunned not only Shen Yichuan, but also brought tears to Fang Lanin's eyes. She could no longer urge Shen Yichuan to return. Instead, she turned to Mingchen and then, what about Vice Captain Wen Yao? The remaining team members in the back seat lowered their weapons. Then, let me think. Mingchen appeared particularly relaxed, patiently answering their inquiries amidst the biting wind on the icy bridge. I took her away, stitched up her wounds, and when she woke up, she didn't say much. No matter where we drove, she quietly gazed out the window, neither opposing nor expressing a desire to return to Beizhou. Shen Yichuan remained silent, while Fang Lanin wiped her tears, her voice choked. Vice Captain Wen must be disappointed in us. No one voted for her back then. Mingchen continued. For the next couple of days, while we traveled during the day, she was gentle and compliant, appearing untroubled. But at night, she would cry. He turned to Mayasha, seated in the front passenger seat. You were the one who cared for her at night. Why don't you share? Maya Shah observed the individual across from her lay down their firearm, and thus she too holstered her pistol, saying, Indeed, Miss Wen's condition was quite poor during those days. Every night, she would weep, lamenting the cold and pleading not to be abandoned. Each time she cried, I would gently wipe her tears away with a warm towel. However, Miss Wen is genuinely a remarkably strong and independent person. If I hadn't witnessed her vulnerability, it would be hard to imagine her crying so sorrowfully. Mingchen then turned his amused gaze toward Shen Yichuan. Did you hear that? Shen Yichuan's face turned ashen, his emotions gradually unraveling. No, this cannot be. Wen Yao is not that kind of person. She would not cry, she wouldn't tea. Yet he uttered these words with a disbelief that even he could not reconcile. How could she not cry? In that tempestuous snowstorm, her lashes had frozen, and tears had fallen, instantly turning to frost. So, Shen Yichuan, what exactly do you think? What right do you have to inquire after her? With a sharp, icy laugh, Mingchen appeared fatigued as well. He furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples. It's late. Let us depart. Dahu promptly acknowledged and swiftly started the vehicle. Once the black SUV vanished into the vast, snowy night, Shen Yichuan and the others gradually rolled down their windows. Fang Lani noticed Shen Yichuan's distress and switched seats with him before starting the car. During their journey, Shen Yichuan turned to Fang Lani and asked, "Do you believe what he said?" Fang Lani reflected on her previous encounters with Mingchen and replied, "I find Mingchen rather inscrutable, but he seems to regard Vice Captain Wen differently. Besides, what motive would he have to deceive us?" Shen Yichuan, however, shook his head emphatically. "No, I do not believe it. Wen Yao may feel sorrow and distress, yet her spirit is resolute. She is at odds with the bandits of Dongzhou. She would never ally herself with Mingchen. She must have been coerced by him. Mingchen may have saved her, but her prolonged absence from the Beizhou base must indicate that Mingchen has detained her against her will." At this juncture, Shen Yichuan, with reddened eyes, managed a bitter smile. Mingchen is a nefarious character, responsible for countless deaths. How could he possibly be a good person? What pretense of benevolence is he putting on? The team members had never witnessed such a side of Shen Yichuan, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Fang Lanin, driving, cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Yichuan and spoke respectfully. "Captain Shen, if Mingchen's words are true, then he has indeed saved Vice Captain Wen's life." Shen Yichuan slowly turned his gaze to Fang Lanin, noticing her tear-filled eyes. He frowned and remarked, "When our vehicle was ambushed, we all wished to survive, and Vice Captain Wen surely desired the same. In this harsh reality, what greater debt of gratitude could there be than that of saving a life?" Upon hearing this, the darkness in Shen Yichuan's eyes dimmed, yet he remained unconvinced. How could it not measure up? The bond of 7 years forged in camaraderie, partnership, and the unspoken love between them. As ominous clouds enveloped the city and cold rain fell desolately, countless tiny droplets drenched the grim landscape interspersed with shades of gray and crimson, creating ripples upon the pockmarked ground. Numerous individuals jostled in supermarkets, malls, and convenience stores, snatching at the scarce supplies. "Fuck you. I got here first. Get lost. If you don't move, I'll kill you. Please, just give me something to eat. My child has been starving for 2 whole days. He is about to die from hunger." The sounds of feet splashing in puddles, the desperate cries of the elderly and children, and the furious shouts of men filled the air. Wen Yao, clad in a white nightgown, wandered through this suddenly chaotic world, bewildered. As people surged past her nearly translucent form, rushing from the supermarket with food. Was the world real, while she merely a specter? Was this yet another dream? Chapter 55. The Youthful Shen Yichuan. Wen Yao was perplexed as to why she had suddenly found herself here. Hadn't she been lying in bed with a high fever, suffering from the effects of a water-based ability awakening serum? Had her soul departed her body? However, her thoughts were soon diverted as she caught sight of a breakfast shop across the street, its worn red sign instantly familiar. This was a breakfast shop she frequented before the apocalypse, located at the entrance of her neighborhood. From kindergarten to middle school, she had visited nearly every day. The proprietor, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman named Zhang, would greet her warmly each time. "Yao Yao, you're up so early today. Didn't your father take you to school? Yao Yao, that new dress of yours is lovely." Gazing at the familiar sign and rolling shutter, Wen Yao felt an irresistible urge to approach, as memories long buried began to resurface. This was Zhang's breakfast, Aunt Zhang's shop. Thus, she was in Qingzhou City, the small town where she had lived for 15 years prior to the apocalypse. And the scene before her was set 7 years ago, just days before the outbreak of the zombie crisis. 7 years ago. Wen Yao's attention was suddenly caught by the sight of a young girl amidst the chaotic crowd. The girl had a youthful face, pale and clad in a filthy blue and white school uniform, stepping unevenly in puddles, her eyes brimming with tears and uncertainty. She helplessly called out to the frenzied crowd, "Sister, sister." Where are you? As those scrambling for food inadvertently bumped into her, the girl stumbled, colliding with a nearby utility pole. Dazed, she clasped her head and stepped forward, grasping the arm of a familiar convenience store uncle. Hello, uncle, have you seen? However, the once amiable uncle waved his hand dismissively, irate. Get out of my way. He shoved the girl to the ground, and only then did the balding middle-aged man recognize her face, immediately filled with both urgency and regret. Yao Yao, what are you doing here alone?
Oh, dear.
The city defense has been withdrawn. Qingzhou City is about to fall. Hurry, go find your parents and escape. The uncle, not pausing for further conversation, tossed a few bags of instant noodles to the girl as his final act of kindness. Watching the vanishing silhouette of the bread truck, Wen Yao stood beside the girl on the ground. Returning to her roots, she recalled the sequence of events. When the zombie crisis erupted, she had been attending school. As a boarder, she hadn't been able to return home in time and had instead fled alongside her cousin, stumbling towards her neighborhood. After days of hiding, they finally reached the vicinity of their residence, only to find the government announcing the withdrawal of city defenses, plunging Qingzhou City into chaos. She and her cousin were swept apart by the crowd. She spent an entire day searching for her sister near Zhang's breakfast, but saw no sign of her as the masses dispersed and all nearby shops were laid bare. The complex where they lived bore the seal of closure, with dozens of terrifying zombies crashing against the locked iron gates. Alone, without a home to return to and no familiar faces in sight, she could only watch helplessly as the survivors of Qingzhou City fled in droves, driving away. As dusk fell, the drizzle gradually ceased, puddles reflecting the remnants of the sunset, mirroring the ravaged streets. Suddenly, a group of young men on motorcycles sped down the center of the road. One of them, with a flashy hairstyle, stopped in front of the girl and whistled. Hey, beautiful, why are you all alone? His smooth, flirtatious tone suggested he was far from a respectable individual. The girl clutched several bags of instant noodles, turning to leave when suddenly another motorcycle veered into her path. A slender young man on the bike clicked his tongue and remarked, still wearing a high school uniform from number 1 middle school, TSK, a good student, huh? At the onset of the apocalypse, when moral order still lingered, the girl only wished to find her family, never anticipating an encounter with ill-intentioned individuals. As she gazed at the group of youths, tears welled in her eyes, leaving her utterly at a loss. In a stable world, she could have called for help or reported to the police, but now, all she felt was bewilderment and fear. With no recourse available, just as she contemplated an escape, the tall youth on the motorcycle removed his helmet and said, "Are you two just standing around?" The young man with the metallic hairstyle turned back. "Brother Chuan, it's rare to see such a beautiful girl all alone. Why don't we take her with us?" Another youth chimed in, "If we leave her here, she's as good as dead. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda." One of them slapped the shoulder of the youth who spoke. "Are you genuinely trying to save her? Or are you just eyeing her because she's pretty?" This group of youths appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, resembling students from some school or mere street ruffians. The one called Brother Chuan was tall and slender, dressed in a black jacket and cargo pants, with sharp features and a cold, handsome appearance. His demeanor bore an unsettling calmness and defiance that belied his youth. Ignoring his peers' banter, he dismounted from the motorcycle and lit a cigarette. "Are you tired? If you are, take a break here. It seems the spot in Qingzhou City is the most stable. We can continue our journey tomorrow morning." The youth with the metallic hairstyle also dismounted and pointed. Brother Chuan, Shen Yichuan shot him a cold glance, his voice deep. "What about her? Are you so eager to burden yourself with another useless person?" The youth fell silent, and the others, seeing Brother Chuan's disinterest, withdrew their greedy gazes. The girl, clutching her meager supply of food, warily observed them, and upon sensing they had no intention of harming her, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to leave, she caught a glimpse of the insignia on the leader's sleeve, which bore a police academy badge. They were not mere street thugs. They were students of the police academy. They were university students who would become police officers upon graduation. Her eyes brightened at the sight of the badge. Noticing the group heading towards a nearby commercial building, she hurried after them, grasping the leader's sleeve and looking up at him with pleading eyes. The group turned, surprised. And a youth teased, "Oh, Brother Chuan, she has taken a liking to you." Another added, "Why not take this little sister along? She looks quite pitiful." Ignoring their jests, the girl implored, "Can you help me? I need to find my sister. She asked nearby." Shen Yichuan tilted his head, perplexed. "Why should I help you?" Chapter 56. I will follow you. With a voice soft and trembling, her eyes glistening with tears, she appeared both fragile and resolute. "I grew up here. I've been around these past few days. I know where it's safe and where it's dangerous." She pointed to the commercial building ahead. For instance, that building just had its iron gate sealed at noon, containing a dozen zombies. The group preparing to ascend the building felt a chill run down their spines. "Really? Is that true?" one exclaimed. Another knocked on the rolling shutter door nearby, and the sound of frantic banging and zombie growls echoed from within. "Brother Chuan," she asked, telling the truth. Shen Yichuan's expression shifted slightly, and he said to her, "We don't have time to search for people. But if you can find a safe place for us to rest tonight, we can take you with us." The youth with the metallic hairstyle chimed in with a smile. Yes, little sister, Qingzhou City has fallen. The zombie tide from the neighboring city will reach here in 2 days at most. Staying here is like waiting for death. Come with us. We've heard that a safe zone has been established in Linhe City to the north, and will be setting off tomorrow." Though the youth spoke kindly, his gaze was unmistakably predatory. The girl instinctively stepped aside, her eyes wary. Shen Yichuan, noticing her tear-filled eyes and hesitant expression, did not press further. He extinguished his cigarette against the concrete wall and addressed the group, "Let us go." Night had fully descended, and apart from the beams of their flashlights and the motorcycle's headlights, darkness enveloped them. No one knew where the terrifying zombies might emerge or where hidden dangers lurked. The seemingly tranquil night market was rife with peril. The girl, her eyes reddened, fought back tears and ran forward, grasping the young man's sleeve once more, choking out, "I will follow you." The girl in the blue and white uniform trailed behind the tall youths, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Wen Yao, who witnessed the entire scene from her vantage point, suddenly felt a splitting headache. In the next moment, the night market shattered and collapsed, and she found herself standing on a highway next to a gas station. Wen Yao stepped into the brightly lit gas station building. The girl was still the same girl but appeared considerably thinner, now clad in an ill-fitting thick jacket, curled up by the campfire, oblivious to the person stealthily approaching her. The youth with the metallic hairstyle, Lu Fide, had long harbored intentions toward her, but he had been unable to find an opportunity with Shen Yichuan around. Now that Shen Yichuan had stepped out for a moment, Lu Fide seized the chance, grabbing the girl's hand, throwing her to the ground, and covering her mouth. With reddened eyes, he viciously attempted to tear off her clothing, snarling, "Stay quiet, don't scream, do you hear me?" The girl struggled desperately, her hand reaching for the torch, but pressed against the concrete, leaving a trail of blood. The heavy jacket was torn, exposing the stuffing beneath. Just as her pants were about to be removed, darkness loomed before her, and the next instant, Lu Fide was violently thrown to the ground. Shen Yichuan, his expression cold, discarded his cigarette and seized Lu Fide, delivering a fierce kick to his as his scathing words lingered in the air. Shen Yichuan abruptly rose to his feet, swiftly maneuvering behind Lu Fide. With a firm grip, he yanked him up and dragged him towards the door, unceremoniously hurling him onto the cold, hard ground. "Get lost." Lu Fide grimaced in pain, his expression contorted as he surveyed the dimming sky, disbelief flooding his eyes. "You're telling me to leave for a woman like her? After all these years of camaraderie?" The young man, now sprawled on the ground, felt tears prick at his eyes. Sensing the escalating tension, some onlookers began to intervene, attempting to placate Shen Yichuan. "Brother Chuan, let it go." Fide was just caught in the heat of the moment. Others rushed to help Lu Fide to his feet. "Yes. Brother Chuan, let it slide. We'll keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't lay a finger on our Yao Mei, okay?" Chapter 57. Is this what water element is? Seated by the flickering campfire, the girl lifted her gaze to find Shen Yichuan's face etched with cold resolve. "Let him go. If you share his mindset, believing that in this apocalypse, one can act with impunity, or if you do not acknowledge me, you can all leave." With unwavering pride, Shen Yichuan declared, "I disdain to associate with such filth." On that snowy evening, Lu Fide was expelled from their group due to this incident, and an oppressive silence enveloped the others throughout the night. The following day, gravely injured and unable to walk, Lu feared was bitten by a few scattered zombies outside, ultimately becoming a limping zombie himself, wandering aimlessly in front of a gas station. Shen Yichuan observed impassively, then took the girl's hand and handed her a machete. Go kill it. Though she had little experience with zombies and felt a twinge of fear, she heard the man's voice. If you wish to avoid being bullied, confront your challenges and fears. Grow stronger. Thus, she seized the knife from him and advanced towards the lurching zombie, cleaving through it, dark crimson blood splattering across her face. As she looked up, she met his approving gaze. From that day onward, and for many years to come, she lived for that look. In this chaotic world, he had extended a hand to her, thus becoming the hero in her eyes. His strength and power became her unwavering belief. From Qingzhou City to the safety zone in Lingyi City, their small group dwindled to just a few, yet she and Shen Yichuan survived. When the North Zhou district was established and Lingyi City was designated as the 13th district, they became among the first trainers at the base, accomplishing countless arduous tasks. After enduring various trials and tribulations, they were chosen as the first batch of reserve commanders, and she survived alongside Shen Yichuan. She became his finest partner, his most effective weapon. Whatever orders he issued, she executed with utmost diligence, striving for perfection. He demanded her to prioritize the team, and she endeavored to protect each member. He sought vengeance against his foe, Mingchen, and she would unsheath her knife the moment she spotted him. Through the years, day in and day out, they nearly merged into one entity, his gaze directing her blade's path. She had wholly transformed into a shadow, inseparable and indistinguishable. When asked why she did it, she would reply with uncertainty. When questioned if she had ulterior motives, she would insist she did not. Yet, deep down, only Wen Yao understood. She admired Shen Yichuan and harbored feelings for him, but due to the untimeliness of her affections, she could only suppress this humble love. Thus, she remained silently by his side, yearning for a glance of acknowledgement from him, hoping he would turn and offer her solace. In a bizarre dreamscape, Wen Yao advanced cautiously, the fleeting images around her tearing apart. Eventually, she broke into a run, uncovering more memories of her and Shen Yichuan. Countless moments stood out where she quietly watched him, longing to ask Shen Yichuan, "Do you care for me?" Or, "Did you ever like me?" Yet, she never mustered the courage to voice her questions.
Now,
as the past replayed in her dreams, clarity emerged. In all those memories, she had risked everything for him, shielding him from harm. Yet had Shen Yichuan ever expressed affection for her?
no.
Had he ever shown her any special consideration? None. His only concern for her stemmed from their bond as comrades, nothing more. He would abandon Lu feared, his longtime brother, for her. Yet he would similarly forsake her for someone significant, prioritizing his own interests, his grand vision, and his principles above all else. This was Shen Yichuan, an absolute egoist. Perhaps it was these memories that unearthed years of repressed grievances and pain. Overwhelmed by countless fragmented illusions, Wen Yao could no longer hold back her tears. Despair clouded her gaze as she realized she had lost her way. The once gray skies around her darkened further with each step, until she found herself engulfed in profound darkness. Wen Yao clasped her hands over her head pounding as if her mind were being crushed. Aware that it was merely a nightmare, she found herself unable to awaken.
Wen Yao?
Wen Yao, wake up. Amidst the buzzing din in her ears, she vaguely heard someone calling her, the voice distant, as if from another realm. In a moment of despair, as she opened her eyes and turned abruptly, the world transformed into a serene expanse of white. She stood amidst a vast, snow-laden landscape, a biting wind swirling around her, snowflakes landing delicately on her lashes. As the fog began to lift, she discerned a figure before her. The man's features were blurred, his tall frame clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers. A vibrant rose clutched in his hand. Just as her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, the hazy silhouette approaching her became clearer. When he raised his gaze, she beheld a pair of gentle, smiling peach blossom eyes. At this moment, in the third-floor hospital room of the ancient castle villa, Lin Ziren intently observed the data on the screen before turning to Mingchen beside the hospital bed. All vital signs are normal. There are no issues. Mingchen furrowed his brow. Then why is she still in a deep slumber? Maisha leaned against the doorframe of the ward, equally perplexed. We've been out for half a month, which means she's been unconscious for a full 30 days. There has never been a documented case of the ability awakening agent's pathological reaction lasting longer than 7 days. Mingchen looked down at the girl. Trapped in nightmares and weeping profusely, his emotions complicated. He had intended to use his sleeve to dry her tears, but soon found his entire sleeve soaked. With no other option, he grabbed a clean handkerchief to wipe her face, but it quickly became damp as well. Is this what the water element is? Goodness. So much water. Lin Ziren set down the handkerchief, his tone analytical. She must be ensnared in a profound dream. We need to find a way to awaken her. How about electric shocks? Deep brain stimulation? Lin Ziren tentatively suggested. Mingchen smiled softly at Lin Ziren. Sure, why not? Otherwise, Dr. Lin. Why don't you give it a shot first? Detecting the sarcasm in Mingchen's tone, Lin Ziren replied, in the face of someone deep in a nightmare. We can't pinch her to rouse her, nor can we shout at her, and we certainly can't use deep brain stimulation. We must do it gently. It's a wonder if she wakes up at all. At this point, Lin Ziren dropped the subject, throwing up his hands. Waking a slumbering person can only be accomplished through a few scientific methods. If not, why don't you try a fairy tale approach, like kissing her? Chapter 58. Welcome to the world of ability users. Maisha shot a surprised glance at Dr. Lin, thinking this was hardly something he would say. Does that actually work? Lin Ziren had his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, feeling a profound sense of disbelief within, while externally maintaining a facade of respect towards his superior. Therefore, he adopted a serious demeanor and began to spout nonsensical remarks. Whether it works or not is uncertain. But in any case, both Snow White and Sleeping Beauty awoke in this manner. Upon hearing this, Mingchen raised an eyebrow as if struck by a revelation. That makes sense. I shall give it a try. The onlookers were left speechless. The extraordinarily handsome man then genuinely bent down, his pale, slender fingers gently brushing against Wen Yao's cheek. As he delicately swept aside her disheveled hair, he earnestly leaned in, placing an extraordinarily tender kiss upon the girl's smooth forehead, and then playfully pinched her earlobe, saying, "Awaken, little princess, it's time to rise." Lin Ziren cast his eyes skyward, pondering how improbable it was for her to wake up. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to take his leave, the girl in the hospital bed ceased her sobbing. Her long, curled lashes, damp with tears, fluttered slightly, and before long, she opened her eyes in a daze, her watery gaze reflecting a rare vulnerability and helplessness. Lin Ziren, is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Maya Shah expressed her disbelief. She is awake? The two maids stood agape, glancing between the impeccably dressed and handsome Mingchen and the soft girl in a frilly nightgown. Momentarily lost in the fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty, Wen Yao's expression was bewildered, the remnants of her dreams vivid in her mind, filled with unfulfilled expectations, pain, and despair. Mingchen, witnessing her awakening, gently brushed away the tears on her cheek with his finger, his tone lazily laced with a smile. At last, you are awake. Do you have any idea how long you've been in slumber? Why are you so delicate? Others take this ability awakening serum and are only unconscious for a maximum of 7 days, yet you. Before he could finish, the girl in the hospital bed suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. The abruptness of the gesture caused Mingchen to stiffen, and the others present were left in shock. Wen Yao, clad in her white frilly nightgown with short sleeves, pressed her fair arms against the skin of his neck, the touch both delicate and smooth. Mingchen felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat and hesitantly raised his hand. Yet he did not dare to let it fall. What are you doing? Embracing me right after waking up? Typically, such teasing remarks would elicit an indignant retort from Wen Yao, but this time, she was despondent, her mind clouded with the disappointments accumulated in her dreams. She said nothing, merely clinging tightly to Mingchen, her silent tears staining his shirt, and soon muffled sobs escaped her lips, a torrent of suppressed grievances pouring forth, rendering her utterly broken. Seeing this scene, Maya Shah felt it inappropriate to linger, hastily pulling the dazed Lin Ziren out of the room. Dr. Lin, you still need to go check on Dita, who... The two maids exchanged glances and discreetly followed suit, leaving the two alone. Mingchen had never witnessed such a side of Wen Yao. During her time in Dongzhou, she had never cried, even in her dreams. And in the rare instances she did shed tears, it was merely a few droplets. Never before had she cried with such profound sorrow. He understood that the pain inflicted by the ability-awakening serum wouldn't drive her to such despair. Rather, the only thing capable of evoking such anguish was the nightmare she had endured during her slumber. Perhaps she dreamed of Shen Yichuan again. With a complex mix of emotions, Mingchen lowered his eyelashes, his hand resting on her hair at the back of her head, gently comforting her. "Do not cry. It was all just a dream." As Wen Yao gradually regained her clarity, she became aware that it was inappropriate to take advantage of him in such a manner. Quickly suppressing her emotions and ceasing her tears, she slowly released her grip on his neck and inquired, "Where are we? Wasn't I sleeping in my room?" Mingchen, having bent down for quite some time, straightened up only after she let go. Glancing down at his shirt now marred with large water stains, "In the hospital room. Seeing that you hadn't awakened, I carried you down for an examination." Wen Yao then glanced at the various monitoring devices beside her, nodding in understanding. The room fell into a silence, and for a long while, neither spoke. When Wen Yao turned to see Mingchen's still somewhat incredulous expression, a blush of realization crept over her, prompting her to lower her gaze and seek solace. "After all, you've seen me cry before." Mingchen casually grabbed a tissue, pressing it against the wet spot on his collar, and in no time, the tissue was soaked through. "Indeed, I have." After sitting in silence for a moment, Wen Yao felt something was amiss. She raised her hand to touch her arm, and upon lifting the covers to inspect her calf, she suddenly realized that her skin was as smooth as jade. All her wounds, scabs, and even scars had vanished. Her body had transformed. Mingchen, noticing her reaction, explained, "This is a sign of successful ability awakening. Once you become an ability user, your physical attributes will evolve, and naturally, past injuries will heal as well." After speaking, he tossed aside the tissue and smiled at her. "Miss Wen, welcome to the world of ability users." Wen Yao gazed at Mingchen. Feeling the distinct changes in her body, she could vividly sense a newfound vitality coursing through her, her strength greater than before, and her senses remarkably sharper. The sound of pigeons flapping their wings outside the window, footsteps in the corridor, and even conversations from others in the plaza below the castle villa, all became remarkably clear. Details that once required her utmost concentration to notice, now accessible with ease. The difference was akin to a person who had gone 3 days and nights without sleep suddenly awakening refreshed. How wondrous! With a hint of excitement, Wen Yao extended her hand, consciously channeling the strange current within her body, and soon a faint blue vortex of water appeared in her palm. It was a sphere of water. She continued to exert her will, the small vortex morphing into a petite water ball about the size of a ping-pong ball. However, she soon found herself utterly exhausted, the current within her now unresponsive. No matter how hard she tried to channel it, it felt as though she were pushing against a 1,000-pound weight. Is this all there is to water-based abilities? Wen Yao then threw the water ball, eager to test its cohesion, but in her fervor, she forgot that there was another person in the room. Mingchen, intending to change his clothes, had just reached the foot of the bed when the water ball fortuitously struck his neck, splattering water on his jaw and Adam's apple, with the rest trickling down. Feeling the coolness, he raised a finger to touch it, and upon seeing the glistening droplets on his fingertip, he slowly turned his head towards the culprit on the bed. "What is this? Are you still not satisfied with how wet I am because of you?" Chapter 59. You did this, clean it up. Wen Yao had not anticipated hitting him so perfectly and quickly withdrew her hand, her gaze filled with remorse. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." Mingchen, contemplative, returned and handed her a pack of tissues. "You made the mess. Clean it up." With no grounds to refuse, Wen Yao obediently slid to the edge of the bed, taking a few tissues. "Where should I wipe?"
Mingchen leaned closer,
his voice smooth and clear. "Wipe wherever it's wet." Wen Yao felt a tingle in her ears, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat off. She took a tissue and first wiped his jaw, then her gaze fell upon his Adam's apple. His neck was adorned with skin as fair as porcelain, its prominent Adam's apple curving elegantly, glistening with a few droplets of water that seemed to exude a sensuous allure. Just gazing at him was inexplicably enticing. Wen Yao hesitated momentarily before reaching out to wipe it away, only to find that her fingertips, upon the slightest touch, sent the droplets sliding playfully. As though engaging in a playful dance with her, gliding over her fingertip through the thin tissue. It was alive, moving, with a pleasantly warm sensation. The proximity between them amplified the subtle fragrance emanating from the man, enveloping her completely. Wen Yao felt an unexplainable tension in her palm, her eyelashes fluttering. As she raised her gaze to meet his, Mingchen was also regarding her with a piercing look, his long lashes casting shadows. His peach blossom eyes lifting with a captivating glimmer that reflected her outline, as if brimming with countless unspoken affections. This man was indeed a bewitching spirit. She chided herself for looking at him. Lowering her gaze, Wen Yao hurriedly wiped away the droplets on his neck and withdrew her hand. However, Mingchen showed no urgency to depart. His slender, alabaster fingers casually unbuttoned two of his shirt's buttons. Wen Yao then caught a glimpse of his collarbone and a hint of his pectoral muscles, her gaze seemingly scorched by an unseen flame, compelling her to avert her eyes hastily, her voice betraying her unease. "What are you doing?" This time, Mingchen did not require her assistance. Instead, he took two tissues from the box before him and wiped away the droplets himself. Wen Yao found herself at a loss. He had done nothing wrong. He was merely passing by the foot of her bed when she had inadvertently doused him with a water sphere. It was entirely her fault, and asking for her help seemed a reasonable request. Yet, why was her mind swirling with disquieting thoughts? Mingchen continued to leisurely wipe the moisture from his skin, his smile carrying a teasing reproach. "Lucky for you that you are a low-level ability user. The water sphere caused no harm. Had your level been higher, one might accuse you of attempting to murder your husband." At the mention of such an intimate term, Wen Yao felt her ears flush with warmth. Mingchen? Wen Yao furrowed her brows, adopting a serious tone. "Could you refrain from always speaking like this?" After finishing, Mingchen made no effort to button up his shirt. Leaning casually against the window, he crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash can, glancing up with a teasing inflection. "What do you mean by that?" Deep down, Wen Yao understood that Mingchen was not intentionally flirting with her. Their acquaintance was not new, and his demeanor was simply his nature, regardless of age or gender. Even the pigeons on the castle terrace, or those in desperate straits, seemed to be charmed by him. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, every movement of his sparked imagination, leading many to misinterpret his intentions towards them. She recalled the housekeeper's warning to the new maids. Every woman who has come into contact with Commander Ming, from Miss Wei to various other maids and female commanders of different teams, is prone to misinterpret his interest in them. In truth, he harbors no affection for any of them. He flits through a garden of flowers without ever getting touched by a single petal, his nature cold and indifferent. Far from the gentleness he outwardly displays. Exercise caution in your interactions. Do not be deceived by his appearance. With this in mind, Wen Yao tentatively probed, "You truly have no feelings for me, do you?" "It was initially due to my sensitive identity that you introduced me as your partner to divert attention. Later, you merely continued this pretense to ensure I could recuperate in the villa." As she spoke, she dared not meet his gaze, a sense of nervousness and guilt washing over her. "If you have no such intentions, could you please refrain from making these ambiguous remarks and maintain a bit of distance from me?" All along, she had regarded him solely as a benefactor, not a partner. If there were no romantic inclinations but frequent physiological responses, it felt oddly inappropriate, stirring a sense of guilt for her benefactor. "So, are you accusing me of seducing you?" Mingchen lowered his gaze, adjusting his cuff, yet when he looked up, his smile softened. "Is that what you mean?" Wen Yao had not anticipated his directness. "That's not what Mingchen interrupted. "Miss Wen, what a baseless accusation. You clung to me and wept upon waking, then turned your back, throwing a water sphere at me. I asked for your assistance in cleaning up, and now you blame me for seducing you?" Wen Yao was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Mingchen's lashes fell, and the warmth of his smile faded slightly as he murmured, "Very well. Let us maintain our distance." With that, he turned and exited the room without a backward glance. Wen Yao stared at his retreating figure, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. Was he truly angry? Was it because she had dampened his shirt? Or was it impolite to have thrown the water sphere at him? Perhaps he had no intentions of seduction, and she had merely overthought things? Sighing, she pressed her forehead. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The tears had been a surge of emotion, the water sphere an accident. and her defensiveness stemmed from feeling guilty about harboring inappropriate thoughts towards someone she regarded as a benefactor. If she could maintain some distance, perhaps her mind would settle. Mingchen had intended to clear his thoughts, but found himself at the door of a ward at the end of the hallway, where Maya Xia and Dr. Lin were conversing. Dahu had sustained a minor injury on his return from North Continent, and Maya Xia was inquiring about precautions from Dr. Lin.
Mingchen approached thoughtfully.
Upon seeing this idle figure approach, Dr. Lin's words faltered, forcing a polite smile. "Commander Ming, do you require something?"
Mingchen nodded.
Then turned to Maya Xia with a smile. "Maya Xia, did you see? She just held me and cried." Maya Xia was never surprised by the nonsensical things their leader could say. She maintained a serious demeanor and nodded before turning to Dr. Lin. "Dr. Lin, did you see that?" Faced with such a trivial question, Dr. Lin felt a wave of exasperation. He suspected Maya Xia might be infected by Commander Ming's eccentricity. He managed a professional smile. "Yes, I saw." Mingchen nodded slightly. "It seems it was not an illusion." Dr. Lin, as a physician and once the most esteemed neurosurgeon, he had suppressed the urge to offer Mingchen a thorough examination countless times. Leaning against the office door, Mingchen raised his head slightly, his lips parting, revealing the delicate movement of his Adam's apple. The injection of the ability awakening agent induces vivid dreams, allowing one to relive their most poignant memories. Dr. Lin and Maya Xia exchanged puzzled glances, both maintaining serious expressions, focused on listening. Mingchen's eyes held a cryptic glimmer, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Dr. Lin. "So, she dreamt of Shen Yichuan." Dr. Lin, who dared not voice his annoyance, thought, "Why should I care who she dreams about?" Her tears of despair and heartbreak must have meant she had resolved to let go. Only in the throes of lost love could one weep so uncontrollably. Maya Xia began to grasp the implication. "So, what you mean is..." Mingchen winked at her. "Let us keep our encounter with Shen Yichuan in North Continent from her. You must ensure Dahu keeps quiet." Maya Xia comprehended entirely, nodding earnestly. "I assure you, he won't speak a word. If he dares, I will promptly give him a sound thrashing." As the drowsy Dahu from the adjacent hospital bed stirred awake, he was met with the sight of Mingchen, who offered a subtle nod and a serene smile to Maya Xia before rising gracefully to depart. During his time at the ancient castle villa, he had sensed that Wen Yao had been rather melancholic. On their journey back to Dongzhou, she would often weep in the stillness of the night. Although he had brought her back to the villa, she chose to leave, overwhelmed by a sense of insecurity, despite the option to remain. Subsequently, he took her to all the places she wished to visit, indulging her whims with gifts, yet her joy remained elusive. When she summoned her sharp claws, her demeanor was exceedingly docile, akin to a delicate porcelain doll, devoid of overt emotions. Thus, upon returning from the north, he intended to share the encounter with Shen Yichuan, to reveal that the man she had pursued so ardently for years held her in his thoughts. He wished to convey that even the typically composed Shen Yichuan was affected, his eyes reddened by the sight of her bracelet after losing her. He had envisioned sharing this news with a smile, but upon witnessing her weep so sorrowfully upon awakening, he found himself at a loss for words. With her now having let go, he felt it best to allow her to do so in peace. As Mingchen reached the elevator, he idly picked a vibrant rose from a nearby porcelain vase, twirling it between his fingers. "Forgive my selfish concealment of the truth. Forgive my base desire to possess you alone. Yet love is invariably selfish, is it not?" Upon the elevator's arrival, Mingchen returned the rose to the vase with a smile and slipped his hand into his pocket as he entered. Wen Yao awoke to the early morning light, having just risen. After Mingchen's departure, she wasted no time in getting out of bed to wash and change upstairs. When she finally prepared herself to sincerely apologize to him, she discovered that he seemed to be absent from the villa. After knocking on his suite for a considerable time, it was the housekeeper, Zhou, who informed her that the esteemed officer had already left. Typically, he would communicate his plans to her. Yet this time he had given no indication, leading her to believe he might indeed be upset. With no other recourse, she resolved to wait for his return to convey her apologies. Back in her room, she opened an old notebook, pondering the contents of a recent dream. The useful narratives from the dream were scant, and the timeline remained uncertain. However, It became evident that her awakening to her extraordinary abilities preceded Shen Yichuan and Mingchen by at least a year. The initial phase of her water-based powers was weak, but she remained optimistic, believing that with diligence, she could advance her abilities within a year. Delighted by her newfound powers, Wen Yao spent the day on the rooftop of the villa experimenting with her abilities. She discovered that regardless of her efforts, she could only conjure a water sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, lacking cohesion and causing negligible harm when thrown, similar to a playful water fight, leaving the pigeons bewildered by her antics. As evening fell, dark clouds rolled in, and soon rain poured down. Gazing at the torrential downpour, she had a sudden inspiration to manipulate the rainwater. While she was able to form a baseball-sized water sphere from the rain, it still failed to inflict any significant damage. Attempting to use such a sphere for physical harm proved less effective than simply picking up a stone. In the end, she conceded that for now, she would need to rely on weapons, be it a knife or a gun. When darkness enveloped the sky, a fierce wind swept across the rooftop, stirring the clouds above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Soon, the rain intensified, dropping large beads that splattered on the ground, creating rippling white waves. Standing in the rain, Wen Yao marveled at the grandeur of the downpour. The cold water seeped into her bones, and inopportunely, thoughts of Shen Yichuan invaded her mind. She recalled the harrowing years spent in the 13th district of the north, following in his footsteps, as well as the chilling words he had uttered amidst the snow, his resolute figure disappearing into the darkness. She also remembered the gun he had aimed at her in her dream. In the depths of a grim dungeon, she had endured torment, reduced to a wretched semblance of humanity, day after day, yearning for Shen Yichuan to rescue her, only to receive his gentle consolation followed by the cruel finality of a bullet. In that shadowy tale, she had perished at the hands of Shen Yichuan, dying in the coldest dungeon of the north, branded a traitor. As lightning illuminated her tranquil visage, her beautiful features reflected only serenity and resilience. When she thought of him again, her heart felt devoid of any tumultuous emotions, love or hate. She had released them all. Farewell, Shen Yichuan. Farewell to the man who had once pulled her from the abyss only to cast her back into it. The next time we meet, we shall be adversaries. Chapter 61. Miss Wen, please maintain your distance. Upon his return, Mingchen found no sign of Wen Yao. After inquiring with the two maids, he learned that she had spent the afternoon playing with water on the rooftop, and when the rain began, she had not come inside despite their calls. Initially intending to give her the silent treatment for a few days, Mingchen's expression darkened as he grasped an umbrella and ascended to the rooftop. By this time, night had fallen. As Wen Yao prepared to turn back, she suddenly noticed an umbrella hovering above her, followed by a shadow casting over her as the familiar warmth and fragrance of the man enveloped her, particularly pronounced in the chill of the rain-laden night. Looking up in surprise at the man in white holding the umbrella, she asked, "What brings you here?" Mingchen observed her face, although her expression remained calm. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with light, revealing her lack of unhappiness. "Is playing in the rain enjoyable?" he inquired. Wen Yao, noticing his demeanor, was uncertain whether he was still upset. He always wore a smile, regardless of his emotions, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. Lowering her eyelashes, she mimicked his earlier words, "Not at all. I was admiring the scenery and lost track of how heavy the rain had become." Upon returning to the 5th floor of the villa, Wen Yao did not retreat to her own room but instead followed Mingchen to the entrance of his suite. Mingchen glanced sideways and caught sight of her quietly gazing at him, her form drenched, long lashes adorned with droplets, and her clear, beautiful eyes misty. Her wet dress clung to her figure, accentuating her proportions, and the thin fabric rendered the view beneath her neckline somewhat translucent, like a peach blossom in the mist. Mingchen's gaze darkened instinctively, and he averted his eyes, his voice low and serious. "You're soaked. Why are you following me? What are you thinking?" Wen Yao found herself momentarily speechless at his words. Suddenly, Mingchen reached out and pinched the fabric on her shoulder, gently pulling her away. "Miss Wen, please maintain your distance. Otherwise, your actions are rather suggestive and they make me feel quite uneasy." Initially intending to apologize, Wen Yao swiftly reconsidered upon hearing his words. It seemed he was not merely upset, but rather returning the favor. Fine, that suited her just perfectly. She nodded, Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go change. As she turned to leave, Mingchen furrowed his brow. Was she truly not upset or contesting his words? Just like that, she walked away? That night, as Wen Yao closed her eyes to sleep, she felt an unusual glow emanating from the darkness, a faint blue luminescence surrounding her. She confirmed that the room's light was off, and there was no brightness outside the window. After searching for a considerable time, she finally discovered that the light emanated from her own consciousness. Thus, she lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, intently focusing her thoughts. Before long, she perceived countless shimmering blue dots converging from all directions within the boundless darkness, ultimately coalescing into a small blue orb of light that illuminated her mental realm like a tiny lamp. Ling Yuan? Oh, it dawned on her. Those with supernatural abilities possessed Ling Yuan, akin to an energy sphere, comparable to an inner elixir in the realm of cultivation. The enhancement of their powers relied on the absorption of energy from Ling Yuan. The more energy collected, the greater the energy that Ling Yuan could wield, which is commonly referred to as strength. The reason she could only manipulate a small water sphere at present was due to her initial level being merely 1, limiting the Ling Yuan energy she could command and, consequently, the water elements she could manipulate. The dream was centered around a cliched romance and seemed to lack a detailed portrayal of how to level up. However, it appeared that Shen Yichuan and Mu Shengsheng experienced their upgrades following fierce battles with zombies, suggesting that leveling up was indeed related to slaying zombies. In the dead of night, Wen Yao quietly reflected on her thoughts, gradually forming a new goal in her heart after successfully awakening her supernatural abilities. The awakening agent could not be given to her in vain. She needed to leverage the advantages of being a supernatural being within the shortest time possible. Within a year, she aimed to practice marksmanship while also striving to upgrade before Shen Yichuan awakened his powers. This way, when Shen Yichuan grew stronger and eventually became the commander of the 13th district of Beizhou, she would possess the capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mingchen in battle. She had discerned Mingchen's character. If nothing unexpected occurred, he was destined to meet his end due to his excessive verbosity and underestimation of others. He seemed indifferent to many matters, pursuing his ambitions with a lackadaisical attitude, contrasting sharply with Shen Yichuan's fierce determination. In that dream narrative, if her role was that of the male protagonist's stepping stone and cannon fodder, then Mingchen embodied the archetype of a formidable villain, idly awaiting the protagonist's countertap to highlight the protagonist's cleverness and strength. Currently, Mingchen wielded a powerful fire-based supernatural ability and enjoyed the advantages of being a base commander. However, in the later stages, Shen Yichuan would become a powerful metal-based practitioner and ascend as the Lord of Beizhou. That night, amidst her swirling thoughts, Wen Yao drifted into slumber. By midday the following day, she sought out Mingchen, seizing the opportunity to share her thoughts with him. After months of incessant rain, this day was remarkably sunny, with thick clouds parting to reveal rays of golden sunlight. On the castle terrace, the man rested his fair fingers against his lips, and upon hearing her words, opened his eyes to gaze at the gentle beauty in the white dress standing beside him. With a languorous tone, he inquired, "What did you say? You wish to go to Camp D?" As if basking in the sunlight, his peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled at Wen Yao, saying, "It's a bit bright. Come over and shield me from it." Wen Yao thought to herself, this man resembled a languid white cat, and following the natural progression of events, he might indeed perish from indulgence. Complying, she stepped closer to block the glaring light. "Indeed, you previously instructed me to recuperate in the castle villa. Now that my injuries have healed, I need to return to the training camp. I have awakened my supernatural abilities and require growth and enhancement. If you ever need me, I hope to be of assistance." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the crux of her statement. "For me?" Wen Yao nodded. "I owe you too much. It is only right that I repay you." She intended to honor her word. What she could do for the commander of the 13th district of Beizhou, she would also do for him. He had rescued her from peril, trusted her, and bestowed upon her kindness. Thus, she would undoubtedly strive to protect him, at the very least preventing the tragic ending of him burning himself in the fire as depicted in her dreams. To accomplish this, she had to become stronger. At least stronger than his arch-nemesis, Shen Yichuan. Mingchen lowered his long eyelashes, contemplating her words. Oh, not for him, but to repay the kindness he owes. He then closed his eyes again, massaging his temples as he remarked, "This is the 14th district of Dongzhou, so you must heed my words. Have you forgotten?" Chapter 62. Even I cannot tempt her. Wen Yao did not quite comprehend the meaning of his words. Did he mean to forbid her from going? However, he had no need for her. What purpose would it serve to keep her in the castle villa? To be a mere decoration for him to glance at daily? Or to accompany him in playing with toys or tending to pigeons and flowers? Mingchen waited for a moment, not receiving a response, and then raised his gaze to her. Their eyes met, and his beautiful eyes curved as he said, "Darling, you are blocking my light." Wen Yao took a deep breath and stepped aside, unable to resist saying, "Did you not just say it was too bright and ask me to shield it?" As she moved away, the radiant sunlight poured down again like scattered gold dust upon the man's fair face, casting lovely shadows from his long eyelashes. His pale lips shimmered with a subtle sheen. With a face already enchanting beyond compare, the layer of brilliant light enveloping him made him resemble a meticulously carved divine statue. This was such a striking individual, yet his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. It appeared he had only just remembered, wearing an innocent expression as he naturally remarked, "I forgot." Wen Yao thought to herself, "Is your brain made of tofu?" This man exhibited different thought processes at various times. Just as she decided to approach him at a different time for communication, Mingchen promptly grasped her sleeve. Wen Yao turned to meet his affectionate peach blossom gaze. Mingchen lazily raised his hand, pointing to the nearby lounge chair. "Sit with me for a while." After obediently sitting down, she heard him leisurely ask, "Why do you wish to go to Camp D?" Recognizing that his left ear had likely absorbed her words while the right ear had let them slip away, she patiently repeated her earlier statements and explained earnestly, "Camp ABC is not open to the public and requires an assessment for entry, while Camp D is open to novices, only requiring gold coins. Although I have awakened my water-based supernatural ability, my level is too low for it to be of much use. I still need to rely on weapons. This time, I plan to practice marksmanship, but I'm accustomed to using a knife, so my shooting skills are truly poor. No different from a beginner in the primary training camp.
Going to Camp D would be just right."
Mingchen pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Very well." When Yao was taken aback, "You agreed just like that?" Suddenly, she felt quite unaccustomed. "I often do not stay in the castle villa. If you feel lonely and wish to visit the Dongzhou training camp, then go ahead." His voice, clear and magnetic, resonated in her ears. "However, I have two requirements." Wen Yao gazed at him in silence. At that moment, a pigeon perched on Mingchen's shoulder, the beautiful white bird diligently preening its feathers. Indeed, it was a pigeon raised by Mingchen, mirroring him in its beauty, cleanliness, and meticulous care for its plumage. "What are the requirements?" Wen Yao inquired. Mingchen took some pigeon feed and coaxed the bird from his shoulder into his palm, then offered it to Wen Yao, saying, "First, you must not get injured. Second, you must return to the castle villa regularly for checkups." Wen Yao was puzzled as to why he was giving her the pigeon, but seeing the bird tilt its head and gaze at her with its round black eyes, she extended her finger to gently stroke its head. "But how can I possibly avoid injury when going to the training camp?" Mingchen noticed her fondness for the bird and placed it on her fingertip. This pigeon was the plumpest and also the most docile, obediently standing on Wen Yao's hand. "In close combat with zombies, injuries are common, but if you master shooting, you'll be safe." Wen Yao still felt it was unrealistic, but what if I accidentally get hurt? Mingchen reclined back into his position. "In the 13th district of Beizhou, if your commanding officer issues you an order and you contravene it, what would be the consequence?" Wen Yao comprehended the gravity of his words. He was not jesting, but rather delivering a command. With her eyes cast down, she replied, "There would be punishment." As commanders of the battle team, they were obliged to heed their commanding officer's directives. Disobedience to superior orders would inevitably result in consequences commensurate with the severity of the infraction. Of course, severe punitive measures were uncommon. At most, one might face confinement or be assigned more perilous and repugnant tasks involving zombie eradication. Thus, the same applies here, Mingchen remarked with a smile directed at her. "Very well, I shall make every effort." Wen Yao's gaze fell upon the pigeon in her hands. Perhaps due to the bird's considerable girth or her own years of hardship, her first thought was not to admire its beauty, but rather to consider how splendid it would be for a soup. As this grim thought crossed her mind, she hastily set the pigeon down. The creature had been kindly offered to her for amusement, and her thoughts of slaughter filled her with guilt. The instructors at Camp ABCD were uniformly attired in training uniforms, and meals were provided in a cafeteria, requiring little to be brought along. Thus, for this outing, Wen Yao simply changed into a gray tracksuit and took up the silver pistol that Mingchen had gifted her, traveling light. She remembered the route and initially intended to go alone, but upon descending the stairs, she found Yifengyan already waiting at the villa's entrance. Upon seeing her, he promptly opened the rear door of the car and respectfully said, "Miss Yao, Commander Ming has instructed me to escort you to the training camp." Given that both the vehicle and the person were ready, Wen Yao graciously accepted their kindness, replying, "Thank you." At that moment, on the castle terrace, a tall man clad in a white shirt leaned against the railing, where an exquisitely crafted metal cage sat, containing a beautifully feathered canary. Mingchen absent-mindedly tapped on the cage, his calm yet somewhat aloof gaze surveying the scene below, until the black car exited the villa's courtyard and vanished into the shadows of the phoenix trees. Only then did he lower his long lashes, turn around, and lean against the railing while looking at Butler Zhou, a faint smile adorning his lips. Butler Zhou had just been summoned by Commander Ming and had waited a considerable time without understanding the purpose of his summons, remaining obediently on standby.
Mingchen.
With his hands casually resting on the terrace railing, mused softly, "I thought that by bringing her to Dongzhou, she would remain by my side. Alas, I did not anticipate." He lowered his gaze with a smile. "Even if she comes to Dongzhou, we cannot be together every day." Upon hearing this, Butler Zhou could not help but glance up at Commander Ming, noting his expression of forlornness due to matters of the heart, and ventured to say, however, "As long as Commander Ming wishes, Miss Yao could stay in the villa to accompany you." Yet, Mingchen shook his head. "The allure of the privileged life in the villa entices many, but it cannot ensnare her. Not even I can tempt her." Butler Zhou was uncertain whether to believe Commander Ming's words. In this world, who could resist the charm of Commander Ming? Even the pigeons on the terrace favored approaching him. If he could not entice her, it seemed that Miss Yao truly possessed an unyielding spirit. If I were to insist upon her staying, she would, but it would not bring her joy, and I do not wish to see her unhappy. Butler Zhou broke into a cold sweat, pondering the dilemma, without knowing how to resolve it. Chapter 63. Irrelevant to love, yet warm. Mingchen continued to amuse himself with the canary in the cage, gazing at the delicate little bird with a smile playing on his lips. Thus, I believe, he mused, "A magnificent cage may confine a sparrow, yet it is destined to fail in capturing a swan. Perhaps it is best to let it be." Butler Zhou, with his head bowed, was wholly unaware of the purpose of his summons. Was he merely there to listen to Mingchen's reflections on life? Just as he contemplated whether to inquire, Mingchen smiled at him. "Her room is not to be disturbed. Everything must remain as she left it, cleaned daily. She is free to roam wherever she pleases. Even if I cannot accompany her for now, I can at least ensure she has a home to return to." Butler Zhou replied, "Understood. I am already aware of this." Ever since Miss Wei's gunshot, everyone in the villa district had come to recognize Commander Ming's intentions, and no one dared to be remiss. The journey from the villa to the northern district of the city took about 1 to 2 hours. This area was sparsely populated, with predominantly low-rise buildings and few high-rises. The training camp was still in the process of recruiting, though the queue was not as lengthy as it had been when Wen Yao first arrived. When the vehicle came to a stop, Yifengyan exited first and swiftly moved to open the door for Wen Yao. After she stepped out, Yifengyan did not rush back into the car, but instead addressed the nearby girl, "Let us go. I will take you inside and introduce you to the camp leader and instructors." Although this girl was quite remarkable, she was still the apple of Commander Ming's eye. The training camp was designed for selecting and training soldiers, operating under a strict military framework, where the instructors were bound to be rigorous and conditions might be arduous, potentially causing her distress. As Yifengyan took a step forward, Wen Yao halted in her tracks. Yifengyan turned back with concern, asking, "What is it?" Wen Yao replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain He, but I can manage on my own." Yifengyan frowned and clarified, "This is not merely my goodwill, it is Commander Ming's directive." Wen Yao nodded, "I understand, but my purpose in attending the training camp is for personal growth. If everyone continually accommodates me out of respect for Commander Ming, and refrains from being overly demanding, how can I truly develop and progress?" If I sought the respect and leniency of others or a life of ease, I could simply remain at the villa to enjoy Commander Ming's company. Since I have chosen to come to the Dongzhou 14th District Training Camp, my goal is not to indulge in leisure. Fengyan displayed concern, but Wen Yao affirmed, I have endured the hellish conditions of Camp F. A structured Camp D is hardly daunting to me. Moreover, during my time at Camp F, I was battered and bruised, navigating an unfamiliar environment.
Now,
Having awakened my abilities and undergone physical evolution, I possess a certain understanding of the training camp and the entire Dongzhou 14th district. Transitioning from Camp D to Camp A is merely a matter of time for me. Fengyan regarded the steadfastness of the young woman before him. Suddenly at a loss for words, his gaze toward her grew infused with admiration and respect. Clearly, a person who had captured Commander Ming's attention for so many years was not to be underestimated. He then retrieved a heavy pouch of gold coins from the car and turned to hand it to Wen Yao, saying, Take this, to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Miss Yao should use the name Qiu Yao while out. Wen Yao looked at him in surprise. Fengyan had only learned of Wen Yao's past identity later from Di Dahua. He smiled and explained, Do not be alarmed. Only Commander Ming and his associates frequently travel between Dongzhou and Beizhou. Few have seen the true visage of Wen Yao from Beizhou, and those few members of the battle team have been forewarned by Commander Ming. Wen Yao paused momentarily, then nodded as she accepted the pouch of gold. It seemed that Mingchen was indeed quite capable. The pouch he handed over was heavy, and upon opening it, she discovered that the quantity of gold coins far exceeded 10, a rough estimate revealed there to be hundreds. Since the advent of the apocalypse, various communication devices have been rendered inoperative and currency can no longer circulate in electronic forms. Coupled with the scattering of refugees across the 4 continents, the previous paper bills and coins have become exceedingly difficult to standardize and thus impractical. Consequently, various regions have gradually adopted gold coins as a stable medium of exchange. Of course, this is only applicable within the secure ecological zones. In perilous areas, the value of gold and silver coins pales in comparison to that of food and weapons. Wen Yao had predominantly undertaken missions in hazardous zones, thus she had never cultivated the habit of accumulating material possessions. In the face of true disaster and crisis, the weight of such burdensome items would only serve as a hindrance. Therefore, she found no need for them now. As Fengyan turned to leave, she called out to him, producing 10 gold coins before promptly returning the pouch to him. Fengyan, perplexed, remarked, In Port Bridge City, there are established markets where gold and silver coins hold value. Wen Yao replied, I am aware, but I have no need for them. Moreover, should I require them, I can earn through the tasks in the training camp. I am entirely capable of self-sufficiency. Fengyan was at a loss for words. Indeed, for most individuals, the pursuit of wealth is tied to enhancing one's material living conditions, whereas someone like Miss Yao, who has descended from the pinnacle of the food chain solely to seek personal growth, surely does not concern herself with such trivialities. He then reclaimed the pouch of gold coins and advised her, the tasks assigned to Commander Ming are of a special nature. He is often out and may not always be present in the castle villa area, but I am frequently here. Should you have any needs or encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to return to me. Observing his repeated expressions of concern, Wen Yao paused, unexpectedly reminded of the scene from many years prior when her parents had sent her off to high school. As the only child, she had grown up pampered, being picked up by either her father or mother daily from kindergarten through middle school. When she gained admission to a distant high school requiring boarding, her parents had exhibited the same extreme unease. Just attending high school, they had turned back repeatedly, fretting over her ability to fend for herself. Her reserved nature and beauty making her susceptible to bullying and exclusion, and even returning to provide her with extra cash. While she did not hail from a wealthy family, she had lived within a warm and harmonious extended family, basking in the love of her parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents throughout the past 15 years. Gazing at this familiar scene, Wen Yao found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She expressed her gratitude to the man in the black uniform and quickly withdrew the 10 gold coins, turning away. Although her capabilities rendered them unnecessary, his words warmed her heart. The sensation of having support, of possessing something to rely upon, was indeed different from the solitude she had previously endured. Mingchen may not have been a paragon of virtue, yet amidst this cruel and frigid world, he imparted a sense of warmth. It bore no ties to romantic affection, but it was undeniably comforting. Chapter 64. You're still alive? Fengyan, leaning against the car door, watched Wen Yao depart while smoking. The driver, observing the slender figure of the girl, turned to Fengyan and suggested, Captain He, should we not inform Miss Yao and discreetly greet those commanders? After all, she is Commander Ming's beloved. It's hard to feel secure without someone watching over her. Fengyan shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground. There is no need for such unnecessary measures. She is quite formidable. It will not be long before she stands beside Commander Ming. Her attendance at the training camp is merely a formality. Soon, she will transform into a true powerhouse, fighting alongside us S-rank commanders. Wen Yao queued for half an hour before arriving at the training camp entrance, where the same woman as before managed the registration. Upon seeing her, the woman appeared astonished, recalling the striking girl vividly. She scrutinized Wen Yao's neat attire and exclaimed, Jiao Yao, you're still alive? Wen Yao replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I am, and I have also found my family. This time, I am going to Camp D. She offered a vague excuse and placed the gold coins upon the rickety wooden table. If Camp F represented chaotic survival amidst disorder, then Camp D was its polar opposite, strict and orderly. The four camps, A, B, C, and D, exhibited a hierarchy where the higher the rank, the greater the freedom and authority, while the lower ranks faced more restrictions. However, the advantage was that in Camps C and D, as they were initial training grounds, all instructors were safeguarded by the higher-ranking trainers. The particularly dangerous specialized mutated zombies had their battle plans devised by senior commanders, sparing the novices from facing them directly. Even the tasks assigned to them were within their capabilities and posed a high degree of safety. Most of the training camps in various secure zones followed this model, ensuring that individuals were assigned roles commensurate with their levels to maximize human survival rates. In the north, apart from the absence of Camp F, the others were quite similar. However, the lack of a large Camp F may have contributed to the scarcity of resources held by the higher-ups. Resources were already limited, and when evenly distributed among the weak, they became even scarcer. As Wen Yao walked along, contemplating these matters, she began to understand why Mingchen could indulge in excess, while the upper echelons of the north often lived in dire straits. While she revered life, she could not deny that the prosperity of the East was not without reason. In an apocalyptic world rife with scarcity, it was evident that the East's selection mechanism favored the cultivation of strength. It may lack humanity, yet it aligns more closely with human nature. After all, who would toil tirelessly for advancement only to live in misery? One must have a glimmer of hope, mustn't they? The trainers in Camp D were divided into numerous groups, each comprising 30 to 50 individuals and 2 to 3 instructors, all of whom were commanders or team members skilled in various areas and adept at teaching. The instructor accompanying Wen Yao to tour the training grounds was a woman named Shen, reputed to be a former Special Forces soldier. After introducing the various training facilities, Chen Kulin glanced at her watch and remarked, It's nearly mealtime, you should go eat. Including the time for lunch, you will only have 40 minutes for your break. After lunch, tidy your dormitory, and then we will commence physical training in the afternoon. Wen Yao replied, understood. The reason for suggesting that she tidy her dormitory during lunch was likely due to the anticipation of the afternoon's grueling training, as they probably feared that upon returning to her dormitory, she would be too exhausted to manage. The meals in Camp D were slightly better than those in Camp F, providing 3 meals a day, yet they remained rudimentary. During lunch, Wen Yao found the food somewhat unpalatable. Having dined at the 5-star level in the castle villa under Mingchen's indulgence, she was now acutely aware of the stark contrast between luxury and austerity. In the dilapidated cafeteria, a steady stream of sweat-soaked trainees entered, exhausted from the morning's training, too fatigued even to speak. Most were preoccupied with ravenously devouring their meals. Seated in a corner, Wen Yao savored her food slowly, when suddenly the area before her darkened. Looking up, she recognized a familiar figure. Xiaozhi remained that same golden-haired figure, his head hung low, clad in a gray training outfit, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his clothes thoroughly drenched. He appeared as though he had endured a decade of imprisonment. In stark contrast to his furrowed brow, Wen Yao exuded an air of tranquility and freshness. The young girl rolled up her sleeves, set down her chopsticks, and gently inquired, "Qiuji?" Without questioning her presence, Qiuji lamented with a downcast expression. "I thought D Camp, being a formal training camp, would be a great experience, but it's even more arduous than F Camp. We rise at 5 in the morning and retire at midnight, with hardly any time to rest. Everything is strictly regulated. We train relentlessly. And these days have been nothing short of a living hell." Wen Yao lowered her head and chuckled softly, her words piercingly insightful. "That's because F Camp had me there. Alone, you wouldn't even manage to secure a meal. At least D Camp offers a semblance of safety, and the provisions are evenly distributed. No matter how tough it gets, one won't be left to starve or be killed." Qiuji found himself at a loss for words. He fanned himself with his cap, a wave of dejection washing over him. "I'm merely venting, not implying anything else. Truth be told, my current life is a significant improvement over the previous one. It's bittersweet, but at least I can live with my head held high, like a person." As if recalling something, he pulled 2 gleaming gold coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Here, I can't leave debts unpaid. I owe you 8 more, which I will repay gradually." Wen Yao paused, looking up at him, while the youth felt inexplicably flustered, hastily clarifying, "I didn't steal it. Nor did I rob anyone. I earned it myself. I know you might not care, but I dislike being indebted to others. If you ever need anything, I will go through fire and water to assist you." With an expression devoid of much feeling, Wen Yao replied, "Is that so? Then why did you run faster than anyone else when the zombie horde appeared?" Qiuji was momentarily speechless, quickly defending himself. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't he. I even turned back to fetch you. Those 2 were the ones who fled first." Wen Yao remained silent, contemplating that perhaps there was no fault in this. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Even Shen Yichuan, her partner in life and death for 7 years, alongside comrades forged in the crucible of battle, could abandon her for self-preservation. What need was there to blame these pitiful souls, akin to ants? Wen Yao had no need for money, yet she did not wish to bruise anyone's pride. Thus, she picked up the 2 coins and said to Qiuji, "Very well, I accept them." Chapter 65. If the mountain won't come to you, then you go to the mountain. A day after the weather cleared, dense clouds rolled in once more, and torrential rain fell continuously. As a large influx of refugees surged into Port Bridge City, the outer city faced a relentless tide of zombies. Port Bridge City, being a coastal metropolis, faced threats from sea monsters in the east and the approaching zombie hordes in the west, prompting heightened vigilance across all docks and defensive lines. In this tumultuous time, all commanders of the castle villa were mobilized, leaving only Mingchen and Lin Ziren to steal a moment of respite amid the chaos. Lin Ziren was far from idle. As a top-tier medical doctor, he not only healed the wounded but also engaged in pharmaceutical research, contributing to the development of various effective healing agents and viral vaccines. Today, he had been engrossed in literature reports when Mingchen dragged him to the 4th floor office. Initially, Lin Ziren assumed Mingchen had matters to discuss, only to find him fixated on a computer screen. The expansive screen displayed a zoomable satellite map with a moving red at its center, trailing a long crimson line as it shifted. It was evident that the red was located in the northern suburbs of Port Bridge City, with its movement confined to a small area, indicating recent activity. Lin Ziren quickly deduced what this phenomenon was and found himself at a loss for words, pondering who among Miss Yao and Commander Ming had the more questionable judgment. One, who clearly had a comfortable life, sought to suffer in a training camp. The other, who could employ countless methods to keep someone in the castle villa, now sat staring at a computer screen, longing for companionship. What madness! This couple was utterly insane. Frustrated, he wondered when he would finally be able to return to his reports. After standing for a full 2 hours, when Lin Ziren's legs began to numb, Mingchen finally diverted his attention from the screen, smiling at him with a voice as smooth and warm as silk. "Dr. Lin, are you cursing me silently?" Lin Ziren forced a polite smile, indulging in the daily charade. "Of course not, Commander Ming. You are my superior, and I must respect you regardless." The man, whose striking features were illuminated by the soft blue glow of the screen, exuded an unexpected aura of cold beauty. He smiled, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Sounding regretful as if he were the most innocent of souls, They have all departed. In this vast castle, you are the only one left to accompany me. Lin Ziren, feeling no honor in this, continued to feign a smile. Not long ago, the 10th district of North Continent fell completely. It was the largest survivor region in North Continent. The zombie tide has not only affected other districts, but has also encroached upon our 14th district at the intersection of the two continents. Everyone is exceedingly busy. The implication was clear. Only Ji Mingchen remained idle. Seeing Lin Ziren's reluctance to leave, Ji Mingchen suggested, "Why not fetch Miss Yao and have her come keep me company?" Leaning back in his chair, he gently shook his head. Since she chose to go to the training camp, she would not wish to return. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ziren proposed another idea. If the mountain won't come to you, then you go to the mountain. Why not visit her at the training camp? However, just as they engaged in this idle banter, two individuals emerged from the elevators on either side of the 4th floor, their expressions urgent and hurried. In front of the office door, Feng froze upon seeing Mei Yasha, who mirrored his surprise. Their expressions soon turned serious as they rushed into the office. With Mei Yasha speaking first, "It's bad, boss. The number of zombies outside the city is overwhelming. We can barely hold the southwestern city wall." Feng glanced at Mei Yasha. "We caught 2 infiltrators from North Continent near the research base. We don't know how they got in. And their remaining accomplices are still at large. Right now, all the teams are preoccupied with defending the city, and I fear they might incite internal chaos." Ji Mingchen swiveled his chair, raising an eyebrow, his demeanor suddenly serious. "Which situation is more critical?" Feng replied hers.
Mei Yasha interjected, "Mine."
"If the southwestern city wall falls, our 14th district in the East Continent 1 TB far behind." Mei Yasha spoke with palpable anxiety. Ji Mingchen, with a languid grace, rose to his feet, his long, fair hand reaching back to casually retrieve a gun from his desk, smiling at Feng. "Lock down all security doors at the research base. The captured individuals will await my return for interrogation." Feng nodded, understood. Lin Ziren watched the figure in white depart with the gun, finally exhaling in relief. At last, they had found something for this idle Buddha to do. In the vehicle, with Mei Yasha driving and Ji Mingchen seated in the passenger seat, he twirled the gun in his hands while asking, "The southwestern city wall has never been breached in all these years. Why is it on the verge of collapse this time?" Mei Yasha furrowed her brow. "The influx of zombies is unprecedented. They come in relentless waves, with bizarre mutations, and we've even encountered giant zombies towering 3 to 5 meters tall, causing the very ground to tremble as they approach. For the past few days, torrential rain has relentlessly poured down, rendering the piles of slain zombies drenched in fuel utterly unignitable. After all, zombies are lifeless entities. Left to accumulate for a day or two, they can reorganize and mutate, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with." Ji Mingchen leaned against the window, lost in thought. Bordering the 10th district of Beizhou are the 12th and 13th districts. "We are separated from the 10th district by the 13th district." As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, a gentle smile gracing his peach blossom eyes. "So, why have these zombies taken a detour?" Mei Yasha seemed to have not considered this question, glancing at the leader in surprise. "Indeed, the 10th district has fallen. Yet there has been no word from the 13th district. Instead, the more distant 14th district has suffered. Therefore, does the leader suspect that the people of the 13th district are up to no good?" However, Ji Mingchen chose not to elaborate further. A light laugh curving the corners of his lips, his expression one of serene contentment, devoid of any trace of tension or anger. How intriguing indeed. Chapter 66. The blazing flames illuminated the eyes of the warriors. The rain fell in torrents, and the clouds above seemed to have amassed several layers, casting the surroundings into a darkness akin to the early hours of dawn. As Ji Mingchen stepped out from under his umbrella, the corpses piled high beneath the city wall resembled a mountain. Were it not for the valiant resistance of the soldiers, the terrifying horde of zombies rushing in would have nearly scaled the walls. The thick, nauseating stench permeated the rain-soaked air. While dozens of S-level commanders directed countless team members in armed combat, the sound of gunfire deafening. Amidst the torrential rain, everyone was drenched, their visibility obscured by the mist. Engaged in a desperate battle far from the ease they once enjoyed while defending the city. "Damn it! Is there a hole in the sky? It's pouring like a waterfall." Such heavy rain makes it impossible to ignite anything. Even pouring oil proves futile. Someone turned back from the edge of the wall and inadvertently caught sight of a striking figure in white, their eyes lighting up. Great. Commander Ming has arrived. He can control fire. If he can incinerate this pile of corpses, then nothing will be insurmountable. Under their hopeful gaze, the man in white strolled to the edge of the wall, this time unusually without an umbrella, completely soaked by the rain. Droplets cascading down from the corners of his eyes and brow, tracing his jawline before disappearing into his collar, enhancing the ethereal beauty of his noble visage with a hint of allure. Mingchen paid no heed to the multitude of gazes directed at him. With an air of casual elegance, he bent down, gripping a black pistol in one hand while pressing his other palm against the azure stone pavement. In the next instant, flames erupted from the ground, brilliant yellow flames spreading across the sloping heap of zombies, extending hundreds of meters down to the base of the city wall. Roaring fiercely as they blazed unchecked amidst the relentless rain, instantly illuminating the eyes of all the warriors. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the damp air, mingling with the stench of blood and decay, while those few zombies still staggering through the inferno emitted piercing wails, accompanied by the hissing of burning oil. In a matter of moments, the conflagration consumed the heaps of corpses entirely. As a rookie training camp, Camp D ensured the safety of its recruits by refraining from involving them in actual combat during the initial training phase. Their regimen consisted primarily of closed, purely physical training, including endurance and strength exercises, which for Wen Yao were merely foundational. She discovered that following the awakening of her abilities, her physical prowess had more than doubled. During the 30-kilometer run, while others gasped for breath, collapsing like dead weights upon completion, she remained unperturbed. In the precision training of striking wooden stakes with cold weapons, others struggled in vain, their efforts yielding meager results, while she sliced through with the ease of chopping radishes. During agility drills to evade the strikes of the soft whips, others were left with crimson marks across their bodies, but she navigated the chaotic flurry of whips with effortless grace, emerging unscathed. Within a mere few days, all the recruits in Camp D regarded her with newfound respect. Strength, speed, endurance, resilience, precision, she excelled beyond all her peers. Today, the rain fell heavily, and Wen Yao was the first to complete the 30-kilometer run. She retreated to a rain shelter beside the training field, wringing out the water from her sleeves. Meanwhile, the other trainees, having failed to meet their targets, were scattered across the peeling red plastic track, their faces flushed, sweat mingling with rain as they gasped for breath, pushing themselves to the brink of exhaustion. The last group trudged along at a snail's pace, with one unfortunate soul even fainting from the strain. Amidst the downpour, someone called out to Chen Yichuan, "Report, Instructor Chen, he has fainted. Drag him away. If he is not dead, he'll continue running this afternoon." Yes. Chen Yichuan stood in the rain, supervising them, her gaze fixed on the last runner, a plump boy who was about to slow to a halt. She stepped forward, striking him with her whip, shouting angrily, "What rubbish! Would you dare run this slowly if zombies were approaching?" The boy yelped in response, hastening his pace. As Chen Yichuan withdrew the whip, she glanced towards the girl seated quietly on the bench beneath the rain shelter. The girl was pale and beautiful, her slender figure accentuated by a high ponytail, and the standard gray training uniform hung loosely on her, resembling a child who had donned oversized adult clothing. With such delicate beauty and a soft-spoken demeanor, she appeared to be a fragile girl, yet unbeknownst to many, she was a formidable character. Chen Yichuan approached her, offering a bottle of mineral water. "Speaking of which, since you all have chosen to become hunters, you likely harbor a disdain for the regulations imposed by the various districts. Yet here you are in the training camp of the 14th district of Dongzhou." Wen Yao's skills were no mere coincidence. To conceal her past identity as a commander from Beizhou, she claimed to have previously been a hunter. Hunters are not affiliated with any organization, lacking access to firearms. They predominantly wield cold weapons, traversing perilous zones without any safe havens, their strength rivaling that of team members. Her preferred weapon had always been a blade, which made her story plausible. Wen Yao accepted the mineral water with a polite thanks. "I once had companions, but they have all perished. I am the only one who has survived to find myself here. In this world, one cannot survive long by going solo." As Chen Kellen engaged Wen Yao in casual conversation, a delicate girl with striking features approached slowly, clutching her stomach. Chen Kellen's expression soured instantly. She glared and barked. "What are you doing here? Have you completed your run?" Chen Yichuan glanced at Wen Yao, tears brimming in her eyes as she addressed Chen Kellen. "Report, Instructor Chen, my stomach feels unwell. May I take a moment to rest?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yao turned her gaze, and Chen Yichuan looked at her, pleadingly. "I truly feel unwell." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Kellen stood up, delivering a heavy lash across the girl's frail back. "Get lost. Go tell the zombies about your discomfort, and see if they'll spare you." Chen Yichuan cried out in pain, and under the oppressive gaze of Chen Kellen, she was forced to return to the plastic track, sobbing as she ran. Chen Kellen returned, grumbling in annoyance. This is not her first time. She always claims to feel unwell during running drills. What a convenient coincidence. I detest those who feign weakness or pity to shirk responsibility. Do they not understand the state of the world? Do they truly believe this is high school gym class? When Yao shifted her gaze from Chen Yichuan's retreating figure, quietly taking another sip of water, saying nothing, Chen Kellen sat down and said to her, "Your abilities do not require you to remain in Camp D. You have arrived at an opportune moment. In a few days, there will be the D-to-C assessment. You may participate directly." When Yao tightened the cap of her water bottle, "Isn't it said that one must first obtain the qualification for the assessment?" Chapter 67. If one can live standing, why kneel? Chen Kellen shook her head. The assessment task involves practical training outside the city. The so-called qualification is merely a test of comprehensive skills to determine if one meets the standards. Failing to meet these standards poses a significant risk to life. But you'll certainly be fine. Apart from your shooting accuracy being slightly lacking, the rest of your skills are at least A level, if not S rank. I can tell even without a test. Wen Yao looked at Chen Kellen's seasoned demeanor and felt quite pleased. She had previously been troubled by the inability to venture outside Camp D to hunt zombies, but now she realized that in just a few days, she would be able to transition to Camp C. Unlike the insular training methods of Camp D, Camp C, and above offer tasks, rewards, and a significantly increased frequency of outings. She nodded to Chen Kellen, smiling in gratitude. "All right, I understand." After the morning training session concluded, they had half a day of rest in the afternoon. The rest period in Camp D was scarce, with only this half day each month available for free activities. During this time, they, akin to prisoners, could leave the camp to visit family or procure necessary items from the city's market. When Yao had no family to visit and needed nothing, and just as she pondered what to do, her mind suddenly flashed to Mingchen. It seemed he had given her a command to regularly return to the castle villa to check if he was injured. Although it was a rather mundane order, she figured it would be a good idea to visit him. The castle villa was somewhat distant, and without a vehicle, it would take her quite a while to walk back, thus she needed to take some gold coins to rent a car. With that thought, Wen Yao headed towards the dilapidated concrete dormitory building across from the playground. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the dormitory, Chen Yichuan was crying with red eyes, applying medicine to her back while gasping and complaining. "I thought the legendary Camp D would be great, but this is it? We, the trainees, are living worse than prisoners." After finishing applying the medicine and retracting her hand, she looked at the bloodstains on her fingertips, her expression turning even more aggrieved. "Whoa, I'm bleeding." After saying this, she threw the ointment away and couldn't help but break down in tears. Why did they send us to Camp D? It would have been better to let us return to Camp F. At least in Camp F, there were no instructors who whip us at every turn.
By Xiaoduo.
Having finished hanging her clothes on the balcony, entered and saw Chen Yichuan babbling nonstop. She sighed. At least Camp D has regulations. No one dares to bully us. So, be content. Chen Yichuan retorted. But during my time in Camp F, even before Qiu Yao arrived, I wasn't bullied much at all. That's because you were stubbornly clinging to the memory of your deceased boyfriend and refused to listen to them, which is why you got beaten so much. Bei Xiaoduo placed the basin under the bed, and as she recalled those unpleasant memories, tears instantly filled her eyes. But I don't want to listen to them. And I don't want to be humiliated. Chen Yichuan, if one can live standing, why kneel? Seeing that their views were at odds, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but get angry. Fine. You think you're capable, but your courage isn't as great as mine. The assessment in Camp D involves facing zombies in real combat. If you fail the assessment, you'll suffer as a prisoner in Camp D for the rest of your life. The two quarreled and parted on bad terms. Jin Yuan put on her clothes and stormed out, only to encounter a man in the corridor downstairs. Upon seeing Jin Yuan's pouting face, he approached and caressed her. "What's wrong, darling?" Seeing him, Jin Yuan's eyes turned red as she said aggrievedly, "It's that instructor Chen. When I couldn't run, she whipped me. When will you get me into your group?" Fan Chia smirked playfully, reaching to unbutton her collar. "Where did she hit you?" "Let me see." Don't touch me. It hurts." Upon hearing this, the man's playful expression immediately faded. "Not doing anything today." Jin Yuan's eyes became wary. "Can you promise me something?" While slapping her backside, Fan Chia leered. "Honestly, it's not up to me. If Instructor Chen doesn't let you go, I have no solution. However, I can help you get to Camp C. I can register your name for the assessment." Jin Yuan knew that Camp C offered much greater freedom, without the suffocating environment of Camp D. Hearing this, her eyes instantly lit up. "Really? But even if I get the qualification for the assessment, I can't complete it. I can't fight those zombies." Fan Chia was impatient, dragging Jin Yuan into a shabby guard room and pinning her against the wall while whispering in her ear. "Insider information. District 10 in Beizhou has fallen, and a horde of zombies is surging towards District 14. It is extremely dangerous outside the city. So the assessment task has been suddenly changed from individual to group." Jin Yuan's back was already injured, and being handled so recklessly by the man caused her pain. Yet upon hearing his words, she had to suppress the discomfort and asked coyly, "What do you mean?" "It means that as long as I put you in a formidable team, you can win just by lying there." Jin Yuan wanted to ask more, but the man's heavy kiss had already landed, and he gasped, "Darling, I've fulfilled your request. Shouldn't you also meet my needs first?" Jin Yuan pushed his head away, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "I have an injury on my back." The man said nothing, feigning compassion as he kissed her lightly before turning her over with a smile, "Then hold on tight, and make sure to call out loudly." Before long, the glass windows were fogged up, obscuring the intertwined silhouettes within, while the woman, unclothed, was shrouded by the torrential rain that masked all sounds of shattering. Wen Yao returned at an inopportune moment. She had just reached the stairwell and had not yet ascended when she saw the door of the guard room on the first floor swing open. A man and a woman sneaked out. The man had sun-kissed skin and a robust, muscular build, and he was still fastening his belt as he exited. The woman had disheveled hair and a flushed complexion, several buttons on her clothing askew, complaining as she followed him, "I was already uncomfortable, and now my knees are scraped." "It's all your fault." Coincidentally witnessing this scene, Wen Yao muttered, "I apologize for the interruption." After Jin Yuan finished complaining, she raised her gaze and locked eyes with Wen Yao. The girl, dressed in the same training uniform as them, with a ponytail, stood tall with a gentle demeanor and stunning beauty. Her clear, pristine almond-shaped eyes regarded them without emotion, calm yet penetrating. Under that tranquil gaze, Jin Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of shame wash over her. She nudged Fan Chia, signaling him to leave, and then awkwardly greeted, "Qiu Yao? What are you doing here?" Chapter 68. "Do you need me to strip for you to check?" When Yao lowered her eyelashes, averting her gaze, "I came back to retrieve something." Jin Yuan was slightly taken aback, sensing a hint of disappointment and coldness in the other's eyes. She quickly stepped forward, eagerly following behind her. "Everyone is resting this afternoon. Are you going to the market? Let us go together. I'll call Bei Xiaoduo as well since we used to hang out."
No.
"I have things to do." Wen Yao's voice was soft and flat, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Seeing the indifference displayed by the other party, Jin Yuan felt a flutter of unease within her heart. Unable to contain herself, she ventured to explain, "I am not the person you think I am. My relationship with Instructor Fan is merely a consequence of Instructor Chen consistently targeting me. I simply do not wish to remain under her supervision any longer." Thus Wen Yao paused in her ascent up the stairs, turning back to calmly retort, "Who do you think you are? A distinguished officer would not stoop to harassing you." Jin Yuan, one can be temporarily weak, but one must not lose sight of right and wrong, of justice and injustice. Wen Yao refrained from further elaboration, choosing instead to turn and continue her ascent, leaving Jin Yuan rooted in place, her eyes reddened, awkwardly retracting her fingers into her sleeves. After changing into a fresh outfit, Wen Yao, upon retrieving her gold coins from the training camp, noticed that the torrential rain had ceased, yet the sky remained shrouded in a gloomy gray. The desolate ground around her was littered with dead grass and mud, and in the distance, a throng of voices erupted in chaotic noise before a low, flat building. She had intended to casually hail a vehicle to the castle villa, only to discover that transportation resources were scarce in these times. Even with gold coins, it was a challenge to rent a car. If she were to walk back, a journey that would take over an hour by car would require her to traverse it on foot for more than 10 hours. Perhaps next time. However, just as she resolved to turn back, an unfamiliar black sedan slowly approached her side. Initially thinking she had impeded its path, she hurriedly stepped aside, only for the vehicle to seemingly playfully veer alongside her, maintaining a parallel distance. Wen Yao stood still in confusion, and the tinted window of the black car descended. Before long, a familiar, cruelly handsome visage came into view. The door swung open and the man smiled, his brow arched. Have you forgotten your own family after switching cars?
Get in.
Wen Yao hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly opened the door and took a seat, glancing at the drenched man beside her, puzzled. What are you doing here? Before Mingchen could respond, Dita, who, seated in the passenger seat, interjected. The zombie pile at the southwestern city wall was overwhelming. We nearly couldn't hold the line. The boss just returned after burning it down. Mayasha, at the wheel, raised an eyebrow and playfully slapped Dita, who, scolding, they didn't ask you. Why are you talking so much? Wen Yao redirected her attention to Mingchen, noting that he appeared different today. Water dripped from his hair, his clothes thoroughly soaked, the white fabric clinging to him like a second skin, subtly outlining his physique. She had never seen him in such a bedraggled state. He was typically so refined, always avoiding the rain with an umbrella. How did you get so wet? She asked casually, not expecting the question to elicit a response. To her surprise, he lifted his lashes, droplets of water clinging to them, and his deep, dark eyes met hers, his voice smooth and teasing. What did you say? Wen Yao realized she was beginning to mirror his mannerisms, instinctively looking away. I meant, you usually use an umbrella when going out. Why are you drenched today? Mingchen's brows lifted slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. What's the matter? Are you worried about me? Wen Yao remained silent, admiring his interpretive skills. With a languid demeanor, Mingchen reclined back, explaining, today's circumstances were exceptional. It was inconvenient to use an umbrella. Wen Yao, not one for excessive conversation, noted that the car had begun to move and succinctly stated, I've been at Camp D for the past few days, not going anywhere. After this, she symbolically rolled up her sleeves for him to inspect, affirming, so I haven't encountered any danger, nor have I been injured. You can let me off. Her skin was naturally fair, and her hands were indeed unblemished, devoid of any scars. Mingchen hadn't anticipated her taking it seriously enough to show him, his gaze tracing from her fingertips up her alabaster arms to her face. You only want me to check your arms? What about the rest? Wen Yao was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. Are you implying that you require me to undress for a thorough examination? As those words fell, Mayasha and Dida, who exchanged glances, inwardly marveling at how their boss was quite the charmer. Mingchen chuckled softly, his tone light. If you wish for me to personally examine you, it's not out of the question. Always at your service, Miss Wen. Chapter 69. The responsibilities of a husband are indispensable. Mingchen's voice, consistently low and melodic, carried a soothing warmth. The deliberate emphasis on personally added an air of intimacy to the already humid atmosphere in the back seat. What does one even mean in this context? How does he always manage to twist things around? Wen Yao turned to admonish him, but upon meeting his alluring, captivating eyes, words inexplicably lodged in her throat. Never mind, he is handsome, thus he has a point. This is simply his nature and demeanor. He appears to have a few screws loose, and they are no longer enemies, so there's no need to engage in every little argument with him. Wen Yao averted her gaze, opting for silence. Upon arriving at the castle villa, Mingchen returned to his suite to change, while Wen Yao was led back to her original room by a maid. She had assumed that after her time at the training camp, her room would have been cleared out, having previously been a mere temporary lodging for her recovery. However, upon her return, she found all of her belongings intact, whether it be the clothes she had worn, the cup she had used, or the pens and notebooks she had scribbled in during her idle moments. Everything remained untouched, precisely as she had left them. The maid, noticing her surprised expression, quickly explained. This was ordered by Commander Ming. He said Miss Yao's belongings must not be disturbed. We are only responsible for dusting. Wen Yao approached the desk and retrieved an old notebook from the drawer, gently flipping it open. The entries within were encoded in a way that only she could comprehend, using a universal script for names and her own unique characters for other significant information, ensuring no one could easily decipher it. Yet, there was no sign that anyone had tampered with it. No one had disturbed her clothes, her notebook, or anything else. Even Mingchen, the owner of this villa, had not intruded upon her possessions. Previously, she had never viewed Mingchen in this light. His character was the stark opposite of Shen Yichuan's. If Shen Yichuan projected an image of self-discipline, honesty, and integrity, Mingchen was the epitome of a sly and cunning fox. He employed unscrupulous methods, manipulating the hearts of others with ease, and if he desired something or sought knowledge, he would employ his underhanded tactics with a charming facade. Yet, even this inherently cunning individual had suppressed his curiosity, extending her a degree of respect she had not anticipated. Returning to this room felt less like returning from the harsh reality of a brutal training camp and more akin to being welcomed back home from school. She reminisced about her high school days in boarding school, where her mother would meticulously clean her room but never disturb her belongings. No matter when she returned home, her cozy, beautifully arranged room always greeted her with warmth. Regrettably, she had not experienced such warmth of home in what felt like an eternity. Miss Yao? The maid, noticing Miss Yao standing silently by the desk, couldn't help but call out to her. Wen Yao, pulled from her reverie, hastily set down her notebook and turned to face her. Miss Yao, are you hungry? Perhaps you should take a bath and change your clothes first. I can bring you some fruit. It's only afternoon, and mealtime hasn't arrived yet. Wen Yao nodded in agreement. All right, thank you. That evening, Wen Yao shared dinner with Mingchen. After enduring the dismal fare of the training camp, her appetite had significantly improved. Everything she consumed was a divine delicacy. Moreover, the fruits that evening were exceptionally fresh and delectable, and she savored nearly an entire plate of those alluring red cherries. Once satiated, she recalled something and turned to Mingchen, who was engrossed in his utensils. Extend your hand. Mingchen raised an eyebrow in confusion, yet, with a smile, he placed his palm before her. What is it? Do you wish to play with my hand? His fingers, long and elegant, rested casually in the candlelight, exuding an enticing sheen, presenting an almost seductive allure. Ignoring his teasing remark, Wen Yao retrieved 13 gold coins from her pocket and placed them in his broad palm. Mingchen regarded her silent gesture with a raised brow. What is this for? Wen Yao explained. The top performer in each training event in Camp D receives a gold coin as a reward. These are what I've earned over the past few days. Of course, 2 of the coins were given to her by Ji, but considering she had protected him in Camp F, it was only fair that she received this recompense. Mingchen quietly observed Wen Yao, finding her straightforwardness somewhat endearing, as if she had returned from the training camp specifically to share her rewards with him. He lowered his gaze to the coins in his hand, still warm from her touch. For me? Wen Yao nodded. Yes. I will give you everything I earn in the future. She disliked the heavy feeling of carrying gold coins, and she had little need for them. Though Mingchen might not particularly covet them, he relished material comforts and likely valued money more than she did. Furthermore, she still owed him a debt of gratitude, and returning even a fraction of it felt necessary. In Beizhou, her possessions were few. She had mainly learned to share the gold and silver coin rewards she received with other team members, but now, aside from Mingchen, she had no one else of greater significance. Mingchen withdrew his hand, playfully tossing the coins. So generous. All for me? He smiled knowingly, then looked up into Wen Yao's bright, clear almond-shaped eyes, appearing utterly delighted. All right, between us, I'll handle the finances. You can leave it with me for safekeeping. It was a husband's duty, after all. Wen Yao replied, I meant I'm giving them to you, not asking you to keep them for me. However, it seemed he had not comprehended her words at all. Not only did he fail to understand, but he also began placing the coins back into her palm, stacking the 13 coins like a tower. Once they were neatly piled, he pushed them over, gently picking them up one by one. Wen Yao recognized his playful nature and did not stop him, but when his cool fingertips brushed against her palm, an inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through her. The skin he touched felt electrified, sending a shiver up her arm to her heart, leaving her feeling strangely exhilarated. Instinctively, she wanted to retract her hand, but Mingchen pressed her palm down, his index finger resting on a coin, gently pressing against her soft palm with a pressure that ignited endless fantasies. Chapter 70. Exclusively his. When Yao felt her ears flush with warmth, she glanced up at him, her gaze locking with his mesmerizing, swirling peach blossom eyes. In the flickering candlelight, his exquisite features appeared even more enchanting, his glossy eyes radiating a profound affection that seemed to ensnare her soul. Mingchen used the last coin to lightly graze her palm, his beautiful lips parting as he spoke in a low, magnetic voice. "What is yours is mine. And what is mine is yours. What difference does it make?" When Yao's heart raced unexpectedly, and she quickly withdrew her hand, causing the coin to roll across the table, clinking to a halt beside her. Despite Mingchen's playful demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss as he toyed with the coin. He was truly intoxicating. When Yao felt she could not remain under the same roof with him any longer, otherwise she would overthink everything he did. Without responding to Mingchen's words, she curled her tingling fingers and stood up. "I'll return to my room now." Watching the girl flee in distress, Mingchen retrieved the solitary coin she had dropped. Glancing at the 13 coins resting in his palm, a smile creeping onto his face. The silver moon blade was given to him, the silver bracelet was given to him. And now, she was offering him her gold coins. Soon, all of her heart, her love, would belong solely to him. Mingchen had expended an immense amount of energy during the day, controlling his powers to incinerate thousands of zombies in the torrential rain, leaving him utterly drained. After dinner, he changed into casual attire and collapsed onto the lavish, vintage sofa in the parlor. Whenever he overexerted himself, he would suffer from excruciating headaches and be plunged into fragmented nightmares, and this occasion was no different. As the darkness of his consciousness gradually illuminated, a small villa adorned with a garden came into view. It was raining, the droplets pattering against the cobblestone path, washing away a bouquet of crushed roses.
Get out!
A woman's hysterical voice echoed through the house, accompanied by the sound of bags and cups being hurled outside. Zhihue, don't you already have a woman outside? Why are you back?
Get out!
Just get out. At the villa's entrance, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was pushed outside by the frenzied woman. He, too, seemed to be provoked, seizing her hair and dragging her into the rain, angrily pointing at her. "Who should get out? Everything in this household is funded by me. I pay for you and the child's expenses. You do nothing at home, just live as a rich lady. What right do you have to tell me to leave? You are nothing. I am the pillar of this family." The woman fell onto the cobblestones, her knees scraping against the ground, blood mingling with the rain as it streamed down her face, intermingling with her tears of despair. With a flicker, the scene changed, the rain before the villa ceased, and the anguished woman along with the furious man vanished, replaced by a beautiful little boy, resembling a porcelain doll. The boy, around 2 or 3 years old, was drenched in sweat, standing in the garden with a look of distress. It was the scorching heat of June, the sun blazing down, leaving the boy pale and on the verge of fainting from heat exhaustion. Before long, another boy, dressed in a white shirt and possessing delicate features, returned from outside. Frowning, he quickly took the little boy's hand. "What are you doing standing here? Come on, let us go inside." The little boy pouted, his expression one of grievance, his voice childlike and whiny. "Brother, Mommy won tea, let me in." The older boy's expression grew complex, yet he could only bend down to pat the little boy's head, offering comfort. "Perhaps Mommy is just upset today. Let me talk to her." Through the crack of the door, the little boy, eyes reddened, gazed at the woman holding a coffee cup before the older boy, pleading earnestly. "Mommy, can you please stop this? Little Aiken is still so young, merely a child. What does he understand? Must the grievances between adults entangle innocent children? I am blameless, and so is little Aiken." The woman abruptly rose from the sofa, furiously shattering her coffee cup, and with a swift motion, she struck the boy's face, the sound echoing sharply. "You are my son. How can you turn your back on me? Your father insisted on bringing him back. What Now you expect me to care for him as well? Or is it that all of you with the surname G are simply brutes? Your father is a brute, and so are you. Is that not true? Tears welled in the boy's eyes, his voice trembling. But have I done anything wrong? Has little Aiken done anything wrong? As children, we cannot choose the families or environments into which we are born. Why must we bear the blame? Why must we be punished for our father's mistakes? The scene shattered amidst the boy's sobs, and soon little Aiken grew to 4 years old, still as beautiful and delicate as a porcelain doll, while the boy, fond of wearing white shirts, had grown considerably taller. In the tranquil and warm study, sunlight poured onto the windowsill as the little boy sat on the floor playing with cards, while the older boy leaned quietly against the window reading. Suddenly, the little boy looked up and raised a card in his hand. "Brother, how do you read this word? Kindness. What does kindness mean?" "It means to be a good person. We must all strive to become good people, do you understand?" The little boy, sitting on the floor, pondered for a moment before looking up and asking, "Brother, does mother dislike me?" The older boy was momentarily taken aback by the question, then smiled and replied, "No. There are no parents who do not love their own children. Father loves you, and so does mother. Father is simply too busy with work. And mother is just having disagreements with father. Little Aiken, do not think too much about it." The scene shifted once more, and the little boy was now 6 years old. His brother had left home to study in another city, leaving only him and his mother behind. One day after school, he returned to find the house in ruins, everything shattered. The woman, wearing a green velvet dress, sat amidst the debris, her hair disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit. A bespectacled middle-aged man sighed beside her. "Yen Che's condition is congenital. We could not save him, and I am just as heartbroken." Saying this, he pulled the little boy, just returned from school, closer and adjusted his glasses. "If you are truly sad, you can consider him as our son." From that moment on, the little boy became the biological son of the madwoman, who began to treat him with tenderness, providing him with freshly ironed clothes, preparing breakfast daily, and placing milk in his backpack. She began to love him as a mother. However, she had one demand. He must be like his brother, always smiling, enjoying reading, being kind-hearted, and wearing clean and tidy white shirts. Otherwise, the woman would immediately turn cold, sternly reprimanding or even tormenting him. "No crying, only smiles. Yes, just like that. Smile. You must meet these expectations, or I will not love you. Otherwise, you are not my son, do you understand? You must speak. Do not go about like a mute. Who allowed you to touch these things? You are not permitted to play with this anymore." The little boy, naturally quiet and obedient, gradually learned how to please the woman under her daily supervision and admonitions, slowly becoming someone like his brother in his brother's absence. Like a shadow, like a monster, like a puppet, devoid of any emotions. Once, he had a piece of red building block he had found under the bed, only to have his mother discover it. In an instant, the woman who had gently called him for breakfast transformed, throwing the milk she held. When the glass and the white liquid shattered on the floor, the little boy's hair was seized, and with an expression of indifference, he was violently slammed against the wall. "How many times have I told you not to touch it?
Not to touch it.
Do you take my words lightly?" After causing the little boy to bleed, the woman, in a fit of despair, broke down and cried hysterically. That night, as the spring rain drenched the blooming flowers outside, the room remained dark and silent. The little boy, cradling his injured head, quietly curled up in the corner of the sofa, watching them argue. The woman wept in despair. "He is nothing like him. He is not Yen Che. He is not him. He is not my son." The man shouted back in frustration, "Why are you going mad for no reason? Did I not say? He is your son now. He is not. He is merely your experiment, a puppet, a monster. Our son is dead, dead. It is his fault that Yen Che died. It is him." The scene abruptly shattered like glass, sticky blood splattering across the little boy's brows and lashes. In a chaotic and disordered dream, Mingchen saw the madwoman wielding a dagger, stabbing the little boy on the ground repeatedly. Then he saw numerous iron cages containing women and children, those children drained of blood, lying as corpses on cold examination tables, while the women clutched the iron bars.
Treadmill.
Everywhere were cries, wails, heart-wrenching anguish, accompanied by bright red blood seeping from the corners of the floor, the scene darkening, deepening into darkness. Mingchen felt a splitting headache. In the dimly lit vintage living room, he trembled slightly as he opened his enchanting yet perilous peach blossom eyes. Previously, Wen Yao, who had no conditions to enjoy life, was now successfully led astray by Mingchen, beginning to think that indulging occasionally was not so bad. After all, who knows when disaster might strike, or how long one might live. Thus, that night, after finishing dinner, Wen Yao went to bed, instructing the maid to wake her at 3. The soft bed, the smooth silk quilt. The feeling of sleeping here was worlds apart from the hard wooden bed in the dilapidated dormitory of the training camp. That night, she slept soundly. Even when awakened at 3, she was reluctant to rise. After getting up, the maid brought her breakfast. This was not mealtime, and it was clear this breakfast was specially prepared by the restaurant chef, called in to work overtime for her. After finishing breakfast, Wen Yao intended to leave directly. But upon glancing out the window, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose within her. The decoration of the castle villa was exquisite, the room illuminated by a dim yellow lamp. A gentle breeze lifting the pale pink curtains, creating a warm atmosphere. Outside, the darkness was silent, devoid of any zombie or monster's roar. And the cool wind brushing against her face made her momentarily feel as if the years of darkness and suffering had merely been a dream. A prolonged and terrifying human nightmare lasting 7 years. At this moment, it seemed that the apocalypse had not arrived, and her family had not been torn apart. She was simply an early riser preparing for school. Wen Yao did not understand why these thoughts arose or what emotions prompted them. After stepping out, rather than descending the stairs, she headed towards Mingchen's suite. At the end of the corridor, the grand door was slightly ajar, leaving a gap wide enough for a person. Peering through the crack, she saw the lavishly decorated European-style living room dimly lit. Everywhere was enveloped in darkness, save for a few candelabras beside the sofa, their flickering flames casting a soft, warm glow on a small area around them. In the center of a gilded vintage leather sofa reclined an extraordinarily handsome man, clad in a crisp white shirt, draped with a dark crimson velvet blanket. His hands rested languidly at his sides on the sofa, and though his pose appeared casual, it exuded an impeccable elegance akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. Enchanting and alluring. The flickering candlelight upon the metallic lamp, the blood-red roses adorning the transparent glass coffee table, and the gleaming gold coins resting on his palm, all served as embellishments to his striking presence. He lay there in serene slumber, resembling a prince within this castle. Wen Yao initially intended to greet him before departing, much like she would with her parents before stepping out, but instead found herself captivated, lingering in the presence of the sleeping man. To her surprise, he had not made any overt advances towards her, yet she felt an inexplicable reluctance to move away. Just as she resolved to turn and leave, the man on the sofa lifted his hand, causing the dark crimson blanket to slip to the floor. Without the blanket as coverage, the dimly lit living room felt rather cold, prompting Wen Yao to step inside, her compulsive tendencies urging her to retrieve the blanket and cover the man once more. Unbeknownst to her, this gentle gesture stirred the man from his slumber. His peach blossom eyes, illuminated by candlelight, gazing at her with an ambiguous allure, his gaze thick with an unspoken intimacy. Wen Yao hadn't anticipated his awakening and calmly explained, "Your blanket fell, so I came to help you pick it up. I meant no other intention." Yet, Mingchen seemed more intrigued by her presence than the blanket, his eyes, resembling hooks, lifted to behold the gentle beauty who had unexpectedly entered his private domain. A slight smile graced his lips as he teasingly remarked, "You stood at the door for 2 minutes and 36 seconds. What is it in this hall that held my Miss Wen's attention for so long?" Thus, it seemed he had never truly been asleep. Wen Yao felt deceived and promptly turned to leave, but her wrist was ensnared by something. His finger had caught her bracelet, effectively hindering her retreat. Before she could utter a word, he met her gaze and, with a slightly hoarse voice, confessed, "I had a rather terrifying nightmare." Wen Yao, unsure of his intentions and hesitant to meet his enticing gaze, lowered her head, waiting for him to continue. Mingchen did not grasp her hand but maintained his hold on her bracelet, gently pulling her closer. Then, with a graceful demeanor, he rose and asked, "Since you're here, could you grant me a comforting embrace?" Wen Yao recognized his frivolous nature and retorted, "You wouldn't be afraid, would you?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow, leaning closer, his atom as apples subtly shifting, his expression innocent yet expectant. You are not me. How could you possibly know if I am afraid? His captivating voice, imbued with warmth, sent shivers down her spine, prompting Wen Yao to glance at him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something was amiss. Though his smile remained, the corners of his eyes held a hint of redness, and his lips, glistening under the candlelight, appeared more pallid than usual. There was an undeniable beauty to his condition, suggesting that he was indeed feeling quite unwell. Recalling the time she had clung to him, weeping after a nightmare, Wen Yao found herself unable to refuse him. To decline his request for comfort would be hypocritical, considering she had previously sought solace in his embrace. With a softened voice, she asked, "How should we hug?" For reasons unknown, the prospect of embracing this man filled her with trepidation. It was hard to discern whether her feelings were of resistance or an instinctive anticipation, creating a peculiar tension, as if she were ensnared by some enchantment. Mingchen, amused by her demeanor, replied, "You can ask me to teach you how to do anything else, yet you don't know how to hug?" Before she could finish her protest, he languidly opened his arms, as if genuinely instructing her, "Come here, sweetheart." Although the distance between them was minimal, he refrained from pulling her indirectly, instead offering a tantalizing bait, inviting her to succumb to his embrace. Caught in a dilemma between leaving and staying, Wen Yao reminded herself that this man was a schemer and that she should not easily fall for his charms. Yet she also felt indebted to him, reasoning that seeking comfort through a mere hug was hardly excessive. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately relented, gently extending her hands, her arms wrapping around his back. Her palms pressed against the luxurious fabric of his shirt. The fabric felt exquisite against her skin, and through the thin material, she could sense the warmth radiating from his back. Mingchen cast a brief glance at the tranquil beauty nestled in his arms, noting her lack of resistance. He subtly tightened his embrace, drawing her closer, and inclined his head, allowing his lips to brush against her hair and ear, his breath warm and tender. The inadvertent touch sent a jolt of electricity through Wen Yao, causing her to involuntarily clutch the fabric of his shirt. "Can we let go now?" she stammered. "Just a little longer," he replied. Wen Yao's body remained tense, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts, their proximity growing increasingly intimate. The metal buckle at his waist pressed against her, and the warmth emanating from him seeped through the layers of clothing, making her acutely aware of his presence. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, she gently pushed against him. Mingchen. He responded, yielding to her gentle push, effortlessly releasing his hold, providing her with a sense of security. "What's wrong? Is my touch uncomfortable for you?" Wen Yao averted her gaze, concealing her flustered state. "It's getting late." "I'm going to be late." Without allowing him a moment to respond, she turned to leave. However, Mingchen was quicker, catching her bracelet with 2 fingers, his warm skin brushing against her delicate wrist, sending a shiver through her arm. Wen Yao stiffened, her neck craning back to look at him. In the exquisitely decorated European-style living room, the candlelight danced across his fair features, casting stark shadows that accentuated his chiseled profile. His eyes, with their slight upward tilt and pale lips, made him appear almost like a vampire residing within this castle. With a languid grace, he withdrew his fingers from the bracelet, inadvertently grazing her wrist once more, and smiled radiantly, "Goodbye, darling." The living room was shrouded in dimness, while the corridor beyond the door emanated a blinding white light. Mingchen gazed at the silhouette that slipped through the crack of the door and vanished into the brilliance, a faint smile lingering on his lips for quite some time. He leisurely bent down to retrieve the coins that had inadvertently fallen to the ground, arranging them meticulously on the glass coffee table, before reclining once more onto the sofa. As his pale throat bobbed, he repeatedly savored the lingering fragrance and fluttering emotions of the beauty who had just graced his embrace. Chapter 73. She is but a mortal, not a saint. As Wen Yao stepped out of the ancient castle villa, dawn had yet to break. She walked in a daze until Mayasa called her name thrice, prompting her to turn back in confusion. Mayasa noticed the girl's flushed ears and contemplated silently, yet she merely explained, "Captain, he has matters to attend to today. So I'll accompany who to take you to the training camp." Wen Yao nodded and settled into the back seat of the car. As the vehicle started, She rolled down the window, allowing the cool morning breeze to wash over her, hoping to quell the disquiet that filled her mind. It was truly peculiar. Mingchen had never overstepped any boundaries with her. Even their embraces were preceded by his polite inquiry. Whenever she expressed discomfort, he would graciously release her. Yet, for reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted towards unsettling notions. Was it the overly ambiguous atmosphere? Or perhaps the way he called her baby that sent shivers down her spine? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her hand unconsciously brushed against her wrist, and she let out a soft sigh. After all, she was merely human, not a saint. It seemed only natural to harbor unbidden thoughts towards a member of the opposite sex, especially one as alluring as he who felt like a captivating enigma. When Mayasa drove into the northern suburbs of Camp D, the sky was just beginning to lighten. With a swift motion, she slapped the still sleeping Dahu awake and turned to Wen Yao in the back seat, saying, "It's 5:15. Do you think you can make it in time? If not, we can take you inside, and no one would dare punish you." Wen Yao shook her head. No need for that. With that, she hopped out of the car and jogged towards the training campus entrance. At Camp D, the day began at 5 o'clock, with assembly at 5:20. A tardy arrival of even a minute resulted in a punishment of 10 lashes. Upon reaching the dimly lit training ground, Chen Yichuan glanced at her watch and smiled. 5:21. Wen Yao sighed. I was still a step too slow. However, just as she extended her hand to accept her punishment, Chen Yichuan merely patted her palm and pulled her out of the line. You don't have to train for the next 2 days. Fill in for me and teach this bunch of fools. In 2 days' time, you'll participate in the assessment directly. Nearby, a trainer who had been 30 seconds late and received 5 lashes grumbled. Wasn't it said that Instructor Chen values fairness and justice? How come I am punished for being half a minute late, while she is fined for being a minute late? In response, Chen Yichuan swiftly struck him with a whip, exclaiming, You have a big mouth. She has fought her way through hordes of zombies and is exceptional in every regard. Why should she be punished? Do you think everyone is as pathetic as you, unable to complete 30 kilometers? After being chastised by the fiery Instructor Chen, the young man lowered his head, retreating like a quail, too intimidated to speak further. In the East Continent, strength was revered, and the same was true within the training camp of District 14. Thus, her treatment at Camp D was akin to that of a top student in school, with both teachers and the principal displaying exceptional leniency toward her. For the next 2 days at Camp D, thanks to Instructor Chen, she did not engage in any strenuous training, merely teaching the other trainers and occasionally practicing her marksmanship, and time passed swiftly. On the eve of the assessment, after finishing her solitary practice on the training ground, Wen Yao caught wind of some gossip as she made her way back to the dormitory. A group of men and women had gathered, discussing a plethora of topics, most of which revolved around her. As the unexpected rising star of Camp D, she had been the subject of considerable discussion over the past 2 days. However, the whispers invariably meandered around trivial matters of romance. Some speculated on her relationship with the camp commander, others pondered how she had become so formidable within the hunter team, and some even questioned the identity of the man behind her success. That evening, she fortuitously overheard a particularly audacious rumor that her supposed strength was merely a facade, derived from the resources provided by men. It became evident that regardless of the era, those who attracted attention for their beauty or exhibited exceptional abilities were often the targets of outrageous rumors, which could spiral into absurdity. Such was the case in high school, at the North Continent base, and even with someone like Shen Yichuan, who was known for his emphasis on fairness and justice, there were still whispers claiming that she had slept her way to the top. Wen Yao walked past the group with an impassive expression, and as she departed, they resumed their discussions, oblivious to the fact that the distance was such that her years of training had honed her ears to hear their every word. On the day of the assessment, Instructor Fan gathered the 100 individuals who had qualified for this round of evaluations in a designated area, reading off names and forming groups. Wen Yao learned that the assessment at Camp D would not be conducted on an individual basis but rather by teams, due to the recent fall of the 10th district in the North Continent, making their operational area more perilous than before. The so-called assessment task involved leaving the city in groups of 4 for real combat, with the objective of returning alive within half a month. And the team that secured the banner would emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao cast a stoic glance at her companions, Qiu Ji and Jin Yuan. along with an unfamiliar scruffy man. After Instructor Fan explained the assessment rules, he asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" Someone inquired, "What about the banners scattered throughout?
Who places them?
Surely, no one would go out of their way to set them up?" "Those are placed by team members who are fighting further afield," Instructor Fan replied, slapping the questioner on the head. What a foolish question. Next. Then, someone posed a crucial query. "We have 100 people, 25 teams. How many banners are there?" Instructor Fan chuckled enigmatically. 10 banners. At this statement, the crowd erupted in murmurs. 10 banners meant that at most, only 40 individuals could pass the assessment, leaving 60 as mere cannon fodder, and considering the perilous nature of the task, survival was not guaranteed. Instructor Fan. "What if we survive the half-month, but fail to secure a banner? Then it counts as a failed assessment. You'll continue training at Camp D. However, if you return alive after half a month, regardless of whether you secured a banner, you'll be sent to Camp F." The crowd fell silent once again. Most of them had little real combat experience against zombies, and they had struggled to gain their assessment qualifications, only to find that the true challenge lay in the practical evaluation. With a high probability of failure, risks of demotion, and even threats to their lives looming, Instructor Fan surveyed the group. He slapped his arm adorned with a black tattoo and flashed a devilish smile. "Do any of you have further questions? If not, grab your weapons and belongings, and let us board the vehicles." Wait a moment. Chapter 74. These inanimate objects can actually serve as vessels of energy. Instructor Fan turned his attention to the striking girl clad in black overalls. "Do you have a question? If Team A secures a banner, but Team B does not. Yet during the return journey, Team B kills members of Team A and ultimately returns with a banner. How is the victor determined?" "Miss Chiu, I thought you wouldn't ask such a foolish question." Instructor Fan wore a roguish grin, his gaze on Wen Yao laced with an unsettling allure. As he stroked his stubble, he explained to the group, "In the East Continent, the victor reigns supreme, regardless of the means or tricks employed. As long as the final moment sees the banner in your team's possession, you shall emerge as the ultimate victor." This implies that these individuals must not only slay the zombies in pursuit of the banner but also engage in fierce combat with other teams. Even if they are the first to seize the banner, safety is not guaranteed, for the return journey is fraught with lurking predators eager to snatch the prize. The inherent nature of humanity is one of selfishness and greed. Amidst this chaotic struggle, the number of those who will survive and successfully enter Camp C is expected to be far fewer than 40. Under the urging of Instructor Fan, the group gradually boarded a large bus capable of accommodating 100 people. The atmosphere was notably heavy, devoid of the exuberance that had characterized their earlier moments of securing qualification for the assessment. Once aboard, Wen Yao selected a window seat at random, and upon noticing Shen Yichuan approaching with the intent to sit beside her, she hastily pulled on the passing Qiu Zhi's sleeve, insisting, "Sit." Qiu Zhi responded with confusion. "Isn't it more appropriate for the 4 of us to have 2 women seated together and 2 men together?" Without offering an explanation, Wen Yao handed him an iron knife. Qiu Zhi raised the weapon he held. "I already have a weapon." Wen Yao replied, "I didn't say it was for you. Carry my knife." For the practical assessment, it was imperative to have a weapon, and all participants were permitted to claim an iron knife, commonly referred to as a novice knife. Although Wen Yao possessed a firearm, her confidence in her marksmanship was lacking, so she prudently opted to carry an additional knife. Qiu Zhi, without complaint or further protest, accepted the knife silently. Meanwhile, Shen Yichuan, awkwardly positioned nearby, found herself reluctantly seated next to a disheveled man whose appearance was akin to that of a vagrant. As the bus departed from the training camp, it soon reached a desolate road overgrown with weeds, where scattered zombies began to appear, moving at varying speeds. Observing the few lingering zombies trailing behind the bus, the passengers were filled with trepidation, and some individuals, unaccustomed to the sight of zombies due to their prolonged residence in the safe zone, were overcome with nausea. Everyone remained tense and pallid, except for Wen Yao, who leaned against the glass, her eyes alight with excitement. The reason was clear. She was thrilled to discover that these zombies differed from any she had encountered previously. For instance, on the left side, there was a black-spotted zombie oozing green pus, enveloped in a faint blue mist. Conversely, on the right, a long-tongued zombie with a drooping scarlet tongue was shrouded in a soft green haze. Each zombie bore this elusive luminescence. Moreover, Wen Yao could sense the energy contained within them. These lifeless beings were, astonishingly, vessels of energy. After awakening her powers, she had not seen a zombie for several days. And upon this encounter, she instantly grasped the nature of the phenomenon, fully comprehending the meaning behind Mingchen's earlier words. This was the realm of the supernatural. It dawned on her that, in addition to possessing spiritual essence, enhanced senses, and physical capabilities, the psychic's perception was distinctly different from that of ordinary humans. It was not difficult to deduce that the psychic as spiritual essence, serving as an energy reservoir, could absorb this energy and relied on exterminating these zombies to level up. Once the entire group disembarked, Wen Yao wasted no time, firmly gripping her pistol and shooting a nearby ordinary zombie. Her aim remained poor. Yet due to the proximity and the zombie's sluggish movements, she managed to strike its head, resulting in a resounding bang as its brain splattered. In that instant, the energy within the zombie surged towards her in the form of a luminous mist, converging like a beam of light into her heart. Wen Yao was unaware of how she could perceive these phenomena. It felt as if time had slowed down, allowing her to witness the flow of light merging with her body before vanishing completely. Once she absorbed that energy and glanced back at the fallen zombie, it collapsed to the ground. It turned out that energy could be absorbed by the Slayer, and after doing so, she felt a warm current surge through her heart, invigorating her spirit immensely. This was exhilarating. The previously arduous and exhausting task of clearing zombies had transformed into a unique method of energy absorption. As long as she continued to slay, she could endlessly level up until her powers were reinforced, much akin to gaining experience points in a game, with rules, objectives, progress bars, and immediate feedback. Nothing could be more motivating than such clear enticement. With this thought, Wen Yao was inexplicably reminded of the years past when her rebellious cousin had taken her to an internet cafe to play games. At that time, she had been a model student, puzzled by her cousin's engrossment, constantly questioning what was so enjoyable about it. Unlike her academically inclined cousin, who was a gaming enthusiast, her cousin would often impatiently point at the screen, exclaiming, "Don't you find slaying monsters exhilarating?" Little did she know that many years later, she would personally experience that thrill. The zombies were few in number, and soon they were dispatched by some trainees honing their skills, allowing the group to proceed. As Wen Yao and her team made their way through the grassy terrain toward the distant mountains, Shen Yichuan hesitated behind them. Feeling uncertain since Xiao Yao had completely ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. She was apprehensive about whether they wished to exclude her and feared being abandoned mid-journey. Casting several glances back at Fan Xie, she deliberated before returning and pleading with him. "Instructor Fan, why not accompany me? I'm not very familiar with them." Chapter 75. In Dongzhou, strength dictates reason. As an instructor, Fan Xie's task today was merely to drive them to this location and then return the bus, without the need to engage in combat. However, as he smoked and observed the girl's silhouette ahead, he suddenly changed his mind. No man can resist the allure of a beautiful woman, particularly one as extraordinarily capable and enchanting as Wen Yao, who ignited a primal desire for conquest within him. From the moment she had appeared in Camp D, he had been intrigued by her. Yet, since they were not in the same group and had little interaction, coupled with the watchful gaze of Chen Kellen, he had suppressed his burgeoning thoughts. Shen Yichuan, noticing the intensity of Fan Xie's gaze fixed on Xiao Yao, felt a pang of discomfort and tugged at his sleeve. "Stop staring." That night, when the three returned, they had been confronted by the headquarters of the 14th District, with guns pointed at their heads, sternly warning them regarding the identity of that individual, which must not be carelessly spoken of in the training camp. Therefore, Shen Yichuan could not divulge her identity to Fan Xie, instead hinting, "She is someone with a partner, and you dare not offend her." Fan Xie, nonchalantly puffing on his cigarette, chuckled dismissively. "My cousin is from the headquarters of the 14th District. Who could I possibly offend?" In this world, the concept of a partner meant little. There were no certificates or legal protections. No matter how many partners one had in the past, they now had to humbly submit beneath him. As he spoke, he playfully patted Shen Yichuan on the rear, exhaling smoke rings, and declared, "Let us go and have some fun." On the first day of the assessment, Wen Yao disregarded everyone, fully immersed in the act of slaying zombies. Her marksmanship remained lackluster. She often failed during static target practice in the training camp, and against the rapidly moving zombies, it was common for her to miss her shots. However, she paid it no mind. The number of zombies in this area was sparse. Ascending the mountain, she encountered dense shrubs towering above her. While the rugged terrain proved exceedingly challenging to navigate, this provided her with a perfect opportunity to hone her shooting skills on the zombies. She was unaware of when Shen Yichuan and Fan Xia had caught up to her. All she knew was that whenever she missed her target, Fan Xia would promptly eliminate the zombie she aimed to kill with his own firearm. Once or twice could be attributed to chance, but after 3, 4, or even 5 times, her irritation grew significantly. Each of those missed shots represented valuable experience points. By the 6th attempt, witnessing the zombie she had nearly hit meet its demise at the hands of the muscular man beside her. She could not suppress a frown as she turned to him and stated sternly, "Isn't it against protocol for instructors to accompany newcomers during assessments at Camp D?" Fan Xia, noticing he had finally caught the girl's attention, felt a surge of delight and replied with a mischievous smirk. But Camp D never explicitly forbids instructors from accompanying newcomers during assessments. In the East Continent, the strong are justified. I shall do as I please. And I doubt Miss Chiu has the authority to dictate otherwise. His lecherous gaze made Wen Yao feel physically uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively shift away from him, maintaining a safe distance and choosing not to engage further. At that moment, Qiuji emerged from the nearby thicket, addressing Wen Yao. "The left side leads to a cliff.
We cannot go that way."
An elderly man dressed in tattered clothes also emerged from the other side, leaning on a bamboo pole as he reported in a weathered voice. "The right side is densely overgrown with shrubs, making it impassable. There should be no banner there." Wen Yao's primary objective was not to search for a banner, and she was indifferent to the matter. She pointed towards the slope ahead, saying, "Then let us continue upwards." The mountain forest was a chaotic tangle of overgrown vegetation, presenting no clear path. If they were to ascend, they would need to clear the way by chopping branches. This task she delegated to Qiuji and the elderly teammate, while she took on the responsibility of guarding their rear against any potential threats, whether zombies or hostile animals. As for Fan Xia and Shen Yichuan, one was excessively chatty and off-putting, while the other was timid and prone to shrieking, contributing little of value. Wen Yao contemplated abandoning the 2 of them, but they stubbornly trailed her until nightfall, when the 5 of them arrived at a dilapidated low house halfway up the mountain. This structure, once a cement farmhouse, had partially collapsed, with dust gathering on the remaining half and spider webs adorning the corners. The ground was littered with bones, the origin of which was indiscernible, whether human or animal, starkly white against the earth. After several hours of climbing, Qiuji, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, suggested, "Boss, visibility is poor at night. Let us rest here for a while. I feel utterly spent." Wen Yao understood the increased danger of the mountain at night and recognized the disadvantage of poor visibility for zombie hunting. Thus, she did not object. Finding a stone slab in the courtyard to sit on, retrieving a piece of dry bread from her backpack. As Qiuji and the other men began to clear the house, Shen Yichuan, noticing the dimming light, approached with a friendly demeanor, asking, "Do you need water, Qiu Yao? I brought extra bottles, and I can share if you require some." "I do not need it." Well, that's fine then," Shen Yichuan replied, her smile faltering as she awkwardly turned away. Wen Yao zipped up her backpack, her expression unreadable as she watched Shen Yichuan's retreating figure. Shen Yichuan was not like Bei Xiaoduo, whose weakness was evident. Rather, she possessed a certain boldness and intelligence, adept at navigating social dynamics and skilled in flattery. During their time in Camp F, while Bei Xiaoduo suffered greatly, Shen Yichuan ingratiated herself, adeptly bending and yielding, ultimately not facing as much adversity. After Bei Xiaoduo was rescued, she quickly pivoted, claiming to join their group and feigning a pitiful persona, lamenting her own suffering and despair, often embracing Bei Xiaoduo in shared tears. At that time, Wen Yao believed that Shen Yichuan was merely forced to act submissively to protect herself and thought that given the right opportunities and environment, she would strive for her own dignity and survival. However, she now realized that some individuals are truly beyond redemption. The admonitions of Instructor Chen, though harsh, were perceived by her as targeted criticism. Even the kindness he had shown her was misinterpreted as disdain, leading her to believe that everyone relied on men, and thus, she was unjustly looked down upon, culminating in her spreading various rumors behind his back. Chapter 76. They are very obedient. They have revealed everything. That night, Qiu Ji and the elderly teammate took turns keeping watch, while Wen Yao rummaged through the dilapidated house to find a dusty bamboo mat, which she cleaned using her water-based abilities. Unfortunately, her powers were currently limited to such minimal functions. Once she prepared a spot to sleep, she lay back, listening to the sounds of insects and birds in the mountains, resting beneath the stars and moon. With her exceptional outdoor survival skills and heightened alertness to danger, Wen Yao could rest soundly as long as she had a knife nearby. Even in this relatively safe farmhouse courtyard, she could adjust her state of mind to ensure a good night's sleep, regardless of the circumstances. Before sleeping, she closed her eyes and focused on her spiritual energy. As the blue orb coalesced, she distinctively observed changes within it. Previously a mere transparent sphere, it now exhibited a layer of blue liquid gently rippling at its base. The zombies she encountered that day had been few and far between, and due to the inefficiency in dispatching them, she had only managed to kill a handful. The energy garnered from just a few zombies was minimal. However, if given time to eliminate hundreds or even thousands, that orb would surely fill to capacity, likely resulting in an upgrade. With this thought, all of Wen Yao's displeasure evaporated, and she drifted off to sleep, content. Meanwhile, at the biological research base in Gangqiao, the epidermis is connected to the meridians, which in turn are linked to flesh and blood. Thus, they are painfully peeled away, with crimson liquid seeping slowly from the pink flesh, blurring the visage of a once handsome face. A blood-stained white finger lifts the chin of that bloodied face. As Mingchen's beautiful eyelashes flutter gently and the corners of his lips curve slightly, his tone still imbued with a tender warmth. Then I shall continue to tear, allowing you to fully experience the exquisite joy of being skinned alive. The guard stationed nearby, witnessing this gruesome scene, could not help but cover his mouth, turning pale as he nearly retched. The human skin fell to the ground, landing in a pool of sticky blood. The captured man was immediately gripped by fear. His bound hands left deep, bloody imprints on the edges of the iron shackles, causing his features to contort in agony. He quickly exclaimed, "Speak. I'll tell you." His gaze was filled with despair, his voice trembling. "I'll say everything, just give me a quick end, I beg you." Upon hearing this, Mingchen smiled brightly, his gloved hand caressing the man's bloodied face as if in affection. Such a good boy. Half an hour later, Mingchen emerged from the interrogation room, leaning lazily against the sink as he removed his gloves. Fengyan was just approaching from the laboratory and inquired upon witnessing the scene. How did it go?
Mingchen,
Forgetting that a gold coin was pressed against his palm, absent-mindedly removed the glove, causing the coin to slip from his grasp and bounce on the floor before ultimately landing in a small pool of sticky blood. Noticing this, Fengyan disregarded the filth and hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, respectfully handing it to Mingchen. "Sir Ming, your belongings."
thank you.
Mingchen smiled as he accepted it, casting a regretful glance at the bloodstains on the coin. He then turned on the faucet, patiently and meticulously washing away the unwelcome stains, finally using the sleeve of his shirt to gently dry the remaining droplets. Once the coin was cleansed, he leisurely turned to respond to Fengyan. They were quite cooperative. They revealed everything. Fengyan, perplexed by Mingchen's unusual attachment to an unremarkable gold coin over the past few days, refrained from questioning further. Simply nodding, "It seems that interrogating is a task best suited for you, Sir Ming." With that matter concluded, Mingchen was informed about Director Fei. The development of the wood element awakening agent has been successful, and Professor Fei has discovered that the frozen elemental crystals are in solid form rather than liquid droplet state, which seems more convenient for extraction. Mingchen raised an eyebrow at this news, placing the gold coin into his shirt pocket, and with a smile, remarked, "It appears that these mutants would fare better in the North Continent. I quite enjoy visiting there." The two traversed through several enclosed metallic corridors, arriving at the main laboratory where Professor Fei Qianjiang was located. At the entrance, aside from the white-coated researchers, there stood several members of the combat team, led by a tall and vibrant girl in a light orange uniform shirt and crisp white trousers, holding a black gun, exuding an air of confidence. Mingchen hadn't expected her presence, and after entering, Fengyan frowned and addressed her. Captain Luo, what are you doing here? The strikingly beautiful girl winked at him. Guess. Fengyan replied sternly, this is a critical research facility. It is not a place for you to wander freely. Please do not act recklessly. Luo Xianying, feeling disheartened by the lack of humor, retorted, yes, this is indeed a critical research facility, but no one has been granted special access to enter at will. My appearance here is undoubtedly due to directives from higher authorities. After saying this, she dismissed Fengyan and entered the laboratory without further ado. Fengyan attempted to grasp her sleeve, but found himself unable to catch her. Seeing her had already drawn Mingchen's attention, he ultimately withdrew and followed her inside. Luo Xianying reported to Fei Qianjiang and Mingchen, I've tallied the numbers, including myself. 36 members of the combat team are all of the wood element and have volunteered to be the first batch of testers for this new experiment. Mingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at her. Captain Luo wishes to be a tester as well? Chapter 77. The fate of the lecherous hand is a severed arm. The researchers exchanged glances, and Fei Qianjiang adjusted his glasses, gently explaining, the risk of failure for the new awakening agent is approximately 3 to 5%. This is still a significant probability. The so-called testers are merely to identify the causes of failure and ascertain the precise success rate. Captain Luo, you should reconsider. Those who attain the rank of S-level commander are not to be underestimated, and there is no need to take such risks. Becoming a casualty would indeed be a loss for the Eastern District's 14th base. Luo Xianying, however, remained unfazed. The screening for causes will likely take another month or two. And I do not wish to wait any longer. Moreover, there is a substantial reward in gold for voluntary testers. As the saying goes, wealth drives men to their doom. Fengyan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and quipped, are you in dire need of money? Luo Xianying smiled and replied briskly, not particularly. But who would ever say no to more money? Fei Qianjiang glanced at Mingchen's expression. At that moment, Mingchen was leaning against the laboratory table. His long eyelashes lightly lowered, his pale and slender hand retrieving a gold coin from his pocket, casually toying with it, appearing utterly relaxed and unconcerned. Noticing Mingchen's silence, Fei Qianjiang refrained from further comment and instructed the researchers. Let us begin. After giving his orders, he politely reminded Luo Xianying, however, once the testers receive the injection of the awakening agent, they must be temporarily confined in the research chamber here for our observation, which may be an inconvenience for you. Captain Luo. The girl, filled with curiosity, turned back to Fei Qianjiang with a radiant smile, revealing a row of white teeth. It's a trivial matter. I've been confined before. Fengyan's brow furrowed deeply. Given the number of people present, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The pale crescent moon sank behind the western mountains, while the sun emerged from the east, casting a rare orange arc. It was indeed a day of uncommon clear skies. In the early morning, as the dawn light began to filter in, a piercingly mournful scream suddenly shattered the tranquility of the small courtyard nestled in the mountains, followed by the sound of something thudding to the ground. Qiu Ji, who was stationed at the door for the night watch, was on the verge of dozing off when he immediately seized his weapon and rushed into the courtyard. Boss. Wen Yao, who had been sleeping in the corner of the cement room, was startled awake by the commotion and hurried outside. What is happening? However, when everyone arrived at the small courtyard, they were left speechless. Instructor Fan? Xiao Yao, what have you done? How is his hand severed? At that moment, Wen Yao held a bloodied iron knife, her boot resting on Fan Chia's chest, while Fan Chia had one arm brutally lopped off. He was now gripping his gushing wound, his forehead veins bulging, sweat cascading down his temples, and he was emitting a pained howl. Damn it, Yu before he could finish his profanities. The girl struck down again with the ferocity of a butcher, the rough blade crashing down on the man's hand, brutally landing on the still bleeding stump, causing him to roll his eyes in agony, unable to utter another word. Wen Yao released her foot, disdainfully kicking the man aside, as if he were a corpse. What's wrong? What else could it be? I was sleeping soundly, and he was lurking around me, trying to reach for me. Fan Chia was notorious in the training camp, a lecherous figure infamous for his predatory behavior. He leveraged his connections at the 14th Base headquarters and his moderate shooting skills to wield the title of instructor with impunity, having preyed upon numerous girls. During this assessment, his greasy, repulsive gaze had not faltered, and his incessant displays of marksmanship throughout the ascent had thoroughly disgusted Wen Yao. In truth, such a person, to her, was akin to a fly, annoying but not a genuine enemy, not someone she felt compelled to deal with directly. However, now that he dared to extend his filthy hands towards her, she did not hesitate to sever them with a swift strike. Qiuji gazed at the man writhing in agony on the ground, then lifted his eyes to the beautiful girl with slightly furrowed brows, swallowing hard and shivering involuntarily.
Goodness!
The fate of a lecherous hand is a severed limb. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of relief that when he had previously encountered the boss and made lewd remarks, she had wielded a shovel rather than a knife. Otherwise, he surmised, he would not merely be limping but would have lost a leg entirely. Shen Yichuan, witnessing this scene, was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hands, trembling and barely able to maintain her balance. The only one unfazed was the unnamed uncle on their team, who had risen early and was now seated in the yard, meticulously carving bamboo strips with an iron knife. Upon hearing the commotion, he merely paused his work momentarily, casting a glance at the man on the ground with his murky eyes, before resuming his task with an air of indifference. After regaining his senses from the pain, Fan Xia looked at his severed arm, his emotions spiraling into despair. He raised his crimson eyes to Wen Yao, gritting his teeth, and demanded, "Do you know who I am? How dare you sever my arm? You'd better prepare yourself." Wen Yao handed the knife to Qiuji with a calm demeanor. "Clean it." Qiuji dared not utter another word and quickly nodded before departing. Shen Yichuan leaned against the concrete wall, her face pale from excessive fear and trepidation, and whispered, "But he's an instructor. We, the trainees, surely have no right to lay a hand on an instructor." Chapter 78. I have given her many chances. In the cool mountain breeze of early morning, Wen Yao brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair by her temple, then bent down to retrieve her silver gun, aiming it directly at Fan Xia's head. This singular action made Shen Yichuan's heart race, while the man on the ground slowly dragged his body backward, his bloodied severed arm scraping against the ground, leaving a trail of crimson behind. The way he looked at Wen Yao transformed from the previous gaze of a man lusting after a woman into one of sheer terror, an instinctive fear of a formidable adversary. His voice trembling as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Wen Yao softly echoed Fan Xia's words, "In my East Continent, the victor is king, the strong are justified. Are they not? If even I wield my blade with such swiftness that you fail to perceive it, then what does that say of your own abilities, Instructor Fan?" With that, she lowered the gun, aiming it at the man's groin, and fired a shot. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Upon hearing the gunshot and the agonizing cries, Shen Yichuan's legs gave way, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She dared not speak further, instead covering her mouth in an attempt to control her overwhelming fear. Wen Yao spared Fan Xia's life, knowing that his severed right arm would inevitably lead to his demise, and the scent of blood from a living man would soon attract zombies, providing another wave of energy when it came time to descend the mountain. When Qiuji returned after cleaning the knife, he respectfully sheathed it, embodying the demeanor of a loyal subordinate. The uncle, still engaged in carving bamboo strips, obediently stood up to assist. Wen Yao gathered her belongings and slung the gun over her shoulder. "Let us go." Shen Yichuan, still shaken, glanced at the man on the ground who had succumbed to unconsciousness from intense pain. Noticing that Wen Yao had not cast a single glance in her direction throughout, she approached with red-rimmed eyes, tears brimming, and implored, "Sister, given our past as teammates, would you take me along? Please don't leave me behind. Don't abandon me. I'm scared." Shen Yichuan, with her slender frame and delicate features, appeared quite pitiful, her tear-streaked visage evoking sympathy. Though Qiuji felt a pang of compassion, he understood that in this squad, he held no authority to speak, and thus, in silence, he brushed her hand aside. The uncle with the bow and arrow disregarded her pleas, continuing to forge ahead along the mountain path. However, Wen Yao, withdrawing the iron knife from Qiuji's back, took 2 steps down and positioned the blade against Shen Yichuan's neck. The instant the cold metal made contact with her skin, the girl screamed in terror. instinctively recoiling as she cried. Wen Yao then retracted the knife and commanded, "Leave." As they ascended the mountain once more, Shen Yichuan did not follow. For the first segment of the journey, her desperate sobs echoed behind them, but gradually, they faded into silence. Xiao Ji, hacking at stray branches with his knife, whispered, "Even if the boss doesn't kill her, she won't survive on her own, right?" The uncle at the front, seldom pausing, finally halted, his voice laden with experience as he shook his head and sighed. This young girl lacks the courage to confront difficulties. She merely seeks shortcuts and schemes. Even if she is temporarily saved, she cannot secure a lasting future. Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes and nodded in agreement. I have granted her numerous opportunities. Once in Camp F, once in Camp D, and now during this assessment. Initially, I did not exclude her. Yet she not only brought that disgusting man Fan Xie to harass me, but also continued to do nothing. Wen Yao understood the despair and loneliness of being abandoned by one's team and was acutely aware that outside the safety zone, navigating alone was an arduous challenge. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would not easily forsake any teammate who chose to follow her, even if they lacked strength, courage, or were cowardly. As long as they possessed integrity and aspired to live with dignity, she would do her utmost to afford them a chance to survive. Yet, Shen Yichuan, devoid of self-respect or self-awareness, clearly did not merit such compassion. Upon reaching the mountain summit, the three began to search. Xiao Ji, near a collapsed utility pole, spotted a triangular red banner, its fabric tangled on a broken rebar, half buried in the soil. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly unearthed it from the earth. Waving it at Wen Yao in the distance, "I found it, boss. I found the banner." As she approached, Xiao Ji eagerly presented the banner to her, showering her with praise. "Out of all those mountains, how did you know there would be a banner here?" Wen Yao replied nonchalantly, "I didn't know." Her primary objective was not to find a banner. She had merely chosen this mountain at random, seeing that it was unvisited, never anticipating such fortunate happenstance. Xiao Ji continued to shower praises. "Our leader is truly a chosen one, possessing unparalleled luck. Since we have found the banner, shall we return swiftly? Who would have thought that we would complete the assessment in just 2 days out of the 15 allotted? Our leader is simply remarkable." The bus awaited by the roadside. And he added, "If you two cannot drive, I shall take the wheel. We can return and report back." His face radiated joy as he chattered on, but to his surprise, the composed young woman merely lowered her lashes and replied, "You two should head back first." Xiao Ji's smile instantly froze upon his face. Isn't the task of this assessment to retrieve the banner? Does our leader have other matters to attend to? Chapter 79, Because Someone Does Not Wish for Me to Be Harmed. Wen Yao drew a knife from behind Xiao Ji, stating, "That is your mission, not mine." Over the course of 15 days, she intended to slay zombies for 14 days, and as for the banner, she would simply pick one up to report back when the time came. At a loss for words, Xiao Ji pulled at the man who was drawing his bow. "Hero, should we return then?" The man, dressed in tattered clothing, appeared weathered and rugged, and with his bow and arrows, he exuded an air of a wandering hero. Thus, Xiao Ji addressed him directly as hero. However, the man shook his head. "I shall not return either." Xiao Ji was taken aback. With both prominent figures unwilling to return, did he have any choice left? He felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant and asked, "With 13 days remaining, what are we to do now?" Wen Yao replied, "Slay zombies." The man added, "Retrieve the banner." Both spoke almost in unison, leaving Xiao Ji bewildered as he glanced around. Wen Yao too looked at the man with curiosity. He appeared to be in his 40s, with gray hair at his temples and creases on his face. His tattered clothing and the heavy, rough bow in his hands made him resemble a filthy vagabond. As their teammate, the man had been taciturn and had hardly made his presence felt over the past 2 days, serving as little more than a backdrop to their youthful exuberance. He had barely acknowledged Xiao Ji's attempts at friendly conversation, having only spoken twice since yesterday morning, once when he left Shen Yichuan behind, and now. In a gravelly voice, the man explained the number of participants and the conditions in each session of the D camp assessment vary. The rules are determined in rotation by the instructors of each group. This time, it was Instructor Fan's turn. However, he is not a compassionate man, relishing in slaughter, and the standards he sets are utterly unreasonable. Young lady, if you possess that capability, you may as well seize other banners along the way and allocate them appropriately. Qiu was perplexed. Why? But Wen Yao quickly grasped the underlying meaning in the man's words. The reason was self-evident: to ensure their survival rate. Human nature is inherently unpredictable, and in the apocalypse, it becomes unfathomably dark. Coupled with the deceitful rhetoric of Instructor Fan, it was likely that after their mutual struggle for survival, few would return alive. Indeed, Dongzhou operates on the principle of the strong prevailing. But it does not imply that the strong can act with impunity. Moreover, in this world, humanity's true enemies are not other humans. If they were to advocate for mutual slaughter, humanity would ultimately be doomed. As Qiu secured the banner and descended the mountain, he found himself torn between joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from teaming up with two formidable individuals, while the sorrow arose from the realization of just how exceptional they were, striving to obtain all the banners. Upon returning to the rustic farmhouse where they had previously rested, they found Fan Xie transformed into a limbless zombie, and Jin Yuan had become an ordinary zombie clad in grayish skin, with zombies drawn by the scent of blood wandering about. Wen Yao wielded her iron knife, expressionless as she dispatched the attacking zombies. After harvesting this wave of energy, she suddenly recalled something and tightened her grip on the knife's hilt, turning to the approaching Qiu. Zombies do not require your intervention, but you have a crucial task. Qiu perked up, eager to listen. What is it? Wen Yao instructed, protect me. Do not let me be harmed. If danger arises, you must alert me and, if necessary, shield me. Having used a gun for a day, she realized that her proficiency with the knife was exponentially greater, leading her to become somewhat lazy and prefer close combat with zombies, which naturally made her more susceptible to injury. Though Qiu was initially reluctant to accept this responsibility, for who wishes to bear the pain meant for another? Yet, their leader was a remarkable figure, one who had saved his life before. Very well. I shall shield you from any harm, he declared, though he soon found himself puzzled. But, leader, weren't you previously unafraid of pain or the zombies' bites?
Why the change now?
Wen Yao's expression turned icy as she glanced at him, causing Qiu to hastily step aside, clutching his knife and nervously stating, I meant no offense. I was merely curious. In the F camp when they worked together through trials, she had shown no fear of various zombies and had sustained injuries without hesitation. Yet from yesterday to today, she seemed to be deliberately avoiding harm, even instructing him to clear away branches that could scratch her arms. I am not afraid, Wen Yao replied casually, but her gaze suddenly faltered. In truth, before the calamity struck, she had been so sensitive to pain that even a minor injury would evoke concern from her family. However, over the past 7 years, in her struggle for survival and completion of arduous tasks, she had repeatedly dulled her sensitivity to pain. She had grown accustomed to fleeing while injured, with no one caring about her superficial wounds. When Mingchen had issued that order, she had felt little, believing he was simply being his usual peculiar self, perhaps seeking to tease or punish her. Now, at this moment, Qiu's innocent inquiries seemed to awaken something within her. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves as the sunlight, veiled in mist, scattered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground littered with stones and grass. Everything was tranquil. In the mountains, more than 10 kilometers away from Gangqiao City, Wen Yao sensed her heartbeat quicken. She caressed the knife handle, her lashes lowering as she reflected, because someone does not wish for me to be harmed. In the tumult of war and strife over the years, those who outwardly treated her well either feared her strength, coveted her beauty, or sought to utilize her. No one would selflessly offer her benefits without ulterior motives. Only Mingchen had managed to do so. Though he was irreverent and seemingly not of good character, with a mind that seemed somewhat erratic, his attitude towards her was indeed different from all others. Chapter 80. Her entire belief in life rests upon herself. In the days that followed, Wen Yao stowed away her gun and opted to wield only her knife. Having wielded cold weapons for so many years, even if this iron knife was not as convenient as her former silver moon blade, she handled it with ease. With her exceptional physical prowess, coupled with her awakened abilities and the healing of her wounds, she was brimming with energy. Soon, she led her 2 teammates over several mountain peaks, gradually discovering other banners. For the remaining trainees who hesitated to confront even zombies, the trio formed a formidable force, effortlessly overpowering their foes. Occasionally, Wen Yao encountered trainers from other teams, most of whom recognized her. Even those unfamiliar with her had heard of the notorious Qiu Yao from Chun Kellen's group. They initially assumed that this young girl was merely physically capable, adept at completing training tasks, and would not necessarily excel in real combat against various zombies. However, upon reaching the battlefield, they realized she was indeed a formidable figure, far surpassing even the instructors. Her survival skills in the wild were exceptional, and her prowess with a blade was unparalleled, effortlessly severing zombie heads as if slicing through watermelons, one clean strike after another, never missing her mark. With skin as fair as jade and a strikingly beautiful visage, she appeared to be an innocent and delicate girl at first glance. Yet, when placed upon her battlefield, she transformed into a true warrior. The unremarkable black combat uniform she wore, combined with her decisive and refined movements, emanated the commanding presence of a squad leader. In just 10 short days, she had amassed 9 banners, some obtained through her team's efforts, while others were seized from those who fought amongst themselves. Her small team expanded from 3 to 20, then to 30, and eventually 60 members. Everyone possessed a sense of self-awareness. No one dared to confront her for the banners, and those who could not contend with her simply chose to join her. What began as a brutal struggle for survival evolved into a collective decision to follow her lead, as no single team possessed banners. Rather, all were devoid of them. Even Qiu Ji, who had nearly collapsed from exhaustion, found himself elevated by Wen Yao's achievements, becoming the center of attention and flattery. One man clapped him on the shoulder, offering him a cigarette while inquiring, "Brother, what does your leader intend to do with so many banners?" Indeed, within Camp C, a single team needed only 1 banner, rendering her surplus of banners seemingly unnecessary. Qiu Ji, basking in the flattery, chuckled. "Would you like to know?" The men's eyes brightened in unison. "Absolutely." Qiu Ji shrugged. "Honestly, I have no idea." During a break in their journey, Qiu Ji approached Wen Yao tentatively, asking, "Boss, what do you plan to do with all these banners? Are you going to exchange them for gold coins back at the camp?" The assessment tasks came with rewards, with each banner corresponding to 10 gold coins. Thus, acquiring banners not only granted access to Camp C, but also equated to earning gold. More banners meant more riches. However, Wen Yao merely shook her head, glancing at the elder gentleman by the water's edge, cleaning his bow and arrows. "Senior, there are currently 74 survivors. Even if we obtain the last banner, there will only be 10. How should we distribute them?" The elder paused his task, smiling. "You are a remarkable young lady. Please do not refer to me as a senior. I hardly deserve such a title." Yet Wen Yao replied, "I had not considered this at all until you pointed it out." She had previously been consumed with leveling up and slaying zombies, indifferent to the fates of others. The elder's words had sparked an epiphany within her, that regardless of her circumstances or identity, she could steadfastly adhere to her own principles. This time, she would no longer desperately chase after the paths of others, but would instead uphold her own. Thus, she could dismantle the unreasonable assessment rules and establish new ones. As dark clouds rolled overhead, rain lightly fell, dampening the young girl's brow and lashes. Gazing at the rippling surface of the water, she was reminded of the day on the castle terrace when Mingchen had asked her what she lived for. She had responded, albeit naively, with faith. Even now, she realized that she lived for her beliefs, yet those beliefs had shifted. They were no longer centered on the northern continent, nor on the 13th district base, nor on any individual, but rather on herself. Her entire faith in life was anchored in her own being, in the warmth and light she desperately yearned for amidst the cold and chaotic world. She was determined to become a true powerhouse. Where she existed, light would flourish. After discussions with the elder regarding the distribution of the banners, he suggested not to rush, advising her to observe the conduct of others on the return journey. The final banner was found by a female trainer who, evidently convinced of Wen Yao's capabilities, presented it directly to her rather than to her team leader, allowing her to decide its fate. Along the mountain stream, the weary group rested by the water's edge, utterly exhausted from both travel and combat. Only Wen Yao stood at a shallow bank, calmly selecting smooth pebbles from the water, polished by the rushing currents. The stones resembled beautiful gems, smooth and lustrous. Qiuji, noticing her actions, couldn't he help but inquire. "Boss, what are you collecting these for?" He seemed to realize, "Oh, are you planning to use them for voting later?" Wen Yao shook her head. "No, I just think they're lovely." Qiuji responded with bewilderment. Her recent aura of dominance had almost made him forget that she was merely a young girl, even 2 years his junior. It was perfectly natural for someone her age to appreciate beautiful trinkets. Nevertheless, Wen Yao had no particular obsession with collecting. Rather, she was reminded of the time spent with her sister at their grandmother's house in the countryside, where her sister would often wade into the water to collect pretty stones, convincing her they were fairy gems that granted wishes. At that innocent age, she had wholeheartedly believed her sister, cherishing those stones for quite some time. The joys of childhood always evoke a sense of nostalgia. Having spotted them, she casually picked up a few. Chapter 81. The Perfect Score. On the return journey, Wen Yao, as the leading captain, held the 10 banners while observing the performance of the trainers. Each individual harbored different thoughts. Some were clever and insightful, while others remained obstinately defiant. Some claimed she had arbitrarily altered the assessment rules to favor her strength, while others argued that if it weren't for her, they would have long perished at the hands of zombies and should therefore submit to the strong. Yet, Wen Yao remained indifferent to their words. Within the lawless expanse of East Continent, she was free to act as she pleased, crafting her own regulations. For the 60 to 70 trainers, she dealt with those who killed to seize banners. She dispatched them, while those who sacrificed themselves to save others were rewarded. In the absence of fairness, she would be the arbiter of justice. Once on the bus, Wen Yao allocated the final banner to a specific team. One team, having previously seized a banner, raised a ruckus when they saw it handed to another team, protesting, "Why is this happening? That banner was found by our team. You stole it. And now you give it to someone else?" Just as the plump individual's complaint faded, a blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. Qiuji held the knife, tapping the blade against his shoulder. "Be honest with yourself. Was that banner truly yours? You knocked out members of other teams to take their banner, and you still have the audacity to claim it as yours." Nearby, a fellow trainer from the plump man's team whispered, "Instructor Fan SA the wound was intricate, not inflicted by zombies or wild creatures, but likely caused by a thorny branch." At that moment, she must have been preoccupied with dispatching the undead, failing to notice it. The passengers in the vehicle were engaged in their own conversations when suddenly someone recalled a detail, leaning against the front seat with a perplexed expression. "By the way, where's Instructor Fan?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, why haven't we seen Instructor Fan?" With these words, the previously boisterous atmosphere within the bus fell into a hushed silence. Logically, it was Instructor Fan who had led them out, and it should also be him who brought them back. Yet, the driver was someone else entirely, and there was no trace of Instructor Fan on the bus. After a brief moment of silence, murmurs began to circulate again, and those with a modicum of discernment could surmise the true cause of Instructor Fan's demise. A female trainer by the door tugged at Wen Yao's sleeve. When Wen Yao turned to look, the trainer whispered in her ear, "Instructor Fan was indeed a despicable man. However, as an instructor at the training camp, and with his cousin being a high-ranking official at the 14th District Base, wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for him to die out here?" Wen Yao pondered this. Within the Eastern Continent, there were no stringent laws against arbitrary killings as long as the victim held no significant merit or connections, or was deemed a criminal deserving of death. Such actions typically went unpunished. Yet Instructor Fan was a complicated case. If one were to argue that he was incompetent, he did possess certain skills. His marksmanship was commendable, and he had achieved some minor accolades as an instructor. Furthermore, his cousin, Fan Lin, was reputed to be a commander of great renown, currently responsible for overseeing the prison in the 14th district. In her previous agitation, she had wielded her blade too hastily, not contemplating the consequences, but now, reflecting on it, she wondered if she had indeed courted trouble. The female trainer added, "Those who have previously offended Instructor Fan have all been sent by his cousin to the biology lab as test subjects, and their fates were quite tragic." Hearing this, Wen Yao shot a glance at the trainer. Isn't that an abuse of power and a personal vendetta on his cousin's part? The trainer sighed. Alas, who can blame him when he wields such influence? To be part of the 14th District base means having connections everywhere, placing him above most in the entire eastern continent. Wen Yao nodded thoughtfully. If that were the case, she need not fear. After all, she was acquainted with several individuals from the 14th District base herself. Upon their return to the training camp, they were greeted by Instructor Chen, whom Chen Kulin despised most. Men like Fan Chia disgusted her. She didn't even bother to inquire why he had not returned, leading her group directly to exchange their banners for gold coins. Within 15 days, a total of 67 individuals returned, with 40 successfully entering Camp C, while the remaining 27 stayed in Camp D for further training, with 0 individuals from Camp F. This survival rate was remarkably high, exceeding everyone's expectations. Some teams regarded entry into Camp C as a tremendous honor, feeling unworthy of the gold coins they received and eagerly passing them to Wen Yao. After all, it was she who had prevented their reckless squabbling and mutual slaughter, who had ensured the injured could still fight, who had skillfully commanded them to work as a cohesive unit, and who had taught them survival techniques in the wilderness, as well as methods and strategies for dispatching living zombies. In this vast team, she was the anchor, the stabilizing force. Without her and that uncle's guidance, many of the inexperienced newcomers would have returned not only without survival but also unable to locate the banners, as they had initially been a disorganized mass. In fact, they had all learned a valuable lesson, deeply understanding why teams across various continents and districts were led by commanders in combat, and why the most united teams were the strongest. These concepts were not typically accessible to individuals of their standing, yet they had gleaned them from that capable young woman. If obtaining the banner and returning to the camp was considered passing the assessment, then her performance was nothing short of exemplary, akin to a top student correcting their mistakes and presenting an even more flawless answer. Wen Yao returned to her trio with the gold coins, intending to share them with Qiu Ji and the uncle. However, the uncle waved his hand dismissively. Take it. At my age, with no family or attachments, I don't need these like you young folks who relish feasting and revelry. Qiu Ji, watching enviously from the side, asked if he is not taking it. Can we split it? Wen Yao replied with little expression, Sure, I'll take 9, you take 1. Qiu Ji exclaimed, What? I've been working hard for you, clearing paths and shielding you from harm. I may not have merits, but I've put in my share of effort. Wen Yao, counting the coins, glanced up at him as if recalling something and replied earnestly, Aren't you still owing me 8 coins? That LL cover it. Qiu Ji fell silent. All right then. He lamented. I just feel that, given your strong backing, you shouldn't be in need of coins like this. I'm the one truly in dire straits. As the fugitive wife of the illustrious Commander Ming, if she desired gold coins, wouldn't it be in abundance? Was it necessary to covet such a meager amount? Wen Yao pondered for a moment before retrieving a coin from her bag and handing it to Qiu Ji. Here, out of pity for you. Qiu Ji, unable to critique her stinginess, accepted the coin quietly. Thank you, boss. After they finished dividing the coins like schoolchildren, Wen Yao had no intention of returning to the Castle Villa district. She first went to the Camp S infirmary to tend to her wound, then prepared to tidy her dormitory before reporting to Camp C. Unexpectedly, just as she exited the infirmary and was about to turn down the asphalt path, a cold gun was pressed against her temple. Chapter 82. It seems Miss Yao has been longing for Commander Ming. Without giving her a moment to react, the assailant swiftly locked iron cuffs around her wrists, binding her hands behind her back. Wen Yao sensed that this person was no ordinary foe. After struggling a few times without success, she resigned herself to looking at the unfamiliar man in the black uniform ahead of her. Who are you? The tall man, holding a black gun, narrowed his eyes at her calm demeanor and replied in a steady voice, I would like to ask you, Miss Chiu, just who you really are. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand and commanded, Take her away. After being forcibly shoved into the back seat of a car, Wen Yao's mind raced with thoughts. Judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly from the 14th District Base headquarters. But why would they arbitrarily abduct her? Was it because she had killed Fan Chia, and those who failed to obtain banners had reported her to his cousin? Or was it due to her outstanding performance in the assessment, which had exposed her previous identity as a commander from the northern continent? Or perhaps it was a combination of both. She wished she had been more discreet. Tilting her head, she studied the driver in an attempt to discern whether he was Fan Chia's cousin. Where are you taking me? The thin man in the passenger seat cast her a glance and, though his tone was impatient, he answered, "Now that you're handcuffed, where do you think you're going?" Wen Yao replied, "Presumably to the prison of the 14th District Base, where serious offenders are subjected to brutal interrogation in a dilapidated cement building surrounded by iron bars." Fortunately, this location was not far from the Castle Villa district, which meant she was conveniently returning to the city without incurring travel expenses. The iron handcuffs proved to be rather troublesome. Unlike ropes that could be torn apart with sheer strength, these shackles rendered her unable to even retrieve her firearm, as they were secured behind her back. Realizing that her struggles were futile, Wen Yao resolved to conserve her energy and quietly gaze out the window at the passing scenery, deciding to devise a plan once they reached the urban area. After all, many individuals at the headquarters of District 14 were familiar with her. A chance encounter with anyone could lead to her salvation. Meanwhile, within the 4-story castle villa, 2 men sat at a desk, intently focused on the red dot on the map displayed on the computer screen. Observing the red, swiftly moving from the northern outskirts towards the city center, Mingchen propped his chin on his hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. "Dr. Lin, look. The moment she returns to the city, she is drawn to this area." Today, Linzern happened to be free and was in a rare mood to indulge this neurotic man in his idle musings. He adjusted his glasses, feigning seriousness as he observed the screen. Indeed, it appears she is traveling at quite a rapid pace. It must be by vehicle, no doubt. Mingchen nodded lightly, lifting his elegant, pale hand to adjust the mouse, shifting the cursor to the speed indicator. 56 km/h. This speed undoubtedly indicates she is traveling by car. Linzern stroked his chin, pretending to contemplate seriously as he nodded. "It seems Miss Yao is quite eager to see Commander Ming." A broader smile spread across Mingchen's face, the soft blue light of the screen illuminating his enchanting peach blossom eyes, sparkling as if dusted with starlight. At that moment, a man in uniform knocked on the office door, initially intending to report a matter. However, upon seeing the 2 men's focused expressions, he assumed they were discussing something of great importance and quickly averted his gaze. "Commander Ming and Dr. Lin, please continue your work. My business is of little consequence." He departed swiftly, not waiting for a response. Mingchen cast a casual glance in the man's direction before returning his gaze to Linzern. "What type of vehicle do you think she came back in?" Linzern adjusted his glasses, once more, at a loss for words. How to respond? He was merely a doctor, not a magician with omniscient abilities. Most likely a black sedan, he speculated, as the majority of vehicles at the headquarters were indeed black. Mingchen nodded thoughtfully, and only when the vehicle drew near the Castle Villa area did he lazily rise, smiling at Linzern. "I appreciate your company today, Dr. Lin." Though maintaining a facade of politeness, Linzern inwardly rolled his eyes, forcing a courteous smile in return. "It's my pleasure." Before long, the car carrying Wen Yao arrived near the castle villa. She gazed out at the scenery, fortuitously spotting He Fengyan, who stood by the roadside, smoking a cigarette and conversing with a girl beside him. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly called out, "Captain He." To her dismay, the moment her voice rang out, a gunshot echoed, as the man in the passenger seat fired through the seat beside Wen Yao, angrily shouting, "What are you shouting for? Behave yourself." Startled, Wen Yao's hair became slightly disheveled, her pupils contracted in shock, and just as she regained her composure, gunfire erupted from behind the vehicle, bullets striking the metallic exterior with a cacophony of noise. The thin man in the passenger seat was bewildered and leaned out the window, cursing. "Who the hell is shooting at our car? Are they insane? Don't they know the villa area prohibits firing weapons?" The driver hastily slammed on the brakes. Glancing through the rear-view mirror, he saw that the 2 individuals who had been conversing by the roadside were now pursuing them. Captain, he was among them, his expression grave as he uttered something, though the distance rendered their words inaudible. His companion, Captain Luo, stepped forward, shouting, "Stop the car." The driver had no choice but to reverse, suppressing his irritation as he asked respectfully, "Captain He, is there an issue?" He Fengyan couldn't be bothered to respond, instead tugging at the rear door of the vehicle. When he found it locked, he turned to the 2 men in front of him, barking, "You 2 must want to die. Open the door." The rear door clicked open, and He Fengyan scanned Wen Yao up and down, noticing her hands cuffed behind her back. He inquired, "Are you alright? Have you been interrogated?" Wen Yao remained calm, shaking her head and replying honestly, "Not yet." The others exited the car, as well, and the tall man who had been driving tilted his head in confusion, asking, "Captain He, are these your people?" He Fengyan ignored him, prompting the man to protest. "This girl is quite something. She killed an instructor during the city assessments. She even killed my cousin. As the warden of the prison in District 14, do I not have the right to question her?" Chapter 83. It seems you don't wish to see me at all. Be quiet. You certainly do not have the authority to interrogate her. An orange-clad girl stepped forward, assisting Wen Yao out of the car, then addressing the man, "Hand me the key to the handcuffs." The man following Captain Fan was somewhat intimidated by the situation. After all, both He Fengyan and Luo Xuanqing were key figures in District 14. One oversaw the biologically significant research building favored by Commander Ming, while the other was responsible for the port waters east of Gangqiao City. When two powerful figures demanded something, even the most compelling reasons would compel compliance. Though both were commanders, Captain Fan was merely a prison warden. In Commander Ming's eyes, his importance paled in comparison to theirs. The man tossed the key to Luo Xuanqing, who skillfully caught it and quickly unlocked Wen Yao's cuffs. After ensuring she was unharmed, she turned to the two men and ordered, "Leave at once." He Fengyan glanced at Fan Lin, smirking as he remarked, "Don't think I'm unaware of your cousin. He has been running rampant in the training camp, taking advantage of your relation while neglecting his duties. His reputation has reached the city center. If he fell into my hands, I would have shot him myself." Surprised that such family matters had reached He Fengyan's ears, Fan Lin could only lower his head and concede, "You have a point, Captain He." Once the two men had departed, He Fengyan turned to Luo Xuanqing, who was holding Wen Yao's hand. He frowned. "Why are you holding her hand?" Luo Xuanqing, taken aback by the question, retorted, "What is wrong with girls holding hands? Are you jealous?" He Fengyan's brow twitched. "Mind your words." Wen Yao, being a rather reserved and soft-spoken individual, maintained her composure even in the presence of this exuberant girl she did not know. Thus, she did not resist the gesture of holding hands. Luo Xuanqing, being a person who adored beauty, had a particular fondness for girls like Wen Yao, whose quiet demeanor and delicate appearance captivated her. Not only did she hold her hand, but she also introduced herself with familiarity. "Miss Yao, you may not know me well, but during those days when Commander Ming brought you back, I saw you. I'm Luo Xuanqing, responsible for guarding the port waters of District 14. Unless duty calls, I typically don't stay here." The three walked along the tree-lined path towards the castle villa. He Fengyan found Luo Xuanqing's loquacity quite exasperating. "This is the castle villa area. Tone it down a bit. And no one cares who you are." Luo Xuanqing playfully wrapped her arm around Wen Yao's shoulder and patted He Fengyan's back. "I wasn't talking to you." "Oh, did someone say they didn't care about me? You just had to know." He Fengyan initially had no intention of responding to her, yet he couldn't resist retorting, "Do you see anyone paying you any mind?" Luo Xuanqing, possessing a sharper tongue, countered, "But no one is paying you any attention either, are they?" He Fengyan found himself at a loss for words, hesitating to speak, as he was not one to engage in idle chatter. Thus, he chose to ignore Luo Xuanqing altogether. Casting a glance at him, Luo Xuanqing swiftly pulled Wen Yao, who had been walking in the middle, to the other side. "We shall not walk the same path as him, that wretched man. None of them are worth a dime." Wen Yao, feeling somewhat out of place and utterly unsure of what to say, remained silent. Just as she was gathering her thoughts to offer a polite response, a familiar, gentle voice, imbued with a melodious quality, floated over from nearby. "No good man among them?" The last syllable lingered, laced with playful curiosity. Upon hearing this voice, the trio by the roadside came to an abrupt halt. He Fengyan and Wen Yao turned to seek the source, while Luo Xuanqing felt a pang of alarm and stiffened her neck to look back. The evening sky had darkened, and a man clad in a white shirt stood in the shadows beneath a tree, leaning against a gleaming sedan. Half of him was cloaked in darkness, the other half illuminated by the soft glow of an ornate street lamp, creating a striking contrast that rendered him almost otherworldly. His cool, pale wrist adorned with a silver bracelet hung down as he stood with a languid grace, casting a gentle smile towards the trio by the road. He Fengyan glanced at Luo Xuanqing, who, realizing her misstep, quickly altered her tone and awkwardly chuckled. "Well, men come in different varieties. some are indeed not worth much. However, someone like Commander Ming is undoubtedly a rare gem, a chosen one, incomparable to mere mortals. With that, she took Wen Yao's hand and, mustering her courage, approached. I have brought the lovely Miss Yao back to you, so I shall take my leave now. Adopting a demeanor akin to a courteous servant, her earlier bravado vanished in the presence of Commander Ming, transforming her from a proud eagle into a timid quail. Mingchen, in his eccentricity, naturally played along. He affectionately grasped the hand of Wen Yao, which had been released, and turned to Luo Xianing with a polite smile. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Luo. Once Luo Xianing and the others departed, Mingchen turned his attention to the gentle beauty he hadn't seen for several days. He gently pinched the soft palm of the girl with his thumb, bending down to inquire with a smile, was it enjoyable to venture outside the city to slay zombies? Wen Yao seemed still unaccustomed to his touch. The warmth of his fingertip against her palm sent a tingling sensation through her, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand. Lowering her lashes as she replied softly, "It was all right." Mingchen watched her retreating hand, his gaze momentarily faltering.
Oh.
It seems it's acceptable for others to hold your hand, but not for me. He lowered his lashes to glance at the empty space where her hand had been, and the smile on his face faded. It appears you have little desire to see me. Wen Yao, rubbing her slightly tingling palm, looked up, bewildered by how he had arrived at such a conclusion. However, Mingchen chose not to elaborate further, casually slipping his hands into his pockets as he walked ahead. Wen Yao observed his departing figure, utterly puzzled by his sudden shift in mood. The depths of his heart were as inscrutable as a needle in the ocean. Ascending to the 5th floor of the ancient castle villa alongside him, Wen Yao pondered for a moment before gently inquiring, "Are you upset?" Chapter 84. So you have thought about it? At her words, Mingchen halted, but did not respond. Standing at the entrance of her suite, Wen Yao found herself at an impasse. She was unsure whether to enter or not. To go in might seem impolite, leaving him at the door. Yet remaining outside rendered her speechless. Ultimately, she attributed the awkwardness to his cryptic and melancholic remark. Thus she replied, "I do not wish to avoid you." Her tone, as soft and gentle as her demeanor, resonated in the quiet hallway as if the very air had been infused with sweetness.
Mingchen.
His long lashes lowered in quiet anticipation, finally received the hesitant explanation from her. A smile, reminiscent of spring's gentle caress, graced his cool, composed visage as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "So, you have thought about it." Wen Yao instantly tensed. "I knew it, this sly fox." As he spoke, Mingchen playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his fingertip before releasing it leisurely, his deep, magnetic voice echoing in the opulent hallway of the castle. "Go take a shower first, come find me afterward." His fingers had merely toyed with her hair, not tugging at her scalp, yet Wen Yao felt her breath hitch, her scalp tingling until he finally released her hair and sauntered away, leaving her in a daze from the sensation. Go take a shower, then come find him? For what purpose? Wen Yao felt her ears heat at his ambiguous words, her mind racing to comprehend the implications until it finally clicked. Oh, to check if I am injured. With this thought, she lowered her gaze, casting a regretful glance at her left arm. The injury was on her arm, easily discernible. Initially, she had intended not to return to the ancient castle villa until she had healed from this minor wound, but someone had inadvertently handcuffed her back. An unfortunate twist of fate. Wen Yao rummaged through her wardrobe, only to find garments that were either short-sleeved or loose long-sleeved, practically inviting inspection if she were to roll up her sleeves. After much deliberation, she finally unearthed a white shirt dress, also long-sleeved, but with 2 buttons at the cuffs, preventing them from being easily rolled up. After showering and donning clean, tidy attire, Wen Yao clutched a pouch filled with coins as she approached the door to the suite at the end of the corridor. Night had fallen, and the lavishly decorated vintage hall remained devoid of electricity, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. As she knocked, Mingchen was still engrossed in lighting candles. Once he had illuminated the entire living room, he gestured for her to come sit. Wen Yao was taken aback by the sheer number of candles. A single electric wire and a ceiling lamp could have easily resolved the lighting issue, yet he had gone to such lengths to fill the room with candles. Truly, Mingchen possessed a thought process beyond the ordinary. The soft orange glow of the candles danced around, casting light upon the leather sofa and transparent glass coffee table, illuminating every nook and cranny of the vintage living room. Though Wen Yao had visited this place several times, its lack of electricity and windows had rendered it perpetually dim. But this time, she could clearly see the layout of the living room. In the center, surrounded by the sofa, were long tables, bookshelves, renowned paintings, and various ornaments. Most striking were the exquisite glass vases on the table, each holding a single rose. The roses had varying degrees of freshness. Some were wilting. Some had shed petals onto the table's edge, while others were vibrant and glistening with dew, clearly having been freshly picked. This opulent setting evoked memories of a fairy tale she had read in her childhood. What is the purpose of lighting so many candles? Wen Yao couldn't help but ask as she settled beside him. Mingchen reclined against the sofa, his shirt buttons carelessly fastened, his posture exuding a languid, arrogant allure. His almond-shaped eyes glinted with mischief, the warmth of his gaze solely fixated on her. Do you not find it beautiful? Wen Yao dared not meet his gaze again after a fleeting glance, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied, It is beautiful, though perhaps a bit excessive. In my childhood, when I returned to my hometown to pay homage to my ancestors, I never witnessed such an abundance of candles. Mingchen casually plucked a rose from the coffee table and playfully tapped it against the nose of a nearby girl twice before handing it to her, remarking, Little Wen doll, why are you so unromantic? The soft petals of the rose brushed against her nose, eliciting a ticklish sensation accompanied by a faint fragrance. When Yao instinctively reached out to accept it, a sudden wave of nervousness washing over her inexplicably. In moments of tension, one often feels compelled to say something to ease the atmosphere. Thus, she recalled the matter at hand, hastily placing the pouch of coins on the coffee table and fabricating. I wasn't injured during my outing. As Mingchen reached out to take the pouch when she set it down, whether intentional or not. The warmth of his fingertip grazed her cool hand, causing her to retract her hand instinctively, her fingers curling slightly. Gold coins for you, she stammered. Mingchen observed her bashful reaction out of the corner of his eye, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He nonchalantly shook the pouch of coins in his alabaster slender hand, inquiring so many? Wen Yao nodded and explained, This assessment in Camp D was conducted in groups. We received gold coins for acquiring banners, and I gathered all the banners to distribute to them. Some trainers then gave me these coins. Mingchen tilted his head to glance at her, witnessing her earnest explanation, his peach blossom eyes glimmering with delight. I see, he replied, before lowering his long lashes, his hands reverently untying the pouch's opening. His gaze was intensely focused, treating the coins as if they were some meticulously prepared gift rather than mere currency. At that moment, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room, casting a soft golden halo around the handsome man, his complexion appearing less pallid than before, his lips, a beautiful shade of pink, enhanced by the shimmering glow. The ethereal radiance accentuated the already flawless contours of his profile, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. Wen Yao diverted her gaze to her palm, where she noticed crescent-shaped imprints left by her fingernails. Upon untying the pouch, Mingchen turned it upside down, allowing the coins to cascade onto the coffee table, their clinking sound resonating like a symphony of metal and glass. However, along with the coins, 2 lustrous pebbles tumbled out. Observing the contrasting black and white stones, Mingchen's expression shifted slightly, as if he had encountered something intriguingly delightful, and he reached out to pick them up. Wen Yao quickly extended her hand towards him. That's not. She had carelessly tossed the pebbles into the pouch, intending to bring back just one, never anticipating that she would forget to remove them. Yet, under the candlelight, the strikingly handsome man curved his lips, tilting his head to meet her gaze. Is this also a gift for me? He teased, and with such words, how could she deny it without sounding foolish? After all, they were merely 2 stones. If he fancied them, she could let him have them. Wen Yao retracted her hand, nodding with good humor. Yes. I found them by the stream and thought they were beautiful, so I picked 2. My sister used to love collecting such stones for me to play with. If you like them, I can gather more pretty ones for you next time I go out. Mingchen gazed at her docile demeanor, listening to her melodious words, and felt a stirring in his heart. Unable to resist, he tentatively grasped her wrist, intending to draw her closer. Wen Yao, unsure of his intentions, felt a mix of anxiety and confusion. Before she could inquire, the man seemed to discover something, lifting her wrist to scrutinize it closely, asking, "What happened to your hand?" Previously unnoticed, under the bright candlelight, he observed faint red marks on the inside of her delicate wrist, both wrists bearing the evidence. Wen Yao lowered her gaze, explaining, "These are from handcuffs." Handcuffs? Yes. I didn't plan to return today, but someone brought me back in handcuffs. With that, she recounted the entire sequence of events candidly, then inquired, "I killed Instructor Fan from Camp D. He is the cousin of Team Leader Fan. Will this have serious repercussions?" "Apologize for what?" Mingchen's gaze softened, the smile on his face fading as his mood darkened. "Is it truly nothing?" "Well, Team Leader Fan." Wen Yao wasn't particularly concerned about Team Leader Fan's reaction towards her. Rather, she was apprehensive about the potential fallout that could sever Mingchen from his trusted subordinates. However, the man before her merely smiled enigmatically, leaning closer as he released her hand. Dongzhou is unlike Beizhou. There are no explicit prohibitions against killing. Whether it is deemed a crime varies from person to person, but as the distance between them diminished, Wen Yao found herself enveloped in the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight. Unconsciously, she lifted her eyelashes, only to be caught in the depths of his captivating peach blossom eyes. His irises, dark yet illuminated by the candlelight, sparkled like exquisite glass, both enchanting and beguiling. However, that is not sufficient, he whispered into her ear, his voice low and magnetic, laced with a teasing laughter. "As long as the person you kill is not me, I shall ensure your safety for eternity." Wen Yao, already taut with nerves, felt her heart racing uncontrollably as he drew near. "As long as that's the case, then I'll give you the coins. I should take my leave now." With that, she hastily rose, seemingly fleeing from some unseen threat. Mingchen watched her retreating figure, a mixture of amusement and fondness lingering in his eyes. He chuckled softly to himself until her white silhouette vanished beyond the door. Then, he picked up the pale jade pebble from the coffee table, gently rolling it in his palm. "It truly feels like a dream," he mused. The girl who had once stood against him, wielding her sharp claws without hesitation, had now relinquished her defenses, resembling a docile kitten, yielding to his whims. In truth, he had always understood Wen Yao. Her heart was pure, loyal, and kind. Had their paths not crossed on the battlefield, had there been no allegiances to consider, one could see that her character was remarkably admirable, almost devoid of temper. She offered comfort when needed, and she would gladly provide anything requested of her. She was always eager to assist anyone in need. Back in Beizhou, she had been the same, steadfastly standing by Shen Yichuan's side, silently safeguarding their comrades. But what of Shen Yichuan? He was blind to her brilliance, oblivious to her gentle, caring nature, like a fool without sight. In moments of jealousy, he often pondered what might have been had they not been enemies, had he encountered Wen Yao first. Would she have developed feelings for him? He could not know. But he would have done everything in his power to protect her, to cherish her, ensuring that no one else could encroach upon her. With a delightful heart, Mingchen set the stone down, the sound of it hitting the glass table ringing clearly in the candlelit room. Reclining on the sofa, he allowed his charming, lustrous peach blossom eyes to shed their tenderness and deep affection, gradually revealing the madness and mischief concealed beneath, filled with endless delight and a sense of vindictive pleasure. "Shen Yichuan, may I never cross paths with you again. From now on, I shall smile each time I see you." Chapter 86. The habits he once cherished have become unbearable now. Beizhou, Linhe City, base headquarters of District 13. A short, stout man with a round head hurriedly descended from the vehicle, panting as he addressed the man in black who had been waiting outside for an extended period. "Captain Shen. It's all over. There's no hope left." Shen Yichuan, with a grave expression, sternly inquired, "What is the situation?" The short man wiped the sweat from his brow. His eyes filled with despair. "Those who sneaked into the urban area of Gangqiao via the back roads have all gone missing, with the monitoring chips implanted in them forcibly removed. We can no longer see their life signals, but I suspect that since the chips were pulled out, they must have been captured and perished." He continued, "Oh, and that back road leading into Gangqiao is now sealed off." Shen Yichuan maintained a stoic silence for a moment before asking again, "What about the two individuals who mingled with the refugee group and entered the training camp in Dongzhou district?" The short man shook his head once more, they too have vanished without a trace. The training camp is equipped with strict surveillance scanners, and they did not carry monitoring chips, thus we cannot ascertain their life signals or establish any contact. Therefore, the mission assigned by the Lord is a complete failure. The short man anxiously glanced at Shen Yichuan, who remained furrowed in thought, offering no further words. As the 14th district of Dongzhou stands as the most crucial research area, conducting biological experiments on living subjects and acting as an accomplice, the Lord of Beizhou had entrusted them with an important task to ascertain the layout of the research building in the 14th district of Dongzhou, to facilitate its destruction in the event of war. Shen Yichuan had received this assignment from the commander of the 13th district base and took the opportunity to lure the horde of zombies to Dongzhou's 14th district with a newly developed special serum. He had hoped that this calamity would at least incite some chaos, but to his dismay, the combat capability of the 14th district was far stronger than he had anticipated. In those days of heavy rain, fuel could not ignite, and the zombies could freely mutate and resurrect. How had they managed to remain unscathed and ensnare all of their dispatched personnel? After a prolonged silence, Shen Yichuan said, "You should go rest for now. I will seek an opportunity to personally apologize to the Lord." Upon returning to his quarters, Shen Yichuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon a succulent plant on the wooden table. The blue ceramic pot, adorned with frosted green foliage, stood as a rare beacon of life in the snow-covered Beizhou. He wondered where Wen Yao had acquired it. He recalled how she would often take time to water it and place it in the sun whenever it shone. At the time, he had scoffed at the idea, believing that in the frigid environment of Beizhou, it was a miracle for such a plant to survive. Yet her gentle words had been, "How will we know unless we try?" Miraculously, the succulent had thrived and persisted to this day. Shen Yichuan would assert that he had never paid heed to such trivial matters. He had never concerned himself with what Wen Yao was doing or her fleeting moments of melancholy. He always believed that in turbulent times, one must adopt a way of life fitting for such chaos. It was no longer an era of abundant resources and peace, and dwelling on delicate, inconsequential emotions was mere sentimentality, a waste of time. Yet, he had not foreseen that after teaching her to remain calm and rational, he would find himself longing for those rare moments of her emotional vulnerability once she was no longer by his side. In recent days, he found himself unwittingly recalling the myriad memories associated with her. She had once found a beautiful stone and joyfully showed it to him, only for him to coldly suggest she engage in something more useful, prompting her to sulk away, no longer picking up stones. She had covered an injured person by the roadside with a blanket, and he had reproached her for her overly compassionate nature, urging her to move along. She had approached him, her steps faltering, softly asking him not to be angry. She had practiced shooting, missing 9 out of 10 times, and he, deeming it a waste of ammunition, had given her gun to another team member. She had watched him with cautious eyes, gently tugging at his sleeve, fearful of disappointing him. There was also that time when they were on a mission together, and upon seeing a long-forgotten road sign for Qingzhou City, she had begged him to accompany her back, only for him to tell her that Qingzhou was now a city of the dead, rendering any return meaningless. She had then remained silent throughout the journey, not speaking to him for 3 days. Ultimately, it was he who had taken the time to bring her to the summit of Sanping Mountain to watch the snow throughout the night, promising to help her find her family, which had quelled her momentary discontent. So many memories flooded his mind, as human memory is indeed a curious thing, often unearthing details that had gone unnoticed in the moment. Their 7 years together felt interminable, and the days spent in each other's company were so numerous that the ease with which he had once lived now felt unbearably heavy. The thought of her being taken, battered and bruised, to Dongzhou, falling into the hands of Mingchen, transformed every recollection, every frame, every detail into a piercing thorn embedded deeply in his heart. Countless thorns pressed upon him relentlessly. Shen Yichuan was acutely aware that he ought not to feel this way. Reason repeatedly admonished him that such thoughts were futile, yet he found himself utterly unable to control them. Even during this mission, he was swayed by this painful emotion, foolishly attempting to send the 2 members of his team to seek news of Wen Yao's whereabouts. Shen Yichuan, do you not possess a shred of emotion? Emotion? I would rather refer to it as the frailty of humanity, serving no purpose but to bring forth misfortune. Yet humans are ultimately creatures of emotion, a fact not easily overcome. That is you, not me. That is you, not me.
Not me.
How ironic. Standing before the table, Shen Yichuan trembled as he raised his hand, gently pinching the small white stone resting beside the succulent. A profound sorrow engulfed him, and he could only repeatedly remind himself that Wen Yao was clever and resilient, that even in Dongzhou, she would bravely and tenaciously survive, and that she would find a way to return to Beizhou. He understood her nature better than anyone else. She had spent 7 years in Beizhou, and despite her emotional attachments, even if she harbored grievances against him, she would never ally herself with the band of rogues from Dongzhou. As long as she could return, he would never let her go again. He would make sure to tell her just how much he cared, to embrace her and provide her with everything she desired. The man at the table, his handsome brows slightly furrowed and the corners of his eyes tinged with red, suddenly pressed his thumb down hard on the stone, which instantly crumbled into fine powder, scattering across the table. Chapter 87. Not a family, not entering the same door. Wen Yao frowned as she returned to her room, her ears burning and her heart inexplicably racing. She found it difficult to articulate this sense of unease. It seemed that the longer she spent in his presence, the more pronounced her reactions became. Mingchen, with his impeccable physique, striking features, and captivating voice, was indeed a rare gem among men. Over the years, even considering the countless male celebrities her cousin had pursued during their school days, she had never encountered anyone as striking as him. Surely, it must be his extraordinary looks. After all, it is only human to appreciate beauty, so perhaps her reactions were not entirely unfounded? Wen Yao touched her face, furrowing her brow as she picked up a cup from her table, only to set it back down moments later. It seemed prudent to limit her interactions with him. It felt as if she were under some intoxicating spell, leading her to entertain thoughts that were decidedly inappropriate. Shortly after Wen Yao left, Mingchen arrived at the doorway of a room on the second floor of the villa. He leaned lazily against the hallway wall, idly twirling the black gun in his hand while keeping an eye on the clock mounted on the opposite wall. As the minute hand clicked precisely to the 9, a tall man appeared at the corner of the corridor, accompanied by a frail companion. They had just returned from the confines of a prison, and the man in front hummed a tune while idly twirling a pair of iron shackles in his hand. The slender figure trailing behind him yawned and complained, "I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, I can enjoy a good night's sleep tonight." Just as he spoke, a figure clad in white suddenly came into view before them, causing both men to exchange a glance of surprise. The slender man lowered his voice to inquire, "Why is Commander Ming here?" The tall man furrowed his brow, replying, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Before they could ponder further, Mingchen lifted his head, smiling as he tilted it to look at them. "Captain Fan has returned." A sense of foreboding washed over Fan Lin. He was responsible for maintaining law and order in Portbridge City, a jurisdiction limited to the survivors of that area. Matters concerning team members or significant criminals were beyond his purview, meaning there were rarely occasions that necessitated the involvement of Commander Ming. This unexpected visit hinted at trouble. Abandoning his usual bravado, Fan Lin lowered his head, asking with a tone of utmost respect and humility, "May I inquire what brings Commander Ming to me?" Upon hearing this, Mingchen smiled again, rising lazily. He pointed at the iron shackles in Fan Lin's hand and asked amiably, "Could Captain Fan lend me these for a moment?" Fan Lin, not daring to refuse, obediently presented the shackles to him. Mingchen graciously accepted them, then added with a gentle smile, "Extend your hand." Taken aback, Fan Lin hesitated, but beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. "See Commander Ming? Have I done something wrong?" However, Mingchen said nothing, his pale, slender fingers deftly unlocking the shackles before snapping them onto Fan Lin's left wrist. The other hand, panic surged within Fan Lin, but faced with the imposing presence of this man, he dared not question further and reluctantly extended his other hand. The frail companion beside him, seeing the unfolding situation, resignedly offered his own hands as well. It was worth noting that Mingchen held a gun in his other hand. He typically refrained from brandishing it in the castle villa, and if the frail man did not comply, the consequences would certainly extend beyond mere handcuffs. Observing their hands, Mingchen remarked with a smile, "How considerate." Once both hands were securely shackled, he twirled the small key on his long finger playfully, before withdrawing his hand and offering them a polite smile. Then, I shall trouble the two of you to remain shackled for 7 days. After dinner, Wen Yao found herself with little to occupy her time. Initially intending to check her energy progress bar before sleeping, she unexpectedly discovered that her wound had begun to seep fresh blood, although she had bandaged herself with gauze. She was uncertain whether she had inadvertently bumped it or if something else had occurred, but blood had seeped through the gauze, staining her white sleeve with a crimson line. Wen Yao paced her room, realizing there was nothing available to rebandage her wound. Every item, from clothing to towels, was spotless, and she had no desire to soil them. Reluctantly, she ventured out, stealthily descending to the 3rd floor in search of Dr. Lin. Linzern was just about to exit his office when he spotted her, somewhat surprised. He politely inquired, "Miss Yao, is there something you need?" Wen Yao, gripping her sleeve and concealing her hand behind her back, calmly asked, "Do you have any gauze here?" "Dr. Lin?" Linzern adjusted his glasses, responding, "We certainly have gauze. Allow me to fetch some for you. However, may I ask what you require it for, Miss Yao?" Wen Yao pondered for half a second before offering a rather absurd yet unchallengeable explanation. "I need it to play with." Linzern, slightly bemused, remarked, "Ah, it seems not all families are alike." Clearly, this Miss Yao and Commander Ming were indeed a match. Since it was merely gauze, he generously handed her a substantial stack. Smiling respectfully, "Enjoy." "Thank you," she replied, taking the gauze. As she turned to leave, Linzern suddenly called out to her. When she glanced back, he maintained his professional smile and said, "If you have the time, do remember to visit often and keep Commander Ming company. He truly is very lonely." Wen Yao was puzzled by Dr. Lin's sudden remark, but considering the generous amount of gauze he had given her, she nodded in agreement. All right. It seemed those around Mingchen were quite considerate of him, taking care to think of his well-being and even his loneliness. As Wen Yao descended the stairs, she had to pass the elevator on her way to her suite. She was initially unguarded, but unexpectedly, as she reached the elevator, it dinged open. The man inside, with an air of charm, grinned at her in surprise. "What brings you here?" Chapter 88. Naturally, I shall personally punish you. Wen Yao instinctively hid her right hand behind her back. Not only was she clutching the gauze with that hand, but her right arm bore a wound, with blood staining her sleeve. "It's nothing, just passing through." Despite her composed response, the man at the elevator entrance discerned something amiss. He tilted his head, raising an elegant brow. "What intriguing item are you hiding from me?" His typically smooth and magnetic voice took on a playful tone as he stepped closer, as if teasing her. Wen Yao's heart raced, her nerves heightened by the lie she had told, causing her to feel as if she had been caught in a childhood misdeed. As he approached, she instinctively took a step back, clutching the gauze tightly. "It's just a sanitary pad. Do you want to see that too?" She had hoped that this term would deter him, but instead, he chuckled gently. Why would I have any objections to seeing that? Clearly, she had underestimated his peculiar nature. Mingchen had initially intended to jest, not truly wishing to pry into her private matters. However, as he leaned in and glanced down, he clearly noticed the red stain on her sleeve. It was a vivid line of blood, conspicuous against the bright light of the corridor and her pure white sleeve. It was evident that this was not a mere accident but stemmed from an injury on her arm. Wen Yao, overwhelmed with anxiety, yearned for an excuse to escape this oppressive situation, but it was evidently too late. Mingchen's long, pale hand swiftly found its way behind her, gripping her wrist and drawing forth the hand she had concealed. What happened? The warmth of his skin grazed her wrist, and with no other option, Wen Yao lowered her gaze, attempting to explain, "It's not from a zombie bite. I just accidentally scraped it." As he unbuttoned her sleeve, he gently rolled it up, revealing the hastily bandaged, unsightly gauze. Mingchen's expression shifted, the amusement fading slightly as he took her wrist and began to lead her toward the elevator. Wen Yao cautiously assessed his demeanor, fearful of angering him, and hurriedly added, "It's really not serious. It's not a wound to me." So before she could finish, he raised a finger to his own nose, his voice carrying a teasing undertone. "Little liar. You know your nose grows longer when you tell fibs." The two returned to the 3rd floor, traversing several corridors until they arrived at an unoccupied infirmary. Wen Yao gazed at the bright incandescent light that had been switched on and asked, "What have you brought me here for?" "Naturally, to personally administer your punishment," he replied. As he spoke, the door was gently closed, and she found herself pressed onto the adjacent hospital bed, her sleeves being rolled up. Lacking medical knowledge and skill in bandaging wounds, she had haphazardly wrapped the bandages around her hand, tying them into a tight knot. After struggling for some time to untie it, Mingchen ultimately abandoned the effort and fetched a pair of scissors. Wen Yao eyed the scissors with unease, her heart racing. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her nervousness evident in her words. The man chuckled softly. "Do I look like I'm about to redress your wound?" Wen Yao fell silent, watching as he meticulously cut open the gauze. When it came to her skin, his fingers, distinctly bony, clearly softened their grip, and he retrieved an unknown vial of medicine. With patience and care, he gently applied it with a cotton swab to the area where the gauze had adhered, until it was successfully peeled away, revealing the cut's crimson trace. Wen Yao sat on the bed, clutching the wrinkled sheets, while Mingchen leaned over her. From her perspective, she could see the delicate curve of his eyelashes and the prominent bridge of his nose, each feature impeccably handsome. Outside the window, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly against the glass. The room was enveloped in a serene silence, interrupted only by the faint sounds of the medicine bottles clinking together. The ethereal sound of rain outside and the quiet rhythm of their breaths, accompanied by her inexplicably quickening heartbeat. Perhaps due to the similarity of the scene, Wen Yao recalled the day Mingchen had saved her. When she awoke, he had been there, clad in white, tending to her arm. He seemed perpetually at ease. Though occasionally a bit eccentric, yet his gentleness and patience were unwavering. Mingchen, she murmured. He responded, and as she lowered her lashes, she felt a sudden hesitation to voice her thoughts. Unlike the severe injuries from that past incident, this time her wounds were trivial, insufficient to overshadow the powerful presence of the man before her. Once the minor injury on her arm was perfectly bandaged, he straightened and inquired, "What did you wish to say?" Noticing her flushed cheeks and downcast eyes, Mingchen's lips curved into an unintentional smile as he pressed further. "Do you have any other injuries?" Wen Yao quickly shook her head. "No, none." Mingchen extended a finger, lifting her chin to meet his deep, captivating gaze. "Are you truly uninjured?" His fingertip was warm against her skin, causing her to flinch instinctively. She met his profound, alluring eyes, striving to maintain her composure amidst the inexplicable tension. "I truly am fine." "Very well, I shall trust you once more," Mingchen stated, as he pulled her sleeve down gently, adding with a smile, "If I discover you're hiding anything from me, next time I might just have to strip you down for a thorough examination." Wen Yao, already flustered from his touch, felt her face burn at his words. Just as she intended to escape, his magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "Help me with something."
What?
Chapter 89. Does she, perhaps, have feelings for him? Mingchen seemed to think of something amusing, grinning as he extended his hand towards her. "Help me wash my hands. Utilize your ability." His fire ability to light candles and her water ability to cleanse hands. He was quite adept at manipulating her. However, this request was one she could hardly refuse, considering he had just bandaged her wound, and his hands bore traces of medicine and blood. Gathering a small sphere of water in her palm, she let it cascade onto his hands. Mingchen reciprocated her gesture, intertwining his fingers and gently washing them in front of her. His movements were graceful and languid, imbued with an air of nonchalance. It was perplexing, whether it was the beauty of his hands, glistening from the water, or the alluring pink of his knuckles. Wen Yao found herself instinctively averting her gaze, as if she were observing something she ought not to. Yet, the man before her was relentless. After she withdrew her hand, he reached out with his damp fingers to tug at her sleeve. "A bit more water, darling." The droplets that fell onto the tiled floor produced a subtle sound. While his tone was sweetly lingering, his low, magnetic voice close to her ear, coupled with that ambiguous term of endearment, felt utterly disconcerting. Wen Yao's heart raced, and she couldn't help but protest. Mingchen, you promised, but the charming rogue showed no sign of awareness, gazing at her with an innocent expression. "What?" "To keep your distance." Mingchen's gaze briefly faltered, then he replied, "I share my fire with you, yet you deny me the use of your water. What logic is this?" Wen Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she inhaled deeply. Yet, when faced with his perfect, innocent visage, she questioned whether the issue lay with her. Mingchen had always been this way, playful and slightly unhinged, Perhaps he was not acting deliberately, and it was she who was overthinking things. Wen Yao's fingers curled, her voice softening as she murmured, "Thank you for bandaging my wound. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." After awkwardly uttering this, she dared not look at him, quickly taking a step back and turning away. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, his low, magnetic voice called out, "Wen Yao." Hearing her full name spoken in that suggestive tone made her heart race, as if something was about to surface, leaving her feeling anxious. Mingchen lifted his eyelids, directing his gaze at her. The light reflected in his enchanting, almond-shaped eyes sparkled like fallen stars, revealing a hint of deep emotion and helplessness. "Do you truly not understand? Or are you merely pretending not to?" Wen Yao halted, though she hesitated to turn back to face him.
What?
An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, lingering for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, it was Wen Yao who could no longer endure the stillness, opening the door to say, "It's quite late. I have to report to the training camp tomorrow." Mingchen watched her flee as if in escape, then lowered his gaze to his hands. After a moment, flames sprang forth from his pale palms, evaporating the moisture with a gentle heat. As the mist dissipated, he lowered his lashes, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. Although his ears were flushed and his breath uneven, he still resisted the urge to connect with her. Once or twice, he could attribute her shyness to mere embarrassment, but with each subsequent encounter, uncertainty crept in. Had she truly not forgotten Shen Yichuan, or, as Shen Yichuan had claimed, was it that the person she despised most was him? Even if her body could not resist his deliberate allure, did she genuinely wish to keep her distance? Was her kindness towards him merely a repayment of gratitude, devoid of any genuine affection? Upon returning to her room, Wen Yao found her mind unsettled. She sat at the edge of her soft, comfortable bed for a while, before returning to the chair at her desk. Finally, trembling, she lowered her gaze and gently lifted her sleeve, prodding her slightly numbed arm with her fingers. The wound, treated with medicine, caused her little discomfort, leaving her feeling refreshed and at ease. Mingchen, indeed, had been a medical student. His bandaging was perfectly executed, the tension just right, and even the final knot he tied resembled a charming bow, far superior to her own efforts. Wen Yao stared at the injury on her arm momentarily before lowering her sleeve to cover her face, taking a long while to recover from her flushed cheeks and racing heart. For a time, she was uncertain which one of them had the greater issue. One cannot help but harbor some doubts. Does she, perchance, harbor feelings for him? However, they have scarcely known each other for a brief period. She has cherished her affections for Shen Yichuan for so many years. How could she so easily transfer her affections to another simply due to a change in companionship? Could it be that she is a concealed femme fatale, one who loves indiscriminately? As for Mingchen during her months in Dongzhou, Wen Yao has experienced numerous fleeting moments wherein she secretly questioned whether Mingchen might have feelings for her. Yet, upon contemplation, she consistently felt otherwise. He is, by nature, a flamboyant individual, akin to a siren, who flirts with everyone he encounters, casting alluring glances that ensnare those who meet his gaze. When others condemn him, he feigns innocence, adopting an expression of naivete as if to inquire, "What have I done?" When someone falls for his charms, he lightly mocks them, reveling in his beauty as a weapon, treating life as a game. She vividly recalls the infamous words he once uttered amidst the snowy expanses of Beizhou. "Why linger with Shen Yichuan when you could be with me? I assure you warmth and sustenance for the rest of your life. That knife of yours lacks beauty. How about I offer you a gun instead? To be pierced by Miss Wen's own hand would be my utmost honor. Beautiful souls ought to be with beautiful souls, such as yourself and me." In Beizhou's frosty wilderness, there was a moment when he lay battered and barely breathing on the ground. As she passed by, she hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver a final blow, only to witness him weakly coughing blood in her direction, employing his allure to evoke her sympathy and dissuade her from acting. What ensued? Shortly after she distanced herself, an SUV pulled up beside her, the window rolling down to reveal a well-dressed gentleman who smiled politely, saying, "Thank you, Miss Wen,
For sparing my life."
During their shared experience in the sea camp, they became lost in the Tsongping Mountains, and as he busily sketched on the ground, she presumed he was charting a map. Yet, when she leaned in to see, he mischievously stated, Look, if we were to have a child, it would look like this. His blatant teasing and feigned innocence were numerous, and often, their group found themselves pursuing him simply due to his incessant provocations. Even now, while he has somewhat tempered his antics, it is merely because they are no longer adversaries, and he finds the game less amusing. A man like him, jovial and carefree to the core, will only falter when faced with earnestness. Wen Yao inhaled deeply, gradually regaining her composure. Having been deceived so many times in Beizhou, should she allow herself to be misled by beauty once more, she would indeed be a fool. Chapter 90. Observing the home, he cannot return to Wen Yao's return to the ancient villa was fortuitous, and thus, she arose early the following day to report to training camp C. Having missed the orientation, she donned her training attire but found herself at a loss for what to do. It was not until Qiu Ji noticed her bewilderment that he explained. Camp C's training differs from the closed training of Camp D. It operates under a basic task execution model. What kind of tasks does that entail? She inquired. There are 3 types of tasks: urban tasks, exterior tasks, and overseas tasks. Exterior tasks involve clearing zombies and scavenging for resources, similar to what we did with Camp F, but with the added safety of accompanying a larger group, yielding higher rewards. Urban tasks, on the other hand, are akin to menial labor, including cleaning city streets, administering zombie virus suppressants to sewer stations, and inspecting manhole covers for damage to report to higher authorities. This task is rather unskilled, purely physical labor. Yet it bears minimal risk and offers coin as compensation. As for overseas tasks, these are new additions for our batch of trainees in Camp C, involving assistance on ferries to Area 14 of Dongzhou, also performing menial tasks. Recently, not only has the zombie infestation escalated outside the city, but sea monsters have also become a rampant issue along the coastal ports of Gangqiao City, necessitating additional manpower. Wen Yao pondered this. Sea monsters? She had heard of them, and was aware that the coastal regions of Dongzhou and Nanzhou were plagued by such creatures. Yet having resided in the glacial expanses of Beizhou for so long, she had never encountered them. Now, intrigued by Qiu Ji's words, she wondered whether slaying sea monsters would yield energy. Qiu Ji continued enthusiastically, I've heard they will select some individuals from Camp BC to train as sailors, specifically to guard the ports against these sea monsters. Wen Yao glanced at him, noting his animated demeanor, and could not resist asking, So, do you aspire to become a sailor? Why not? Qiu Ji replied. It is said that being a sailor allows one to venture out to sea for battle and feast on seafood daily. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? The 3 types of tasks are assigned to the trainees of Camp C on a monthly rotational basis, and this time, it unfortunately fell to Wen Yao and her group to undertake urban tasks. They were neither to venture out to slay zombies nor to scavenge for resources, but were instead tasked with street maintenance. Most trainees receiving this assignment were quite pleased, as it promised low risk and high reward, allowing them to explore local markets or visit family in residential areas, a paradise for the timid. However, for someone like Wen Yao, it proved exceedingly mundane. She held little obsession for coin and felt no inclination toward shopping. This task, in essence, served only to familiarize her with the map and accumulate coins for Mingchen. By the end of the month, she had earned a modest sum of coins and had become relatively acquainted with the 4 major districts of Gangqiao City. On the evening of the last day of the month, a torrential downpour ensued. Wen Yao, Qiu Ji, and an unnamed uncle concluded a day of street maintenance and sought refuge in a dilapidated garage beneath a concrete building. Through the relentless rain, the uncle, with clouded eyes, stared vacantly at a low flat-roofed house across the way for nearly half an hour until the rain began to taper off. Qiu Ji cast several puzzled glances in that direction and curiously asked Wen Yao, What do you think he is staring at? Following Qiu Ji's gaze, Wen Yao calmly responded, He is gazing at the home he cannot return to. It was later that she learned the unnamed uncle was not without a name. He simply felt unworthy of one and chose not to disclose it. Before the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had been imprisoned for gambling and fighting, and upon finally being released to reunite with his wife and daughter, he encountered the collapse of the city, leaving his loved ones scattered. For 7 years, he searched for his family, repenting for his past, yet despite his good deeds and daily prayers, fate offered him only the bleak answer of eternal separation. Wen Yao, lost in thought, suddenly asked Qiu Ji, Do you wish to go home? To this inquiry, Qiuji answered without hesitation, I do not. Wen Yao looked at him, surprised. The youth seemed to recall some painful memories, and with a hint of self-mockery, he remarked, my home is in an old, dilapidated house in the urban village of Gangqiao City. I have returned before. I can go back any time I wish. It's just that there is nothing worth returning for in that wretched place. Wen Yao struggled to comprehend, but it is the place where you once lived. Surely. There must be some sentiment attached? Qiuji scoffed at the notion. Sentiment? Should I yearn for my mother who died too young? Or for my father, that drunkard who would beat me senseless? Ha! Before the outbreak, I was a student constantly battered and bruised, and in the end, he blamed me for not getting into a good school and bringing him shame. I often thought to myself, this damned world, let it end. Little did I know it would actually come to pass. Though Qiuji's words were filled with indignation and disdain, he could not suppress the tears that welled in his eyes when speaking of his parents and family. Wen Yao withdrew her gaze, lowering her eyes to the small puddle on the ground. Water dripped from the concrete eaves into the puddle, causing a soft plop that sent ripples dancing across its surface. I wished to return home, even if just to take a glance. Unfortunately, Qingzhou City lay far too distant from Dongzhou District 14, having long since devolved into a desolate and perilous no-man's land. During the monthly task settlement, there would be 3 days of respite. After bidding farewell to Qiuji and the others, Wen Yao walked alone through the gentle patter of the rain back to the manor district. On her way, she inexplicably thought of Mingchen. In this cold world, reshuffled anew, everyone possessed their own story, each harboring their own past. Bei Xiaoduo had hers, Qiuji had his. The nameless uncle had his, but what tales lay behind Mingchen, the prominent figure of Dongzhou District 14? Pondering this, she found herself rather curious. Upon her return to the manor, Mingchen was absent. However, He Fengyan was present. He informed her, Commander Ming's mission is likely known to you. He departed the city half a month ago. Wen Yao nodded and casually inquired, when will he return? To her surprise, He Fengyan responded with astonishment. Commander Ming is notoriously unpredictable. It is likely that no one knows when he will return. No one knows? Wen Yao recalled that he used to inform her of his outings, mentioning the duration and estimated return. Did he only share such details with her? Chapter 91. The East Coast Harbor. Wen Yao was somewhat acquainted with Mingchen's missions, as the most formidable ability user in the entire base. He undertook the perilous task of collecting mutant samples from various danger zones, typically executing these missions personally. Given that the base's research reagents were classified, he seldom brought many along, usually only taking Mei Yasha and Di Dahu, his trusted confidants since the onset of the apocalypse. He bore the heaviest crown, faced the greatest risks, and undertook tasks that no one else could accomplish. Setting aside his eccentricities, he was indeed admirable. Wen Yao was uncertain why Mingchen had not informed her of his departure this time. However, after parting with He Fengyan, she proceeded to his suite's living room as was her custom. In his absence, the expansive, vintage-styled living room was devoid of any lit candles, creating an eerily haunted atmosphere. Approaching the sofa, she placed her bag on the glass coffee table, bending down to unpack a jumble of items she had collected. Throughout the month, she had wandered around Port Bridge City, visiting several abandoned decorative shops, sifting through the debris, and salvaging a few whimsical trinkets, a miniature motorcycle model, some beautifully hued rainstones, and 2 slightly damaged yet vividly striking crystal ball toys. In peaceful times, these items might have held some aesthetic value, but in an era where survival was paramount, they became unwanted, worthless burdens. Previously, Wen Yao would only pick up small, pretty stones that were easy to carry, disregarding these assorted trinkets. This time, however, she collected them solely because she believed Mingchen might appreciate them. It seemed he was the only one in this world who still had the leisure to treasure such curiosities. After arranging the coins and assorted items on the coffee table, Wen Yao felt somewhat like a scavenger. Although the collected items were exquisite, they appeared rather cheap and ordinary within the lavishly adorned living room. She wondered if he would even cherish them. Ultimately, if he did not, he would likely discard them himself. After all, she had merely picked them up on a whim. That day, Wen Yao spent only one night at the manor before departing. During the 2 days of leisure that followed, she ventured to the coastal area east of Port Bridge City. This region, too, was suburban, yet it was adjacent to the sea, featuring vast beaches and rocky reefs, along with several docks. Initially, she strolled aimlessly, hoping to encounter a sea monster, but unexpectedly, she ran into a few youths from Camp A. The young men, noticing her beauty and that she was alone, approached her, saying, "Are you a little sister from Camp C? What brings you here alone? Is there anything we can assist you with?" Within the training camp, the hierarchy of levels A through F established a clear pecking order, with higher ranks often looking down upon those below. For girls of lower levels who were also strikingly attractive, the higher-ranking trainers frequently engaged in crude teasing. Having spent considerable time in the training camp, Wen Yao had encountered this several times and was unfazed. She replied expressionlessly, "No need." As she tightened her grip on her gun and moved aside, the youths were undeterred and attempted to engage her further. However, before she could take action, the sound of gunfire erupted from the beach, startling the group into retreating in panic as they turned to locate the source of the shot. Dark clouds rolled overhead, with distant thunder rumbling ominously. The sea churned violently, waves crashing against the black rocks, sending plumes of white foam skyward. Standing atop one of the rocks was a girl clad in an orange shirt and white trousers, her hair tied in a ponytail, wielding a black gun, who fired 2 shots in the direction of the youths. Though the bullets did not hit them, it was evident they were meant to chase them off, sending the boys scrambling away in fear. "Is that Captain Luo? What is she doing here?" one exclaimed. "How should I know? But why is she shooting at us? Did we provoke her?" After playfully scattering the group, Luo Xuanqing leaped down from the rocks and quickly approached Wen Yao, her vibrant and exuberant face adorned with a radiant smile. "Miss Yao, what brings you here alone?" Wen Yao had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance and politely replied, "I was just taking a stroll. What about you, Captain Luo?" Luo Xuanqing tucked her gun into her waistband and eagerly linked arms with Wen Yao. "Have you forgotten? Miss Yao? I guard the East Coast harbor of Dongzhou District 14. This is my territory, and I oversee most matters here. Since you've come today as your host, shall I show you around?" Wen Yao, naturally reserved and slow to warm up, found it challenging to adapt to intimate interactions with anyone. However, given the enthusiasm of the S-rank commander from District 14, she felt it would be impolite to rebuff her kindness. With no tasks at hand, Luo Xuanqing quickly embraced her chatty, friendly nature, guiding Wen Yao through introductions to each dock and the coastal lifestyle, reminiscent of a tour guide. Wen Yao listened in silence, absorbing a wealth of information, including their daily work tasks, when sea monsters were likely to attack, how many sea monster detectors had malfunctioned recently, and the state of water pollution. She was taken aback by the plethora of knowledge and could not help but ask, "Captain Luo, shouldn't this information also be considered confidential to Dongzhou District 14? Chapter 92. That scene must be stunning and beautiful." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanqing dismissed the notion casually. Confidentiality matters little. After all, you are the heart of Commander Ming. He would surely divulge everything to you. As commanders, we directly follow his orders. So there is nothing you cannot know. In the coastal harbor of the 14th district of the Eastern Continent, Luo Xianying found herself surrounded daily by ship captains and sailors. With the vast sea as her only companion, the monotony and solitude weighed heavily upon her, and as a commander, she could not engage in casual banter with them, lest she compromise her authority. Thus, when she finally encountered someone with whom she could converse, she seized the opportunity. As they walked along the beach toward the harbor, they arrived at the foot of a colossal vessel. Luo Xianying suggested, "Shall we take a look aboard our ferry?" This grand ship, known as the Noah, had been recently renovated and was named after a mythological tale. It currently served as a secondary base for the 14th district of the Eastern Continent, with the 4 continents north, south, east, and west falling one after another to devastation. Humanity's territory shrank relentlessly. The fate of the 14th district remained uncertain, its survival precarious. Should the southwestern city walls fall, this ferry would provide a means of escape. Given the present circumstances, the spread of the virus in the deep sea was markedly slower, and the mutated sea monsters posed less of a threat than the zombie variants. Thus, embarking on a maritime journey might offer a glimmer of hope. Wen Yao lifted her gaze, following Luo Xianying's line of sight, to behold the towering ship against the backdrop of a leaden sky. the waves crashing in rhythmic succession. While the vessel stood silent and imposing, it was truly magnificent, reminiscent of the grand disaster films she had watched in her youth. Noticing her curiosity, Luo Xianying took her aboard the ferry and continued to elaborate on the ship's features. Just like the headquarters of the 14th district, the interior of the ferry was remarkably modern and sophisticated, comprising 5 levels with an array of facilities, resembling a miniature human habitation zone. It's quite similar to an ordinary ferry, nothing particularly remarkable. However, let me take you to the Marine Biology Research Lab. The scenery there is truly breathtaking, she said, grasping Wen Yao's hand and leading her down to the first level. They traversed a lengthy metallic corridor until they reached the Marine Biology Research Lab. Inside, a rectangular research table occupied the center, surrounded by 3 walls of transparent glass containers filled with azure liquid, teeming with various marine creatures. Jellyfish, fish, and algae floated gracefully, their movements casting a shimmering blue glow that danced over Wen Yao's delicate features. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if she were wandering through an oceanic theme park. She pressed her hand against the glass wall and inquired with curiosity, do these marine organisms hold any research value in this tumultuous world? Although the 13th district of the northern continent was also coastal, its frigid temperatures rendered the waters akin to flowing glaciers, devoid of such biodiversity and devoid of threats from sea monsters. Thus, there was no dedicated research lab for marine biology. Luo Xianying replied, indeed, they do. You may not be aware of the sea monster threats here in the eastern and southern continents. The monster hordes attack humanity en masse, much like a zombie tide. You can think of them simply as the aquatic counterparts to zombies, mutated by the same viral infection. They assault vessels, invade ports, and encroach upon human territories. Our study of marine organisms and the monsters they spawn parallels the research on various zombie mutations. By analyzing their reproductive and regenerative methods, we can better understand their characteristics, thus fortifying our defenses against their assaults and seeking to eradicate them. Wen Yao nodded thoughtfully, realizing that survival was a challenge in every continent. The northern continent faced perpetual blizzards, while the western continent suffered from droughts and sandstorms. In contrast, the eastern and southern continents, with their relatively hospitable climates, contended not only with the zombie crisis but also with tsunamis and marauding sea monsters. Luo Xianying guided Wen Yao to a curved chamber, which featured a circular window. Peering through it, they observed a distant area enclosed by a glass wall, where red lights blinked ominously, resembling an alarm system. You're familiar with the southwestern city walls, I presume? That region is a slaughterhouse for zombies, while what we have here is akin to a slaughterhouse for sea monsters. The seawater conducts electricity, making it challenging to establish wire fences like those on land. To capture and eliminate these slippery creatures is no small feat in the past. Countless team members fell victim here. Eventually, Commander Ming ordered the transport of a new type of sturdy glass material from the 1st district of the eastern continent, erecting a glass wall in the shallow waters of this region. Despite their smooth and agile surfaces, the sea monsters have been rendered helpless against this impenetrable barrier, having knocked themselves unconscious upon collision countless times over the years. Wen Yao marveled, building a glass wall in shallow waters? It seems almost beyond imagination. Luo Xianying nodded. The engineering was exceptionally complex. I can't claim to fully understand it. However, the architectural blueprints were drawn by Commander Ming himself. During the construction, he personally stood here to safeguard everyone's safety, resolutely facing the elements as he ignited those approaching sea monsters into flames from his perch upon the rocky shore. One could not deny his brilliance. The rise of the 14th district to become a superlative living area, second only to the 1st district of the eastern continent, was largely attributed to his singular efforts. When Yao envisioned that scene, the crashing waves against the rocks, a man clad in a white shirt with billowing sleeves, flames erupting from his palms, incinerating the sea monsters amidst the dampness. It must have been a breathtaking sight. Yet, inexplicably, while in the presence of Mingchen, she felt oblivious to such thoughts, but upon hearing of his remarkable deeds from others, an odd sensation stirred within her, a feeling she could not quite articulate. But it was undeniably strange. Chapter 93. Long time no see, Captain Shen. Noticing Wen Yao's prolonged silence, Luo Xianying turned to her and asked, "What's wrong?" Wen Yao quickly extricated herself from her introspective reverie, lowering her gaze and shaking her head. It's nothing. That evening, Wen Yao initially planned to return. However, Luo Xianying enthusiastically suggested, "Aren't you eager to see the sea monsters? The weather isn't favorable today. But tomorrow I will arrange a boat and personally take you to the edge of the glass wall. As for tonight, you can stay here. There are plenty of cabins on the ferry." Wen Yao hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. From Luo Xianying, she learned that sea monsters were a result of the mutation of marine organisms, akin to viral mutations, and like zombies, they served as carriers of energy. Given her affinity for water-based abilities, she speculated that these creatures might offer greater potential for her advancement than zombies did. Meanwhile, a modified off-road vehicle came to a halt near the frozen river by the city of Linha in the northern continent. As the occupants exited the vehicle, they were immediately met with an unpleasant, acrid odor that was both fishy and sour, inducing a wave of nausea. Mayasha fanned herself, nearly retching. What is that foul stench? Mingchen, with his usual poise, delicately pinched his nose with his gloved hand, his frosty lashes betraying a slight frown at the offensive aroma. Among the trio, only Dahua remained unfazed, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What is this smell?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Do you find it pleasant?" Dahua took another deep breath, his expression innocent. "It's not bad, just a bit stinky." Mingchen calmly pointed, his voice steady and clear. "The issue likely lies with that river. You should investigate." True to his word, Dahua ventured forth, foolishly taking a deep breath, only to find himself kneeling on the ground moments later, retching violently. The two individuals standing nearby in the snow looked on in silence. Mingchen's lips twitched slightly, fool. Maya Shah, equally speechless, approached Dahua and delivered a sharp slap across his face, then seized the man by the back of his collar and dragged him back. The 10th District of the North was separated from the 14th District of the East by the 13th District of the North. Thus, they relied on this pungent odor to divert the zombie horde. Remarkably, such a tactic had indeed worked, directing the zombies straight towards our east. Dahua knelt in the snow, his face flushed crimson as he retched. Maya Shah remarked, "In the early days of the apocalypse, the scents of garlic and chili were effective in repelling zombies, but after all these years, they have undoubtedly become immune to such things." So, how did they manage to achieve this?
Dahua reached again.
Mingchen, his gaze calm and unwavering as he surveyed the man on the ground, raised an eyebrow and replied, "What else could it be but a newly developed special agent? Just as zombies can mutate, so too can garlic and chili." At this point, he lowered his gaze and smiled gently. "What a wondrous and intriguing world we live in. There are always delightful discoveries to be made." Having finally finished retching, Dahua scrambled to his feet. "So, does the boss mean we in the 14th District of the East can also emulate this tactic and draw the zombies towards their 13th District of the North?" Before Mingchen could respond, Maya Shah frowned and retorted, "Can you think a bit more critically? Let's not even mention that our Gangqiao city lacks a moat. The climate in the east is hardly comparable to the frigid conditions of the north. The high-temperature gas molecules disperse rapidly. Using this agent, we would likely suffocate ourselves before we could even repel the zombies." Mingchen sighed softly, his long lashes lowered. Indeed, it is rather unwise to return the favor in kind. They had merely been passing through this area, intending to depart after discerning the cause in this surveillance blind spot. Unfortunately, just as Maya Shah opened the car door, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby, followed closely by gunfire, bullets slicing through the air with alarming speed. In the fleeting moment of a fraction of a second, Mingchen raised his lashes slightly and suddenly pushed Dahua aside. The bullets struck the metal exterior of the SUV with a deafening clatter. Dahua, still dazed, took cover behind the vehicle after narrowly evading the barrage, gripping his submachine gun tightly as he nervously exclaimed, "Boss." Maya Shah swiftly rolled in the snow, and upon seeing the black-clad soldiers, her expression changed. Centered around the SUV, to the left stood an elite team of over 10 soldiers, while to the right, an army vehicle from the north approached. And ahead were more elite soldiers armed with machine guns. Behind them lay a moat filled with ice. In other words, they were surrounded with no route of escape. The situation was dire, and Maya Shah glanced at Mingchen, coolly assessing, they came prepared. They were specifically lying in wait here. Dahua, upon hearing this, panicked, his dark complexion revealing his wide, frightened eyes. What should we do? Yet, even with so many guns aimed at his head, Mingchen remained composed beside the car, his posture elegant as he clasped his hands together, fingers tracing the patterns on his silver bracelet. Get in the car. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor seemed to reassure Maya Shah, who quickly opened the car door and pulled Dahu inside. The gunfire erupted again, striking the vehicle as a warning, and a voice from afar commanded, "Take him down." With a single order, dozens of armed men cautiously advanced. Fully aware of Mingchen's cunning nature, even unarmed, they dared not lower their guard. Mingchen raised his lashes lightly, his peach blossom eyes curving as he said in a melodious voice, "Long time no see, Captain Shen." Chapter 94. My only enemy is Shen Yichuan. Standing 30 meters away in the snowy expanse, Shen Yichuan frowned at him, gazing at the composed smile of the man in white, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Surrounded and with so many guns pointed at him, how could Mingchen remain utterly unperturbed? Just how powerful was his ability? Shen Yichuan observed coolly for a moment, his piercing gaze locking with the gunman to Mingchen's right. The gunman quickly understood, silencing his weapon and aimed at the man in the center. To his astonishment, after firing at Mingchen, the handsome man by the car appeared completely unfazed. He even leaned casually against the vehicle, playing with the bracelet on his wrist. His beautiful peach blossom eyes still smiling, snowflakes gently falling, one landing on his slightly frosted lashes. Was he not hit? No, it wasn't merely a matter of missing. The question was, where had the bullets gone? The gunman with the silenced weapon was perplexed and fired several more shots. However, it was precisely these multiple shots that allowed him to faintly discern the truth. In the infinitesimal fraction of a second, the bullets transformed into a slender red line beside the man, dissipating into thin air without a trace. He was an extraordinarily powerful ability wielder. Not only were his physical powers enhanced, but his perceptual abilities also surpassed those of ordinary individuals. For them, consciousness could transcend time, akin to a film playing in slow motion. The minuscule interval between the retina receiving information and transmitting it to the brain could be distorted and elongated in their experience. This meant he could react before ordinary humans even caught a glimpse of what was happening, effectively striking down with overwhelming superiority. Realizing this belatedly, the armed team members were left dumbfounded. With such close proximity, if they couldn't even hit him, what was the point of trying to capture him? Mingchen leisurely raised his hand, and as he did so, the silver bracelet slipped down his wrist, a burst of bright flames erupting from his pale palm. The fire reflecting off the bracelet, casting a golden sheen. In the next instant, everyone witnessed the gunman who had just fired at him engulfed in flames. An overwhelming inferno consuming him as he let out a horrific, piercing scream, rolling in the snow, his face twisted in agony. The composed man in white gently withdrew his fingers, and the flames intensified, fervently burning for 2 seconds, instantly reducing the living man to ash. An extraordinarily powerful ability wielder, capable of controlling fire with his thoughts, annihilating a person to mere ashes in an instant. Such overwhelming prowess left no one daring enough to fire upon him again. Inside the vehicle, Maya Shah and Dahu exchanged surprised glances at the scene. After all, their boss had engaged with them countless times before, yet had never showcased his abilities in front of this group, nor had he deliberately harmed anyone. He had merely toyed with gunfire for amusement. Now, however, their boss seemed to have shed his former guise, stripping away the last vestiges of mercy and boldly declaring war upon them.
Dahu.
Resting his gun on the car window, slapped his forehead.
Damn.
I was just overly anxious. Maya Shah looked at him, and Dahu, now realizing, continued cheerfully. Miss Wen isn't even in this group anymore. Why would the boss play around with them? Mingchen smiled at the various expressions of those around him, having just decisively burned several more individuals. His dark eyes were cold and indifferent, yet his demeanor exuded an unsettling gentleness, rendering him both sickly and deranged. My only enemy is Shen Yichuan. Whether you stay or leave is entirely up to you. If one departs, I shall let one go. As he spoke, he chuckled softly, his voice deep and melodious, a mist of white curling from his lips. Surprisingly, today I feel like sparing a few lives. Among the group, Fong Lanin quickly turned to Shen Yichuan, her voice filled with anxiety. What should we do, Captain Shen? They had calculated everything. Yet they never anticipated Mingchen to be such a formidable ability wielder. How could he have been so easily hit by Shen Yichuan's gun previously? Or repeatedly stabbed by Wen Yao? He had never been one to take action, preferring instead to lie low and await rescue from Meiyasha and Didahu, even if it meant enduring injury in the face of danger. Was it all a mere charade? Had he been playing this role for a staggering 6 or 7 years? The absurdity of it all was astonishing. Who could possibly be so deranged and idle? Everyone was engulfed in trepidation, with some on the periphery of the group paling at Mingchen's earlier incendiary act, already contemplating retreat. Yet, Shen Yichuan remained composed, his keen gaze fixed on Mingchen, his brows slightly furrowed, attempting to decipher the intentions concealed beneath the latter's languid demeanor. The two men locked eyes, one exuding calm and formidable presence, while the other bore an air of irreverent amusement. After a moment, Shen Yichuan raised his hand, commanding sternly, "Fang Lanin, lead them in retreat." Fang Lanin glanced across. Concern etched on her face. "Captain Shen," but Shen Yichuan, unwavering, repeated, "Retreat." With his permission, some breathed a sigh of relief and hastily withdrew, while others glanced back anxiously at their leader. Before long, the snowy expanse beside the icy river was left with only Shen Yichuan. The tall figure clad in black, wielding a dark gun, possessed strikingly chiseled features, sharp eyes, and a gaze as deep as a bottomless abyss. Even as his comrades turned to ash before him, he betrayed no hint of disarray, fear, astonishment, or lamentation. None of these emotions flickered in his eyes, which were shrouded in a profound, emotionless darkness. Inside the vehicle, Didahu felt an inexplicable sense of unease and murmured, "Do you think Captain Shen has awakened his powers? Is he also an ability wielder?" Chapter 95. The more one possesses, the more one wishes to flaunt. Meiyasha narrowed her eyes. As a space ability wielder, she could ordinarily distinguish between ability wielders and ordinary individuals. Yet today, Shen Yichuan presented a different aura. She found it difficult to discern his true nature. She could neither classify him as an ordinary person nor sense the presence of his spiritual essence. What on earth was happening? Had Shen Yichuan also awakened his abilities? Was he another formidable ability wielder? Yet, how could this be? They had not seen each other for barely 2 months. How could he have awakened such powers in such a short span? Beizhou was utterly oblivious to the secret of the ability awakening agent and had never conducted research on it. Even if, for argument's sake, he had awakened his abilities through the agent, he could not have possibly become a formidable wielder in such a brief time. In light of this, Meiyasha gave Didahu a sharp slap. "Pay attention, do not underestimate him."
Mingchen scrutinized the Shen Yichuan.
Though he was less concerned with the latter's power shift than with pondering what Wen Yao had once found appealing about him. This was a question he had mulled over countless times, concluding that it stemmed from their shared allegiance as comrades. He believed that had he met Wen Yao first, Shen Yichuan would have been rendered irrelevant. Yet now he realized that even after saving Wen Yao's life, despite her being considered part of Dongzhou, and even though he could offer her far greater advantages than Shen Yichuan, it seemed she did not reciprocate his affections. This led him to question whether it was Shen Yichuan's type, steadfast, taciturn, and fond of wearing black, that truly captivated her. Shen Yichuan stood resolute, inexplicably unsettled by the man's unwavering gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Mingchen's thoughts snapped back as he straightened from the vehicle, striding through the snow towards Shen Yichuan. "I intend to mock you." He had thought Captain Shen would never conflate personal and professional motives. Mobilizing so many to encircle him must surely be driven by ulterior motives. Could it truly be for Wen Yao? The boundless snowy landscape was reduced to a solitary vehicle and 2 men, one clad in black and the other in white. Upon reaching Shen Yichuan, Mingchen smiled lightly, circling him as the snow crunched beneath his feet. The northern wind howled and delicate snowflakes fell. Though they had not engaged in combat, their auras and gazes clashed silently. Upon hearing Wen Yao's name, Shen Yichuan discerned Mingchen's intentions. "Mingchen, you will not kill me, nor dare to." Mingchen toyed with the flames in his palm, dismissively smiling. "Oh, how can Captain Shen be so certain?" Shen Yichuan offered a calm smile, distinct from Mingchen's flamboyant charm, yet equally poised and commanding. "If you kill me, you will only drive her further from you." What does saving her this one time matter? Over the past 7 years, I have saved her countless times. In her weakest, most helpless moments, it was I who helped her stand tall. I personally taught her to be brave and strong, to confront adversity head-on. Mingchen was taken aback by Shen Yichuan's composure today, more so at his calm and resolute declarations. Shen Yichuan seemed lost in a memory, his eyes glistening with unshed emotion. We have shared 7 years together. She bears the marks of my training. What are you? And what can you possibly compare to our shared past? Just because you saved her once? Just because, as the base commander, you can offer her a life of privilege? He exhaled a cloud of mist, as though finding the notion laughable. Do you think Wen Yao values such things? It seems you do not understand her at all. In recent days, Shen Yichuan had contemplated much, dissecting the details of their prior encounters with Mingchen. From his observations today, he concluded that Mingchen's interest in Wen Yao transcended mere attraction to her beauty. He would risk everything for her, hide his strength, and engage with her. Despite his irreverent demeanor, it was highly likely he genuinely cared for her. This affection in itself was a vulnerability. Emotions are humanity's greatest weakness. No matter how powerful one may be, he had long recognized this truth. As Shen Yichuan spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the white-clad man, his eyes carrying an underlying threat. She treats everyone kindly. You saved her, and she may also show you kindness and gratitude. But she will not love you, nor will she truly depend on you, for fundamentally, you are not of the same ilk. Mingchen's long lashes fell, his gaze darkening. Is that so? What if I claim she is already my partner? Shen Yichuan appeared to have heard a jest. The less one possesses, the more one wishes to flaunt it. If she were truly your partner, why would you not dare to bring her to Beizhou to confront me? As he spoke, he turned his head, and in that moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Mingchen's momentary lapse into sorrow. In the distance, within the off-road vehicle, Dahu inquired of Mei Yasha. What do you think they're discussing? Mei Yasha's arm, weary from holding her gun, replied, I have no idea.
Dahu continued.
Why, isn't the boss speaking? I feel like he might be at a disadvantage this round. Mei Yasha said nothing, instead delivering a swift slap to him. Smack. Dahu quickly shielded his head, looking both aggrieved and innocent. I wasn't disparaging the boss this time, I was just speaking the truth. Before he could finish, he witnessed the black-clad man suddenly materialize a golden blade in his hand, and in a flash, that blade pierced the heart of the white-clad man. In the next instant, the blade was withdrawn, crimson blood splattering against the gray sky, as Mei Yasha and Dahu widened their eyes in shock, hastily raising their weapons. Boss. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 96. Then, why does she not love him? Shen Yichuan had already bent down and rolled in the snow, evading the gunfire, while Mingchen lay back in the vast expanse of white snow. Drops of blood mingled with frost and snow, creating striking red stains on the man's porcelain-like face, resembling meticulously painted red plum blossoms by an artist, adding a touch of exquisite beauty to his visage. When Mei Yasha and Dahu rushed over, Shen Yichuan had vanished. But they scarcely had time to ponder this, hastily kneeling to support the man lying in the snow. Dahu pressed his hand against Mingchen's wildly beating heart. Feeling the warmth of blood gushing forth, he was so terrified that he could only stare in shock. His eyes reddened as he exclaimed, What should we do? The boss has been wounded in the heart. Mei Yasha, equally alarmed, realized that the boss had truly lost his mind. Shen Yichuan was deliberately provoking him, distracting him, and he had even allowed himself to be injured, allowing harm to his heart, no less. Although a supernatural being is not guaranteed to perish from a heart injury like an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly result in severe depletion of their vital energy, requiring a prolonged recovery period. If excessive blood were lost, it could lead to a complete drain, even damaging their spiritual essence through overexertion. Mingchen's complexion turned pale from blood loss, his thin lips drained of color, and his long eyelashes were coated with frost and snow. Yet, the corners of his blood-stained lips curved into a slight arc. Mei Yasha, tell me, am I truly inferior to Shen Yichuan? Bewildered by the boss's madness and his sudden nonsensical utterances, Mei Yasha urged, Boss, please conserve your strength. Stop speaking. Mingchen then turned his head towards Dahu, offering him a sickly smile. What do you think? Dahu's dark face was etched with anxiety, his chest heaving with anger. Boss, how can you believe Shen Yichuan's words? You are the best person in the world. Even 10 Shen Yichuans combined cannot compare. Mingchen's eyes fluttered shut, a faint smile gracing his lips as they reddened. Is that so? Then why doesn't she like him? Boss. Wen Yao awoke from a deep slumber, startled from her dreams. Upon awakening, she first stared at the wall clock for a while, then slowly turned her gaze towards the sea view outside the cabin. Beyond the circular glass window, the deep blue sea churned with white waves, cascading like a surge, while the unique roar of the ferry mixed with the crashing sound of the waves outside. It was 4:30 in the morning, the light dim, and the single cabin was eerily quiet. Waking at this hour, Wen Yao felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness, a hollow feeling in her heart. With no sleepiness left, she decided to rise and take her silver gun before stepping outside. After encountering Luo Xianying that day, she was taken the next day to the glass seawall to meet various sea monsters, confirming her hypothesis that water element supernatural beings were more effective in defeating sea monsters than zombies for leveling up. Thus, she suggested to Luo Xianying that she remain at the eastern port of Gangqiao City. Luo Xianying, bright and cheerful, who was very fond of Wen Yao, had no objections. She not only provided Wen Yao with a comfortable cabin room but also took the time to personally teach her how to shoot and hunt sea monsters. Consequently, Wen Yao had already been living on this colossal ship for a week. This day, as she descended the stairs, Luo Xianying, who had just finished a meeting with the sailors, lit up upon seeing her and called out enthusiastically, "Oh, Miss Yao, why are you up so early today?" When Yao returned her warm smile, "I couldn't sleep." Luo Xianying stepped forward, linking her arm with Wen Yao's. "Perfect. We can practice shooting together for an extra hour today." Naturally reserved and slow to warm up, Wen Yao found it challenging to quickly become familiar with others, but Luo Xianying's garrulous and outgoing nature perfectly complemented her own, allowing Wen Yao's initial sense of strangeness to dissipate into thin air in no time. In just a few days, they felt like longtime friends. Moreover, Luo Xianying's vivacious personality made Wen Yao feel an unexpected kinship, often reminding her of her older sister. Many years ago, she had been a quiet and introverted little girl, too timid to speak to others. When her parents took her to visit her uncle's house, her sister would always take the initiative to play with her, linking arms and sharing various delightful things. The sound of Luo Xianying's boots echoed on the deck as she approached a cage containing a juvenile sea monster. Glancing over at Wen Yao, who was readying her gun, "Are you prepared?" After Wen Yao nodded, she swiftly shot the lock of the iron cage. With a loud bang, the foul and sticky black creature dashed out of its confinement, lunging towards Wen Yao's position. The girl in black attire, wielding a silver gun, focused her gaze and quickly aimed at the soft-bodied sea monster enveloped in a yellow mist. The first shot was deftly dodged by the creature. The second merely severed one of its tongues, and it was only on the third shot, as the sea monster neared, that she struck its rotund body, causing it to explode and allowing her to absorb the energy released. This type of black sea monster was currently the fastest reproducing and posed the greatest threat to humanity. Aptly named Black Mud, this creature was a mutated soft-bodied marine organism, entirely black, shapeshifting into a spherical form, with a smooth and reflective exterior, perpetually wet and slimy, and remarkably agile. It possessed crab-like crimson eyes and a grotesque mouth, lined with numerous long, thin, soft tongues, surrounded by sharp teeth stained with blood. In summary, it was exceedingly repugnant. When Yao cast a glance at the creature now reduced to a stinking black sludge on the ground, sighing, "It's too agile. Killing one is such a hassle. If they come in swarms, I might not stand a chance. Perhaps I should just use a knife." She had wielded a blade for a full 7 years, her skills unparalleled, far surpassing her abysmal marksmanship. Her shooting was only effective against static targets or the slow-moving undead. When faced with the formidable, swift, and agile, or even those at a slight distance, she felt utterly useless. Luo Xianying, however, shook her head. "No. You must continue to practice shooting. Sea monsters are not like zombies. While you could slay this relatively soft juvenile sea monster with a knife, against the tough-skinned, resilient adult sea monsters, a single strike would be utterly ineffective. Only through gunfire can they be killed, as we have thoroughly researched. Additionally, as a supernatural being, honing your marksmanship is crucial in battle, Otherwise, no matter how powerful your abilities, if you can't hit your target, they are of no use. Do you understand what I mean? That makes sense. After Luo Xianying spoke, she turned to the gentle, beautiful girl, patting her shoulder. Don't lose heart, Miss Yao. I believe in you. Wen Yao met Luo Xianying's gaze and nodded with determination. All right. One must step out of their comfort zone and continually challenge and surpass themselves. If faced with difficulties, then why not confront them head-on? Chapter 97. This is unbearable, a burden beyond what ordinary people can endure. On this day, Luo Xianying accompanied Wen Yao for a full morning of shooting practice, followed by a meal in the fairy's dining hall. Through their conversation, Wen Yao learned that Luo Xianying had risen to the position of commander of the maritime battle team at such a young age because she had grown up in a military family. Her ancestors had all been illustrious soldiers. She had taken to toy guns at the age of 3 and wielded a real gun at 7. Attending military schools from elementary through high school. Even without this calamity, she would likely have become an officer, a true prodigy, a heroine. Luo Xianying remarked, So don't feel inferior just because my marksmanship is better. I've merely had more practice than you. As the two chatted back and forth, a shadow suddenly appeared in the dining hall, hurriedly making its way towards them. Luo Xuanqing, biting into a squid skewer, lifted her gaze towards the man with an intense expression, flashing a teasing grin. Well, what a rare guest. Captain He, what brings you here? Care to join me for a seafood feast? He Fengyan's demeanor was grave, his words laced with reproach. You still have the energy to jest? I sent you so many signals and you failed to notice? Taken aback by the reprimand, Luo Xuanqing stood up, slamming her hands on the table. The maritime signals have always been poor. What is wrong with not catching them? Why are you being so fierce? We are of equal rank, and you have no right to bark orders at me. Seeing the escalating tension, Wen Yao quickly reached out to tug at Luo Xuanqing's sleeve. Captain Luo, please don't be angry. Hearing her gentle voice, He Fengyan finally acknowledged Wen Yao's presence, his tone softening considerably. There has been a grave incident at the base. All S-level commanders are to return to headquarters immediately. I must ask you, Captain Luo, to accompany us as well. Luo Xuanqing relented, her ire dissipating. I'm only letting this slide for Miss Yao's sake. Wen Yao, sensing the urgency, was about to bid farewell to Luo Xuanqing. Then I shall, but was interrupted as He Fengyan added, Miss Yao, you must also return with us. Wen Yao blinked in surprise, but the situation at headquarters has nothing to do with someone of my status. The trio boarded a black sedan, with He Fengyan at the wheel while Wen Yao and Luo Xuanqing occupied the back seat. He Fengyan maintained a serious silence throughout the drive, and Wen Yao, sensing the odd atmosphere, chose to remain quiet as well. Only Luo Xuanqing, arms crossed, questioned with intrigue, what could necessitate the summoning of all S-level commanders? This has never happened before. As her words hung in the air, Wen Yao gazed at He Fengyan's back, her heart inexplicably racing. This eerie silence bred a peculiar unease within her. The gravity of the situation, indicated by He Fengyan's stern expression and his typically gentle disposition now turned harsh, hinted at something undeniably serious. What could it be? Surely it wasn't he about Mingchen? Meanwhile, within the corridor of the medical ward on the 3rd floor of the castle villa, medical personnel hurried to and fro, each glistening forehead betraying their anxiety. Lin Zern emerged from the operating room, hands stained with blood. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inadvertently left 2 crimson streaks. Now sporting a bloodied visage, he abandoned his usual composed demeanor, unleashing a tirade. Is the commander truly out of his mind? What on earth possessed him to take such reckless risks?
Oh.
So being an ability user makes him invincible? He even dared to injure his heart. Now he'll have to endure this excruciating pain daily. Mayasha leaned against the wall, smoking, her eyelids lifting to regard him. Is it stitched properly? Lin Zern inhaled deeply. With our medical expertise, stitching it is certainly achievable. But it's the heart we're talking about. A ruptured heart is a death sentence for an ordinary person, yet he chose to play with heart punctures. Mayasha took another drag from her cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. Lost in thought, Lin Zern continued to lament. However, his life is not in immediate danger. The bleeding was controlled, and his spiritual essence remains largely intact. But he'll need at least a month of rest, having just had his heart stitched. Each beat will likely inflict unbearable agony upon him, day and night. It's a torment beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. At this, Mayasha lowered her eyelashes. Nodding slightly, Dr. Lin, he is not in any serious condition that we need to worry about. Only the two of us and Commander Ming are privy to this. Lin Zuren paused, momentarily confused. What do you mean, Captain Mei? Mayasha lifted her gaze, enunciating each word carefully. Commander Ming, due to the heart puncture, has sustained damage to his spiritual essence. Even if he miraculously survives, he will be rendered incapacitated and will no longer be able to protect the Eastern District 14 base. In the narrow, desolate corridor, the reflection of the red-haired woman appeared in the depths of the man's dark pupils, her face dusted with freckles. Her brown eyes calm and profound. Lin Zuren stood stunned for a moment, gradually comprehending, and nodded earnestly. I understand. After Lin Zuren exited, Mayasha turned and re-entered the operating room. On the operating table, Mingchen lay weakly, his hands and head connected to 3 life-monitoring devices, their blinking lights indicating a feeble heartbeat, the rhythmic electronic beeping echoing in the sterile room. The man lay with eyes closed, his handsome brows slightly furrowed, his complexion pale as parchment, his once formidable presence diminished to a haunting fragility due to his injuries. Mayasha stood respectfully at the bedside, responding, Rest assured, boss. I've already spoken with Dr. Lin. This was indeed an opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the internal personnel of the base. Having said this, Mayasha prepared to turn away, only to be interrupted by a hulking figure who burst into the room, a man of large stature, weeping and wailing at the bedside. Boss,
Please don't die.
if you go, what will become of Mayasha and me? His clumsy display startled the man on the bed, causing him to gradually open his eyes. Their gazes met, and Dahua choked out. Boss? Are you alright? However, the man's eyes, now open, bore a weak yet gentle expression, his first word a curt, Get lost. His heart was already suffering from excruciating pain, and this sudden movement only exacerbated his torment. How could such a fool not perish from his own foolishness? Mayasha quickly pulled him away, delivering a sharp slap. Do you want to kill the boss? Dahua, momentarily neglecting his own pain, asked through tear-filled eyes. Is what Dr. Lin said true? Is the boss truly incapacitated and on the brink of death? Chapter 98. I feel very happy. Mayasha intended to scold Dahua, but upon witnessing his genuine distress, found herself unable to reprimand him, ultimately dragging him from the operating room. Die. Stop bothering the boss. Mingchen diverted his gaze from their retreating figures, looking up at the blinding white light of the ceiling, causing his splendid peach blossom eyes to curve into a sickly yet enchanting smile. He recalled the words spoken by Shen Yichuan the moment the blade was thrust towards him. In that instant he could have dodged, but he chose not to. At that moment he thought if Shen Yichuan was so certain, so confident, then why not take the gamble? Let us see who the true loser is. When Lin Zuren entered, fearing the light would hurt Commander Ming's eyes, he instinctively adjusted the switch, dimming the brightness. Mingchen, sensing the movement, turned his head towards him, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Lin Zuren inquired with concern. Commander Ming, how are you feeling now? Mingchen averted his gaze, his smile unwavering, responding earnestly with his melodious voice. I feel very happy. Lin Zuren was taken aback. Never mind, his mind was already somewhat unsteady, and now, suffering, it was even more so. Understanding was required. He adopted a professional attitude, meticulously explaining various post-operative care instructions, placing a pain relief medication beside him. Please rest well, Commander Ming. I won't disturb you any further. When Wen Yao followed Fengyan back to the castle villa, she was met with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere charged with urgency and seriousness as people hurried about. In this tense ambience, her unease grew ever stronger. Hastily, Wen Yao ascended to the second floor. Just as she was about to press the elevator button, it chimed open, revealing a man in a white coat stepping out. Lin Zuren, engrossed in his thoughts, glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. Miss Yao? Wen Yao felt an inexplicable tension, as if a foreboding omen loomed. What has happened at the base? Lin Zuren offered her a polite smile. Though his voice bore a hint of fatigue, it's Commander Ming who has encountered trouble. You should go see him. He is in the third-floor ward. Recalling Maya's words, He cast a fleeting glance at the bustling personnel before lowering his eyelids and sighing. He returned from this mission with grave injuries, particularly to his heart. As an ability user, he has managed to cling to life, but... Wen Yao stared blankly at Dr. Lin, who could not bear to elaborate further. The situation is not optimistic. Wen Yao's expression tightened, her entire being frozen in place, her fingers instinctively curling at her side. The earlier sense of emptiness and anxiety now felt like a suspended silver needle crashing to the ground, emitting a jarring sound that echoed in her ears. "All right, I understand." Wen Yao was unsure how she bade farewell to Dr. Lin. She merely knew that as she walked down the third-floor corridor, she felt somewhat dazed. Mingchen was in trouble. Mingchen was the one in peril. And, because of his misfortune, chaos had erupted at the Eastern Continent District 14 headquarters. Wen Yao had always harbored a rather fatal weakness, an inclination to develop a psychological dependency on others, often viewing those around her as exceedingly significant. Perhaps it was due to the 15 years of being sheltered before the calamity, where her family's warmth enveloped her too thoroughly. Or perhaps the anguish of separation from loved ones at the onset of disaster left her with profound scars. Consequently, she tended to regard comrades, superiors, and even friendly acquaintances as family, instinctively fearing the loss of their lives. She had longed to overcome this vulnerability, which is why upon arriving at the Eastern Continent, she preferred to grow strong on her own rather than rely on anyone else. Yet, in this moment, she realized she still possessed some degree of emotional dependency on Mingchen. Unbeknownst to her, she occasionally thought of him, kept him in her heart, and felt a sense of safety in his presence. The news of his severe injuries after so many days apart was nearly unbearable for her. In this world, no one treated her with such unadulterated kindness as he did. Without Mingchen in Eastern Continent District 14, it felt as though she truly had no home. As an ability user, Mingchen was protected by spiritual energy, so even though his heart was injured, it was akin to a severe external wound for an ordinary person, not hindering his regular activities in the least. He casually selected a hospital bed and reclined languidly upon it, drifting into a deep slumber, half conscious and half asleep. Due to excessive blood loss and excruciating heart pain, time seemed to stretch endlessly until he gradually regained consciousness, becoming aware of subtle movements nearby. Something soft brushed against his fingers, tickling him, while he felt a weight on his wrist and a gentle, warm breath wafting against his sleeve. Suddenly realizing something, the man, resting against the headboard, abruptly opened his eyes. It felt like the early hours of dawn. The air was cool and refreshing. A dim blue glow filtered through the cracks in the curtains, while the room remained hushed, illuminated only by a single warm orange lamp, casting a faint, subdued light. Mingchen could hardly believe his eyes as he glanced at the girl beside him multiple times. The last time he shifted his gaze from the window back to Wen Yao, he froze entirely. The spot where she touched him tingled through the fabric, momentarily overshadowing the excruciating pain he was enduring. He had imagined Wen Yao would return, speculated on her reaction to his injuries, and even plotted how to feign misery to elicit her trust, all while anxiously wondering if she would even care at all. Yet, unexpectedly, before any of his plans could materialize, he found himself facing a tender and obedient little creature. It was an utterly delightful surprise. Her hand rested on his wrist like a pillow, and as he gazed upon her serene sleeping face, her long, dark lashes were slightly damp, her breath shallow, and her soft, pink lips appeared exquisitely supple. Mingchen found himself captivated by her for a moment, unable to suppress the movement of his throat. Yet he hesitated to stir. He felt both a yearning for her and a fear of disturbing this precious moment, until the numbness in his arm grew unbearable, and the person beside him sensed something, slowly lifting her head in confusion. Their eyes met, and Wen Yao's gaze shimmered as she asked, "Did you faint? Why didn't you wake up when I called you last night?" Mingchen raised an eyebrow, perhaps due to his prolonged sleep. His voice somewhat hoarse. "You called me last night?" Wen Yao had only meant to express concern, but the moment his rich, melodious voice filled the air, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Under the warm orange light, the man leaning against the headboard wore a subtle smile, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with emotion. Despite his injuries, his white shirt was worn casually, the wrinkled collar revealing a glimpse of his fair skin and delicate collarbone, while below, The bandaged area on his chest faintly exhibited traces of crimson blood. He should have appeared a pitiful sight, yet with his face, even the most tragic circumstance became hauntingly beautiful, evoking more sympathy than his usual spirited demeanor. Wen Yao dared not look at him any longer, nodding slightly and admitting, "I heard Dr. Lin say everything. I called you once, but when you didn't wake up, I didn't call again. You won't be in any danger, will you?" Mingchen scrutinized the girl's face, and when he noticed the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, his heart stirred. He tilted his head slightly. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might die?" Wen Yao was puzzled by his question, but, recalling the complex emotions from the previous night, she hesitated before replying, "I consider you family. Naturally, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you." Oh, so she merely regarded him as family after all. Wen Yao felt somewhat intrusive in his resting area, and with the atmosphere turning oddly charged, she decided to excuse herself. "I'm glad you're okay. You should rest well. I won't disturb you." She stood up, but before she could take a step, a hand suddenly reached out and grasped her wrist. The moment their skin met, a cool sensation coursed through her, causing her heart to race inexplicably as the man's low, husky voice murmured, "Perhaps lovers are more fitting than family." In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, the mere mention of the word lovers causing her ears to flush with warmth. "Mingchen, I thought that's not what you meant," she stammered. Testing the waters. The man's deep, dark eyes locked onto her, scrutinizing her expression, seeking to uncover the evidence that she had indeed developed feelings for him. "What do you mean by that?" Wen Yao confidently replied, "You clearly do not like me." Mingchen was in no rush to confess. Instead, he patiently caressed the delicate skin of her wrist, gradually coaxing her heart. "Oh, have I said that?" The sensation of his fingers gliding over her wrist sent shivers coursing through her body, rendering the atmosphere irresistibly intimate. Wen Yao felt utterly flustered. "Just that day. The day you saved me, I thought." Mingchen raised an eyebrow, following her lead. Suddenly, he tightened his grip and pulled her down to sit on the bed. The abruptness of his action caught her off guard, and she nearly tumbled into his lap. Fortunately, Mingchen steadied her shoulder, leaning closer, "Darling." In that instant, when Yao felt her fingers grow numb, she dared not move, her senses overwhelmed by the warmth of his presence. Besides the familiar hint of rose, there lingered a faint metallic scent of blood. Mingchen's fingers gently entwined in her hair, his cool, delicate lips brushed against her ear, his breath laden with suggestiveness. "In that situation, who knew you would perceive me as someone else? If I were to tell you now, this is precisely what I meant." Wen Yao felt a tremor at his words, her hand instinctively gripping the wrinkled bedsheet. Yet, Mingchen showed no inclination to withdraw. Instead, he gently turned her head to meet his gaze, his eyes alluring and captivating, his lips nearly grazing her cheek. "So, darling, are you willing?" The proximity, the posture, and the words were driving her to the brink of madness. Wen Yao felt her mind go blank, and her body seemed ensnared by an enchantment, rigid and unable to move. I don't know." "Then shall we give it a try?" Mingchen noted her lack of aversion to his intimate touch and pressed further, guiding her hand to rest on his shoulder while his fingers caressed the back of her head, tenderly playing with her hair. The distance between them closed even further. Their breaths intertwining, Wen Yao could hear the slight hitch in his breathing, as well as the thunderous rhythm of her own heart, overwhelming and disorienting. She was uncertain if this could be deemed affection, yet she recognized that, despite being aware of the man's ulterior motives, she could no longer withstand it. It seemed she instinctively relinquished her resistance, willingly succumbing to the allure of his enticing form. He had ensnared her in a trap, and now she felt as if escape were impossible. Wen Yao resignedly pondered, as the man before her chuckled softly, then pressed something warm and soft against her lips, gradually applying pressure, exploring with gentle bites and caresses. In that fleeting moment, her blank mind erupted like fireworks, intoxicating tingles cascading through her veins, spreading like embers igniting a fire, rendering her limbs numb. Under the physiological stimulus, her long lashes fluttered, and her beautiful, clear eyes glistened with a hint of mist. In her daze, Wen Yao sensed something shatter within her, as if something else ignited, causing her body to tremble, instinctively resisting, yet she found herself held tighter. The back of her head was cradled by the man's hand, which slowly slid down to steady her shoulder. While her hands clutched the fabric of his shirt in a tight grip, Mingchen did not close his eyes. Instead, he continued to draw her deeper into this intoxicating abyss with his desire-laden gaze. As their lips moved in a rhythmic dance, his pale, seductive Adam's apple bobbed slowly. The subtle sounds of their kiss echoed in the stillness, igniting the primal urges hidden within her, every cell in her body clamoring for contact. The agony of her heart being torn asunder intertwined with the ecstasy of their kiss, compelling her further into madness. Yet, just as he intended to draw her onto the bed to deepen the kiss, a sudden, impolite knock shattered the intimacy of the moment. Boss, are you awake? Wen Yao's heart raced at the intrusion, the realization of the situation dawning upon her, a wave of terror and embarrassment crashing over her. It was as if she had awakened from a dream. She pushed Mingchen away and hastily scrambled off the bed, covering her mouth with her sleeve as she dashed to the door. Upon seeing her, Dahu was momentarily taken aback, smiling as he inquired, "Miss Yao, what are you doing here?" Wen Yao had no time to entertain his question. A whirlwind of chaotic emotions surged within her, leaving her feeling too ashamed to face anyone. She barely registered the figure at the door before swiftly turning and fleeing. Dahu stared at the hurried, retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. Remembering his urgent matter, he burst into the room. "Boss, someone from District 1 in Dongzhou has arrived." Before he could finish his report, he suddenly felt a searing heat on his head. Upon touching it, he yelped, "Ow. Boss, why are you burning my hair?" Mingchen lay back on the bed, his cheeks flushed like a beautiful drunkard. His expression still smiling, yet his eyes were icy cold. "Get out."
Ow.
"Boss, I was wrong. I'll leave right now. Please don't burn me." 5 minutes later, Dahu, sporting a hairdo resembling a scorched hedgehog, arrived in the grand hall of the ancient castle villa, his hair still emitting wisps of smoke. His already dark skin was marked with singed patches, and his clothes were tattered, making him appear as though he had just emerged from a bonfire. Drawing curious glances from the various personnel in the hall, Maya Shah expressed her shock. "I ask you to relay a message to the boss."
Did you step on a landmine or something?
Dahu lamented. "I truly felt like I was blown up. I have no idea what set him off. I was barely able to finish my sentence before this happened." Maya Shah frowned, waving him off like a bothersome fly. "Go wash your face and take a break. I'll talk to him later." Wen Yao, ignoring everyone around her, made her way to her room on the 5th floor. Once inside, she locked the door and finally felt a semblance of calm. She touched her flushed cheeks, her legs weak as she moved toward the bathroom. In the glass mirror beside the bathroom, the fair-skinned girl had rosy cheeks, her soft hair slightly tousled, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a misty sheen. Her lips, once a delicate pink, were now a deep crimson, full and vibrant, the lingering sensations from the kiss still palpable, leaving her feeling both tingling and restless. Wen Yao lowered her lashes, turning on the faucet as the water cascaded, splashing against her slender fingers. As the water flowed, her mind buzzed with confusion. Her thoughts swirling chaotically, as if under a spell, she replayed everything that had just transpired. Perhaps, compared to family, a lover would be more fitting. "This is precisely what I meant. So, darling, are you willing?" And then she found herself lured into his embrace. Wen Yao turned off the faucet, momentarily unsure of who among them was truly at fault. Mingchen, inherently proud and elegant, ever cautious of others taking advantage of him, was now engaging in such behavior, enticing her to descend into temptation? And she, who had once wielded a metaphorical knife against him without a shred of mercy, was now entangled in a web of complex emotions, nearly succumbing to his charm, almost leading to an absurdity of sharing the same bed with him. It all felt utterly ludicrous. The girl's beautiful, watery eyes glimmered as she lowered her lashes, and after removing her bracelet, shoes, and clothes, her lithe figure stepped into the shower, the cascading water creating a haze of springtime warmth throughout the room. When Mingchen emerged from the shower, the bandaged area on his chest suddenly bled profusely, the sharp pain intensifying, forcing him to call for Dr. Lin from the next room to reapply the bandages. Lin Zurin had just encountered Miss Yao exiting the room. He greeted her, but she had ignored him, leaving him puzzled about the sudden flush on her face.
Now,
Seeing Commander Ming, he understood everything. After redressing Mingchen's wound, he earnestly advised, Commander Ming, while your injuries are not life-threatening and do not hinder your mobility, you still require rest. It would be prudent to avoid situations that might elevate your heart rate or involve vigorous activity. Perhaps it would be wise to exercise some restraint. Regarding the private life of Commander Ming, Lin Zairen felt it was not within his purview to concern himself. The commander's peculiarities and penchant for thrilling pursuits were of little interest to him. However, this heart-suturing operation was his responsibility, and their relationship had transitioned to that of doctor and patient rather than superior and subordinate. As a physician, he wished for his diligent efforts not to be callously squandered. Nor did he desire for his patient to disregard treatment and behave recklessly. Yet, despite his earnest admonitions, the handsome man in the hospital bed merely smiled, contemplatively responding, "Ibet correctly." Although Mingchen's complexion was pallid, his expression was remarkably gentle, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling like scattered stars, exuding an exquisite radiance. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate universally, Dr. Lin. Therefore, you might not fully comprehend my current elation. Lin Zairen, unable to grasp the essence of his words, simply replied, okay. He suspected that the commander's most critical issue was not his heart, but rather his mental faculties. No matter how much he advised him, he likely absorbed not a single word. It would be more fruitful to converse with Miss Yao later. Having grown accustomed to this charade, Lin Zairen maintained his composure, slipping his hands into the pockets of his white coat, and politely remarked, I shall not disturb your rest any further. Please call for me should you require anything, Commander Ming. Chapter 101. I am different. After the tumultuous events of the early morning, Wen Yao found her emotions in disarray for an extended period. Upon returning to her room, she took a long shower and sat at her desk, lost in thought until dawn broke. Only then did a realization strike her, prompting her to hurriedly exit her room and descend the stairs. She first lingered outside the third-floor ward, before making her way to the second-floor dining hall. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, voices mingling in a cacophony of speculation. The typically orderly atmosphere of the base personnel had erupted into a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety, as if their previously monotonous lives were on the verge of disruption. Some were exhilarated, others apprehensive, some terrified, and others hopeful. What was the true state of Commander Ming? What did Dr. Lin convey? Oh, his heart was pierced. He underwent a night-long suturing procedure and fainted several times due to excessive blood loss. What more is there to discuss? But wasn't he an ability user? Shouldn't he, an ability user, shielded by their spiritual essence, be beyond the clutches of death? While his life had been precariously preserved, the future remained uncertain. Dr. Lin, perhaps fearing accountability, had only vaguely assured them that the commander was not in mortal danger, while Captain Mei urged everyone to remain calm, asserting that their leader would be fine. Yet, anyone with discernment could surmise the underlying severity. Take Di Dahu for instance. Having followed Commander Ming for many years alongside Captain Mei, if the commander were truly unscathed, how could a man like him weep so openly? Furthermore, hadn't you noticed this morning? News had already reached the East Zone District 1, and I suspect that the winds of change are truly upon us in East Zone District 14. Wen Yao remained silent. When she returned yesterday afternoon, Luo Xuanqing and He Fengyan had been taken away, and in her state of panic, she had paid little attention. However, hearing these open discussions now, coupled with the desolate scene outside the third-floor ward, she finally grasped the source of the disquiet. It was the aftermath of Mingchen's grave injury, which had resulted in a ripple of unrest within the command structure of District 14. People believed he was on the brink of becoming incapacitated, fearing he would no longer be able to safeguard East Zone District 14. Thus, they speculated on who the new commander might be, contemplating the future of District 14 and their own fates in the absence of Commander Ming's protection. Their concern was not for others, but solely for themselves. And Mingchen? Once revered, his past glories and contributions to East Zone District 14 became irrelevant the moment he ceased to hold value. Thus, now he lay in a hospital bed, on the brink of death, overlooked by those who once feasted and reveled, still debating who would assume leadership, still fretting over their own destinies. This was the apocalypse, an era where everyone lived in fear. Even a formidable figure like Mingchen was not exempt. With a heart heavy with complexity, Wen Yao took a cup of milk and toast, selecting a seat by the window. As she sat, long-buried memories surged within her. She recalled an incident from the early days of the apocalypse, during their escape to the Linha city safe zone, involving a robust young man named Hua Zhu, whom they affectionately dubbed Iron Pillar. He was a good friend of Shen Yichuan, but unlike Lu Fide's lewd demeanor, Hua Zhu was kind-hearted and generous, willing to undertake any unpleasant or arduous task, and readily assisting with matters others deemed troublesome. Initially intimidated by his fierce exterior, Wen Yao soon discovered his gentle nature, which belied his appearance. He was truly a good soul. Moreover, having a younger sister, Hua Zhu treated her with particular kindness, affectionately referring to her as Yao Mei and always sharing his treats with her first. He was, alongside Shen Yichuan, one of the few individuals who provided her with a sense of security during those tumultuous times. Yet, even such a good person, after losing his leg in an accident, and thus his worth, was ultimately shot by Shen Yichuan. On that stormy night, she witnessed the heated arguments among the group. Some cried out in indignation, "Brother Iron Pillar has been so good to us. Isn't it utterly immoral to kill him?" Others, resigned, questioned, "How long can a man with a broken leg survive? We've carried him for a while now. Isn't that enough compassion?" They argued. "Even if we bring him to the Linha city safe zone, then what? Are there doctors to give him a prosthetic leg? Any physical therapy equipment? Even if there were, could we afford it? He would die eventually, and he himself expressed a willingness to die. He didn't want to burden us. What fault do we bear?" That night, Shen Yichuan remained unusually silent. After extinguishing his cigarette, he lowered his eyelids and spoke in a low voice to the tearful girl beside him, Yao. "Do not gamble on human nature, especially in the apocalypse."
Why?
"Because the essence of humanity is selfishness. Are you the same? Am I the same? I can do my best to save you, but I cannot guarantee I will never abandon you. Thus, at all times, you must learn to be self-reliant. You must ensure your own utility and worth, and never lean too heavily on anyone, myself included." The man gazed into the girl's clear, beautiful eyes, a rare tenderness surfacing amidst the suppressed sorrow and pain. "Do you understand? The essence of humanity is selfishness. Are you the same? Am I the same?" As these memories resurfaced, Wen Yao felt no tumult within her. She took a piece of bread, tearing and consuming it, murmuring softly to herself, "I am different. No matter how frigid and dark the world becomes, no matter how selfish and callous humanity may be in the apocalypse, she would never betray those who had shown her kindness. She could strive to be strong and rational, but she would never extinguish her conscience." Thus, after finishing her breakfast, Wen Yao promptly sought out Dr. Lin, inquiring in detail about Mingchen's condition. Lin Zairan assured her, "Miss Yao, you need not worry. I examined Commander Ming's injuries again this morning. He merely requires ample rest, and his life is not in danger." Reflecting on the rumors she had overheard in the dining hall, she briefly recounted them, and then asked, "Will there be a change in leadership at the East Zone District 14 base?" Chapter 102. You too should exercise restraint. Lin Zairan contemplated for a moment before calmly shaking his head. "Wen Yao, does that mean you won't?" "Lin Zairan, it is not a matter of inability or ability. Rather, I am at a loss. Miss Yao, I hope you can comprehend that I am merely a physician, primarily concerned with the research of pharmaceuticals and the preservation of life. Implicitly, this suggests that I shall not engage with other matters pertaining to the headquarters. Not even the identity of the commander of District 14 in Dongzhou, which is of no concern to me. It appears that those who thrive in the castle villa are all astute individuals, who, in times of uncertainty, refrain from taking sides or speaking indiscriminately." Wen Yao did not press him further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, thank you." As the young lady turned to leave, Lin Zairan, after some contemplation, called out to her, "There is one more thing." Wen Yao turned back. "What is it?" Lin Zairan adjusted his spectacles and absently touched his nose. "Commander Ming's injury requires a period of quietude. He has sustained an injury to his heart. Thus his heart rate should not be elevated." He had meticulously prepared his words, yet found them difficult to articulate. "Therefore, you both should exercise restraint. At least for a month." Wen Yao. Lin Zairan, with utmost seriousness, continued, I can comprehend your eagerness, but given the current circumstances, Commander Ming's condition is delicate and should not be subjected to undue stress or excessive physical exertion. This morning, after you left the ward, Commander Ming experienced severe chest pain and even coughed up blood. Such occurrences, I believe, could be avoided. Upon finally grasping his implication, Wen Yao's ears turned crimson. It was not me. Lin Zhen fully understood her embarrassment, assuming a knowing demeanor typical of a physician. I understand completely. I have conveyed this to Commander Ming as well, yet you are aware of his obstinacy. There are many things he is unwilling to heed. Hence I could only relay my words to you, Miss Yao. Wen Yao. Very well. She realized that any explanation on her part would only serve to conceal the truth. After all, she had indeed spent the entire night in Mingchen's ward and emerged early in the morning with flushed cheeks, making it difficult for others not to speculate. To outsiders, they were already perceived as a couple, and the rumors surrounding them had persisted for quite some time, rendering any defense unnecessary. All right, I understand. After bidding farewell to Dr. Lin, Wen Yao proceeded to Mingchen's ward. As she approached the door, she hesitated, feeling somewhat daunted by the nature of their now transparent relationship. Mingchen, accustomed to a life of luxury, occupied a suite that was nothing short of opulent, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a sofa beside a floor-to-ceiling window. As the curtains were drawn back, sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees, casting a dappled glow within the room. At that moment, he sat leisurely on the sofa, his hands resting above the glass coffee table, casually peeling lychees. The sunlight reflected off the glass table, accentuating the translucence of his hands, while the mottled leaf shadows danced upon his pristine shirt, creating an image that resembled a painting bathed in the morning light. Truly, this was Mingchen. He seemed perpetually at ease, oblivious to impending calamity. Wen Yao lingered at the entrance, and sensing her presence, Mingchen waited, noticing her reluctance to enter. He smiled softly. What is the matter, darling? Are you shy to see me now? Wen Yao stepped inside and settled onto the sofa beside him. As she did, Mingchen had just finished peeling the last lychee. Extending his elegant hand toward her lips, Wen Yao initially intended to decline, but as the cool, smooth lychee flesh brushed against her lips, the unfamiliar sensation felt akin to a kiss from him, soft, refreshing, and fragrant with the essence of lychee, rendering her momentarily dazed, instinctively reaching out to take it. Mingchen observed her ears gradually turning red, smiling tenderly. I am feeding you. Next time, just open your mouth. His voice was clear and melodious, akin to the sound of jade, and even in broad daylight, Wen Yao found herself momentarily entranced. After swallowing a lychee to regain her composure, she lowered her gaze. Could you perhaps speak more appropriately? Mingchen, having just peeled another lychee, extended his glistening fingers once more. What is inappropriate about my speech? Well, it might not be his fault at all, but rather her own. She was increasingly enraptured by his charm, to the point where even his voice was difficult to endure. Wen Yao ignored his words and seized the lychee from his hand, choosing instead to shift the conversation. On a serious note, what do you plan to do now? Mingchen, unable to suppress his smile, continued to gaze at her. What is there to do? Wen Yao replied, You may not be aware, given your confinement, but I overheard conversations in the dining hall regarding you. They are concerned that your injuries may preclude you from fulfilling your duties as commander, and they have begun speculating about who the new leader of District 14 in Dongzhou might be. Mingchen raised an eyebrow. They are worried about me? Wen Yao nodded. Is their speculation true? If you truly step down as commander, what will happen? Mingchen pondered for a moment, the smile on his face slightly dimming. If I were to become incapacitated, it would not be of great consequence. I would simply find myself wandering the streets, homeless. Was he being serious?